Chapter 1 Offended. Master's wife, you don't want to see Master lose his status as the sect leader's successor, do you? In her boudoir, a voluptuous and beautiful woman covered her chest with her hand. Her mature and beautiful face was pale, showing a hint of panic and shame. She was tall and slender, with her long, white legs crossed on the bed. The light-colored inner lining couldn't hide her beautiful figure at all, and her snow-white skin was dazzling. You beast, I am your master's wife. Stop. Otherwise, I'll never let you go, even if it kills me. Lin Shueyue gripped her collar tightly, her beautiful eyes welling up with tears, glaring fiercely at the tall young man in front of her. Her beautiful face, flushed with embarrassment and indignation, only added to her charm. I didn't want to do this either, it's all Master's fault for pushing me too hard. Ji Taichang shrugged, his eyes filled with helplessness. It has to be said that this woman is indeed alluring, 100 times more beautiful than any celebrity he had ever seen in his previous life, but he must restrain himself, because touching this woman could be fatal. After being transported to another world by a large truck and reincarnated, he struggled alone for 12 years before finally being accepted into the Qingyun sect and becoming an inner disciple. Although he became a disciple of Elder Yangwile, he was not valued due to his mediocre talent and became a nobody. If that's all there is to it, then it's alright. But not long ago, trouble came knocking. The sect leader of Qingyun sect was getting old and sensed that his time was coming to an end, so he appointed the Grand Elder Yangwile as his successor, but on the condition that Yangwile must give birth to an offspring before he could pass on the position to him. Because Yangwile is the old sect leader's only son, yet he is not interested in women and has been cultivating for over 60 years without having any offspring, the old sect leader can only use this as leverage. However, the old sect leader was completely unaware that Yangwile had secretly cultivated demonic arts when he was young. Although his cultivation level increased rapidly, the price was that he could not have sex. Yangwile is destined to have no offspring. Furthermore, due to his cultivation of demonic arts, Yangwile's mind became somewhat extreme and wicked. He had absolutely no interest in women and even felt a kind of physical aversion to them. In order to ascend to the position of sect leader as soon as possible, Yangwile approached Ji Taichang, intending to have Ji Taichang have an affair with his Taoist partner Lin Shueyue and have offspring. Firstly, Ji Taichang was of mediocre talent and was virtually invisible among the inner disciples. He had no powerful backing and was easily manipulated. No one would care if he died. Secondly, Ji Taichang looked somewhat similar to Yangwile, making it easier to conceal their offspring from the authorities. When Yangwile told Ji Taichang the secret, Ji Taichang had no other choice. If he agrees, the day Lin Shueyue becomes pregnant will be his death day. If you disagree, today will be the day of Ji Taichang's death. Yangwile had no intention of letting Ji Taichang live. Lin Shueyue had originally agreed to this matter, but when it came to the actual step, she wavered and became very resistant. Then Yangwile forcibly sealed all her cultivation, turning her into a weak woman with no power to even kill a chicken, allowing Ji Taichang to do whatever he wanted with her. No. Ugh. Lin Shueyue was about to say something, but her lips were already sealed, and her voluptuous body was pressed down by Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang buried his head in her soft embrace, taking a deep breath of the fragrance, an epic experience. Just as Lin Shueyue was about to resist, Ji Taichang whispered in her ear, "Master's wife, don't move, walls have ears." "I'm sorry, Master's wife. I didn't mean to offend you. I was forced by my master. He said he would kill me if I didn't do it. I had no choice. Our master has never been close to women since he was a child, and has no interest in matters between men and women. He won't spy on us. If we put on a show, we should be able to fool him for the time being, what do you say?" The mature man's aura wafted over her, and Lin Shueyue felt her whole body go weak, her face flushed, and she subconsciously tightened her muscles. Hearing that Ji Taichang had no intention of forcing himself on her, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, I can cooperate with you, but you must control yourself. Otherwise I'll haunt you even as a ghost." Lin Shueyue bit her lip tightly, looking at Ji Taichang with resentment. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Ji Taichang nodded slightly, suppressing the desire in his heart. Then, he covered it with his whole body. Lin Shueyue's beautiful face instantly turned bright red, her heart filled with shyness. The exquisite and luxurious bed began to shake and creak. 15 minutes later. Ji Taichang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and released the mature and beautiful woman in his arms. Lin Shueyue was disheveled, with marks on her neck and covered in sweat, and collapsed weakly onto the bed. Ji Taichang also had fingernail scratches and teeth marks on his shoulders and neck. Although it was just acting, the two still had intimate contact, touching each other in ways they shouldn't have. Just then, a beautiful voice suddenly rang in Ji Taichang's mind. Ding! The Chao Trader system is activated. Ji Taichang's body trembled. Damn system, why didn't you wait until I was dead before you came back? 18 years. Do you know how I've spent these 18 years? Ji Taichang was both surprised and delighted, and felt like crying tears of joy. After 18 years, he finally got his golden touch. Ding! This system is dedicated to enabling the host to inherit the legacy of Wei Wu and embody the spirit of Cao Cao. For every 10 points the widow increases her favorability with the host will gain 10% of her deceased husband's cultivation ability. Lin Shuayua's favorability, 20. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. Favorability 20? Ji Taichang's face darkened. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Lin Shuayua was one of the three beauties of the Qingyun sect. Now that she had been defiled by him, a nobody among the inner disciples, she must feel resentment and hatred. It was normal for her to have a negative favor rating. Wait a minute, system. Yang Weil is only in his 70s, and his cultivation level is as high as the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. He has at least several hundred years left to live. How long do I have to wait before Lin Shuayue becomes a widow? In a while, the grass might even grow on my grave. Ding! Then please do your best to make Lin Shuayue a widow. The system thoughtfully provided a solution. Well said, but don't say it again. Ji Taichang sighed inwardly. He did want to kill Yang Weil, because he could only survive if he killed Yang Weil. Ji Taichang was only at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage, while Yang Weil was already at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. The difference in their cultivation levels was so great that it was despairing. The most urgent thing is to survive tonight. Chapter 2 Target, The Beautiful Widow. Ji Taichang put on her clothes, pushed open the door, and went out. Yang Weil sat cross-legged under a big tree in the courtyard. Although his face was handsome, he exuded a cold aura. Master, I have done as you instructed. But getting pregnant isn't something that happens overnight, it takes at least 1 or 2 months to be sure. Ji Taichang spoke in a deep voice, trying his best to buy himself some time. Yang Weil neither confirmed nor denied it, and simply tossed over a bottle of pills. Here's your pay. Do a good job. Yang Weil stepped on sword energy, soared into the sky, and headed straight for the cultivation treasure land of Qingyun sect. Ji Taichang watched Yang Weil's departing figure, weighed the medicine bottle in his hand, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Ha, you slept with your partner and you even gave me a reward? You're quite the cuckold. The Qi condensation pill, it can only raise my cultivation level by 1 small realm at most, it's simply not enough. Ji Taichang stuffed the pills into his robes, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. To survive, you must kill Yang Weil and find another widow to seduce. The widows in the Qingyun sect. Another beautiful and voluptuous figure instantly flashed into Ji Taichang's mind. Yang Yao, another disciple personally taught by the sect leader of Qingyun sect, is also one of the 3 great beauties. 2.5 years ago, Yang Yao was originally betrothed by the Qingyun sect master to the Liehua sect master as a concubine, as the Qingyun sect master intended to use this to win over the Liehua sect as an ally. Both parties exchanged betrothal gifts and marriage certificates, but unfortunately, before they could even get married, the sect leader of the Blazing Fire sect perished in a secret realm, and Yang Yao became a widow, and has not been able to get married since. Yang Yao is not only an elder of the Dan Hall of the Qingyun sect, but also the daughter of the sect leader, that is, Yang Weil's sister. If you can win over Yang Yao and gain her favor, you can obtain the cultivation or abilities of the Blazing Fire sect master. Upon realizing this, Ji Taichang's gaze instantly turned fervent. However, he alone cannot quickly gain Yang Yao's favor. Ji Taichang turned around and went back into the room. At this moment, Lin Shuayue's beautiful face still had a blush. She was wearing a purple gauze dress, and her voluptuous figure was faintly visible. Her temperament was also completely different from before, with a touch of aloofness, like a fairy. The thought of having personally caressed such a mature and beautiful woman stirred up strange emotions in Ji Taichang's heart. So moisturizing. Ji Taichang was, after all, a young man full of vigor and passion, and a bit of enthusiasm inevitably rose in his heart. Yang Weil is gone, what else do you want to do? Lin Shuayue stared at Ji Taichang expressionlessly, her face cold. Although it was all an act, she was ultimately taken advantage of by Ji Taichang, so naturally she didn't give him a pleasant look. Think? Question mark. Ji Taichang looked directly into Lin Shueyue's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Master's wife, you understand Master's thoughts. He will not let us go until you bear my child. He might even find other men to sleep with you." Such an absurd and despicable act, such a humiliating life, must the master's wife continue to endure it? Once Yang Wal becomes the sect leader and takes control of all the sect's resources, you and I will never have a chance to turn things around. We must join forces and kill our master. Lin Shueyue clenched her teeth, her full breasts heaving. But she quickly deflated, her face turning pale. "I'm only at the first level of the golden core stage, and you're only at the 7th level of the chi refining stage. How can you possibly deal with Yang Wal? In the path of cultivation, the realms are divided into chi refining stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transformation stage, and so on. Each major realm has 9 minor realms. Moreover, Yang Wal has a doting sect leader father, so she cannot reveal this matter, otherwise she will surely be silenced by the sect leader. I have my own way, but I need my master's wife's cooperation." A glint of light flashed in Ji Taichang's eyes. "If I remember correctly, master's wife and Aunt Yang Yao have a very good relationship, right?" Lin Shueyue nodded. "Yang Yao is her sister-in-law. The two are close in age and get along very well. They have long been best friends and have a good relationship." "Very good. Master's wife, the seal within you is dissipating, and you will soon be able to restore your cultivation. I need your cooperation to quickly gain my master's favor." Ji Taichang quickly spoke, telling Lin Shueyue about his plan. Lin Shueyue frowned slightly. "I can help you, but even if you win Yang Yao's favor, so what? Her cultivation is only at the peak of the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Even if you get her involved, you still can't kill Yang Wal. I have a brilliant plan, master's wife. Don't worry, I won't risk my life." Ji Taichang spoke in a deep voice, without offering much explanation. After all, he couldn't explain to Lin Shueyue that he possessed a system. "All right." After a moment's thought, Lin Shueyue reluctantly nodded. Now that things have come to this, Lin Shueyue has no choice but to trust Ji Taichang and take a gamble. Night falls. In the Blackwater Mountains, not far from the Qingyun sect. Yan Yao is tall and voluptuous, wearing a light blue ruchu and a type of traditional Chinese dress. Her heavy chest is almost overflowing, as if it is about to burst out, and her lower back is adorned with a plump curve like a ripe peach. In terms of figure, she was in no way inferior to the beautiful woman Lin Shueyue. But her appearance was even more innocent, like a girl in her early 20s, without makeup, with a touch of inner charm in her understated elegance. Yang Yao found several good spiritual herbs in the Blackwater Mountains, and was in a very good mood. She hummed a little tune and walked with a bouncy gait, which made the heavy thunderbolt shake, making people worry that her ruchu in a type of traditional Chinese dress would burst open under the weight of the woman. Just then, something unexpected happened. A man in black suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yao and slashed down with his sword without saying a word. The chilling sword energy swept in, and the terrifying pressure caused Yang Yao's expression to change drastically. Chapter 3, Hero Saves the Beauty? A Golden Core Stage Expert. Yang Yao was terrified and dared not confront him head-on. She immediately used her movement technique and turned to run away. The man in black pursued relentlessly, occasionally raising his hand to unleash a few sword strikes, tearing Yang Yao's skirt and leaving sword marks that also revealed her snow-white, alabaster-like skin. "I am Yang Yao, elder of the Pill Hall of the Qingyun sect. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Stop. My Qingyun sect isn't far from here. If you dare to chase us, you're dead." Yang Yao was both shocked and furious, and tried to intimidate the other party by using the name of the Qingyun sect. But the man in black paid no heed and continued his relentless pursuit. As time goes by, before even returning to the Qingyun sect, Yang Yao's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted from running so desperately, and her injuries were also quite severe. A look of despair appeared in her eyes. As an elder of the Pill Hall and a third-grade alchemist, she had done good deeds and saved countless lives, but in the end, she was not rewarded for her good deeds. Bitter. After running a distance, Yang Yao's spiritual energy was completely exhausted, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud, her beautiful face filled with despair and misery. "Master Ant?" Just then, a surprised voice rang out, followed by a pair of strong arms that pulled her up from the ground and held her in their arms. Because Yang Yao was completely exhausted, her weak and sore body leaned against Ji Taichang. The amazing sensation made him secretly gasp. Hiss. Moisture rising. How come I never noticed before that my aunt's heart is even broader and more tender than my master's wife's? Yang Yao was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the chiseled and handsome face. She couldn't help but exclaim, Ji Taichang? What are you doing here? I'm catching white-winged bats nearby to make medicine. They're only active at night. There's a murderous aura about them. Aunt, is someone chasing you? As Ji Taichang explained, he held Yang Yao in a princess carry, bent his legs slightly, and suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, rushing towards the mountain gate of Qingyun sect. Ji Taichang, thank you. Feeling Ji Taichang's strong and powerful chest and aura, Yang Yao's pretty face instantly flushed, and her heart raced. No need to. Hiss. A sword aura swept in from afar. Although Ji Taichang tried his best to dodge, a bloody gash appeared on his shoulder. Hot blood stained his clothes and splattered on Yang Yao's face. Ji Taichang, are you alright? Yang Yao exclaimed in surprise, feeling her heart leap into her throat. It's okay, I can handle it. Ji Taichang grinned, feigning composure, and continued running at full speed. But inwardly he grimaced, my master's wife is really ruthless. Yang Yao was unaware of this. She saw Ji Taichang running wildly to save her, but he was soon stabbed several more times, blood splattering everywhere, and his face turned pale instantly. Yang Yao was both moved and filled with guilt. Sensing the growing murderous intent of the enemy behind her, Yang Yao gritted her teeth and said, Ji Taichang, don't worry about me, just put me down. If I tell you, we'll both die. The assassin's target is me. You must run. I can't let you get involved. Take this message back to the sect leader and tell the sect to avenge me. With a resolute expression on her face, Yang Yao closed her eyes, and 2 lines of despairing tears streamed down her cheeks. Master, please stop talking. I could never abandon you. Ji Taichang grinned, forcing a smile as he looked down at Yang Yao. In the Qingyun sect, I, Ji Taichang, am nothing but an insignificant nobody. My master ignores me, my fellow disciples suppress me, but my aunt is the kindest to me. She has never looked down on me, and she even gives me pills and encourages me to cultivate diligently. I will always remember this kindness. I can't abandon my master's aunt. If we're going to die, let's die together. Ji Taichang's words were powerful and resonant, causing Yang Yao's delicate body to tremble and a warm current to surge in her heart. In fact, Yang Yao and Ji Taichang didn't usually have much interaction. Only 6 years ago, when Ji Taichang had just become Yang Huao's disciple, Yang Yao, as his senior, habitually gave each of Yang Huao's disciples a gift of few ordinary qi condensation pills and casually offered Ji Taichang a word of encouragement. That's all. But Ji Taichang always remembered her unintentional act and small favor, and was always thinking of repaying her. Even if it costs them their lives, they would never give up on themselves. Yang Yao's delicate eyelashes trembled slightly, and she subconsciously looked up at Ji Taichang. The boy's clothes were torn and stained with blood. His handsome face was pale from blood loss due to his injuries, but he was incredibly resolute, with a determination to die for his cause. At this moment, Ji Taichang seemed to become infinitely upright and majestic in Yang Yao's eyes. Yang Yao felt as if her tender heart had been violently struck by something. Her heart, which hadn't fluttered in a long time, was now pounding, giving rise to a unique emotion. Ding! Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 15 points. The host can obtain 10% of her deceased husband's cultivation ability. Please make your choice. Yang Yao's favorability, 15. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. When the system notification sound plays. Ji Taichang's heart pounded wildly, overjoyed beyond measure. It's a success. That's 10% of the Blazing Fire Sect Master's cultivation ability. Even if it's not enough to kill Yang Huao, it will give Ji Taichang some initial self-defense capabilities, allowing him to make more plans and preparations. That bet was definitely right. The situation was critical, and a sudden surge in strength would expose him and arouse suspicion from Yang Yao and Lin Shueya, so Ji Taichang did not immediately accept the offer. Ji Taichang, put me down. The small favors I did for you in the past are not enough for you to repay with your life. You're a good person, I can't let you die with me, otherwise my conscience won't be at peace. Just then, Yang Yao began to struggle violently, her voice filled with pleading. Shut up! Ji Taichang gasped for breath, but in a very domineering manner, he raised his hand and slapped Yang Yao from behind, causing her ample breasts to tremble and quiver with amazing elasticity. I said I wouldn't abandon you, we'll die together. Ji Taichang's incredibly firm words, along with the strange sensation coming from behind, made Yang Yao let out a soft cry. Her beautiful face flushed even more, a mixture of shyness and emotion. Ding! Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 10 points. The host can obtain 10% of her deceased husband's cultivation ability. Please make your choice. Yang Yao's favorability, 25. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. The system's pleasant notification sound rang out again. Chapter 4. Yang Yao's move touched. Sizzle. Another sword aura slashed down, leaving another bloody wound on Ji Taichang's back, causing him to stagger. Hiss. Could it be that Master's wife is taking revenge on personal matters and using this opportunity to vent her anger? Ji Taichang secretly gasped, his face turning somewhat dark. Ji Taichang, you'll die if this continues. Put me down. I really can't let you die with me. Seeing Ji Taichang's stumbling appearance and his unwavering expression throughout, Yang Yao felt a pang of heartache. She was both moved and ashamed. What merit or ability did she possess to deserve such an outstanding junior risking his life to save her? Master, I have an idea. Ji Taichang gasped for breath and whispered in Yang Yao's ear, there's a large dense forest ahead. I know there's a hidden cliff in the forest with a pool and a cave below. If we keep running forward, the assassins will definitely think we'll cross the forest and return to the sect. We'll hide in the cave then, and we should be able to get away with it. Yang Yao felt a surge of heat near her ear, making it itch, and her pure and beautiful face flushed slightly. As they spoke, Ji Taichang had already carried her into the dense forest. After a few quick maneuvers, Ji Taichang arrived at a secluded cliff overgrown with bushes and decisively jumped down. The intense feeling of weightlessness made Yang Yao gasp. She instinctively hugged Ji Taichang tightly, her delicate white hands wrapped tightly around his neck, her graceful body pressed against him, as if she wanted to melt into his body. The amazing fullness and softness made Ji Taichang tremble, his throat bobbed, and he felt his mouth go dry. Thump! The next moment, the two fell into a deep pool of water, creating a splash. The pool was so deep and cold that both of them instinctively shivered. Yang Yao hugged Ji Taichang even tighter, his amazing softness making it hard for him to breathe, a bittersweet experience. Ji Taichang took a deep breath, forcefully suppressed his gun, and swam out of the pool with Yang Yao in his arms. He pushed aside the nearby weeds and entered a dark and secluded cave. Call! Ji Taichang leaned against the stone wall and slowly sat down, feeling weak and sore all over, yet also hot all over. Yang Yao was suddenly poked by a hard rock, and her pretty face instantly turned bright red. She hurriedly struggled to get up from Ji Taichang's arms. Master, you are injured and your spiritual power is exhausted. You must not catch a cold. Ji Taichang forced himself to get up despite his injuries, gathered some dry grass and branches at the cave entrance, took out a tinderbox from his pocket, and lit a bonfire. In the dim firelight, Yang Yao's clothes were completely soaked, outlining her flawless curves. Her skin was so white it was dazzling, causing Ji Taichang's eyes to widen slightly. He immediately turned around and whispered, Master, please change your clothes. Don't worry, I won't peek. After speaking, Ji Taichang limped out of the cave. Yang Yao looked at Ji Taichang's wet body and blood-soaked back. Although his gentle voice was weak, it was incredibly firm and steady. What kind of boy is he? He risked his life to save her because of a small favor he did for her back then, and she always cared about him. Even now, he is determined not to take advantage of her. What an upright, grateful, and good child. Yang Yao felt somewhat lost in thought, and her gaze towards Ji Taichang became increasingly tender, as a certain feeling quietly began to grow in her heart. Ding! Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 5 points. The host can obtain 10% of her deceased husband's cultivation ability. Please make your choice. Yang Yao's favorability, 30. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. Outside the cave. The system notification sounded in Ji Taichang's ears again, which made him overjoyed. The plan worked. It was definitely worth the beating. Ji Taichang was secretly delighted, feeling that the bloody sword wounds on his body didn't hurt as much anymore. Inside the cave, Yang Yao sat cross-legged and struggled to circulate his internal energy. Half an incense stick later, she recovered some of her spiritual power, immediately opened her storage ring, and took out a clean ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress to change into. Master Ji, I've changed my clothes, please come in. Yang Yao spoke softly, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed as she spoke. That sounds a bit odd, like a beautiful young woman waiting for her husband in her boudoir. Ji Taichang didn't think too much about it. After entering, he sat down by the fire. He didn't have a storage ring, nor did he bring any clothes, so he could only rely on the firelight to dry his clothes. Don't move, let me bandage your wound. With a look of heartache on her face, Yang Yao helped Ji Taichang take off his clothes, then took out gauze and hemostatic ointment from her storage ring and carefully treated his injuries. Certainly. Ji Taichang's injuries looked frightening, but Lin Shueyue had acted with restraint. They were just superficial wounds, not serious injuries. I feel much better, thank you, Auntie. Ji Taichang stood up and stretched. By the way, Aunt, your injuries are also quite serious. Do you want me to treat them for you? Yang Yao's eyes widened slightly, her rosy lips biting lightly. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head. Her injuries were mainly on her back, and she was too embarrassed to ask Ji Taichang to treat them. Although Yang Yao was a widow, she had never met the sect leader of the Blazing Fire sect, and had never had any intimate contact with a man since childhood. She was pure and innocent, conservative in nature, and still very shy in this regard. All right. Ji Taichang felt a little regretful. Yang Yao swallowed a few pills, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate her cultivation technique to restore her spiritual power. But the image of their intimate contact kept flashing through her mind, causing her heart, which had been dormant for many years, to pound wildly. She subconsciously squeezed her legs together, unable to calm herself down at all. 1 hour later. Yang Yao opened her eyes. I've recovered some of my spiritual power. We're not far from the sect, and that assassin should be gone by now. Let's go back. Okay. Ji Taichang nodded. The two emerged from the cave, prying at the grass, trees, and stones on the rock wall, and slowly climbed up, quietly returning to the Qingyun sect. We're safe now. After stepping into the territory of the Qingyun sect, Yang Yao finally breathed a long sigh of relief and patted her imposing chest with lingering fear. Thanks to you for saving me this time, otherwise I would have surely died. Tell me, Xiao Chang, how do you want your aunt to repay this life-saving grace? Yang Yao turned to look at Ji Taichang, her hands behind her back, and winked at him with a smile. A slight blush remained on her beautiful face, adding to her allure and charm, giving her an indescribable allure. Chapter 5 Golden Core Stage Cultivation Techniques. Ji Taichang shook his head. My aunt has been kind to me, so naturally I will not stand by and watch her die. It is what I should do, and I do not need to repay her. That won't do. Upon hearing this, Yang Yao became somewhat agitated and grabbed Ji Taichang's hand, saying, one thing at a time. How could those small favors from back then possibly outweigh the life-saving grace? If you don't want anything in return, then I won't let you go. Yang Yao's soft and warm little hand held his, causing Ji Taichang's anger, which he had barely managed to suppress, to rise again. Then, I want to go to the scripture pavilion to choose a cultivation technique. After a moment's thought, Ji Taichang made a request. No problem. Here is my identity token. Take it and go to the scripture pavilion to choose any cultivation technique you like. All the merit points will be credited to my account. Go back to the pill hall tomorrow and return the token to me. Also, from now on, you can work under me. I'll help you find a good job there. Yang Yao stuffed her identity token into Ji Taichang's hand. The inner disciples of the Qingyun sect can only receive a meager amount of spirit stones per month, barely enough for cultivation. To obtain more cultivation resources and techniques, you must complete sect missions and accumulate merit points, which can then be used to exchange for cultivation methods. Ji Taichang himself lacks merit points, but Yang Yao certainly does. Thank you, Auntie. Ji Taichang was deeply moved. After bidding farewell to Yang Yao, he immediately went to the sutra repository. Yang Yao quickly returned to her boudoir, where she began to take off her clothes and tend to the injuries on her back. The territory of the Qingyun sect is vast, and the scripture pavilion is also quite far away. When no one was around, Ji Taichang licked his lips and silently thought, System, I want to claim the rewards, all of them cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30% of the cultivation level of the Blazing Fire sect master. Boom! As the system notification tone faded, an unimaginably powerful spiritual force suddenly surged from Ji Taichang's dantian, coursing through his meridians and acupoints, merging into every inch of his flesh and blood, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Previously, Ji Taichang had already taken the qi condensation pill given to him by Yang Weil, and his cultivation had broken through to the 8th level of the qi refining stage. At this moment, his spiritual power was incredibly abundant, as if a volcano was erupting in his dantian, and his body swelled up a bit, like a balloon. Ji Taichang's face was contorted, and he felt as if all the meridians and acupoints in his body were about to explode, and his head felt as if thousands of steel needles were stabbing him. The process was extremely painful. Simply because this force is too immense. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level instantly broke through to the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, and then broke through the shackles to step into the foundation establishment stage. But this is far from over. His cultivation level is still skyrocketing. Foundation establishment stage 1. Foundation building stage 2. 6 stages of foundation building. Ji Taichang's swollen body returned to normal, his full head of black hair moved without wind, and the spiritual power within his body surged like a great river, endlessly regenerating. Whoosh! He reopened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them, followed by an oppressive aura. As expected of the sect master of the Blazing Fire sect. With 30% cultivation, you're already at the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage. If it's 70% or 80%, you'll be soaring to new heights. We should be able to take down Yang Wal by then. Ji Taichang clenched his fist tightly, his heart filled with immense excitement and exhilaration. Ji Taichang possesses not only 30% of the cultivation level of the Blazing Fire sect master, but also his mastery of cultivation techniques. At this moment, Ji Taichang had a new book called Blazing Fire Technique in his mind, along with a great deal of understanding and mastery of it. It was as if he had been practicing this technique for more than 10 years and had achieved minor success. A moment later, Ji Taichang suppressed his excitement, carefully gathering all his strength and aura, and walked towards the scripture pavilion. Good evening, senior uncle. I have come to the scripture pavilion to select a cultivation technique on the orders of Elder Yang Yao. Ji Taichang took out Yang Yao's identity token, bowed respectfully to the gatekeeper of the sutra pavilion, and spoke in a respectful tone. Although the gatekeeper looked disheveled and showed no signs of cultivation or ability, Ji Taichang did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. After all, the sutra repository is a vital location for the Qingyun sect. This old man is certainly not weak, he has the qualifications to protect this place. The old gatekeeper leaned against the doorway, snoring as if he were already asleep, completely ignoring Ji Taichang. Ji Tai was not surprised and walked straight into the library. Whoosh! The old gatekeeper suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at Ji Taichang's back, and a strange light flashed in his old eyes. Such a young foundation establishment stage 6th level cultivator. When did such a monstrous talent appear in the inner sect of the Qingyun sect? Soon. Ji Taichang had already chosen his cultivation method, he already had a goal in mind. Golden Core Stage Cultivation Technique, Turtle Breathing Technique. Although it is a Golden Core Stage cultivation technique, it requires the lowest amount of merit points, so very few people exchange for this technique. The turtle breathing technique has no combat power, its greatest function is to conceal one's aura, thus deceiving others' perception. It's not very useful to others, but it's perfect for Ji Taichang. With the system, his strength is destined to increase dramatically in a short period of time. Without the turtle breathing technique, he would be easily detected. If Yang Wal finds out, it will be dangerous. After obtaining the turtle breathing technique, Ji Taichang returned to his room and couldn't wait to begin cultivating. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Ji Taichang exhaled a breath of turbid air, and with a thought, began to circulate the turtle breathing technique. His powerful cultivation at the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage gradually dissipated, and he returned to the 8th level of the Qi refining stage. Ji Taichang nodded in satisfaction and began his journey to the pill hall. The pill hall is one of the most important places in the Qingyun sect, responsible for refining the pills needed for the sect's cultivation. Although Yang Yao, as an elder of the pill hall, only has the peak cultivation of the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, she is already able to refine golden core stage pills and is a third-grade alchemist. A first-grade alchemist is one who can refine pills for the Qi refining stage, a second-grade alchemist is one who can refine pills for the foundation establishment stage, and so on. In addition, she is the daughter of the sect leader. Yang Yao holds a very high status in the pill hall. Inside the magnificent alchemy hall, numerous disciples were busy refining pills. Yang Yao, dressed in a light purple ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, still had a strikingly large bosom. She was tall and voluptuous, with a beautiful face, like a ripe peach waiting to be picked. Many male disciples in the pill hall would occasionally look up at Yang Yao, their eyes filled with fervor and longing. Yang Yao is one of the 3 beauties of the Qingyun sect, and with such a hot figure, it's hard not to be attracted to her. What a pity, such an alluring beauty, I wonder which bastard will end up with her. Many male disciples sighed inwardly. Master, I've arrived. Just then, a calm and gentle voice rang out. Yang Yao's eyes suddenly lit up. A hint of joy instantly appeared on her calm face, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips as she strode towards Ji Taichang. The majestic place seemed to bounce and jump around, making the male disciples around stare wide-eyed and swallow hard. Chapter 6, Assigning a lucrative position sparks public outrage. Master, this is your token. I've chosen one. Alright, you can choose any cultivation method you like, no need to report to me. Yang Yao interrupted Ji Taichang with a smile. She casually put away her identity token, took Ji Taichang's hand, and the two entered the pill hall together, where she began to introduce the pill hall to Ji Taichang. Such as the composition of the Dan Hall staff, the division of areas, the alchemy process, etc. Who is this person? How come he has such a good relationship with Elder Yang? What right does he have to hold Elder Yang's hand? He deserves to die. Let go of Elder Yang's hand, let me do it. Many male disciples in the pill hall widened their eyes, staring at Ji Taichang and Yang Yao's tightly clasped hands, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Yang Yao was their dream girl, and many people dreamed of touching her fair and delicate hands, but Ji Taichang beat them to it. From now on, you will be an apprentice steward of my pill hall, responsible for recording and handling the waste pills generated during the pill refining process. Once you break through to the foundation establishment stage, you can become a full-fledged steward. How does that sound? As Yang Yao's voice fell, the entire pill hall fell silent. Immediately afterwards, the disciples of the pill hall stared wide-eyed at Ji Taichang, their eyes filled with shock and intense jealousy. Disposing of waste pills is one of the most lucrative jobs in the pill hall. Although waste pills are called waste pills, there are always some pills that are just slightly inferior in quality or incorrect in shape, but still retain their medicinal power and are not worthless. However, the steward in charge of handling waste pills has the authority to identify them as waste pills, pretend to send them for disposal, keep them privately, or secretly sell them off, which brings many benefits. Especially some high-grade pills, even waste pills with only a few drops of medicinal power left, are extremely valuable. Moreover, this job is very easy and requires almost no effort. Countless people in the pill hall are eyeing this lucrative position. Seeing that someone had appeared out of nowhere and taken this lucrative position, the disciples of the pill hall immediately became restless. Elder, you mustn't. He's not even a disciple of my pill hall, let alone an alchemist. What gives him the right to be treated as a waste pill disposal steward? What makes him so special? Indeed, this is inappropriate from both a moral and logical standpoint. I urge the elder to rescind his decision. Dozens, even hundreds, of disciples of the pill hall stood up to protest, their eyes filled with anger and dissatisfaction, glaring fiercely at Ji Taichang. Yang Yao's smile vanished, and she adopted the authority befitting an elder of the pill hall, coldly saying, "Am I, as an elder of the pill hall and a third-grade alchemist, not qualified to appoint a trainee steward?" Normally, these disciples of the pill hall would never dare to oppose Yang Yao. But the lucrative job of handling discarded pills was too tempting, and they had been eyeing it for a long time. Many disciples have even spent a great deal of money to cultivate relationships and have already been nominated, considering this lucrative position is theirs for the taking. Moreover, some disciples also have sect elders standing behind them, indicating that they also have important backgrounds. Therefore, they refused to back down an inch and were unwilling to let Ji Taichang take away this lucrative position. He's only at the qi refining stage according to sect regulations, he's not even qualified to be a trainee steward. Elder Yang, if you insist on doing this, don't blame us for reporting you to the enforcement hall. That's right. Even if Elder Yang is a third-grade alchemist, you cannot openly violate the sect's rules. Many disciples of the pill hall were outraged and determined to make a big scene. You. Yang Yao was instantly enraged, her chest heaving and trembling, creating an astonishing arc. It must be said that she is truly beautiful and stunning even when she is angry, she has a unique charm. His angry expression made many male disciples secretly swallow their saliva. Do you mean that one needs to be at the foundation establishment stage to become this deacon? Just then, Ji Taichang suddenly spoke up. That's right. According to the rules of the Qingyun sect, whether you are a trainee steward or a formal steward, you must have at least the foundation establishment stage cultivation level. This is a strict rule. Even elders of the pill hall cannot violate sect rules otherwise, who will follow them in the future? Many disciples spoke up. Yang Yao's expression grew increasingly grim, and a hint of difficulty appeared between her brows. Ji Taichang smirked, "It's simple, I'll just reach foundation establishment, won't I?" Having said that, his aura was no longer concealed and was revealed. Foundation establishment stage 1. A powerful aura spread out, instantly silencing the entire pill hall. Shocking everyone. Yang Yao was so shocked that she covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. "Xiao Chang, when did you break through?" Last night, Ji Taichang was clearly only at the qi refining stage. Ji Taichang smiled slightly and said casually, "Thanks to my master's sister, I exchanged a cultivation technique from the scripture pavilion last night. While studying the technique, I suddenly had an epiphany. Combined with my accumulation over the years, this allowed me to finally break through and enter the foundation establishment stage in one fell swoop. Working in the Dan Palace would not only allow him to make money, but also to get closer to Yang Yao and increase his opportunities to interact with her. Ji Taichang would not let this opportunity pass him by. And women all admire strength. Ji Taichang needs to appropriately demonstrate his strong qualifications and abilities in order to win Yang Yao's heart more quickly. As expected, upon hearing that Ji Taichang had actually entered the legendary state of enlightenment, Yang Yao was shocked, and her gaze toward Ji Taichang became even more tender, full of admiration. Good. Good. As expected of Xiao Chang. I knew you were capable. Now that Xiao Chang has reached the foundation establishment stage, I am officially appointing him as a steward of the pill hall. Does anyone have any objections? Yang Yao stood with her hands on her hips, her pretty face filled with excitement and pride. Ji Taichang's performance made her proud and quite gratified. Ding! Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 5 points. Yang Yao's favorability, 35. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. The system notification sounded, causing Ji Taichang's lips to curl into a slight smile. This is against the rules. That's right. The appointment of stewards of the pill hall requires a procedure. It's not something Elder Yang can decide with just a word. The rules cannot be changed. The dissenting disciples blushed, both anxious and angry, still unwilling to let Ji Taichang snatch away the lucrative position. Oh, then I'll go and process the paperwork for him right away. In any case, that's settled. Yang Yao sneered and immediately turned to leave the pill hall to personally handle the procedures for Ji Taichang. Given her status and position, handling this matter wouldn't be difficult for her. After Yang Yao left, in an instant, all eyes in the entire pill hall were focused on Ji Taichang. A woman dressed in white walked directly up to Ji Taichang, pointed her finger at his nose, and said in a shrill voice, "I'm warning you, if you know what's good for you, you'd better get lost. I'm backed by the vice hall master of the pill hall. It's my job to deal with the useless pill stewards. If you dare to take my place, you'll be sorry." Chapter 7. Did I give you too much face? I'll just take it, so what? What can you do to me? Ji Taichang grinned, freely appraising the other woman's beautiful face and curvaceous figure, his gaze flippant and provocative. You're asking for it. The woman in white flew into a rage and slapped Ji Taichang across the face on the spot. Ji Taichang's lips curled into a smirk. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. Snap. Ji Taichang took a step back, causing the white-clad woman's slap to land on his shoulder without causing any harm. Then Ji Taichang slapped her hard across the face, hitting the white-clad woman squarely. The force of the blow distorted her features, and she was forced back 5 or 6 steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with her teeth. Her beautiful face instantly swelled up and turned into half a pig's head. As everyone saw, she hit me first, I was just acting in self-defense. Ji Taichang shrugged at the crowd. The entire pill hall fell silent once again. Everyone's eyes widened, revealing expressions of disbelief. You should know that the woman in white is the daughter of the vice hall master of the pill hall. How dare this guy hit her? Awa. You dare hit me. I'm going to kill you. The woman in white let out a hysterical scream, her eyes instantly turning red. She was spoiled from a young age, which fostered her domineering and unreasonable personality. She was always the one bullying others. When had anyone ever dared to bully her like that? Moreover, women care most about their appearance. She was slapped across the face by Ji Taichang in public, which was a double blow to her body and dignity, driving her completely insane. Clang! The woman in white actually drew a sword, its cold light flashing and spiritual energy flowing, and thrust it with all her might towards Ji Taichang's heart. She attacked with all her might, aiming straight for vital points, clearly intending to kill him. Am I being too polite to you? Ji Taichang's eyes turned cold. He wouldn't tolerate her at all. When the woman in white thrust out her sword, Ji Taichang dodged in a flash. His powerful cultivation made him incredibly fast, allowing him to easily dodge her sword strike. Then, he kicked the woman in white hard in the abdomen. Bang! The woman in white instantly bent over like a boiled shrimp, flying backwards like a cannonball and crashing heavily against the wall of the pill hall with a dull thud. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, barely alive. The sword that the woman in white was holding fell to the ground, and Ji Taichung picked it up and walked towards her step by step. How can he be so strong? This guy only broke through to the foundation establishment stage last night, but Zhang Shan has been at the foundation establishment stage for 2.5 years. How could he have been seriously injured by him with just one kick? The disciples in the pill hall gasped, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. You don't come any closer. My father is Zhang San, the deputy hall master of the pill hall. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you off. Zhang Shan struggled to lift her head and saw Ji Taichung walking towards her step by step with his sword drawn, his face cold and murderous. She was so frightened that she trembled, felt a heat in her lower body, and wet herself in a panic. Hiss, stop. Senior brother, calm down. You can't kill people. Never mind, it's not easy for anyone. The disciples in the pill hall finally realized what was happening, and immediately more than a dozen disciples rushed forward to block Ji Taichung's path and earnestly persuaded him. Zhang Shan, the woman in white, was also lifted up by several female disciples and took the opportunity to run out of the pill hall, fearing that Ji Taichung might really kill her if he lost his temper. Ji Taichung snorted coldly and casually put away the valuable sword. His sharp gaze swept over the numerous disciples, and he said in a cold voice, "From now on, I will be the steward. Who agrees and who disagrees?" "I object." A male disciple dressed in blue robes angrily retorted, "The sect's official appointment hasn't even been issued yet, and you really think you're a steward? Besides, Zhang Shan only said one thing to you, why did you have to kill her? Can't you give way to the girl? Besides, putting aside the facts, aren't you also at fault?" Put. Before the disciple in blue could finish speaking, Ji Taichung's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to slap him across the face. Snap. The crisp, loud slap interrupted the disciple in blue, sending him flying into the air. He spun 3 times in mid-air before crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Now, who still objects? Ji Taichung spoke coldly. I object. Just as one of the disciples was about to object, he saw Ji Taichung draw his sword from his waist and decisively declared, I object. I have no other choice. Senior brother, don't get excited, I was just teasing you. The disciples. Although the crowd was dissatisfied and unwilling, they remained silent, daring not to speak out. In their eyes, Ji Taichung was a madman and a ruthless person who was arrogant because he was favored. This guy is ruthless, he even dared to hit Zhang Shan. Plus, Ji Taichung has Yang Yao's support, so they don't want to risk getting into trouble. Certainly. It wasn't that they were all afraid of Ji Taichung, many of the disciples were more skilled than him. They just didn't want to fight this madman in public. Even if they could defeat Ji Taichung, they would offend Yang Yao. Losing would be extremely humiliating. It was not worth it no matter how you looked at it. The disciples scattered and went back to their own business. However, their gazes toward Ji Taichung remained unfriendly and lacked any goodwill. Ji Taichung had not yet been formally appointed by the sect, so it was not appropriate for him to directly collect the discarded pills. Therefore, he casually strolled around the pill hall as if nothing had happened. Half an hour later. Yang Yao rushed back, her jet black hair fluttering in the wind, her pure and pretty face slightly flushed from running, adding to her allure. As she ran, her heavy bosom swayed, making one worry that her skirt might burst open under the weight. Ji Taichung wanted to reach out and help her, to ease her burden. Nail it. This is your new identity token. From now on, you will be a steward of my pill hall. Yang Yao shoved a token engraved with Ji Taichung's name and the sex emblem into his hand, while simultaneously giving the Dan Hall members a show of force. Ugh. Why does this guy deserve Elder Yang's attention and care? Why can't it be me? Damn it, I'll definitely take back this butler position. The disciples looked unfriendly, their eyes filled with resentment and malice. They glared at Ji Taichung fiercely, inwardly cursing him. Thank you, Auntie. Ji Taichung was also delighted and bowed to Yang Yao. I'm not that much older than you. From now on, you can call me Sister Yang Yao. Yang Yao suddenly pursed her lips, reached out and smoothed her hair behind her ear, glancing left and right. Although she pretended to be nonchalant, her heart was actually beating very fast. She had developed feelings for Ji Taichung, which made her subconsciously resist the title of Shirgu, a term of respect for a female disciple. As if possessed, she wanted Ji Taichung to use a more intimate title for her. Chapter 8: Strict Self-Discipline. Okay, Sister Yang Yao. Ji Taichung nodded and gave Yang Yao a gentle smile. His handsome face made Yang Yao's heart beat faster. Ding! Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 3 points. Yang Yao's favorability, 38. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. The system notification sounded, startling Ji Taichang. He never expected that changing how he addressed her would actually increase Yang Yao's favorability. By the way, Sister Yang Yao, I just beat up Zhang Shan and an unknown disciple. Ji Taichang spoke again, explaining the ins and outs of what had just happened. Upon learning that Ji Taichang had actually defeated Zhang Shan, who had broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage 2.5 years prior, demonstrating his formidable strength, Yang Yao was overjoyed. Since she started it, and so many people saw it, what are we afraid of when we're in the right? Don't worry, Xiao Chang. You saved my life, so I'll protect you from now on. I'll take care of things with the Deputy Hall Master for you. I absolutely won't let that old geezer cause you any trouble. Yang Yao patted her chest, her voice trembling, and said with unwavering conviction. Thank you so much, Sister Yang Yao. Hey, why are you being so polite between us? In the time that follows, Yang Yao personally led Ji Taichang to inspect the alchemist's furnaces, teaching him how to identify waste pills and the processing procedures. The day was very fulfilling, and the relationship between the two became much closer. It wasn't until nightfall that Ji Taichang bid farewell to Yang Yao and returned to his residence. Let's go. Yang Yao's figure appeared behind him like a ghost, his voice hoarse and deep. Yes. Ji Taichang's eyes flickered slightly, but he still nodded obediently. Although Yang Yao was nominally his master, he never taught Ji Taichang anything. For 6 years after entering the sect, he was ignored and neglected. In fact, many people in the Qingyun sect did not even know that he was Yang Yao's disciple. Of course, many disciples were unaware of Ji Taichang's existence. He was practically invisible. Ji Taichang followed Yang Yao to his courtyard. A lamp was lit in the boudoir, through which a graceful and alluring figure could be vaguely seen. Ji Taichang took a deep breath, put on a wicked smile, and gently knocked on the door. Master's wife, I'm coming in. That's all. Before Lin Shueyue could speak, Ji Taichang pushed open the door and went inside, locking it behind him. Today, Lin Shueyue was wearing a light purple nightgown, revealing large expanses of her snow-white skin. Her jet-black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her full breasts pushed open the neckline, revealing an alluring curve of snow-white skin along her side. Her beautiful face was extremely aloof and expressionless, a true ice queen. Although it wasn't the first time we'd met. But Ji Taichang's eyes still flashed with amazement, his heart beat faster, and his mouth went dry. Master's wife is truly exceptionally alluring tonight. Ji Taichang let out a strange laugh, took off his clothes and threw them on the ground, then pounced on him. Lin Shueyue's plump and juicy body trembled, and her lips were also sealed. A murderous glint flashed in her eyes, and her hand subconsciously went to Ji Taichang's back, where a powerful spiritual force was faintly visible. Master's wife, calm down. Acting. Ji Taichang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly whispered in Lin Shueyue's ear. Same as always, you can't go in, or I'll fight you to the death. Lin Shueyue snorted coldly, took a deep breath, and forced herself to close her eyes, resigned to her fate, suppressing the trembling of her body and her shame. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ji Taichang licked his lips and buried his head in her warm embrace. The bed frame creaked rhythmically. Through the blurry window paper, one could vaguely see two figures merging into one and beginning their confrontation. In the courtyard, Yang Yao glanced up and then looked away, sitting cross-legged and practicing his internal energy. A strange and terrifying black aura flickered in his eyes. About 15 minutes later, accompanied by a panting sound, the two blurry figures separated. Master's wife, you're going a bit too far. Ji Taichang rubbed the bright red teeth marks on his shoulder, wincing in pain. Lin Shueyue's clothes were disheveled, and her mature and beautiful face was incredibly rosy, making her extremely alluring. She gave a soft hum and continued to straighten her clothes. Ji Taichang had no choice but to put on his clothes and leave the room. Well done, keep it up. Yang Yao didn't even glance at Ji Taichang, casually tossed him a bottle of qi condensation pills, then stepped on his sword energy and turned to leave. He is truly strict with himself. Ji Taichang chuckled and casually stuffed the condensing essence pill into his pocket. Good morning, Sister Yang Yao. This is Zuixianglu's signature breakfast. Do you like it? Dan Hall. The next morning, Ji Taichang, dressed in a dark blue robe, with a handsome face and tall, upright figure, handed a delicate lunchbox to Yang Yao with a slight smile on his lips. His handsome appearance and concerned gaze made Yang Yao's heart beat faster for no reason. She retorted, "I've already stopped fasting, why are you buying me breakfast?" Inside the pill hall, many disciples and stewards were already busy. At this moment, many people's eyes were on this side, and this feeling of being watched made Yang Yao feel a little shy and embarrassed. Some of the male disciples, in particular, were practically spitting fire in their eyes, making no attempt to hide their hatred for Ji Taichang and their affection for Yang Yao. In addition, two murderous auras were faintly visible. It turned out to be Zhang Shan, who had been brutally beaten by Ji Taichang yesterday, and an unknown male disciple. Ji Taichang ignored everyone's gazes, a gentle smile on his face as he looked tenderly at Yang Yao. While fasting is one thing, it's okay to occasionally enjoy earthly delicacies. Besides, Sister Yang Yao has arranged such a wonderful job for me, I have no way to repay her. Okay, I'll take it, but you're not allowed to buy it again. Ji Taichang's affectionate gaze made Yang Yao's heart race. She couldn't take it anymore. She quickly took the lunchbox, rolled her eyes slightly at Ji Taichang, and exuded a charming aura that made Ji Taichang stare at her, somewhat mesmerized. So beautiful. Although Yang Yao was much older than him, cultivators have long lifespans, and Yang Yao looked to be only in her early 20s. She had both a pure and pretty appearance and a mature charm, making her exceptionally alluring. Ding! Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 2 points. The host can obtain 10% of her deceased husband's cultivation ability. Please make your choice. Yang Yao's favorability, 40. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. A system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ji Taichang's smile deepened. Chapter 9: Zhang Shan's Conspiracy. Yang Yao noticed that Ji Taichang's gaze was somewhat intense. Her pretty face flushed slightly. Trying to remain calm, she took the lunchbox and left the main hall of the pill refining hall. She went to her own alchemy room, quickly closed the door, and cupped her slightly hot face in her hands. Ah! Xiao Chang brought me breakfast and looked at me like that. Does he have feelings for me? But I'm his martial arts sister. And I'm a widow, there's no way we can be together. He's just a child, experiencing his first love. It's normal for him to have these thoughts. Yang Yao, you must control yourself and not make a big mistake. Otherwise, how will people view us in the future? How will Xiao Chang live his life after this? Yang Yao muttered to herself, and couldn't help but rub her face vigorously. A moment later. She took a deep breath, a determined look in her eyes. Although Ji Taichang risked his life to save her last night, which stirred certain feelings in her heart, given their relationship, she couldn't escape the judgment of the world and do something outrageous. This breakfast box, oh well, I'm already here. Yang Yao looked at the exquisite lunchbox in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and then opened it. An enticing aroma wafted out. She stretched out her delicate white hand, picked up a piece of pastry, took a bite, and licked her rosy lips. It's actually quite delicious. The main hall of the Dan Palace. There were array patterns flashing on the ground, and the earth vein fire was divided into hundreds of outlets, setting up alchemy furnaces. The disciples were all busy, some studying pharmacology, some processing medicinal herbs, and some learning alchemy. It was quite a lively scene. A disciple in blue carefully lifted the lid of the alchemy furnace, and a scorching wave of heat shot up, revealing more than a dozen yellowish-white pigeon eggs. Finally, it's successfully refined. Despite its poor appearance, the disciple in blue robes still showed joy and excitement. Useless pills. But at that moment, accompanied by a detached voice, Ji Taichang's figure appeared like a ghost. With a grab of his large hand, he used his powerful spiritual energy to gather the dozen or so pills and put them into his robes. Give it to me. Then he took out a small notebook and wrote down the words waste pill after the name of the disciple in green. You've gone too far. Although these pills are not of good quality, they are not useless pills, but good pills. The disciple in blue was so angry that his face turned red, and he glared fiercely at Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang said calmly, a true condensing yuan pill is perfectly round and white, and may even have a pill pattern. What you've refined looks like a lump of coal. The color, smell, and appearance are all wrong. What else can it be but a waste pill? But it has medicinal effects. It's not useless. Whether it's useless or not isn't up to you, it's up to me. Ji Taichang turned and left, not bothering to say a word to him. Just now, Ji Taichang clearly sensed that this kid was showing him killing intent, so Ji Taichang was not going to be polite. And this is precisely where the power and profits of the stewards who handle the waste pills lie. With his hands behind his back, Ji Taichang began to inspect each alchemy furnace, occasionally collecting some waste pills, looking quite relaxed and at ease. Not only can they make money off each other, but as stewards, they also receive a significant amount of spirit stones in their monthly stipend compared to ordinary inner disciples. Senior brother G, come here for a moment, I want to discuss something with you. A pretty and lovely female disciple suddenly winked at Ji Taichang, took his hand, and quietly went to a corner of the pill hall. What's up? Ji Taichang gently squeezed her soft, delicate little hand. Zhang Kaihua felt nauseous and got goosebumps. But she resisted the urge to pull her hand away, and with a charming smile on her face, she winked at Ji Taichang without withdrawing her hand. She looked around, lowered her voice, and said to Ji Taichang, Senior brother Ji, I am an alchemist. Let's work together. I can refine some good pills into something ugly, but the efficacy will be perfect. You can then label the pills as useless. How about we sell the pills together and split the profits 50-50? This is just a small token of my appreciation. Zhang Kaihua took out a bottle of pills and stuffed it into Ji Taichang's hand. Just as they were talking, Zhang Shan, who was in the main hall of the pill palace, suddenly turned her head to look in this direction, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Right where Ji Taichang and Zhang Kaihua were, there was a jade stone on the wall that looked like an ornament, shimmering with a faint, almost imperceptible light. This is a photo-taking stone. Ji Taichang's appearance and the content of his conversation with Zhang Kaihua were recorded. As long as Ji Taichang agrees, Zhang Shan can take the recording stone to the enforcement hall and not only remove Ji Taichang from his position as deacon, but also send him to jail to eat a big bowl of prison food. Smack! Just as Zhang Shan was feeling smug, Ji Taichang suddenly slapped her across the face. Caught off guard, Zhang Kaihua was slapped by Ji Taichang, which sent her spinning 3 times before she fell to the ground. Her once round and cute face instantly swelled up into half a pig's head. The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the main hall, silencing everyone for a moment, and all eyes turned to it. You deliberately refine good pills into ugly ones, then have me identify them as waste pills and sell them, with you and I splitting the profits? You're using this to test your cadres? Which cadre can't withstand such a test? Ji Taichang's face was full of righteousness and severity, as if his whole being was radiating the light of justice. He angrily rebuked, How dare you openly bribe the steward? How dare you? Where is morality? Where is the bottom line? Come on, behave yourself and come with me to the Hall of Enforcement. Ji Taichang grabbed Zhang Kaihua and was about to take her to the Hall of Law Enforcement. At that moment, Zhang Kaihua felt her head buzzing and she was completely stunned. Not only her, but Zhang Shan and the other disciples of the pill hall were also dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. It's common knowledge that alchemists and those in charge of disposing of defective pills secretly collude to deliberately make good pills look bad, then classify them as defective and sell them to split the profits. This is a well-known unspoken rule. Even if the deacon is unwilling, he will only refuse in secret. No one has ever publicly exposed this before, which is tantamount to cutting off their own source of income. Is this guy an idiot? As Zhang Kaihua was being dragged away by Ji Taichang, she finally came to her senses and panicked, Senior brother Ji, spare me. Please don't go to the Hall of Enforcement, I know I was wrong. If this matter is reported to the enforcement hall, the consequences will be severe. She might even have her alchemist qualification revoked, cutting off her path to wealth for the rest of her life. What are you mumbling about? Go tell the people in the enforcement hall. Ji Taichang sneered, completely unmoved and showing no mercy whatsoever. Chapter 10 The Wisdom of Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang forcibly dragged Zhang Kaihua to the Hall of Law Enforcement. No. No. Please, spare me. Zhang Kaihua was terrified, tears welling up in her eyes, and she pleaded desperately. However, Ji Taichang was as hard-hearted as iron and completely ignored her. Left with no other choice, Zhang Kaihua looked at Zhang Shan with pleading eyes, Senior sister, save me. Zhang Shan took a deep breath, her face somewhat gloomy and unpleasant, but in the end she still gritted her teeth and stepped forward to block Ji Taichang's way. Junior brother Ji, wait a moment, this matter. Slow down what? Ji Taichang interrupted her directly, a cold smile playing on his lips. Zhang Kaihua publicly bribed the steward, and there are witnesses and physical evidence to prove it. You actually want to stop me? Could it be that she was instructed by you to bribe the steward? Zhang Shan's heart pounded, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure and said expressionlessly, Junior brother Ji, don't make false accusations. I just think that the two of you were whispering in the corner, who knows what you were saying. You call it a bribe, so it is? Junior sister Zhan was just being kind by giving you a bottle of pills. After Zhang Shan's reminder, Zhang Kaihua finally came to her senses, her face instantly lighting up with joy as she nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly it. I was just giving Senior Brother Ji a gift to express my feelings, not bribing him. Senior Brother Ji, you accuse me of bribery, where's the evidence? Just now, Zhang Kaihua was caught off guard and slapped by Ji Taichang, and then scolded in public. She was stunned and her head was buzzing. When she heard that Ji Taichang was going to take her to the Hall of Law Enforcement, she panicked completely and was at a loss for what to do. Now, after Zhang Shan's reminder, she finally came to her senses and instantly knew what to do. Anyway, only the two of them knew about the conversation just now. As long as she denies it, Ji Taichang has no evidence. Evidence? Ji Taichang suddenly raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile. He took off a jade pendant from his waist, which shimmered with tiny lights. It was clearly a photographic stone. What? Upon seeing this, Zhang Shan and Zhang Saihua's expressions changed drastically. They staggered back a step, their faces showing disbelief. Why would this guy carry a recording stone with him? Has the news leaked out and he found out about our plan in advance? But in reality, Ji Taichang had no idea that this was Zhang Shan's conspiracy. The reason he carries a recording stone with him is because he came from a world where false accusations are rampant, and he is naturally wary of such things, especially when he is alone with a strange woman. Therefore, Ji Taichang always carried several memory stones with him. When Zhang Kaihua led him to a corner alone, Ji Taichang felt a strong sense of unease and quietly activated the recording stone. Now what excuses do you have left to offer? You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say can be used as evidence. Ji Taichang shook the image recording stone in his hand, a playful sneer on his face. No. Zhang Saihua's face turned ashen. This has nothing to do with me. Zhang Shan's face was gloomy. She glared at Ji Taichang and spoke in a deep voice. She was reminding Zhang Kaihua to take the blame herself and not to expose her. In the end, Zhang Kaihua was ruthlessly taken to the Hall of Law Enforcement by Ji Taichang. Zhang Shan watched Ji Taichang's departing figure, her eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent. Ji Taichang, you forced me to do this. Zhang Shan took a deep breath, left the main hall of the pill hall through another door, and headed straight for the elder's residence. That woman was definitely up to no good. Luckily, I'm a cut above the rest. Ji Taichang clapped his hands, turned around, and left the Hall of Law Enforcement. When they reached a secluded spot, Ji Taichang licked his lips and silently said, "System, I want to claim my reward. Choose my cultivation level." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10% of the cultivation level of the Blazing Fire Sect Master. As the system notification tone faded, a surge of powerful spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere in Ji Taichang's dantian, like a torrent bursting forth, flowing into his meridians and acupoints, merging into every inch of his flesh and blood, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Ji Taichang's black hair danced wildly, his dark blue robe fluttered without wind, and he exuded a powerful and sharp aura. A glint of lightning seemed to flash in his eyes, giving people an invisible but terrifying sense of oppression. Ji Taichang carefully sensed the vast and boundless spiritual power within his body, and couldn't help but smirk, revealing a Dragon King-like smile. Foundation Establishment Stage. Peak of the 9th level. Even more than that. The powerful spiritual energy propelled Ji Taichang's cultivation to surge, attempting to break through to the Golden Core stage. Although he failed, Ji Taichang's cultivation was still significantly stronger than that of a typical Foundation Establishment Stage 9th level peak cultivator. He can barely be called a half-step Golden Core stage. His understanding and mastery of the blazing fire technique also improved accordingly. With only 40% of his cultivation, he's already close to the Golden Core stage. It seems the Blazing Fire Sect Master's cultivation level is around the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Yangwal is only at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. As long as I can obtain about 80% of the Blazing Fire Sect Master's cultivation, I should be able to kill Yangwal. Ji Taichang pondered for a moment, and the smile on his lips grew even wider. A moment later, Ji Taichang suppressed his joy, activated the turtle breathing technique, and suppressed his cultivation aura, only revealing himself to be at the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment stage. Just as he was humming a little tune, about to return to the Pill Palace, a young man dressed in black suddenly appeared and blocked his way. I am Li Tiao, a steward of the Hall of Merit. After discussion among the elders, I have a task to assign to you. Li Tiao tossed a mission document to Ji Taichang. The Hall of Merit is the department that manages and issues sect missions. From sect elders to menial disciples, everyone can go to the Hall of Merit to accept missions and earn merit points, which can then be exchanged for sect resources and cultivation techniques. Most tasks will be posted in the Hall of Merit, where sect disciples and elders can choose from them. However, some special tasks have special requirements, or the situation is urgent, and they will be assigned to certain disciples or elders to complete. I've only just established my foundation, and my strength is very weak. Why would I be assigned a task? Ji Taichang raised an eyebrow, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. Something's definitely not right, it's at least 90% off. Such assigned tasks are usually given to powerful disciples or elders, so why would they choose him, a nobody in the inner sect? Every foundation establishment disciple is an elite of the sect, so don't underestimate yourself. Keep up the good work. Li Tiao patted Ji Taichang on the shoulder, his expression unchanged, revealing no emotion. The moment he turned to leave, a meaningful, cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 11, The Intelligence is Fake? Ji Taichang opened the mission document. The mission is simple. Nyolan village, 100 miles away from Qingyun sect, has recently been harassed by wild demons. The demon's cultivation level is at the 9th level of qi refining. Ji Taichang is ordered to slay the demons and eliminate them. The reward is 250 merit points. If the mission fails, 500 merit points will be deducted. As a prominent righteous sect in this area, it's perfectly normal for the Qingyun sect to issue missions to slay demons and eliminate evil. Ji Taichang couldn't see anything wrong with it and casually put the mission document into his pocket. 100 li may seem far, but it's actually not close at all. Only those in the golden core stage can fly for extended periods, while those in the foundation establishment stage can only fly short distances using external objects such as flying swords or flying boats, and this requires a great deal of spiritual energy. After leaving the Qingyun sect's territory, Ji Taichang did not use his full strength, but instead used the speed of a first-level foundation establishment cultivator to leisurely head towards Nyolan village. More than an hour later, a small mountain village nestled among towering mountains appeared before him. The village was unusually quiet, without a single sound, not even the crowing of chickens or the chirping of insects. The silence was somewhat eerie. Ji Taichang sniffed the air, and his brows suddenly furrowed. A faint smell of blood filled the air. Ji Taichang turned and left. This place is clearly problematic. As for the penalty for failing the mission, it was only a mere 500 merit points, which Ji Taichang was too lazy to risk. He. You're quite cautious, kid. Just then, a cold, sinister laugh suddenly echoed from the forest ahead, lingering and reverberating in all directions. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding vegetation swayed, and rustling sounds arose. A dozen wolf demons rushed out and surrounded Ji Taichang. Each of these wolf demons was 5 or 6 feet tall, as strong as an ox, with scarlet eyes and exuding a ferocious aura that sent chills down one's spine. At the very front stood a wolf demon, its body and limbs resembling a human's, yet it possessed a wolf's head and tail, covered in black fur, and wielding an axe, radiating a powerful aura of a foundation establishment stage 3 cultivator. Ji Taichang's face suddenly darkened. The mission document says that the highest cultivation level of demons is the 9th level of qi refining. Damn, we've been set up. Damn it, who's trying to frame me? The image of Li Tiao flashed through Ji Taichang's mind instantly, followed by Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan's father, Zhang San, is the deputy hallmaster of the Pill Hall and a golden core stage sect elder. His alchemy skills are superb, and even sect elders and powerful figures have to ask him for help in alchemy. He has a wide network of connections. If Zhang San were to step in, it would be perfectly reasonable for him to ask the elders of the Hall of Merit to assign him this task, while conveniently concealing the true difficulty of the task. In this way, Ji Taichang could be sacrificed to the demons in a logical and undetectable way. In the blink of an eye, Ji Taichang had already guessed the general outline of the matter, and his face grew increasingly gloomy. For a position as a steward who handles discarded pills, this father and daughter actually want to kill him? How utterly vicious. What, are you scared out of your wits? The wolf demon leader licked his lips, his greedy eyes scanning Ji Taichang up and down. You look so delicate and tender, it would be a waste to kill you directly. How about you sleep with me for a few days, please me, and maybe I'll spare your life, he. Looking at the wolf demon leader's black fur and muscular build, Ji Taichang felt a chill run down his spine. I'll serve you. Die. Ji Taichang drew his long sword from his waist and slashed fiercely at the wolf demon leader. Oh. Instead of running away, they're attacking me on their own initiative? The wolf demon leader grinned, his eyes filled with disdain. A mere foundation establishment stage 1? I really don't know who gave you the courage to talk back to me. The wolf demon leader casually raised his battle axe, but before he could finish speaking, his tall and burly body was instantly cleaved away by Ji Taichung's sword. 2 thumps. When the wolf demon leader's body hit the ground, it had already been split vertically in 2. It fell asleep immediately and refused to wake up. Awah! Awah! This sudden scene terrified the dozen or so wolf demons around them. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their heads were buzzing, and they could hardly believe their eyes. Isn't this human in front of me only at the first level of the Foundation establishment stage? How could he possibly kill the wolf demon leader with a single sword strike? Damn it! The intelligence was fake? A single thought surfaced in the minds of the wolf demons, and it was also their last thought. Suddenly, the long sword in Ji Taichung's hand ignited with wisps of fire, bursting forth with a 10-zhang long beam of fiery sword energy that swept outwards in all directions from his center. Boom! In an instant, the bodies of these dozen or so wolf demons exploded, turning into fireworks that littered the sky and scattered everywhere. Is this the strength of a half-step golden core stage cultivator? That's really powerful. Ji Taichung licked his lips, feeling the surging power within his body, and suddenly became excited. Snap! Ji Taichung snapped his fingers, and the blazing fire technique was activated. Strands of fire burst forth, landing on the fragments of the wolf demon corpses, burning them completely to ashes and destroying all traces. Ji Taichung thought for a moment before striding into the village. The vast mountain village fell into a deathly silence. Not only were there no people in sight, but even the chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep had vanished, as if the village had evaporated into thin air and become a ghost village. Only at the very end of the village did a commotion begin. A dozen villagers were seen tied to an old locust tree, their mouths gagged with rags, only able to whimper helplessly and fearfully. There were 6 wolf demons surrounding this place, guarding the villagers. Upon seeing this scene, Ji Taichung's eyes instantly turned cold. He didn't consider himself a good person, but seeing his innocent fellow humans being harmed by demons still filled him with uncontrollable rage. How did this human get here? Weren't the king and the others supposed to ambush them? The 6 wolf demons were all taken aback when they saw Ji Taichung appear. The villagers, who were already filled with despair and fear, suddenly trembled and became agitated, struggling incessantly and letting out a series of sobs. Put down your weapons and put your hands up. We have hostages. The wolf demons reacted quickly, immediately raising their sharp claws and pressing them against the villagers' heads to threaten Ji Taichung. Hostage? Ji Taichung grinned. If I kill the hostages along with the hostages, then there won't be any hostages left, right? Wolf demon? Before they could figure out the meaning of those words, Ji Taichung suddenly made his move. With a whoosh, a burst of fiery sword energy suddenly appeared before the wolf demon. This sword strike was incredibly fast. Chapter 12 is being targeted again. Before the 6 wolf demons could react, their heads rolled to the ground, their eyes wide open, and they died without ever realizing what had happened. Their cultivation level was only at the chi refining stage, which was too weak for Ji Taichung. Ji Taichung casually swung his long sword, severing the ropes binding the dozen or so villagers. Thank you so much for saving me, Immortal Master. Thank you very much, Immortal Master. Wa'ada. Father. Mother. These damned demons. I give me back my grandfather. The dozen or so villagers were emotional, some kneeling and kowtowing to Ji Taichung in gratitude, some holding the corpses of their relatives and wailing, and some punching and kicking the wolf demon's corpse while cursing and crying. Ji Taichung remained expressionless, only letting out a slight sigh. He picked up the rope from the ground, strung the heads of the 6 wolf demons together, dragged them along the ground, and took them back to report. More than an hour later. Qingyun Sect, Hall of Merit. When Li Tiao saw Ji Taichung return safely, carrying the heads of 6 wolf demons in his hands, his expression changed slightly, showing a hint of surprise and uncertainty. My mission is complete. Ji Taichung threw the mission document and the wolf demon's head together to Li Tiao. Junior brother Ji, wait a minute. Li Tiao quickly stopped Ji Taichung. Are there only 6 wolf demons in Yolan village? Yes. Ji Taichung nodded. I only encountered these 6 wolf demons in Yolan Mountain, which is similar to what was recorded in the mission document. Does senior brother Li mean that there are other demons in Yolan Mountain? No. Li Tiao chuckled dryly, quickly shook his head, and dismissed Ji Taichung. As soon as Ji Taichung walked out of the Hall of Merit, Li Tiao's face instantly darkened. How could this idiot be so lucky? He didn't run into that Foundation Establishment Stage 3 wolf demon leader? Did those wolf demons go to find food elsewhere? Damn it! These local demons are so rude. We were supposed to ambush Ji Taichang in the village. No, we have to report this to Master. Ji Taichang returned to the main hall of the Dan Palace. When Zhang Shan saw Ji Taichang appear, her expression changed immediately, filled with shock and disbelief. Senior Sister Zhang, you seem surprised to see me back? Ji Taichang raised an eyebrow and grinned at her. Nothing. Zhang Shan forced a smile, revealing an awkward one, and lowered her head somewhat guiltily. Ji Taichang snorted coldly in his heart, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since this father and daughter dared to plot against me, they are already courting death. We need to find a way to make their whole family rich and powerful. Useless pills. As Ji Taichang pondered, he automatically picked up the freshly cooked pills from the alchemy furnace in front of Zhang Shan. This is a fine pill. Where is it flawed? Zhang Shan suddenly raised her head and glared at him angrily. If I say a pill is worthless, then it is worthless. Ji Taichang sneered, showing no politeness whatsoever, and picked up the pills to leave. This is favoritism and abuse of power. I will report this matter to the enforcement hall. Zhang Shan was so angry that her face turned green. Whatever. Ji Taichang shrugged, too lazy to pay her any attention. Anyway, he didn't plan to stay in this position of steward forever. His priority was to win over Yang Yao and increase her favorability. He leisurely inspected the main hall of the Dan Palace. If I encounter any pills of poor quality, I immediately identify them as worthless pills and pocket them without hesitation. Although he doesn't need resources to improve his cultivation, he still needs spirit stones to buy equipment. He still wants to make some profit. A moment later, Li Tiao, dressed in all black, reappeared and said with a smile to Ji Taichang, Junior Brother Ji, after discussion among the elders, we have another task for you. I won't answer. Before Li Tiao could finish speaking, Ji Taichang refused without even thinking. The smile on Li Tiao's face vanished, and he said in a deep voice, this is a task assigned by the elders. As an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect, you should contribute to the sect. You have no choice but to accept it. Li Tiao shoved the mission document into Ji Taichang's hand and turned to leave. Ji Taichang narrowed his eyes slightly. I definitely can't go on this mission. Who knows what might be waiting for me? Although he had a half-step golden core stage cultivation, he was not foolish enough to fall for the enemy's trap. Ji Taichang turned around and saw that Zhang Shan had a cold smile on her lips. We need to find a way to decline the mission from the Hall of Merit. Find Yang Weil? No way. That guy is just a master in name only. He's ignored me for 6 years since I started his studies. He's not going to stand up for me. Master's wife, that woman's favorability towards me is still negative. It would be a miracle if she could help me. Ji Taichang's mind raced with ideas, and he quickly came up with one. He went straight to Yang Yao's alchemy room and knocked on the door. With a creak, the heavy stone door opened, and before anyone even arrived, a towering mountain appeared before Ji Taichang, swaying slightly and drawing everyone's attention. Xiao Chang. Yang Yao ran her slender white fingers through her hair, her appearance both pure and beautiful. Although she was determined to maintain a normal relationship with Ji Taichang, her heart still beat a little faster when she saw him again, and her mind uncontrollably recalled the time when the two of them had been intimate. Sister Yang Yao, today the elders of the Hall of Merit twice forcibly assigned me tasks, not letting me refuse. I suspect I'm being targeted. Ji Taichang waved the mission document in his hand. An elder assigned a task? Yang Yao's beautiful eyebrows immediately furrowed. Tasks that require personal assignment from elders are usually special or urgent, and elite experts from within the sect will be selected to participate. Could Ji Taichang had only just established his foundation yesterday. He was unremarkable and had always been a nobody in the inner sect. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been his turn. And twice. You're being targeted. Yang Yao was quick-witted and immediately guessed the truth. You hid Zhang Shan yesterday. Although she was in the wrong, Zhang San didn't tee openly cause you any trouble. But both father and daughter are petty and vindictive. It must be Zhang San using his connections to deliberately mess with you. I see, Sister Yang Yao, you're so smart. Ji Taichang feigned sudden realization, then grabbed Yang Yao's soft, delicate hand, his eyes filled with hope and pleading. Please, Sister Yang Yao, help me refuse the mission. My master has never cared for me. I'm an orphan, with no relatives or friends. The only person I can rely on in this world is you, Sister Yang Yao. Ji Taichung's warm and strong hand held hers, making Yang Yao's heart beat faster. His words sent a shiver down Yang Yao's spine. Am I actually his only support in this world? What an upright and kind child. Yet he is an orphan, without any relatives or friends, and no one can help him. How unfair and pitiful. Yang Yao's maternal instincts were awakened, and she looked at Ji Taichung with tenderness, saying softly, "Don't worry, Xiao Chang, I said I would protect you, and I will never break my promise." Ding! Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 2 points. Yang Yao's favorability, 42. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. Chapter 13. Zhang San stirs up the fire. Hall of Merit, Cabinet. A middle-aged man dressed in white was leisurely drinking tea when he suddenly saw a tall and voluptuous figure walking quickly towards him, and his eyes lit up immediately. "Junior Sister Yang, it's rare for you to come all this way. Please, have a seat." "No need." Yang Yao interrupted him, staring at him expressionlessly. "I came to see you today about Ji Taichung. He is currently working in my pill hall and needs to handle the affairs of the pill hall on a daily basis, so he doesn't have time to take on the tasks of the Hall of Merit. Furthermore, if the Hall of Merit assigns him any tasks in the future, he will need my approval. Otherwise, even if you forcibly issue the order, I will request a review and reconsideration from the Elders' Council." Yang Yao threw the mission document on the table, didn't say a word, and turned to leave. The smile on Li Si's face gradually disappeared, turning ashen and gloomy. "Hee, Junior Brotherly, am I right?" Just then, a sinister voice rang out. A middle-aged man with a goatee walked out of the back door with a playful smile on his face. "That Ji Taichung is just an ordinary inner disciple, yet Yang Yao protects him in every way. In my opinion, it must be that the old woman couldn't stand being alone and took advantage of the young girl. There's definitely something going on between them. I asked you to get rid of him, not just for my daughter." "Zhang San, shut up." Li Si's face twisted as he growled, "Junior Sister Yang Yao is pure and innocent, and has never had any intimate contact with any man. She is conservative and would never seduce a junior disciple. You can know a person's face but not their heart." Zhang San sneered. Yang Yao is widowed and alone in her boudoir, which is the happiest time for her. Although Ji Taichung is of average talent, he has a handsome face, and they are like dry wood meeting a raging fire. "No. This is impossible. I won't allow you to slander her like this." Li Si roared, interrupting Zhang San's words. Zhang San continued to sneer. "Whether it's true or not, you've been pursuing Yang Yao relentlessly all these years, showing her all sorts of kindness, but she's always ignored you. Now she's flirting with a junior. Can you tolerate that? So many people saw it yesterday in the main hall of the Pill Palace. Yang Yao was holding Ji Taichung's hand so enthusiastically. They're so intimate in public. I wonder how promiscuous they are in private. Ji Taichung has mediocre talent and has shown no strengths over the years, yet he suddenly reached the foundation establishment stage. This must be because Yang Yao spared no expense and secretly provided him with a large amount of medicinal resources, forcibly pushing him to the foundation establishment stage. This shows how much she dotes on Ji Taichung. If you don't get rid of Ji Taichung, you'll never be able to win Yang Yao's heart. You'll only be able to watch her pleasing another man." Zhang San's words were like a sharp knife, piercing Li Si's heart. His face was contorted with intense jealousy and anger. "Ji Taichung, I want you dead." Achoo! In the main hall of the Dan Palace, Ji Taichung suddenly sneezed. "That's strange. This place is full of alchemy furnaces, it's so hot it's steaming, so why am I sneezing? Who's cursing me, my ruined core?" Ji Taichung shook his head and casually picked up a few pills of slightly inferior quality. The day passed quickly. As the sun set, Ji Taichung, carrying a bag full of useless pills, greeted Yang Yao and left the pill hall contentedly. "I need to find some time to sell these pills, buy a storage ring, and a few handy weapons." Ji Taichung returned to his residence while pondering. After he put the pills away, a tall and imposing figure appeared behind him like a ghost. "Master." Ji Taichung turned around and almost bumped into Yang Wile, his heart pounding wildly. "Come with me." Yang Wile's voice was somewhat hoarse and deep, with dark energy flickering deep in his eyes, and occasionally a flash of scarlet light would disappear. Even. A greedy glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Ji Taichung, as if he wanted to devour him alive. That cold and terrifying gaze made Ji Taichung's hair stand on end, and he couldn't help but feel fear, as if he were facing a monstrous creature. He could indeed sense a hint of killing intent emanating from Yang Wile. Fortunately, that murderous intent was fleeting, and Yang Wal did not make a move. Yes, master. Ji Taichang nodded and followed Yang Wal respectfully, though his mood was actually quite heavy. It seems that Yang Wal's demonic powers have increased significantly. If this continues, one day his sanity will be completely eroded, and he will descend into madness. If he becomes the sect leader and takes control of all the sect's resources, the Qingyun sect will be finished. Unfortunately, I cannot reveal this matter, otherwise the old sect master will surely kill me. That old man only has one son, whom he dotes on, and he is nearing the end of his life. He will absolutely not allow anyone to harm Yang Wal. No, I need to step up my efforts to win over Sister Yang Yao. While he was thinking, he came to the small courtyard that belonged to Yang Wal. Yang Wal remained seated cross-legged under the big tree, meditating quietly, showing no interest in matters of men and women. Ji Tai often entered her boudoir. Lin Shuiyue's outfit today was very alluring. She seemed to have just washed up, with her jet-black hair still damp and fragrant, casually draped over her shoulders. She wore a light purple short skirt, and her snow-white skin was as delicate as mutton fat jade. Her curvaceous figure, partially obscured, was enough to make one's blood boil. She was very beautiful, looking no more than 27 or 28 years old, and possessed a mature charm. When Lin Shuiyue saw Ji Taichang appear, she bit her lips lightly, her expression somewhat resentful, which only added to her charm. But Ji Taichang was no longer in the mood to appreciate it. After unbuttoning his clothes, he pounced on her. "You rascal!" Lin Shuiyue grunted, and seeing Ji Taichang's impatient look, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, her body trembling slightly. But the thought of Yang while still waiting outside made her suppress her shame and close her eyes. About 15 minutes later, Ji Taichang, drenched in sweat, opened the door. Yang Wal didn't say a word, but casually tossed him a bottle of qi condensation pills, and then flew away on his sword. The first-grade qi condensation pill was no longer of any use to Ji Taichang. He casually stuffed it into his pocket, quickly returned to his residence, packed up all the pills, and left the Qingyun sect. He planned to go to Black Wind City, the city closest to the Qingyun sect. There's a black market there where you can sell discarded pills and also find weapons and magical artifacts at low prices. No sooner had Ji Taichang left the Qingyun sect's mountain gate than he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, his powerful senses keenly detecting the anomaly. But he remained calm and continued forward as if nothing had happened. Half an hour later, Ji Taichang entered a continuous mountain forest, where there was no human habitation for dozens of miles around. The night was dark and desolate, with only a few stars in the sky. Sudden, a dark shadow appeared in front of him like a ghost, blocking his way. The other party was dressed in black, holding a long sword, and his killing intent was undisguised as he walked step by step toward Ji Taichang. Chapter 14 I Never Lie. Senior brother Li Tiao? What a coincidence, what are you doing here? Ji Taichang's eyes lit up, his expression a mixture of surprise and delight. He seemed unaware of the sword in Li Tiao's hand and greeted the other party. Why am I here? Li Tiao revealed a strange and sinister smile. Of course I've come to kill you, my good junior brother. As his voice fell, the powerful aura of a fourth-level Foundation establishment cultivator swept towards Ji Taichang, accompanied by a burst of chilling sword energy. Senior brother Li, what do you mean by this? Ji Taichang's face stiffened, revealing a look of surprise, uncertainty, and anger. Qingyun sect does not allow fellow disciples to kill each other. If you dare to kill me, according to the sect rules, you will also die. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Li Tiao sneered, heh, this place is deserted for miles around, and I have an alibi with the sect, so no one knows I'm here. Upon hearing this, Ji Taichang's expression of shock and anger vanished instantly, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Really? Then I'm relieved. Question mark. Li Tiao paused for a moment, but then resumed his sinister grin. Without thinking much, he raised his hand and slashed down at Ji Taichang with his sword. With his powerful cultivation at the fourth level of Foundation establishment, killing Ji Taichang, who had only been at Foundation establishment for 2.5 days, was no different from stepping on an ant. Snap. The next moment, the sinister smile on Li Tiao's face froze and gradually disappeared. He unleashed a powerful sword strike, only to see Ji Taichang slap his palms together, trapping his sword with his bare hands, a perfect example of catching a blade with bare hands. Die. Li Tiao let out a low roar, unleashing his full spiritual power without reservation. His arm muscles bulged as he forcefully stabbed the sword in his hand at Ji Taichang. But Ji Taichang's palms were as if they were forged from refined iron, so hard that they were outrageously hard, and his strength was immense. No matter how hard Li Tiao tried, the sword in his hand remained motionless, as if it had been welded shut. Before Li Tiao could figure out what was going on, Ji Taichang suddenly pulled, and a violent force struck, causing Li Tiao to stagger and fly uncontrollably toward Ji Taichang. Bang! Ji Taichang raised his foot and delivered a flying kick, slamming it hard into Li Tiao's chest with a dull thud. Li Tiao was sent flying over 100 feet away, his chest caved in, and countless ribs were broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Tiao's body smashed through several trees as thick as water buckets, and he fell into a pool of blood, barely alive, severely injured. How can you be so strong? Didn't you just establish your foundation 2.5 days ago? Li Tiao's voice trembled, his eyes filled with shock and fear as he stared intently at Ji Taichang, as if he were seeing a ghost. Ji Taichang did not answer his question, but grinned and looked down at him condescendingly. Good senior brother, tell me who sent you to kill me, and I may spare your life. Is this really true? Li Tiao's previously despairing mood instantly turned to excitement, as if a drowning person had grasped a lifeline. I never lie. Ji Taichang nodded. Fine, I'll tell you everything. It was my master, Li Si, who sent me to kill you. He forced me to do it, it was all his doing. I was forced into it. As Li Tiao spoke, she wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes, revealing an expression of grievance and fear. Ji Taichang frowned. Elder Li Si? I have no grudge against him, and I've never even met him once. Why would he want to kill me? Could it be that he was instructed by Zhang Shan and Zhang San? I don't know. My master only ordered me to keep an eye on you and find an opportunity to get rid of you. Under the threat of death. Li Tiao dared not hide anything and told him everything he knew. After he finished speaking, he looked cautiously at Ji Taichang. Junior brother Ji, I have told you everything I know. You said you would spare my life. Don't worry, I keep my word. Now get lost. Ji Taichang sneered. Next time we meet, I will kill you. Speak, Ji Taichang said, turning to leave. Li Tiao was overjoyed and tried to get up, her body trembling. But then Ji Taichang suddenly stopped, turned around and grinned at him. Oh, my good senior brother, we meet again. Li Tiao's body stiffened, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Ji Taichang. You can't do this. You have no martial ethics. You can't go back on your word. You said you'd spare my life, you. Splat. Before Li Tiao could finish speaking, his head flew off, tumbling to the ground and spinning, his eyes still filled with terror and regret. Snap. After Ji Taichang put away Li Tiao's storage ring and sword, he snapped his fingers, activating the fiery blaze technique. A wisp of flame fell, completely incinerating Li Tiao's corpse, leaving not even ashes. Ji Taichang carefully cleaned up the scene again, completely erasing all traces. Li Si, it seems Zhang San was behind this. He's got a way to die. We need to find a way to send him down to reunite with his apprentice. A murderous glint flashed in Ji Taichang's eyes. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but since someone wanted to kill him, he wouldn't hesitate to fight back. A deacon of the Hall of Merit, how can he be so poor? Ji Taichang opened Li Tiao's storage ring, glanced at it, and immediately showed a look of disgust. Inside were only a little over 1,000 spirit stones, along with a few scattered bottles of pills, cultivation techniques, and other items, which weren't particularly valuable. Li Tiao's weapon, however, is quite good. It's a mid-grade magic weapon, and quite valuable. It seems Li Tiao used all his savings to buy this sword. In the cultivation world, weapons and treasures are divided into 4 grades, from lowest to highest: low-grade magic weapon, mid-grade magic weapon, high-grade magic weapon, and top-grade magic weapon. Above magical artifacts are magical treasures, but that's beyond Ji Taichang's reach. Ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivators can only afford low-grade magic artifacts, while only those with abundant wealth can afford mid-grade magic artifacts. Unfortunately, this is Li Tiao's weapon, and if Ji Taichang were to use it, it would be easy for him to be exposed. Ji Taichang changed into a black outfit, wore a bamboo hat, and covered his face with a veil, revealing only a pair of deep and calm eyes. He used the speed expected of a half-step golden core stage cultivator, flying almost close to the ground as he headed towards Black Wind City. Half an incense stick later, Ji Taichang slowed down, and a huge ancient city appeared in front of him. This ancient city is very prosperous and bustling, brightly lit, with people coming and going on the streets, and all kinds of shops are lining the streets. Ji Taichang navigated the bustling streets with practiced ease, arriving at a quiet and desolate old earthen house on the edge of the ancient city. Entrance fee, 20 spirit stones. Two men in black, exuding a cold and powerful aura, stood guard at the door, reaching out their hands towards Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang casually handed over 20 spirit stones. The man in black nodded in satisfaction. Go in, but don't cause trouble, or you'll face the consequences. Chapter 15. Fellow Taoist, do you want some spiritual medicine? This cluster of dilapidated mud houses looks unremarkable from the outside, but it is actually a hidden gem. The interior was brightly lit, with many cultivators coming and going. Many people spread out a tattered cloth to set up stalls by the roadside, and some old shops were also open. Its liveliness and prosperity were no less than that of the outside world. However, almost everyone who comes to the black market is dressed in black and wears a mask to cover their true face. This is also an unspoken rule. Ji Taichang walked toward a dilapidated old wooden house. A rusty iron plaque hung above the door, with the words "Black Shop" scrawled on it. Ji Taichang strode in, tossed a bundle onto the counter, and asked in a hoarse, low voice, "Do you buy pills?" The innkeeper was a shrewd-looking old man with a goatee. He opened the bundle and saw a pile of strangely shaped pills of various colors and smells. He raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but take another look at Ji Taichang. The innkeeper skillfully picked up each pill, examined them one by one, and roughly judged their potency. He hesitated for a moment. Most of these pills are of poor quality and have poor efficacy, and some even have significant toxic side effects. Normally, no one would buy them. How about this? Since you're already here, I'll give you the highest friendly price. These pills together are worth 1,000 spirit stones. How about that? Ji Taichang remained silent, simply rolled up his bundle, and turned to leave. Hey, look, he's in a hurry again. The innkeeper hurriedly grabbed Ji Taichang's sleeve. Fellow Taoist, please wait. The price is negotiable. Since you're not satisfied with the price, name your price. Ji Taichang pondered for a moment. He was also unfamiliar with the market price of discarded pills, and after a moment's thought, he said, 2,000 spirit stones. Make a deal. Without the slightest hesitation, the innkeeper agreed instantly and reached out to take the bundle of pills. Damn! The price is too low. Ji Taichang reacted instantly and tucked the bundle into his robes. Hey, fellow Taoist, what's going on here? The shopkeeper of the black market shop widened his eyes. I was just bargaining, I didn't say it was a deal. Ji Taichang said calmly, I want to sell it for 5,000 spirit stones. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. These pills are not worth the price at all. Before the innkeeper could finish speaking, Ji Taichang turned and left. This time he really left, and went to other shops and street stalls to ask about prices. After comparing and asking around, he finally sold the pills for 2,800 spirit stones. Then he did the same thing, selling off Li Tiao's storage ring and the pills, cultivation techniques, and other items inside, earning a total of over 1,300 spirit stones. As for the mid-grade magic weapon sword, Ji Taichang did not sell it directly. Instead, after going around in circles, he exchanged it for another mid-grade magic weapon sword at another black market. The sword had no markings and was of an ordinary design, so it did not attract any attention. Ji Taichang spent another 2,000 spirit stones to buy a storage ring with a larger capacity, and then casually strolled around the black market, selecting some items that interested him. Fellow Taoist, do you need any spiritual medicine? I have some news about a third-tier spiritual herb. It only costs 50 spirit stones, and I'm only telling you. As Ji Taichang was strolling around, someone suddenly grabbed his sleeve and whispered something. A third-tier spiritual herb? Ji Taichang's heart stirred. He had been secretly inquiring about Yang Yao's situation for the past few days in order to devise a strategy to improve his favorability towards her. As far as he knew, Yang Yao had been trying to develop a new third-tier pill recently, which required a lot of spiritual herbs. If he could find a third-tier spiritual herb to give to Yang Yao, it would definitely increase his favorability towards her. Tell me your story. If it's false, you'll bear the consequences. Ji Taichang's voice was hoarse and deep, carrying a murderous aura, as he took out 50 spirit stones and threw them to him. Fellow Taoist, rest assured, if I am lying, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. The man swore an oath, then whispered a location to Ji Taichang in the Blackwater Mountains, saying that he had personally witnessed the growth of third-tier spiritual herbs, but powerful demonic beasts lurked there, so he dared not approach. Ji Taichang seemed to be deep in thought before turning and leaving. The man happily put away the spirit stones. After Ji Taichang had gone far away, he immediately grabbed another cultivator and whispered, Fellow Taoist, I have some news about third-tier spirit herbs. Don't worry, I'll only tell you. Late at night. A slender crescent moon hangs high in the sky, and countless hazy starlight spills down, illuminating a continuous mountain range. Ji Taichang, dressed in black with wide sleeves fluttering in the wind, his tall and slender figure carrying a long sword, strode into the Blackwater Mountains. Based on the information he had received, he went deep into the Blackwater Mountains. As they approached their destination, Ji Taichang's face darkened. Because dozens of cultivators had gathered here, and even more cultivators were on their way from afar. Damn it! That guy clearly sold the information to countless people. He certainly had a good plan. This is a valley filled with miasma, and also a habitat for demonic beasts. More than 100 fire-maned wolves roared and fought against the cultivators who had invaded the area. The sounds of fighting and shouting were deafening and very lively. Ji Taichang's eyes flashed with a sharp, lightning-like light as he scanned the valley, but he couldn't find any trace of the third-tier spiritual herbs. Has someone already beaten us to it? Or is that bastard trying to lie to me? Ji Taichang's expression was somewhat unpleasant as he pondered whether he should return to the black market to settle accounts with that guy. Fellow Taoist, why don't you go and explore that cave? Just then, a sinister voice sounded behind him, accompanied by a murderous aura, and a black curved blade was pressed against his back. It was a short, wretched-looking old man who pointed to a cave in the valley from which black smoke was billowing out. He is, the Poison Hand Old Man. Hiss, this ruthless person has actually come too. This is troublesome. Some cultivators recognized the lewd old man's identity and immediately gasped, their faces showing fear. The Poison Hand Elder is one of the local bullies. He is highly skilled in the use of poison and his methods are bizarre and ruthless. It is said that he once poisoned a golden core stage expert, making him a notorious figure. Old dang, are you talking to me? Ji Taichang raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the Poison Hand Old Man. The old man with the poisonous hand was somewhat surprised and looked at Ji Taichang with great interest. Interesting. Knowing my name, you still dare to speak to me like this? Truly, a newborn calf is not afraid. You're pretending. Ji Taichang raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. The old man with the poisonous hand instinctively tried to raise his black scimitar to block, but Ji Taichang was too fast, and he couldn't stop him at all. There was a crisp snap sound. The old man with the poisonous hand was sent flying, spinning 3 times in mid-air before crashing to the ground. All his remaining teeth flew out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His old face was swollen and deformed. Chapter 16. I'll Make You Fly. In an instant, the entire valley fell silent. Hiss. Many cultivators turned to look at Ji Taichang and the Poison Hand Elder, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, and they gasped in shock. That's the infamous, ruthless old man. Countless Foundation establishment stage experts have died at his hands, and even Golden Core cultivators have been poisoned by him. His poison skills are unfathomable. But this ruthless man was actually slapped so hard in the buttocks that all his teeth were knocked out. How astonishing! Cough cough. You little bastard, you dare to slap this old man. The old man with the poisonous hand shakily got up, his face contorted and deformed, his aged eyes filled with rage and murderous intent as he stared intently at Ji Taichang. He, the dignified old man with the poisonous hand, was actually slapped in the buttocks by a junior. This is simply a reversal of the natural order. Old Biden, if you dare to utter another word, I'll make you fly. Ji Taichang showed him no respect and directly issued a warning. Ji Taichang didn't slap that old man, who was only at the 6th level of the Foundation establishment stage, to death. That's already a testament to how tough his old bones are. Good. Good, good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to this old man like that. The last person to insult me is already dead. The old man with the poisonous hand laughed in anger, and wisps of eerie green light began to shine in his eyes. He flicked his sleeve at Ji Taichang, and in an instant, an astonishing poisonous mist bloomed, withering the grass and trees in its path, and even corroding the soil and stones with a sizzling sound, emitting black smoke, and sweeping towards Ji Taichang. Ode! Before the poison gas could spread to Ji Taichang's body, the long sword on his back was suddenly drawn, emitting a clear and crisp sword sound. The bright sword energy, swirling with wisps of fire, roared like a fire dragon, unleashing a sword energy 10 feet long that illuminated the dim valley as it swept across. The violent sword energy unleashed an astonishing shockwave, sweeping away the poisonous mist and striking the old man with poisonous hands fiercely. It was accompanied by a dull thud. The old man with the poisonous hand really did fly up, and then fell to the ground one after another. They moved about in groups of 10, one here and one there, their journey filled with unease. One sword killed him instantly? This terrifying scene sent chills down the spines of the many cultivators in the valley, filling them with immense fear. Their hearts were filled with shock and awe as they looked at Ji Taichung. To be able to kill the poison hand elder so easily and casually, this person must be at least at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, or even, possibly a golden core cultivator. Old man Poison Hand was blind to have provoked such a powerful figure. He deserved to die. Which sex expert is this, so incredibly brave? Various thoughts arose in the minds of many cultivators. Even the demonic beasts were startled, letting out low growls, their eyes filled with wariness and fear as they looked at Ji Taichung. There aren't many golden core cultivators in this area. A foundation establishment stage 9 cultivator is already considered a great master, enough to dominate a region and establish a sect. Ji Taichung casually picked up the poison hand old man's weapon and storage ring. Strands of spiritual energy flowed through him, and he quickly refined the storage ring, revealing the items inside. Besides a bunch of colorful bottles and jars, there were several books on poison techniques, some random hidden weapons, and more than 5,000 spirit stones. What kind of ruthless old man is he? I thought he was something more ruthless. Is this all the wealth he has? At such an old age, he's wasted his life on dogs. Pa! Ji Taichung grumbled as he put away his storage ring and scimitar. Upon seeing this, the group of cultivators in the distance couldn't help but twitch their lips, feeling both amused and exasperated. The poor old man with the poisonous hand was not only cleaved into pieces by a single sword strike, but even after his death, people complained that he didn't drop enough gold coins. It was truly a tragic situation. Ji Taichung's gaze fell upon the cave in the valley from which black smoke was billowing out. Since we're already here, maybe there really is a third-tier spiritual herb inside? He held his breath, sealed his pores, and his skin glowed with a faint firelight. He circulated his spiritual energy to prevent poisonous gas from entering his body, and strode towards the cave. Whoa! Seeing Ji Taichung head towards the cave, the fire-mane wolves in the valley became anxious, letting out a series of howls and charging towards Ji Taichung one after another, trying to stop him. Ode! Ji Taichung drew his sword from his back once more, its sharp edge gleaming, exuding a chilling killing intent. The sharp sword energy, accompanied by bursts of flame, swept across and instantly killed more than 20 of the fastest fire-mane wolves. In an instant, the remaining fire-mane wolves' eyes cleared, and they let out terrified whimpers, retreating in all directions. Monsters are different from demons, they don't have much intelligence, but they're not stupid either. Ji Taichung strode into the cave. The cave was very deep and winding, with a faint, fishy smell emanating from it. At the end of the cave, the space suddenly opened up into a natural karst cave, pitch black except for a pair of large, lantern-like eyes that shone with a ghostly green light, staring intently at Ji Taichung. That was a fire-mane wolf king that was a full 10 feet tall. Excuse me, farewell. Ji Taichung chuckled dryly, then turned and ran. Roar! The fire-mane wolf king let out a thunderous roar and pounced from the ground with a whoosh. Its mane was radiating sparks of fire, making it look extremely ferocious. It opened its blood-red maw towards Ji Taichung. Ji Taichung had no choice but to attack, as he could not dodge the attack. Clang! He drew the long sword from his back, no longer concealing his half-step golden core stage cultivation, and unleashed his full power. The blazing sword energy burst forth with flames, its sharpness fully revealed, exuding a chilling killing intent. The fire-mane wolf king had long, narrow fangs that were sharp and hard, like divine weapons, and it bit down on Ji Taichung's longsword. But the next moment, the flames swirling around the sword suddenly erupted, scorching the fire-mane wolf king's mouth black, causing it to let out a shrill scream. Its large, fan-like claws slammed down on Ji Taichung, the claws being extremely sharp and powerful. Ji Taichung drew his long sword, lightly tapped the ground, and quickly retreated to avoid the attack. The fire-mane wolf king slammed its claws into the ground with a dull thud, cracking the solid rock and sending dust flying. You can imagine how powerful its strike was. Ji Taichung moved with lightning speed, appearing before the fire-mane wolf king like a ghost. He bent his knees, raised his long sword, and slid in with a powerful tackle. The sharp sword light pierced the fire-mane wolf king's belly, causing it excruciating pain. It let out a furious roar and began a fierce counterattack. A fierce battle erupted between a man and a wolf here. The fire-mane wolf king is quite powerful, possessing a cultivation level of the 8th stage of foundation establishment, making him a formidable ruler in the Blackwater Mountains. Unfortunately, it encountered Ji Taichung. After a bloody battle, the fire-mane wolf king let out a resentful roar and was beheaded by Ji Taichung with a single sword strike. Phew! This is really hard to kill. Ji Taichung exhaled a breath of stale air and couldn't help but mutter curses. Although his cultivation level was not low, he ultimately lacked practical experience and was somewhat rusty in combat. The battle with the Firemane Wolf King will be a good opportunity for Ji Taichang to improve his control over his power and unleash even greater combat strength. Ha! What's this? A ball of fire appeared in Ji Taichang's palm, illuminating the pitch-black underground cavern. As the firelight shone, he discovered an unexpected surprise in a corner of this underground cave. Chapter 17: A lack of martial ethics, a sneak attack. In a corner of a spacious underground cave, a vine as black as ink grows. It is only 10 feet long, and its leaves have purple stripes, making it look somewhat eerie and mysterious. A third-tier spiritual herb, the purple jade vine. That guy wasn't lying to me, there really are third-tier spiritual herbs here? Ji Taichang was overjoyed. Wonderful! Sister Yang Yao will definitely love this gift. Ji Taichang smiled with delight, muttering to himself as he bent down to uproot the purple jade vine. Just then, a dark figure appeared silently behind Ji Taichang, holding a black dagger, and instantly stabbed it into Ji Taichang's back. Intense pain and a sense of crisis surged into my heart. People's physical constitutions cannot be generalized. In a fit of extreme rage, Ji Taichang unleashed astonishing potential, striking his enemy behind him with a backhand palm strike. The raging flames coalesced into the shape of a fire dragon, surging and powerful. Bang! The opponent exchanged a palm strike with Ji Taichang and was ultimately forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps. Most of his clothes were burned off, and he was seriously injured, revealing a beautiful yet ruthless face. She looked to be around 30 years old. Although she was not bad-looking, she had a sinister aura between her brows, her lips were black, and there were faint black lines on her forehead. Cough. Cough cough. Damn it! Old woman, you have no sportsmanship, you actually ambushed me. Ji Taichang gripped his longsword with one hand and clutched his bleeding chest with the other, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. He forcefully suppressed his injuries with his powerful spiritual energy, staring coldly at the woman in black, his killing intent palpable. He. Fellow Daoist, don't be angry. This purple jade vine is of great use to me. Why don't you give it to me, and lend me some of your flesh and blood as well? The woman in black licked her lips, letting out a silvery laugh, and walked over step by step. I'll let you. Ji Taichang roared, and the long sword in his hand burst forth with fierce flames and sword energy, causing the temperature in the area to soar, and he slashed fiercely at the woman in black. The woman in black showed no fear, raised her black dagger and charged forward, confronting Ji Taichang head-on. After only a few clashes, the two equally powerful spiritual energies collided repeatedly, causing the underground cavern to rumble and tremble. Ji Taichang, however, was at a disadvantage and soon had several more wounds on his body. This was because the woman in black was also at the half-step golden core stage, and her cultivation was even more profound than Ji Taichang's. If Ji Taichang is only barely considered to be at the half-step golden core stage, having just touched that level. The other party, on the other hand, has been struggling at this level for over a decade and is very close to the golden core stage. Furthermore, the woman in black was extremely experienced in combat, ruthless, and her attacks were all deadly. In comparison, Ji Taichang had only recently acquired powerful cultivation and lacked combat experience. In addition, he was ambushed by the woman in black and was seriously injured, so he was no match for her. It was clear that they couldn't win. Ji Taichang had a thought of retreating. He pretended to be staggered back by the black-clad woman's slash, but actually retreated to the side of the purple jade vine and grabbed at it. The woman in black's pupils contracted, and she immediately hurled the black dagger in her hand at Ji Taichang's hand, drawing a chilling black light. Ji Taichang grabbed the purple jade vine and pulled hard, but it was cut in half by the black dagger, and he only managed to get half of it. Ji Taichang was not greedy. He grabbed half of the purple jade vine and quickly retreated. The woman in black had a somewhat gloomy expression. She flashed to a corner of the underground cave, picked up the other half of the purple jade vine and the black dagger, and then chased after Ji Taichang. During their chase, the two broke out of the cave and returned to the valley. Isn't she the wife of the Lin family patriarch in Feiyun City? How come she's here? One of the cultivators recognized the woman in black and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Feiyun City is quite far from the Blackwater Mountains, and the appearance of the woman in black surprised them greatly. The wife of the Lin family patriarch in Feiyun City? Fine. I'll remember this grudge. Ji Taichang's face darkened. He turned around and slashed at the woman in black with his sword. A surge of flames erupted, igniting the surrounding vegetation and causing thick smoke to billow, obscuring the view. When the woman in black blocked Ji Taichung's sword, he had already used fire escape to escape. The woman in black attempted to give chase. However, the difference in their cultivation levels was not significant. Ji Taichung ran as fast as he could, but she couldn't catch up at all. The distance between them widened until she lost him. Ji Taichung ran all the way to the vicinity of Black Wind City before stopping in a deserted grove. He swallowed a few healing pills and muttered curses as he circulated his internal energy to heal his injuries. The local gangs are so rude. Fortunately, Ji Taichung now possesses profound cultivation and a powerful physique, so his injuries are not fatal. After a period of rest and recuperation, he suppressed his injuries, changed into a set of black clothes, and entered Blackwind City. He sold all the equipment dropped by the Black Hand Elder and bought a bottle of second-grade healing pills to completely stabilize his injuries before returning to the Qingyun sect. Nothing was said that night. Li Tao's sudden disappearance has not yet caused any disturbance, and even Li Si has not noticed it. Although this would be exposed sooner or later, Ji Taichung was not worried. He stood in front of the mirror and began to carefully tidy his appearance. To be fair, Ji Taichung was definitely a handsome man. He was 1.8 meters tall, with a slender and upright figure, well-defined muscles, and a handsome and resolute face with an upright appearance. He changed into a white brocade robe he had bought from Blackwind City, which further enhanced his temperament and appearance. Ji Taichung first went to Zhuixiangla to buy a delicate breakfast before heading to the Dan Hall and knocking on the door of Yang Yao's alchemy room. Yang Yao seemed to have been refining pills all night. Her pure and pretty face showed a hint of fatigue, and she hadn't changed her clothes. Xiao Chang? Upon seeing Ji Taichung, Yang Yao's heart inexplicably quickened. She hurriedly reached out and rubbed her face, her trembling body swaying as she tidied her appearance. Ha! Didn't I tell you not to buy me breakfast? You silly child. When Yang Yao saw the breakfast box in Ji Taichung's hand, she immediately showed a look of anger, bit her lip, and rolled her eyes at him. This didn't sound like she was angry, it sounded more like she was being coquettish. Her charming appearance made Ji Taichung swallow hard. This is a new product launched by Zhuixiangla. I thought Sister Yang Yao probably hadn't tried it before, so I wanted you to try it. Ji Taichung smiled gently and casually placed the breakfast on the table. By the way, Sister Yang Yao, when I went out to catch white-winged bats last night, I accidentally found this in their cave nest. You are an alchemist, so you should be able to use it. I'm giving it to you. Ji Taichung took out a box from his storage ring. This is a third-tier spiritual herb, the purple jade vine. When Yang Yao opened the box, she was immediately shocked and a look of surprise appeared on her face. This level of spiritual medicine is extremely precious, even the Qingyun sect doesn't have many. Chapter 18 Sister Yang Yao, I like you. Moreover, the purple jade vine is often sold in small sections, making it extremely expensive. But Ji Taichung gave away half a purple jade vine, which was a full 5 feet long. Even with her extensive experience, Yang Yao's heart couldn't help but race, her breathing quickened, and her imposing chest heaved with astonishing curves. Even her complexion became a bit rosier. After the initial shock, Yang Yao took a deep breath, looking at Ji Taichung with a solemn yet gentle expression. Xiao Chang, this purple jade vine is indeed something I need, but its value is too high. I won't take it from you for nothing. I'll calculate the price in spirit stones according to the market price. Talking about money would be too formal. As I said, this is a gift for you, Sister Yang Yao. Ji Taichung smiled gently, picked up the purple jade vine, and placed it in Yang Yao's hand. No. I can't accept it, it's too precious. Yang Yao shook her head repeatedly, unwilling to take advantage of Ji Taichung. Sister Yang Yao, don't you understand my feelings? Just then, suddenly, Ji Taichung grabbed her soft, delicate hand and looked deeply into her eyes. I love you. Forget about the purple jade vine, I can give you everything I have. Actually, from the first moment I saw you, I fell in love with you at first sight. But at that time I was just a little kid and could only bury this feeling deep in my heart. But some things can't be faked. All these years I've been thinking of you, missing you, and loving you. Boom! Ji Taichung's sudden confession was like a thunderbolt from the blue, causing Yang Yao's heart to tremble and her head to buzz. In an instant, her heart pounded, and she felt an indescribable emotion and warmth surge through her body, causing her delicate face to flush crimson. Xiao Chang, he actually had a crush on me for 6 years. No wonder he risked his life to save me back then, unwilling to give up even at the cost of his own life. But I'm his aunt. Yang Yao felt her head buzzing. She was filled with surprise and excitement, but also with intense shyness and resistance. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings, and for a moment she was a little dazed, not knowing how to react. Ding! Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 15 points. The host can obtain 10% of the Blazing Fire Sect Master's cultivation ability. Please select. Yang Yao's favorability, 57. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. As the system notification sounded, Ji Taichang knew the time had come. He embraced Yang Yao's voluptuous body, lowered his head, and passionately covered Yang Yao's rosy lips with his own. Yang Yao's body trembled violently, and she felt her whole body go limp instantly. Her heart pounded, and a strange restlessness surged through her body. She subconsciously rubbed her legs together. Wa'ada! No, no! We can't do this! Yang Yao hurriedly pushed Ji Taichang away. Her pure and pretty face was already as red as an apple, and her full chest heaved violently, showing both shyness and resistance. I'm not only your elder, I'm also a widow. How can this be allowed? Xiao Chang, there's no way we can be together. You should give up on that idea. Yang Yao bit her lip tightly. She wanted to lower her head, but she couldn't help but raise her eyelids to secretly observe Ji Taichang's expression. She was torn and conflicted. She didn't want to break off that relationship with Ji Taichang, but she was also afraid that this rejection would completely hurt Ji Taichang's heart. But then she saw Ji Taichang looking into her eyes with deep affection. Sister Yang Yao, I am not afraid of worldly opinions, I am not afraid of others' criticisms, I am only afraid of losing you. Sister Yang Yao, I am willing to give my life for you, and I can give you the purple jade vine. Isn't that enough to show my feelings? Thump! Ji Taichang's words were like a heavy hammer blow, causing Yang Yao's heart to pound violently once again, and her face to turn even redder. No. This can't be. If we get together, it will only harm you. I don't want you to be dragged down. You're not allowed to say things like that again, or I'll get angry. Yang Yao hurriedly shook her head, biting her lip, and stared at Ji Taichang with a resentful look. Although she refused, my favorability towards her didn't decrease. Ji Taichang was fully aware of this, but always wore a gentle smile. He also knew that too much of a good thing could be bad. Yang Yao had been pure and innocent since childhood, and was a traditional and virtuous woman. He knew he couldn't win her over in a short time and needed to give her some time to accept him. Okay, Sister Yang Yao, I won't say it again. Please don't be angry. Yang Yao took a deep breath, patted her trembling chest, and calmed herself down. Take this purple jade vine back with you. No. Ji Taichang shook his head. I am not an alchemist, so it is useless to me. Moreover, even if a common man is innocent, he may be guilty of possessing a treasure, and it may even bring trouble upon himself. Then I'll convert the price in spirit stones to your value at market price. Need not. Ji Taichang thought for a moment and said, how about this, I won't accept spirit stones for this purple jade vine, but I won't give it away for free either. Sister Yang Yao, you'll owe me a favor. After all, you're a third-grade alchemist and a sect elder. I'm sure I'll need your help in the future. Yang Yao paused slightly, about to nod, when suddenly she remembered something, and her face flushed again. Okay, but you can't use this favor to force me to comply. Good. Ji Taichang smiled gently. His handsome face and affectionate eyes made Yang Yao's heart beat faster again. She quickly chased Ji Taichang out and closed the door to the cultivation room, afraid that if she stayed any longer she would not be able to resist accepting Ji Taichang's advances. Aha! What should I do? Xiao Chang confessed to me. I'm so embarrassed. That won't do. Yang Yao cupped her blushing face in her hands and shook her head repeatedly. But another thought rose uncontrollably in her mind. I'm only a dozen years older than him. Cultivators have long lifespans, so this difference of a dozen years is negligible. We're both adults, so why can't we be together? Although I was engaged to the sect master of the Blazing Fire sect, the engagement was dissolved upon his death. I am currently unmarried to Xiao Chang, and it is a mutual consent between us. Does this mean I have to stay single for the rest of my life because of societal expectations? Wouldn't that be hurting Xiao Chang for the rest of her life? No, that's not the right way to think. Yang Yao was startled by another thought in her mind and hurriedly shook her head to suppress this bold and crazy idea. But this thought took root in her mind like a seed, growing and eventually becoming uncontrollable. Chapter 19. Entering the Golden Core Stage. Ji Taichang left Yang Yao's alchemy room and couldn't help but lick his lips. So moisturizing. It was unforgettable. In high spirits, with a slight smile on his face, he began to patrol the pill hall, fulfilling his duty as the steward in charge of handling discarded pills. A day passed in the blink of an eye. As the sun set, Ji Taichang returned to his courtyard, and Yang Wal appeared precisely on time, like a ghost. Moreover, the black aura in his eyes grew even stronger, and he stared straight at Ji Taichang, making Ji Taichang's hair stand on end. No way. Ji Taichang could only follow Yang Wal to his courtyard to perform his daily routine with Lin Shuiyue. After Yang Wal left, Ji Taichang returned to his room, turned off the lights, locked the door, and pretended to fall asleep. In fact, he quietly changed into black clothes, and stealthily left the Qingyun sect, heading straight for the Blackwater Mountains. The Blackwater Mountains were relatively peaceful under the cover of night, with only the occasional faint roars of ferocious beasts. Ji Taichang arrived at a secluded, uninhabited mountain forest, and impatiently muttered to himself, "Child, receive your cultivation points." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10% of the cultivation level of the Blazing Fire Sect Master. Boom! The next moment, a vast and boundless power appeared out of thin air in Ji Taichang's dantian, causing his body to tremble violently. That power was too astonishing, surging into his meridians and acupoints like a mountain collapsing in a tsunami, merging into every inch of his flesh and blood, causing his spiritual power to surge rapidly and expand at an extreme speed. His dantian qi continued to expand and surge, and then collapsed instantly after reaching a critical point. Ji Taichang's vast and boundless spiritual power surged continuously into the collapsing vortex, and he even felt that a part of his invisible soul was split off and fell into the vortex. Immediately afterwards, endless golden light burst forth from the vortex, accompanied by a loud hum, like the primordial thunder that split the heavens and the earth, causing Ji Taichang's whole body to tremble violently, and his body surface to shimmer with golden light. The vortex condensed into a golden pill the size of a dragon's eye, perfectly round and flawless, with a crimson fire pattern engraved on it. It slowly rotated, radiating dazzling golden light and wisps of fire, seemingly containing the mysteries of heaven and earth. The moment the golden core stabilized, Ji Taichang's cultivation aura suddenly surged. His already powerful and boundless spiritual energy became even more solid and terrifying after being transformed by the golden core. It flowed through his meridians with the faint sound of a rushing river. His muscles and flesh crackled and popped, his physical strength greatly increased. Even the originally ethereal soul in the sea of consciousness began to take shape, condensing into a blurry soul phantom, and divine consciousness was born. In an instant, Ji Taichang felt his vision rising higher and higher, his divine sense extending outwards. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly sense all the scenes within a 3-mile radius, and the night was as clear as day. At this point, the golden elixir has been completed. Ji Taichang officially became a true golden core cultivator, a powerful figure even in the outside world. Even within the powerful Qingyun sect, there are only a handful of beings at this level, no more than 10. But this is not the end. Ji Taichang still had a considerable amount of the powerful energy remaining in his dantian, which continued to flow into his dantian, propelling Ji Taichang's cultivation to surge. Under the impact of this force, Ji Taichang's aura surged, rising from the early stage of the first level of the Golden Core realm to the peak of the first level, and then advancing towards the second level of the Golden Core realm. Unfortunately, he failed to break through to the second level of the Golden Core stage and ultimately remained at the peak of the first level of the Golden Core stage. It seems that I failed because I was not qualified enough. Ji Taichang had a vague sense of understanding. His aptitude was quite ordinary. He possessed mixed spiritual roots of earth, wood, and fire, barely meeting the standards for entering the inner sect of the Qingyun sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage for 6 years after entering the sect. However, this is not a big problem. So what if his aptitude is a bit lacking? Anyway, he doesn't need to cultivate on his own. Boom! As Ji Taichang broke through to the Golden Core stage, a majestic aura emanated from him, shaking the mountains and forests. Even if he constantly uses the turtle breathing technique, he still can't hide this aura. Firstly, he had only been practicing the turtle breathing technique for a short time and his skill level was not high enough. Secondly, the momentum of his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage was simply too great. This is also why Ji Taichang chose to sneak off to the Blackwater Mountains. This overwhelming pressure spread from the mountains and forests, shaking all directions and startling a large flock of crows. The nearby demonic beasts all trembled with fear, sensing the terrifying aura of the Golden Core cultivator. They immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, their legs shaking. The deepest part of the Blackwater Mountains. Several terrifying eyes lit up, and some golden core stage demonic beasts were startled, looking in the direction of Ji Tai-Chang from afar and letting out low roars. At this time, Ji Tai-Chang was completely unaware of this. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils filled with intense golden and fiery light, his full head of black hair moved without wind, and his whole being exuded an invisible majesty. Ji Tai-Chang's body was strengthened, his appearance became more handsome, his figure became stronger and more perfect, and he had an ethereal and otherworldly temperament. Is this what it feels like to reach the golden core stage? Ji Tai-Chang slowly clenched his fist. The spiritual power within his body was extremely thick and boundless. With a thought, it was like a mountain and river surging. Compared to when he was at the half-step golden core stage, his power had increased more than tenfold. Moreover, his mastery of the blazing fire technique has also greatly improved. Buzz. As Ji Tai-Chang activated the blazing fire technique, a wisp of crimson flame leaped out from his palm, emitting an astonishingly high temperature, causing the temperature of the world to rise sharply. Although he possessed immense power, his body was lighter and more agile than ever before. Ji Tai-Chang lightly touched the ground with his foot, leaving only a blur in his original position, before his true form appeared like a ghost 100 feet away. With a thought, his body seemed to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth, and slowly floated up. Furthermore, his spiritual sense has been further enhanced, covering a range of nearly 4 miles, allowing him to perceive any movement or disturbance in this area. He. What a wonderful power! My dear master, soon your disciple will be able to send you on your way. And Zhang San, Li Si, your end is near too. Ji Tai-Chang's lips curled into a smirk, his face filled with a mixture of ecstasy and savagery. However, there's another issue we should also consider. Ji Tai-Chang gazed in the direction of Feiyun City, his expression icy. He is not a vengeful person. So if you have a grudge, you should take revenge as soon as possible, so you won't have to hold a grudge. Confucius said, if I hear the way in the morning, I can die content in the evening. It means that if I find out the way to your house in the morning, I'll go there and kill you tonight. Ji Tai-Chang had inquired about the road to Feiyun City last night. I'm fucking here. Ji Tai-Chang took to the air and flew rapidly towards Feiyun City. En route, he used his spiritual power to forcibly alter the muscle lines on his face, achieving a temporary change in appearance. Then he put on a mask and covered his face with a veil, making full preparations. The golden elixir immortal could fly very fast. In just 2.5 hours, Ji Tai-Chang traversed a long journey and arrived at Feiyun City. Chapter 20 You're burning. This is an ancient city even more vast and prosperous than Blackwind City, standing amidst towering mountains, stretching as far as the eye can see, with pavilions and palaces everywhere. Even in the dead of night, Feiyun City was still brightly lit, lined with numerous shops, and bustling with people on the streets. The Lin family is the most powerful family force in Feiyun City, with a golden core ancestor presiding over the family. The Lin family compound covers a vast area, containing not only several gardens but also several small hills and streams, and its decoration is extremely luxurious. The Lin family compound was heavily guarded, with numerous servants patrolling both inside and outside. However, these defenses were useless against Ji Tai-Chang's terrifying golden core stage cultivation. He easily infiltrated the Lin family and casually knocked out a guard captain, extracting all sorts of information about the Lin family from him. This includes the living conditions in different areas of the Lin family compound, the distribution of people, and the basic information about the woman in black. The woman in black was named Li Jinlian, and she was originally just a concubine of the head of the Lin family. However, she was very resourceful and managed to kill the original wife in a very short time, successfully taking over the position. Moreover, her cultivation level skyrocketed, even surpassing that of the Lin family head. Ji Tai-Chang quietly infiltrated Li Jinlian's residence, spreading his divine sense silently, but could not find any trace of her. Ji Tai-Chang frowned slightly and searched all the places she might appear again, but found nothing. Ji Tai-Chang moved through the Lin family compound like a ghost, and before he knew it, he arrived at the depths of the Lin family compound, where an ancient courtyard appeared in front of him. Ji Tai-Chang felt a chill run down his spine and immediately withdrew his divine sense. That's where the Lin family patriarch went into seclusion. It is said that the Lin family patriarch broke through to the golden core stage 50 years ago, and his cultivation and strength are unfathomable, making him someone that Ji Tai-Chang is not capable of dealing with now. Ha! What's this? Ji Tai-Chang suddenly had a thought. He vaguely saw 2 figures moving around in front of the Lin family patriarch's bedroom window, and heard sounds coming from them. Ugh! Ancestor, about my breakthrough to the golden core stage. Keep eating and don't talk. Ji Tai-Chang's eyes widened slightly. Because the woman's voice was actually Li Jilian's. Holy crap! City people have such fancy ways of doing things? Ji Taichang finally understood why Li Jilian's cultivation speed had increased so quickly. He suddenly felt a little sorry for the head of the Lin family. Ji Taichang quietly crouched in the bushes nearby, waiting for Li Jilian to come out. This woman is already at the half-step golden core stage. If the Lin family patriarch really helps her break through to the golden core stage, then she won't be so easy to kill. So we have to do it as soon as possible. This wait lasted for a full, less than 3 minutes. Ah! Li Jinlian seemed to be used to it all along, and instead praised with a flushed face, "Grandmother, you are as majestic as ever, still vigorous in your old age, and incomparably brave." Roll! The Lin family patriarch knew perfectly well that she was praising him against her will, and his face immediately darkened. He pulled up his pants and threw her out. Li Jilian was neither ashamed nor angry. With a charming smile on her face, she put on her clothes and swayed her hips as she walked out of the old ancestor's courtyard. Her face was flushed and she looked alluring. Instead of returning to her own residence, she went to another courtyard. Ji Taichang quietly followed, intending to make his move only after getting far away from the Lin family patriarch's residence. Unexpectedly, an unusual sound soon came from the courtyard ahead. "Please, madam, show some respect. I am your son." He. "Stop pretending to be a gentleman. You're not my biological child, so what's wrong with that? You have a high fever." The young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes in the courtyard smirked, picked up Li Jinlian around the waist, and kicked open the bedroom door. "No, buddy." Ji Taichang's eyes widened again, and he was speechless. This woman is much more ruthless than he expected. She can charm both young and old. The head of the Lin family already has a green meadow on his head. But that's fine too. They're at their least vigilant at times like this, making it easier for me to strike. Ji Taichang quietly drew his long sword and silently crept to the bedroom door. The two players, engrossed in their duo Q game, were completely unaware of anything amiss and had no idea that someone could infiltrate the heavily guarded Lin family compound. Boom! Just as the two were engrossed in playing duo Q, oblivious to the world around them, a sharp and unparalleled sword aura suddenly erupted, its killing intent soaring to the sky. It was so sudden and fierce that it directly cleaved the house in two with a single sword strike. The adulterous couple inside the house were powerless to resist. Their two heads rolled off, their eyes still filled with intense lust and excitement, and they didn't even realize what had happened until their deaths. "How dare you! This courtyard is not far from the courtyard of the Lin family patriarch." The other party instantly sensed the powerful sword energy at the golden core stage, and his expression changed drastically. The Lin family patriarch rose into the air and rushed towards Ji Taichang's location at an astonishing speed. Ji Taichang grinned, then turned and ran. Ode! The Lin family patriarch formed a hand seal, and a black flying sword shot out like lightning, its speed reaching its limit, emitting a piercing sound as it slashed towards Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang raised his longsword horizontally and precisely blocked the attack. The two weapons collided, producing a deafening metallic clang. Ji Taichang felt a terrifying force strike him, sending him flying dozens of feet away. The Lin family patriarch's strength far surpasses his. Ji Taichang acted decisively, taking advantage of the immense force of the impact to escape and rush out of the Lin family compound. "Where do you think you're going, you scoundrel?" The Lin family patriarch was furious and immediately took to the air on his sword to give chase. Unexpectedly, after Ji Taichang rushed out of the Lin family compound, he plunged into the bustling city of Feiyan City, used the turtle breathing technique to quickly conceal his aura, and disappeared into the crowd. Even someone as powerful as the Lin family patriarch couldn't possibly investigate everyone in Feiyan City on his own. At the same time, as Ji Taichang unleashed his sword strike, the tremendous commotion instantly alerted the entire Lin family, and a large group of Lin family elders, disciples, servants, and guards rushed over. When they saw the naked man and woman tightly embracing each other in the dilapidated house, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Mistress and young master. They. Hiss. Everyone gasped, their heads buzzing, truly shocked. They couldn't help but look at a short, gray-haired middle-aged man, who was none other than Lin Dalong, the head of the Lin family. Lin Dalong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were bloodshot, and he felt as if he were being cuckolded. But he still gritted his teeth and said, "This is a carefully planned frame-up. Someone must have murdered them and staged this scene to ruin the reputation of my Lin family." The Lin family member hesitated and said, "But, Patriarch, people can't stand up after they die. They've all merged together, so they must have gone in before they were alive. Shut up! You think you know everything, huh? Lin Dalong was furious, his whole body turned red, and he jumped up and slapped him several times. Master, please calm down, please calm down. The rest of the Lin family members hurriedly tried to stop them, and the entire Lin family was thrown into chaos. Chapter 21 Yang Weil's Threat. Ji Taichang blended into the crowd in Feiyan City, quickly put away his black clothes and mask, used the turtle breathing technique to conceal his aura, and strolled around the streets in his disguised form. Ji Taichang was in the shadows, while the Lin family patriarch was in the open. His powerful golden core stage aura swayed back and forth in midair, and Ji Taichang easily grasped his movements, running away in the opposite direction without making a sound. Bye-bye. After leaving Feiyan City, Ji Taichang put on black clothes and took to the air. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Ji Taichang finally returned to Qingyun sect. With his terrifying cultivation at the first level of the golden core stage, he didn't need to sleep or rest at all. His golden core rotated slowly, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth every moment. His spiritual power was inexhaustible, and he didn't feel tired or fatigued. Ji Taichang hummed a cheerful little tune as usual, went to Zhuxiangla to buy breakfast, and then went to find his sister Yang Yao. It's a pity that the girl isn't in the pill hall, I don't know where she's gone. Ji Taichang could only patrol the main hall of the pill palace while silently studying the turtle breathing technique in his mind. After breaking through to the golden core stage, his soul condensed from a state of nothingness into a phantom image, greatly enhancing his mental strength. This allowed him to comprehend techniques faster and significantly improve his progress in cultivating the turtle breathing technique. Several days have passed in the blink of an eye. Ji Taichang stayed in the sect and the pill hall the whole time and didn't go anywhere else. Although Zhang San and Li Si harbored murderous intent, they dared not openly attack Ji Taichang within the sect. Li Tiao's disappearance, however, triggered an investigation by the Enforcement Hall, causing quite a stir. Enforcement Hall deacons even came to investigate Ji Taichang, but ultimately found no evidence. What troubled Ji Taichang was that Yang Yao's favorability rating had not continued to rise in the past few days. It seems that conventional wisdom still has too much influence on her, and she won't be able to overcome this hurdle in her heart for a while. Ji Taichang stroked his chin, lost in thought. Time is running out. He can't just passively wait for Yang Yao to come to her senses on her own, he has to take the initiative. In the past few days, Ji Taichang has keenly noticed that the fierce light in Yang Weil's eyes has become increasingly frightening. Sometimes, when he looks at him, his gaze is full of greed, as if he is looking at some delicious food. Ji Taichang knew perfectly well that this was because Yang Weil's demonic powers were constantly growing, his rationality was being eroded, and he was not far from losing control. This filled Ji Taichang with a sense of urgency. That night, as usual, Yang Weil came to see Ji Taichang, but when he followed Yang Weil to the courtyard, he found that there was another disciple in the courtyard. Senior brother Li Hongyun, what are you doing here? Ji Taichang frowned, a bad feeling rising in his heart. What? Didn't the Grand Elder tell you? Li Hongyun chuckled. You've been trying for so many days and still haven't gotten her pregnant, you're too slow. I plan to have both of you work together to speed things up. Yang Weil's face was expressionless, and his tone was calm and indifferent, as if he were talking not about his wife, but about ants on the roadside. This is no longer just a matter of cold-heartedness, it is clearly a case of demonic arts severely eroding one's mind, and it is entirely the mentality and actions of a demon. No, I disagree. Lin Shueyue rushed out of the bedroom, her beautiful face filled with anger, her heart pounding with rage. Yang Weil. Sending Ji Taichang here was already the limit of my tolerance, but you actually brought others along. What do you take me for? If you dare to push me like this, believe me, I'll kill myself. Lin Shueyue drew a sword and pressed it against her own neck, her emotions running high, determined to die rather than submit. Are you threatening me? Yang Weil frowned, a strange blood-red light flickering in his eyes. That's right. I'm threatening you. Lin Shueyue gritted her teeth, if you force me, I'll just die. Then let's see how you inherit the position of sect leader. Yang Weil narrowed his eyes slightly and saw that Lin Shueyue had a death wish in her eyes, as if she was willing to fight to the death. He finally relented, I'll give you 5 more days at most. If you still can't get pregnant, then don't blame me for being impolite. That's all. He grabbed Li Hongyun's shoulder, leaped into the air, and left the courtyard. After Yang Weil left, Lin Shueyue put away her sword, her eyes filled with worry. She looked at Ji Taichang beside her, and a feeling of shared misfortune suddenly welled up in her heart. This child is just an innocent person who was implicated. At this point, why should I hold his past offenses against him? Ding! Detected that Lin Shueyue's favorability towards the host has increased by 20 points. Lin Shueyue's affection level, 0. A surprise will occur when affection reaches 100. Upon hearing the system notification, Ji Taichang's lips twitched slightly. The good news is that the favorability rating has finally increased. The bad news is that it has dropped to 0. However, Ji Taichang still understood the importance of striking while the iron was hot, and said, "Master's wife, we." Lin Shueyue bit her red lips, unsure if Yanwal had gone far, but in the end she went into the house with Ji Taichang. "It's the same as before, I can't go in, I can't go there either." The next morning, an unexpected message quickly spread throughout the entire Qingyun sect. At noon, the Qingyun sect will hold a grand competition for the younger generation of disciples to select the 10 strongest inner disciples, who will be established as true disciples and nurtured with all their might. This was too sudden. There had been no prior warning. From the time the sect announced the news to the start of the competition, there were only a few hours to prepare, which immediately caused a huge uproar. The disciples were all discussing it amongst themselves, filled with confusion. Ji Taichang then went to the pill hall. Yang Yao was instructing several disciples on alchemy in the main hall of the pill hall. When she saw Ji Taichang appear, her eyes widened in panic, her heart raced, and a blush appeared on her pure and pretty face. "That's all for today. You can practice on your own." She quickly finished explaining the key points of alchemy, then turned to slip back to her alchemy room. Then Ji Taichang grabbed her soft, delicate little hand. "Let go. So many people are watching, do you want to die?" Yang Yao felt her heart pounding, and hurriedly pulled her hand away, scolding Ji Taichang angrily. Her charming appearance only made her seem more alluring, causing Ji Taichang's heart to race. "Sister Yang Yao, I want to ask about this sect competition. Why did it happen so suddenly?" They learned that Ji Taichang had come for this matter, not to continue expressing his feelings. Yang Yao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But she felt a strange sense of loss and unease. Xiao Chang is so calm, could he really have given up? Wouldn't that have hurt his feelings? Yang Yao quickly suppressed these distracting thoughts and explained in a low voice, "The reason why the sect suddenly convened the competition is because the Tsangshan's secret realm is about to open. All the righteous sects in Lanzhou with golden core stage experts can send some disciples in. Our Qingyun sect was allocated 10 slots. After an emergency discussion among the sect elders, it was decided to hold a grand competition to select the 10 strongest disciples for intensive training and rapid improvement in strength, so that they can seize more opportunities in the Tsangshan secret realm. The Great Wu dynasty is an ancient and powerful dynasty in the cultivation world, possessing 12 states, each of which is vast and boundless. The Qingyun sect is just an ordinary sect located in Lanzhou. The Tsangshan secret realm is a unique secret realm in Lanzhou, containing many opportunities and fortunes, but its opening time is not fixed. The entrance to the Tsangshan secret realm has recently appeared and is expected to open in about half a month. The Qingyun sect had just received the news, which is why they urgently convened the sect competition. Chapter 22 Sect Grand Competition. I see. Ji Taichang suddenly realized something. He asked about the details of the sect competition, and after chatting with Yang Yao for a while, Yang Yao went to her alchemy room. The sect competition, this could be an opportunity. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Ji Taichang's eyes. If he could become a true disciple and receive the attention and training of the entire sect, demonstrating extraordinary talent and combat power, it would surely further enhance Yan Yao and Lin Shueyue's goodwill towards him. Women all admire strength. Compared to an ordinary disciple, a genius is undoubtedly more favored by them. However, I still need to be careful not to let those elders discover my true cultivation level. Ji Taichang turned and left the pill hall, seizing the time to continue cultivating the turtle breathing technique. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. The Qingyun sect grand competition has officially begun. In the spacious sect square, thousands of inner disciples gathered, most of them with expressions of trepidation and excitement, their eyes filled with longing for the status of a true disciple. If one can become a true disciple, not only will one's status and position skyrocket, but one will also enjoy the full support and cultivation of the sect. Yang Buxiu, the sect leader of Qingyun sect, appeared with more than a dozen sect elders, including Lin Shueyue and Yang Yao, but Yang Wal did not come. Ji Taichang was not surprised by this. After that guy's demonic power increased greatly, he only focused on cultivation and was indifferent to everything else. His desire to become the sect leader was only for the resources of the Qingyun sect. Yang Buqiu, his body slightly hunched, swept his aged yet sharp gaze over the numerous inner disciples before slowly saying, I know you are all curious as to why the sect suddenly convened a grand competition. Let me briefly explain. Half an hour later. That's all for today. The first round of the competition will begin now. As Yang Buqiu's voice fell. On the left side of the sect square, a majestic mountain lit up with dense array patterns and symbols, and a massive array was activated, enveloping the entire mountain. Thousands of inner disciples began climbing the mountain from different directions. In an instant, a terrifying pressure emanated from the mountain, filling every inch of space, causing many disciples' legs to sink as if they were carrying a giant boulder. The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the pressure one bears. Everyone faces the same difficulties. But those geniuses with solid foundations and strong aptitudes looked calm and relaxed, as if they felt no pressure, and strode forward. Disciples with weaker foundations walked unsteadily, their steps faltering. The higher you climb, the greater the pressure becomes. Only those who reach the summit within 1 hour can pass the first test. Within moments of the start of the competition, a clear stratification emerged among the thousands of inner disciples. A dozen or so geniuses seemed to be handling the situation with ease, moving extremely fast and putting a great distance between themselves and the disciples behind them. In the middle were dozens or even hundreds of disciples, their faces tense, circulating their spiritual energy to resist the pressure coming from the mountain, gritting their teeth and running wildly. Their speed was not slow. Behind them was a small, scattered group of people, all with pained expressions, struggling to climb. Wang Madu is usually unassuming, but I didn't expect him to make it into the top tier. He's quite strong. Zhang Shan is also very impressive. I thought that alchemists would be weaker in terms of foundation and strength, but I didn't expect her to be able to reach the top. It seems that she has spent a lot of time cultivating diligently. Old Zhang, you have a good daughter. Haha, not at all. The elders of the Qingyun sect were discussing and commenting, their eyes all fixed on the dozen or so geniuses at the front. Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao seemed somewhat absent-minded, and their gazes turned to Ji Taichang, who was walking in the middle. When they saw Ji Taichang walking calmly and unhurriedly in the middle of the group, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from this trend, Ji Taichang should have no problem passing the first test. Just then, Li Hongyun, who was walking above Ji Taichang, turned around and glanced at him, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, and his eyes filled with a hint of ill intent. He quietly gathered his spiritual power in the soles of his feet, secretly exerted his strength, and inadvertently stepped on a stone, which flew straight towards Ji Taichang. He's secretly sabotaging things, trying to bring down Ji Taichang. Court death. Ji Taichang's eyes flashed coldly, and he easily dodged the stone with a swift movement. Then, Ji Taichang suddenly accelerated and rushed in front of Li Hongyun in a few moments. He also secretly exerted force with the soles of his feet and inadvertently stepped on the edge of a boulder, causing a boulder weighing tens of thousands of kilograms to loosen, slide down, and crash straight towards Li Hongyun. Not good. Li Hongyun's expression changed, and he was about to dodge when he saw Ji Taichang turn around and glance at him. Those calm eyes seemed to transform into two vortexes, accompanied by an invisible soul force. Under the mental intimidation of the Golden Core stage expert, Li Hongyun felt his consciousness go blank and he stood frozen in place, unable to move. Then came a loud boom. Li Hongyun was smashed off the mountainside by the boulder and fell headfirst to the foot of the mountain. He was then hit by another rolling boulder, and the terrifying impact created a deep crater in the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Chapter 23. An eye for an eye. Puff. Li Hongyun coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot, his chest caved in, and countless ribs were broken. The intense pain brought him back to his senses, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Even though he was at the foundation establishment stage and his physique was far stronger than that of an ordinary person, he was still seriously injured when hit by such a boulder. The piercing wail attracted the attention of many disciples. Everyone gasped at the sight and was secretly terrified. Ji Taichang has harmed his fellow disciples and openly violated the competition rules. This is simply outrageous. Junior Brother Li quickly captured this scoundrel and locked him in the enforcement hall's dungeon. Zhang San immediately slammed his fist on the table and stood up, not letting go of the opportunity to target Ji Taichang. Good. Li Si immediately stood up, a black chain appearing in his hand, ready to arrest Ji Taichang on the spot. Stop. Yang Yao immediately stood up. Which of you saw Ji Taichang harming his fellow disciples? He was just climbing the mountain normally. The terrain is rugged, so it's normal for rocks to roll down. Lin Shuiyue nodded slightly. Ji Taichang did not violate any rules, the stone simply slid down normally. Seeing the two beauties protecting Ji Taichang so much, Li Si's eyes turned red with jealousy. Quiet down. Just then, Yang Buxiu spoke up. The voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced everyone, and they all turned to look at him. Master Ji is not breaking the rules, let's continue to observe. Yang Buxiu spoke slowly, setting the tone for the matter. Upon hearing this, Yang Yao and Lin Shuiyue immediately smiled. In contrast, Zheng San and Li Si looked rather gloomy, but since the sect leader had spoken, they dared not object. Wait a moment. Look. Ji Taichang, something's wrong with him. Something is definitely not right, even 9/10 wrong. Just then, one of the elders exclaimed, drawing the attention of the other elders. Ji Taichang stepped on a boulder, knocking Li Honyun down to the foot of the mountain. He did not slow down and continued to climb rapidly. The omnipresent pressure on the mountain seemed to have no effect on him at all. Ji Taichang accelerated one after another, overtaking one disciple after another, and soon rushed into the first group, keeping pace with the top dozen or so geniuses. Hiss. Isn't he just an ordinary disciple with a mixed three-colored spiritual root? How could he catch up with those geniuses with single or dual spiritual roots? This child has been unremarkable for 6 years since he started his training. I never imagined he was hiding such depth. Many elders were taken aback, their eyes filled with astonishment. Xiao Chang, he's a genius too? Yang Yao and Lin Shuiyue's eyes lit up with delight. They initially thought Ji Taichang was just an ordinary person, but now it seems that this kid's talent and strength are quite extraordinary. In my opinion, he most likely used a pill to stimulate his potential, or even some kind of forbidden poison pill. I suggest we check this carefully later. We absolutely cannot tolerate this kind of behavior. Zheng San snorted coldly and said in a sarcastic tone. Yang Yao glanced at him. Senior brother Zhang is so old, yet he's arguing with a junior disciple over trivial matters and targeting him at every turn. This behavior makes him seem like a despicable person, utterly contemptible. You. Zheng San was furious. He was a Golden Core stage elder and the deputy hall master of the pill hall. When had he ever been insulted like this? Just as Zheng San was about to retort, he saw Yang Buxiu give him a cold look. Zheng San's heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed the words of his insult. No way. Who told Yang Yao to have a sect leader as her father? Although Yang Buxiu usually doted on Yang Wal and favored boys over girls, he ignored his daughter Yang Yao and was very biased. But he couldn't tolerate Zheng San insulting Yang Yao to her face. Seeing Zheng San's discomfiture, Yang Yao was immediately in a good mood. She snorted and then turned her gaze to Ji Taichang. Looking at Ji Taichang's tall and imposing figure and his calm and resolute face, she unconsciously recalled the scene of their life and death bond and intimate contact that night, and then she remembered Ji Taichang holding her hand and confessing his love with tender affection. Yang Yao's pretty face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and her gaze toward Ji Taichang became even more tender. Lin Shuiyue was also looking at Ji Taichang, her mind replaying the intimate interactions they had shared in the evenings recently, and the unconventional events of the previous night. What a rotten apple! Lin Shuiyue quickly shook her head, suppressing the beautiful images in her mind. Ji Taichang walked steadily and powerfully, leading the way along with the other dozen or so geniuses. He could actually go even faster, but his performance was too incredible and backfired. His current speed is already impressive enough. As for why he was able to do it so quickly, simply because he was at the Golden Core stage. The inner disciples of the Qingyun sect are all at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, so the formation of this mountain is designed for these two stages. The pressure of the formation is ineffective against Golden Core stage experts. Therefore, Ji Taichang was not under any pressure at all and was truly walking on flat ground. Just as Ji Taichang was getting closer and closer to the summit, Li Honyun, trembling, crawled out of the deep pit and under the boulders at the foot of the mountain. He was covered in blood and looked like a vengeful ghost, which was very frightening. Ji Taichang, I want you dead. Li Honyun's hair was disheveled, and his face, covered in blood, was filled with murderous intent and hatred. He took out a blood-black pill from his storage ring and quickly swallowed it. This is a prohibited elixir. Boom! Li Honyun felt as if he had swallowed a volcano. A fierce and powerful force instantly filled his entire body, causing his eyes to turn red. His injuries healed rapidly, and wisps of black energy began to emanate from his dantian meridians. Li Honyun's blood and potential were unleashed, and he felt his whole body filled with powerful energy. After letting out a low roar, he immediately started climbing the mountain again. Chapter 24. I'm really angry right now. In less than half an hour, Ji Taichang and more than a dozen other geniuses were the first to reach the summit. Wang Madu, Zheng Shan, and the others were all panting heavily, sitting on the ground, trying to recover their strength by circulating their internal energy. Only Ji Taichang remained calm, not even sweating a drop. He stood with his hands behind his back, quietly gazing down at the vast and magnificent scenery below. This composed demeanor once again attracted the attention and admiration of the elders. 1 hour later, more than 300 disciples climbed to the top of the mountain one after another, and nearly 700 were eliminated, which shows how difficult this challenge was. Very good, everyone come down, prepare to start the second round of the competition. As Yang Bucho's voice fell, the array on the mountain closed. The disciples felt a sense of relief wash over them, as if a mountain had disappeared, and they all breathed a long sigh of relief. When the more than 300 disciples returned to the sect square, Yang Bucho formed a hand seal, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy spread out. Array patterns glowed on the ground of the plaza, and countless runes appeared out of thin air, forming a massive array. The moment the formation was completed, all 300 disciples stood there, their eyes vacant and frozen in place. Xiao Chang, I want more. And me, you said I was your favorite. You can't forget your sister just because you found someone new. Two soft, enchanting voices rang out, sending a shiver down Ji Taichang's spine. The sight before him made his eyes widen even more, and blood gushed from his nose. He was lying naked on a large bed that was 10 meters wide, surrounded by more than a dozen beauties, including Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao. The enchanting fragrance was intoxicating, and their fair skin was dazzling. They were all entwined around him. Yan Yao and Lin Shuiyue pouted and hugged him tightly, their trembling chests almost suffocating him. The scene was so erotic that it made Ji Taichang's heart race, his blood pressure rise, and a fire of anger rise from the bottom of his heart. He's really angry right now. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right, even 9/10 wrong. Wasn't I participating in a sect competition? Oh no. This is an illusion. Ji Taichang bit his tongue hard. Although a sharp pain came, the beautiful scene around him did not disappear. It was too real. How about, we work for a while first and then talk about it? A thought involuntarily surfaced in Ji Taichang's mind. But he still shook his head violently, fearing that if he became trapped in the illusion, he would be eliminated directly. Ji Taichang subconsciously activated his cultivation technique, and after sensing the immense golden core stage power within his body, he instantly felt reassured. Even a single thought from Ji Taichang could blur the surrounding illusions and make them teeter on the brink of collapse. Just as I thought. This is an assessment for Qi refining and foundation establishment stage disciples. The illusion array can't suppress golden core stage experts, and I can escape the illusion at any time. Ji Taichang guessed the truth and couldn't help but lick his lips. In that case, it's not impossible for me to go out later. On the sect square, more than 300 disciples stood blankly in the illusion array, their eyes vacant and lifeless. He, little lady. I'm here. But soon, someone let out a series of wicked laughs, and even pounced on the ground, starting to pound on the floor. Ha ha ha. Mine, all of them are mine. Someone burst into hearty laughter, as if they had seen countless gold and silver treasures, and rolled around on the ground. Some even spread their arms wide, full of pride and arrogance. I am a nascent soul cultivator. Who dares to mess with me? Who can mess with me? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate the poor and old. You bunch of snobbish bastards, prepare to die. Ha ha ha. Seeing the numerous disciples making a fool of themselves, the elders and the nearly 700 inner disciples watching all twitched their lips, truly speechless. Old Zhang, who do you think will be the first to break free from the illusion? Chen Yangda, he is the only top genius among the younger generation who is at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage. He is the only one. That's not necessarily true. This test examines one's will and Dao heart, not one's cultivation level. I think Wang Daming might be the first to wake up. Look at his resolute face, he hasn't shown any ugly side yet. Holy crap! The elders had just begun to discuss when their eyes suddenly widened. Ji Taichang opened his eyes instantly, his face calm and composed, exuding an aura of righteousness. He was the first to break free from the illusion. No, the illusion array has only been active for a dozen or so breaths, right? How could he wake up so quickly? Could it be that we've all misjudged him, and this young man is the one with an iron will? Ji Taichang. I never expected that my Qingyun sect would have such a hidden master. He has performed so well in 2 consecutive rounds. This kid is truly remarkable. Several elders couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, and their gazes toward Ji Taichang changed. Even Yang Buxiu couldn't help but glance at Ji Taichang again. In contrast, Zhang San and Li Si's expressions were rather gloomy and unpleasant. The better Ji Taichang performed, the more unhappy they became. Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao revealed beautiful smiles, and the more they looked at Ji Taichang, the happier they felt. Ding! Detected that Lin Shuiyue's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points. Yang Yao's 10% cultivation ability cannot be obtained temporarily. Lin Shuiyue's favorability, 10A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. A system notification sounded in Ji Taichang's mind. Ji Taichang turned his head, exchanged a glance with Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao, and gave the 2 women a smile. Strange, why is it only Master's wife's favorability rating that has increased, but Sister Yang Yao's hasn't? Could it be that her favorability rating is too high, making it difficult to improve further? Ji Taichang muttered to himself. Yang Yao's favorability towards him has already reached 57, and it will obviously not be easy to raise it any higher. Half an hour later. The disciple named Chungyunga roared, his eyes snapped open, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and he gasped for breath, becoming the second person to break free from the illusion. His performance only made the elders and disciples look at Ji Taichang with even more amazement and shock. Even someone as strong as Chungyunga found it so difficult and slow to break free from the illusion. Ji Taichang, however, effortlessly dispelled the illusion in the blink of an eye, which was simply unbelievable. This contrast makes Ji Taichang seem all the more astonishing. 1 hour later. Only 80 people were able to break free of the illusion array, less than a quarter of them. After Ji Taichang and the others stepped forward, Yang Buxiu closed the illusion array, causing the more than 200 disciples to open their eyes in a daze, their heads buzzing, still not having recovered from the illusion. Chapter 25, A Duel to the Death. The third and final competition is a ring match. The 2 pairs will be drawn into a duel until the final 10 are determined and will be accepted into the true lineage. In a ring match, it's best to stop when the opponent is at a disadvantage. Don't go for the kill. As Yang Buxiu's voice fell, he formed a hand seal, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy spread out, causing the earth to tremble. Rocks and soil shattered, merged, and rose from the ground, forming 40 arenas in the Sex Plaza. Then, with a flick of his finger, the identity tokens of Ji Taichang, Chungyunga, and 80 other disciples flew out from their waists, intertwined in midair, and finally separated randomly, landing in pairs on our arena. Ji Taichang took a closer look and immediately smiled. He. Ji Taichang, your good days are over. Li Hongyun's body trembled, then his face was filled with a ferocious grin and excitement, and he couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh loudly. Whether it was intentional or accidental, or perhaps just a coincidence, Ji Taichang's first opponent was none other than Li Hongyun. You got lucky in the first 2 rounds and managed to get through. This time, let's see how you die. Li Hongyun was in high spirits and strode onto the arena. He no longer concealed his cultivation aura, and the powerful aura of the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage emanated from him. He put his hands behind his back, gave Lin Shuiyue what he thought was a handsome smile, and wanted to make a good impression on this ice queen and trample Ji Taichang under his feet. But Lin Shuiyue didn't even glance at him. Both she and Yang Yao's gazes were fixed on Ji Taichang, their beautiful faces filled with worry. Although Ji Taichang performed exceptionally well in the first 2 rounds, they did not involve cultivation level or strength, while this round was entirely a test of individual combat ability. Ji Taichang has not even been in the foundation establishment stage for 10 days. Even a fool could see that he was no match for Li Hongyun. Ji Taichang did not step directly onto the arena. Instead, he turned to Yang Buxiu and the elders and said in a deep voice, Sect Master, Elders, I have an irreconcilable personal grudge with Li Hongyun, so I would like to request to have a life or death duel with him. This arena battle will determine both the winner and the loser. Boom! Ji Taichang's words were like a boulder thrown into a river, instantly causing a huge uproar. The elders and the many inner disciples watching widened their eyes in disbelief, causing an uproar. Holy crap! This young man! I heard that Ji Taichang only recently established his foundation, while Li Hongyun has been at the foundation stage for 2.5 years and has reached the 3rd level of the foundation stage. What makes him think he can fight Li Hongyun to the death? Isn't this just suicide? Li Hongyun comes from an extraordinary background, and he is older and has been cultivating for longer than Ji Taichang. No matter how you look at it, he has absolutely no chance of winning. Has Ji Taichang gone mad? The crowd was abuzz with discussion, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief, feeling that Ji Taichang's behavior was far too insane. I agree. Ha, you asked for it. Li Hongyun was also shocked, then overjoyed, and immediately nodded in agreement, fearing that Ji Taichang would change his mind. Ji Taichang wanted to kill him, but Li Hongyun also wanted to kill Ji Taichang. As long as he can kill this troublesome guy, he can have Lin Xueyue all to himself. Upon realizing this, Li Hongyun couldn't help but turn to look at Lin Xueyue's beautiful face and voluptuous figure, and his heart burned with desire. No. I disagree. Lin Xueyue and Yang Yao spoke at almost the same time, both of them with anxious expressions on their faces. They stared intently at Ji Taichang and shook their heads vigorously, trying to persuade him to change his mind. Especially Lin Xueyue. Her heart trembled. She understood Ji Taichang's plan perfectly well. Ji Taichang's reason for challenging Li Hongyun to a life or death duel was clearly to kill Li Hongyun, so that he could preserve Lin Xueyue's innocence. Ji Taichang took a huge risk just to ensure her safety. Don't worry, Master's wife, Master's sister, I'm confident. Ji Taichang gave the two women a gentle smile, his expression calm and composed. Lin Xueyue's heart trembled again. Xiaochang, we're just acting, we're not a real couple. Why would you go to such lengths for me? A warm feeling welled up in Lin Xueyue's heart, a mixture of gratitude and worry. Ding. Detected that Lin Xueyue's favorability towards the host has increased by 15 points. Yang Weil's 10% cultivation ability cannot be obtained for the time being. Lin Xueyue's favorability, 25. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. The other elders and disciples were not too surprised to see Lin Xueyue and Yang Yao caring so much about Ji Taichang, since the two women were nominally Ji Taichang's elders. You're being ridiculous. Yang Yao was both anxious and angry, and said through gritted teeth, in short, I disagree. Allow. Before Yang Yao could finish speaking, Yang Buqiu spoke up, his aged voice carrying an undeniable authority. The sect leader personally spoke up and settled the matter. Very good, very good. Originally, I wouldn't have dared to kill you directly since you were hiding in the sect, but I didn't expect you to actually seek death. That's good, it saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Upon seeing this, Zheng San and Li Si both broke into genuine smiles. Xiao Chang. Lin Xueyue and Yang Yao's hearts were in their throats. Their hands were clenched tightly, their beautiful faces were pale, and they were full of worry. Get up here and face your death. The sect leader has already spoken, it's too late for you to regret it now, ha ha. Li Hongyun was overjoyed and arrogantly beckoned to Ji Taichang with his finger. Ji Taichang remained calm and composed. He lightly touched the ground with his toes and gracefully landed on the arena. Die. Li Hongyun's face was full of ferocious smiles. He had been gathering his strength in advance. The moment Ji Taichang stepped onto the arena, a sharp sword aura appeared on the long sword in his hand, and he slashed at Ji Taichang like lightning. Not good. This kid is incredibly cunning. Despite having a clear advantage in cultivation, he still resorted to a sneak attack. He has no sense of martial ethics. Upon seeing this, Lin Xueyue and Yang Yao were immediately alarmed and furious. Grand Master Ji is doomed. Seeing this, Zheng San and Li Si's smiles grew even wider. But the smiles on their faces froze the next moment. Ji Taichang drew a long sword with his backhand and blocked Li Hongyun's killing move in the blink of an eye. The two swords clashed, producing a crisp and ear-piercing metallic sound, sparks flew, and an astonishing shockwave was generated. What shocked everyone the most was Ji Taichang withstood Li Hongyun's sword head-on without retreating an inch, his body not even swaying in the slightest, appearing quite nonchalant. His cultivation aura was no longer concealed and was revealed. Foundation Establishment Stage, 2nd level. Wasn't he only at the Foundation Establishment stage a few days ago? How could he have broken through so quickly? The elders and disciples were all taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. Lin Xueyue and Yang Yao were also shocked, and then overjoyed. Humph. Need I say more? He must have taken drugs, forcibly breaking through with the help of pills. His foundation is unstable, and his combat power is weak. He's ruining his future. Zheng San snorted coldly and looked at Yang Yao. It's obvious. He believed that Yang Yao had secretly concocted pills for Ji Taichang, forcibly boosting his cultivation level. Chapter 26, Killed in 2 moves. Even Lin Xueyue couldn't help but look at Yang Yao, clearly having the same thought. Elder Yang Yao's assistants? I see. Upon seeing this, the other elders and disciples immediately understood. Yang Yao was, after all, a third-grade alchemist. As long as she was willing to spend money, it wouldn't be difficult for her to refine some pills to help Ji Taichang forcibly break through a minor realm. Only Yang Yao's pure and pretty face was filled with a blank expression. Because she really didn't give Ji Taichang any pills. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. What's the use of boosting your cultivation level with drugs? You're still no match for them. Li Si snorted coldly and said disdainfully, so what if he's at the second level of foundation establishment? Li Hongyun is at the third level of foundation establishment. He's still doomed to lose. These words were spoken. Lin Xuehui and Yang Yao, who were initially overjoyed, suddenly became tense again, staring intently at Ji Taichang with worried expressions. So what if you're at the second level of foundation establishment? You've only been at the foundation establishment stage for a few days, yet this sword strike contains the power I've accumulated over 2.5 years of foundation establishment. Can you withstand it? Li Hongyun's face was somewhat distorted. He roared and poured all his spiritual power into the long sword in his hand, slashing down at Ji Taichang. The gleaming sword energy emitted a chilling light. When Ji Taichang casually raised his long sword and clashed with Li Hongyun, producing a piercing metallic sound. The next moment, Li Hongyun's expression changed. He felt an overwhelming and terrifying force crashing into him. Ji Taichang's sword slammed him back more than 10 steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He almost fell off the stage. What? Li Hongyun was injured by Ji Taichang's sword? This scene shocked all the elders and disciples. This is truly unbelievable. That's it? Ji Taichang's lips curled into a smirk as he looked down at Li Hongyun. You, how can you be so strong? You used to be just a useless qi refining stage cultivator, how did you suddenly become so much stronger? This is impossible. You must have taken a forbidden drug that burns away your life force and potential, right? Li Hongyun's face was contorted, filled with resentment and incredulous anger. He simply couldn't accept that he had been injured by Ji Taichang so casually. Practice makes perfect. The past is the past, the present is the present. Ji Taichang chuckled lightly, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Li Hongyun. His speed was extremely fast, and the long sword in his hand drew a cold arc, slashing down towards Li Hongyun's head. Bang! Li Hongyun raised his long sword to parry, and with a deafening explosion, he was cleaved by Ji Taichang's sword and forced to his knees on the arena. The stone arena was cracked by his knees, and his bones cracked and popped, as if countless bones had been broken. Puff! The terrible internal injuries caused Li Hongyun to cough up a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly weakened. Before he could react, Ji Taichang grabbed his neck, his steel-like hand exerting force that made it difficult for Li Hongyun to breathe, leaving him unable to muster any strength, and his face turning purple. Ji, junior brother Ji, spare my life. I know I was wrong. Li Hongyun's body trembled like a sieve as he struggled to squeeze out a sentence, his eyes filled with fear and pleading. All you know is that you're going to die. Ji Taichang's voice was cold as he slowly exerted force with his palm. With a chilling sound of bones cracking, Li Hongyun's neck was snapped by him. Li Hongyun's head rolled to the ground, his empty eyes still filled with deep fear and regret. At this moment, the entire sect square fell into a deathly silence. All the elders and inner disciples turned to look at Ji Taichang. Even the disciples on the other arenas stopped fighting and turned to look at it in unison. Everyone's eyes widened, their heads buzzing. Lin Xuehui and Yang Yao both opened their cherry-like mouths wide, as if they could fit an egg inside. Ji Taichang won. And he defeated him in just 2 moves. A second-level foundation establishment cultivator instantly killed a third-level foundation establishment cultivator, and Ji Taichang heard that he had only been at the foundation establishment stage for a few days. This is simply a miracle. This kid has been a disciple for 6 years without making a sound. I never expected him to have grown to this level, he's been hiding it so well. TSK, the Grand Elder has taken on a fine disciple. No wonder Ji Taichang wanted to fight Li Hongyun to the death. He came prepared. He can even kill Li Hongyun in an instant. This Ji Taichang already has the potential to be a true disciple. It seems I need to find an opportunity to win him over. After a moment of silence, the entire sect square erupted in excitement. Everyone was shocked and discussing it heatedly. Many people looked at Ji Taichang with amazement and admiration, and some even wanted to win him over and befriend him. Some people had distorted faces, filled with anger and murderous intent, and they couldn't bear to see Ji Taichang become good. These people were naturally Zhang San, Zhang Shan, Li Si, and others. Great! Great! I knew Xiao Chang was a capable person. Yang Yao was extremely excited, her breathing became rapid, and her trembling heart rose and fell in a spectacular display. Her gaze toward Ji Taichang grew increasingly tender and appreciative. Lin Shuiyue's eyes reddened slightly as she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, deeply moved. Xiao Chang must have paid a heavy price and suffered countless hardships in order to kill Li Hongyun, which is why his strength increased so rapidly in such a short time. All of this was for me. He was actually willing to go to this lengths for me. Certainly. To outsiders, it seemed that Lin Shuiyue, the master's wife, was very pleased and moved to see her husband's disciple display extraordinary strength. Ding! Detected that Lin Shuiyue's favorability has increased by 10 points. Yang Weil's 10% cultivation ability cannot be obtained temporarily. Lin Shuiyue's favorability, 35. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. Ding! Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 5 points. The host can obtain 10% of the Blazing Fire Sect Master's cultivation ability. Please select. Yang Yao's favorability, 62. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. A pleasant system notification sounded in Ji Taichang's mind. He smiled, revealing a genuine smile, and turned to look at Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao, winking at the two women. That look made both women's hearts race. No one dislikes genius. Especially since Ji Taichang was just an ordinary disciple before, but has now transformed into a genius who can easily kill enemies of higher ranks. This magnificent transformation is even more likely to touch the hearts of the two women. This guy. Li Si's face was gloomy, his brows furrowed slightly, and a terrible guess couldn't help but surface in his mind. Li Tiao, who has been missing for several days, could he have been killed by Ji Taichang? But Li Si quickly shook his head, denying this guess. Li Tiao is at the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage and is 25 years old. After years of arduous cultivation, his cultivation level is close to the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage. He is powerful and far more capable than Li Hongyun. Judging from Ji Taichang's current combat prowess, it is unlikely that he can kill Li Tiao, or even be Li Tiao's match. Chapter 27. I'll Make You Fly. 15 minutes later. The first round of the challenge has ended, and 40 people have advanced to the next round. Yang Buqiu formed a hand seal, and a surge of powerful magic power emanated from him. The identity tokens of Ji Taichang and the others floated up, constantly intertwining and entwining in mid-air, before finally landing in pairs on a stage. I'll fight Ji Taichang? One of the disciples in blue robes turned pale when he saw the results of the draw. He was none other than Tang Xuan, a disciple of the Pill Hall and one of Zhang Shan's suitors. He had previously stood up for Zhang Shan in the Pill Hall, only to be slapped away by Ji Taichang. Although his cultivation level was as high as the 2nd level of the foundation establishment stage, it was all forcibly raised by taking drugs, and he was very weak. Even someone as strong as Li Hongyun was defeated by Ji Taichang in 2 moves, so it's obvious that he couldn't possibly be Ji Taichang's match. However, the sect leader, elders, and inner disciples were all watching the arena. If Tang Xuan surrendered without a fight, he would inevitably become a laughingstock and would probably never be able to hold his head up again. Tang Xuan had no choice but to bite the bullet and step onto the arena. He cupped his hands in greeting to Ji Taichang and whispered, "Senior brother Ji, please spare my strength." Put. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Taichang's fist, the size of a sandbag, kept enlarging in front of Tang Xuan. One punch broke his nose, and he flew up and fell off the stage. What a piece of trash! When Zhang San saw this, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Simply because Tang Xuan is his disciple. Tang Xuan's humiliating defeat also made Zhang San lose face. Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao were completely relieved, and now they both had gentle smiles on their faces. Seeing how decisively Ji Taichang had dealt with the enemy, the two women looked at Ji Taichang with even more tenderness. Soon. The 2nd round of the tournament has ended, and only 20 people remain on the field. The final is about to begin. Yang Buqiu once again formed a hand seal, and the identity tokens of Ji Taichang and others floated up. They were then drawn by lot and landed in pairs on a stage. When Ji Taichang saw the results of the draw, a smile appeared on his face again. Zhang San's expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly stood up. It's all because Ji Taichang's opponent is Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan is close in age to Ji Taichang. Although it took her 2.5 years to reach the foundation establishment stage, her cultivation aptitude is quite ordinary, and she spends most of her time learning alchemy, so she has not yet broken through to the second level of the foundation establishment stage. If he were to fight against Ji Taichang, his chances of winning would be very low. Zhang Shan's face was also very pale. She immediately took out several pills from her storage ring and swallowed them in one gulp. The next moment, the powerful medicinal energy dissolved within her body, merging into her meridians and acupoints, causing her cultivation level to rise, breaking through the shackles, and stepping into the second level of the foundation establishment stage. This is not over yet. She took out a few more pills from her storage ring and swallowed them all at once. Her blood and chi surged, her eyes glowed red, and her strength increased dramatically. She exuded a more ferocious aura. Although drug use can have serious side effects and may even damage one's health, but she would rather harm herself than lose to Ji Taichang again, and she was even less willing to lose her position as a true disciple. Lin Shuaiyue frowned slightly. Zhang Shan took drugs at the last minute and relied on external forces. Isn't that against the rules? What's wrong with the rules? Zhang San snorted coldly. Shaner is an alchemist. If she doesn't rely on pills to fight, what does she rely on? Don't talisman masters rely entirely on talismans when fighting? Don't sword cultivators rely on swords when fighting? Don't formation masters rely on the power of formations to kill enemies? These words left Lin Shuaiyue speechless, her lips trembling as she struggled to find a rebuttal. Yang Buqiu remained silent, clearly acquiescing to Zhang Shan's actions. Zhang Shan's blood and chi surged and burned, generating a continuous stream of powerful energy. Her eyes glowed red, and she had a fierce expression. Master Ji, the position of his true successor is mine. She let out a low roar, drew a sword, and rushed onto the arena, slashing at Ji Taichang with her sword. Then she flew away. When Zhang Shan rushed in front of Ji Taichang didn't even lift his eyelids, and without even using a weapon, he kicked Zhang Shan in the abdomen. It was accompanied by a dull thud. Zhang Shan's body arched backward instantly, like a cooked shrimp, and was kicked away by Ji Taichang, spitting out a mouthful of blood and falling off the stage. One by the roadside. Ji Taichang withdrew his foot, his expression cold and contemptuous, and he didn't even glance at her once. In an instant, the sect square fell silent once again. All eyes turned to Zhang San. As Zhang San's only descendant, Zhang Shan was usually pampered. Now, in order to secure the position of the true successor, she did not hesitate to take banned drugs, only to be kicked away by Ji Taichang like a stray dog. This is practically a slap in the face to Zhang San. This is a blatant insult. You, pfft. Zhang Shan trembled, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Ji Taichang. She tried to get up, but the excruciating pain and rage caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood and faint on the spot. Zhang San's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared fiercely at Ji Taichang, then flashed away, picked up Zhang Shan, and left the sect square. TSK. This Ji Taichang is quite ruthless. He doesn't give Elder Zhang any face at all and openly slaps him in the face. He's trying to offend him to the death. So what? Ji Taichang is the Grand Elder's disciple, and now he has won the position of a true disciple. Elder Zhang San can't do anything to him. Yeah, if I had his strength, I'd definitely be even more arrogant than him. The disciples were all talking excitedly, their eyes filled with amazement and fervor as they looked at Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang displayed extraordinary talent and strength, winning the position of a true disciple, which made many people admire him more and more, and their desire to win him over and befriend him became more and more urgent. The final round of the tournament ended quickly. Ji Taichang, Chang Yangda, and 9 others won the final victory and became true disciples. Xiao Chang, congratulations on winning the qualification of a true disciple. Lin Shuaiyue and Yang Yao walked over with genuine, radiant smiles on their faces, offering their congratulations with beaming smiles. It's all thanks to the excellent teaching of my master's wife and aunt. Ji Taichang smiled slightly and winked at the 2 women. Next came Yang Buqiu's lengthy speech, after which he issued new identity tokens to Ji Taichang and the other 10 true disciples. Each of them received a resource gift pack and could also go to the scripture pavilion to freely choose 2 cultivation techniques as a reward. Furthermore, the true disciples will be able to go to a treasure land with extremely rich spiritual energy within the sect to cultivate. These are benefits that ordinary inner disciples don't even get to enjoy. Chapter 28 Yang Weil's Warning. After the competition ended, Ji Taichang returned to the pill hall, and when Yang Yao entered her cultivation room, he took the opportunity to follow her in. Yang Yao had a plump and graceful figure. She wore a light yellow high-waisted ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, which accentuated her perfect figure, making Ji Taichang stare at her for a while. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. To glance at a beautiful woman is a sign of respect. Keeping watching means keeping respect. Yang Yao blushed under Ji Taichang's intense gaze and quickly turned away, her heart pounding. She whispered, "Little Chang, you're a true disciple now. You should go into seclusion to prepare for the opening of the secret realm. You don't need to do your job as a steward in the pill hall anymore. After all, the treatment of a true disciple is much better than that of a steward." Before she could finish speaking, Ji Taichang grabbed her soft little hand. "I won't listen." Ji Taichang stood before her, his handsome face smiling, gazing at her with tender affection. "If you were to resign from your position as steward of the pill hall, wouldn't you be missing the opportunity to work with Sister Yang Yao and see her every day? You're being ridiculous." Yang Yao's pretty face flushed even more, and she hurriedly withdrew her small hand. Ji Taichang's smile remained unchanged as he softly said, "Sister Yang Yao, I truly like you. I know you're afraid of being criticized. Now that I'm a true disciple, I'll definitely become a sect elder in a few years. By then, we will both be sect elders, and it will be perfectly legitimate for us to be together. No one will object or criticize us then. Give me a chance, okay?" Ji Taichang's words stirred something within Yang Yao. If Ji Taichang really becomes an elder of the sect, and his status is equal to hers, it seems that it would be natural for the two of them to be together. Upon realizing this, Yang Yao's heart raced, and a certain thought began to emerge in her mind. Until her soft, delicate little hand was held again, Ji Taichang's warm and strong hand wrapped around her slender waist and gently squeezed it. Yang Yao shuddered, bit her lip, and said reproachfully, "Let's talk about it when you actually become an elder." It took her a great deal of effort to steel herself and push Ji Taichang away, making him leave the alchemy room. Ding! Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 3 points. Yang Yao's favorability, 65. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. Hearing the pleasant notification from the system, Ji Taichang's smile grew even wider. Yang Yao was clearly tempted and tacitly agreed to her suggestion. Ji Taichang began his cultivation journey to the sect's sacred grounds. Certainly. He doesn't need to improve his cultivation level through cultivation, but having finally become a true disciple, giving up such a precious opportunity to cultivate would easily arouse suspicion. This is a valley deep within the Qingyun sect, naturally rich in pure spiritual energy. Furthermore, a massive spirit gathering array is set up underground, continuously drawing in spiritual energy. Ji Taichang and the other 9 true disciples each found a spot in the valley and began to meditate and cultivate. Ji Taichang quietly comprehended the turtle breathing technique. As night fell, a tall and slender figure appeared silently in the valley, and a cold and terrifying aura swept over him, making Ji Taichang feel considerable pressure. "Greetings, Master." Ji Taichang opened his eyes and saw Yan Wal standing in front of him, and his heart skipped a beat. "Come out with me." Yang Wal spoke coldly as he turned and left. As a master, it is normal for him to summon his disciple when he has something to do, so when Ji Taichang was taken away by Yang Wal, it did not arouse suspicion from others. Until Ji Taichang arrived at the small courtyard where Yang Wal lived. "You think you can have Lin Shueyue all to yourself by killing Li Hongyun?" Yang Wal suddenly spoke, staring into Ji Taichang's eyes. "There are still 4 days left. If she still can't conceive, I will find someone else. Don't think that just because you've become a true disciple you can defy me." Yang Wal snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave. "Xiao Chang, you took too much risk killing Li Hongyun today. You not only offended Yang Wal, but also the people around Li Hongyun." Lin Shueyue pulled Ji Taichang into her boudoir, her eyes filled with worry. "I'm not afraid of offending people, I'm only afraid of losing you." Suddenly, Ji Taichang embraced Lin Shueyue's delicate body, instantly transforming into a movie star, and said tenderly, I love you. For you, I'd go through fire and water, let alone kill Li Hongyun." Chapter 29. The Tsongshan Secret Realm opens ahead of schedule. Ji Taichang's words sent a shiver down Lin Shueyue's spine. Xiao Chang was actually willing to go to such lengths for me. His affectionate gaze clearly carried a hint of love. Is he in love with me? Yes, Xiao Chang is young and impetuous, in the prime of his youth. These past few days, we've been entangled in passionate love. Although it's all acting, we've done everything except for that one thing. It's perfectly normal for him to fall in love with me. But our identities. Lin Shueyue was in a state of utter confusion, her heart pounding wildly. Ding! Detected that Lin Shueyue's favorability has increased by 5 points. Yang Weil's 10% cultivation ability cannot be obtained temporarily. Lin Shui's favorability, 40. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. Ji Tai was delighted to hear the system notification sound. He immediately reached out and cupped Lin Shui's chin, then kissed her deeply. The door to the boudoir was closed. Under the soft light, dresses fluttered, and two figures entwined in tender affection. After spending half an hour in the courtyard, Ji Tai Chang did not return to the sect's sacred grounds to cultivate. Instead, he pretended to go back to his room to rest, but in reality, he quietly changed into black clothes and left the Qingyun sect. He arrived at a secluded and deserted place in the wilderness and silently recited in his mind, "Child, receive your cultivation." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10% of the cultivation of the Blazing Fire Sect Master. A powerful force appeared out of nowhere in Ji Taichang's dantian, surging and vast, instantly flowing into his meridians and acupoints, merging into every inch of his flesh and blood, propelling his cultivation to skyrocket. In an instant, Ji Taichang broke through the shackles, his aura suddenly soared, and he stepped into the second level of the Golden Core stage. And this is not the end. That power was extremely powerful, causing Ji Taichang's cultivation to rise continuously. In the end, he barely managed to break through the shackles and enter the third level of the Golden Core stage. At this moment, Ji Taichang's spiritual power was immense, like a surging river flowing through his meridians and acupoints, endlessly circulating and regenerating. His pitch-black sea of consciousness expanded considerably, the blurry phantom of his soul became more solid, and the range of his divine sense perception increased dramatically, covering a full 15 miles. Feeling the surge of power within his body, Ji Taichang first grinned, quite pleased. But soon he sighed again, his expression turning serious. The Golden Core Stage 3 cultivation is indeed very strong, but it is far from enough to kill Yang Weil. The difference in cultivation level and strength between the two sides is too great. We need to seduce Sister Yang Yao quickly. Ji Taichang's mind raced with thoughts, and he had already formed a plan. Late at night, just as Ji Taichang returned to the sect's sacred grounds to continue comprehending the turtle breathing technique, a graceful and voluptuous woman appeared and awakened Ji Taichang and 10 other disciples from their seclusion. "Second elder, why are you in such a hurry to wake us up? Is there something urgent?" Ji Taichang looked at the mature woman in front of him with a somewhat bewildered expression. "The Tsangshan secret realm has opened ahead of schedule. The Prince's Palace of Lanzhou has issued an urgent message, ordering all sects within Lanzhou that are qualified to enter the Tsangshan secret realm to immediately lead their people to the location of the Tsangshan secret realm. Pack your things quickly, I will escort you there." The second elder, Lu Tsuilan, immediately revealed some startling news. The Tsangshan secret realm, which was originally scheduled to open in half a month, suddenly opened ahead of schedule. Ji Taichang and the others were naturally both surprised and delighted. They immediately got up, quickly returned to their residences to tidy up, and after everything was ready, Lu Tsuilan activated a cloud boat, carrying Ji Taichang and the other 10 true disciples, and soared into the sky. Once you arrive at the Tsangshan secret realm, you must try your best not to offend anyone. Our Qingyun sect is just an ordinary sect in Lanzhou. There are many sects stronger than us, and the strength of the geniuses outside will surpass yours. We must never provoke the two clans in one sect that have nascent soul stage experts in charge. The Prince of Lanzhou's mansion is the royal family of the Great Wu dynasty. The entire Lanzhou is their territory. You must not clash with anyone you encounter from the Prince of Lanzhou's mansion. If you can make connections with the prince's mansion, it will be enough to benefit you for a lifetime. En route, Lu Tsuilan kept nagging and giving strict instructions to Ji Taichang and the others. This time, the Tsangshan secret realm will gather the young talents of the entire Lanzhou. The true disciples of the Qingyun sect are only considered to be of average or below average level in the entire Lanzhou. If they hadn't kept a low profile, they might have perished in the Tsangshan secret realm. Yes. We understand. Sheng Yangge, Wang Madu, and other true disciples nodded solemnly, their faces showing a mixture of excitement and seriousness. Ji Taichang was also somewhat excited, trying hard to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Competing with the younger generation? He's a dignified golden core cultivator. Once he enters the Tsangshan secret realm, he'll surely go on a rampage. Lu Tsuilan, a 5th-level golden core cultivator, fully propelled the specially made cloud boat, achieving an extremely fast speed, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. Even at full speed, it took several hours before the golden sun appeared on the horizon and the group finally arrived at their destination. In a vast and boundless mountain range, the ground cracked open, and dazzling light shot out from it, forming a distorted, semi-transparent light curtain. Within it, one could vaguely see a vast little world. Chapter 30, Entering the Tsongshan Secret Realm. When Ji Taichang and his party arrived here, dozens of teams had already gathered, with cloud boats floating around, all from sects and families from all over Lanzhou. A series of powerful golden core stage auras loomed faintly, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere in the world. Especially the team at the very front, numbering over 1,000, was led by a burly man clad in golden armor, exuding an aura of steely indignation from years of battlefield experience. A terrifying pressure, exceeding the limits of the golden core stage, emanated from him, causing everyone present to tremble, their faces solemn, and no one daring to make a sound. After Lu Tsuilan introduced it in a low voice. Only then did Ji Taichang and the others realize that the golden armored man was the strongest warrior of the Lanzhou Prince's mansion, a nascent soul stage expert. He led over 1,000 young geniuses from the Lanzhou Royal Palace to occupy the most prominent position at the entrance to the secret realm. In comparison, ordinary sects like Qingyun sect often only have 10 or a dozen slots, making the gap seem enormous. Even with 2 clans and 1 sect having nascent soul stage experts in charge, the quota is only a few hundred people. But that's normal. Among the procession of the Prince of Lanzhou, there was an extremely beautiful and voluptuous figure who caught the attention of Ji Taichang. The other person appeared to be in their early 20s, tall and slender, with stunning looks and an extraordinary noble air. She is none other than the renowned top genius of Lanzhou, the Princess of Lanzhou Royal Palace. Not only Ji Taichang, but also many young talents from various sects gazed at the princess with admiration in their eyes, making her the center of attention. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and one after another, more sects arrived with their people. It's almost time. Those who haven't arrived yet don't need to come. Go inside, everyone. The secret realm is only open to cultivators under the age of 30, and can only be open for a maximum of 3 days. You all know the rules. The general of the Lanzhou Prince's palace spoke coldly, his voice like rolling thunder, echoing in all directions. With his command, over 1,000 young geniuses from the Lanzhou Prince's mansion were the first to step into the entrance to the Tsongshan secret realm. Next came the 2 clans and 1 lineage. When Ji Taichang stepped into the entrance of the secret realm, he felt the surrounding space distort and the world spinning. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. This was Ji Taichang's first time entering the secret realm, and he looked around curiously. Behind them was a huge light curtain, which was the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Ahead lay a vast and boundless mountain range, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant and pure, and the sun hung high in the sky, making it seem not much different from the outside world. The thousands of disciples of the Lanzhou Prince's mansion quickly split into dozens of teams and headed in different directions. Disciples from other sects and families also dispersed to explore the secret realm. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, from now on, you will all follow my instructions in the operations within the secret realm. No objections? Chang Yanga spoke in a deep voice, glancing at the other 9 people. He is the only expert at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage among the younger generation of the Qingyun sect, and it is only right and proper that he should be the leader. Ji Taichang and Wang Madu, among others, naturally had no objection to this. Chang Yanga chose a direction and led everyone forward. A moment later, a deep, terrifying roar came from ahead. Chang Yanga's eyes narrowed, and he immediately drew his broadsword. Everyone, prepare to fight. Chang Yanga glanced back and suddenly widened her eyes. No, where is Grand Master Ji? No one knows when, but Ji Taichang quietly retreated behind the crowd and disappeared without anyone noticing. Even someone as capable as Chang Yanga didn't notice anything unusual. By this time, Ji Taichang had already run far away. He quickly changed his clothes and mobilized his spiritual power to temporarily alter his muscles and bones. His originally tall and upright body became 2 meters tall, and his handsome face became full of flesh. He also used the turtle breathing technique to change his aura. Even though Lin Shueyue had been in close contact with him for many days, she couldn't recognize his identity when he came up to her. He. Now, my name is Yang Dingtian. Ji Taichang's voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes showed anticipation and excitement. The hidden realm of Tsongshan Mountain. Here I come. With a sinister grin on his face, Ji Taichang stomped on the ground, covering 100 feet in a single step, almost flying close to the ground, and headed towards the depths of the Tsongshan secret realm. A moment later, Ji Taichang stopped in his tracks and keenly smelled a refreshing fragrance. His powerful divine sense detected a snow-white flower growing on a cliff ahead, swaying gently in the wind. The long-lasting fragrance permeates the air from a great distance, which is truly astonishing. A grade 3 spiritual herb. Sister Yang Yao will definitely like it. Chapter 31. I made a sliding tackle. This Sanshan secret realm is truly a wonderful place. Ji Taichang smiled, in a great mood. His divine sense was powerful during the Golden Core stage, and wherever he went, all the rare and precious materials could not escape his perception and were collected by him. A moment later, Ji Taichang passed through the dense forest and entered a valley. Suddenly, a deafening tiger's roar came from ahead, shaking the mountains and valleys, causing the surrounding trees to sway and rustle. Its power was truly terrifying. A fierce battle is raging deep in the valley as a team of 12 men join forces to besiege a giant, 3 zhan long approximately 10 meters striped tiger. 2 burly, tall men, wielding shields and greatswords, stood at the forefront, enduring the attacks of the giant tiger. 5 cultivators drew their bows and arrows, using them to wear down and suppress the tiger from a distance. The other 5 unleashed their supernatural powers and spells from afar, bombarding the giant tiger. This group of people were all experts at the foundation establishment stage, and their teamwork was excellent. They were clearly well-trained elites. Even so, their situation is still quite dire. The giant, striped tiger slammed down with its claws, the size of millstones, sending the burly man and his shield flying backward. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his internal organs seemingly displaced. Arrows rained down, accompanied by a flurry of magical light. But the giant tiger only roared at them, and the terrifying sound waves spread out, shattering the arrows and dimming the light of its supernatural powers and spells, making it impossible to harm it. This giant, striped tiger is far more powerful than any human cultivator of the same level. In just a few rounds of combat, the 2 burly men who were the vanguard were severely injured by the giant tiger. They are from the Prince of Lanzhao's residence. Ji Taichang's heart stirred, and he recognized their identities. This is a great opportunity to build connections with the Prince of Lanzhao. Roar! Suddenly, the giant, striped tiger bit down hard, severing the head of a burly man and tearing his heart and lungs out of him. Immediately afterwards, it stomped hard on the ground, and wisps of dark, malevolent energy swirled around its body, blocking the dense barrage of arrows and supernatural spells as it charged towards the crowd. Stop your insolence! A roar came from the crowd. A young man in brocade robes stepped forward, his golden sword shining brightly. He unleashed his powerful cultivation at the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage and slashed at the giant tiger. Then he was slapped away by the giant, striped tiger. He spat out a mouthful of blood, smashed through more than a dozen large trees, and collapsed in a pool of blood. No! 7th young master. Upon seeing this, the other cultivators' pupils dilated in shock, and they couldn't help but let out worried exclamations. But the next moment they stopped worrying about the young man in brocade. Because the giant, striped tiger had already reached them. Boom! With just one swipe of its paw, the giant tiger turned 2 unlucky creatures into splattered lumps of misfortune. The ground was blasted into a deep crater, and the terrifying shockwave sent other cultivators flying, leaving them covered in dust and dirt. No! How can it be so strong? Its cultivation level is at the peak of the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage, only 1 step away from the 8th level. We miscalculated. These cultivators were trembling, and a look of despair appeared in their eyes. They had previously joined forces to hunt down demonic beasts at the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage in the outside world, so they were full of confidence at the beginning. However, no one expected that the demonic beasts in the Sanshan secret realm would be so strong, far surpassing the demonic beasts in the outside world. Roar! The giant, striped tiger let out a thunderous growl, its eyes filled with mockery and cruelty, and raised its millstone-sized paw to swat at them. At this critical moment, Ji Taichang's figure appeared like a ghost, and he punched the striped tiger demon. The 2 collided and produced a dull thud. An astonishing shockwave emanated from the 2 centers and spread in all directions, snapping ancient trees and pulverizing vegetation, creating a terrifying storm. Ji Taichang actually withstood the attack of the giant tiger without suffering any harm. That tall and imposing figure stood proudly in place, his full head of black hair and robes fluttering even without wind. The surrounding cultivators stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with profound shock. Clang! Ji Taichang suddenly drew his sword from its sheath, emitting a clear, crisp sword hum. Suddenly, Ji Taichang slid across the belly of the giant tiger, raised his sword, and slashed a huge, narrow gash across the tiger's abdomen. The giant, striped tiger's internal organs fell off with a clatter, accompanied by a spray of hot, foul-smelling blood that stained the ground red. This once arrogant and terrifying beast suddenly collapsed, fell asleep, and refused to wake up. This truly horrifying scene nearly made the eyes of the surrounding cultivators pop out of their sockets. Hiss! This prodigy from which sect is this, so incredibly brave? Their heads were buzzing with shock, truly terrified by Ji Taichang's terrifying fighting prowess. Chapter 32. This young master's sincerity moved me. Done. Ji Taichang clapped his hands, took out a storage ring, and put the corpse of the striped giant tiger into it. This was a special ring he used to store the corpses of demonic beasts, and he planned to find a place to pack it up and sell it after he got out. By the way, do you know where its lair is? Are there any rare and precious treasures inside? Ji Taichang turned to look at the few cultivators who had been frightened. Upon hearing Ji Taichang's question, the cultivators finally snapped out of their shock. What a brave man! Please join our team. The richly dressed young man, his face filled with excitement, got up from the ground and stared intently at Ji Taichang. Let me introduce myself. I am Qin Wenhua, the 7th young master of the Lanzhao Prince's mansion. My father is the Prince of Lanzhao. I see you are all alone, why not join my ranks? I, Qin, will surely reward you handsomely. To withstand a giant tiger's claw attack unscathed, and to kill a giant tiger at the 7th level of Foundation establishment with a single sword strike, what a terrifying feat. Qin Wenhua speculated that Ji Taichang was at least at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment stage, or even the 9th level. It's rare to see someone in the Lanzhao Prince's mansion reach such a level of cultivation before the age of 30. Therefore, Qin Wenhua suddenly developed a love for talent and wanted to win over Ji Taichang to use him for his own purposes. The 7th young master of the Prince of Lanzhao? Upon hearing this, Ji Taichang's heart stirred. He hadn't expected that the person in front of him would have such a background. Qin Wenhua took out a storage ring from his pocket and put it into Ji Taichang's hand. This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it, brave warrior. Ji Taichang scanned it with his divine sense and found that there were a full 100,000 spirit stones inside. This young man's sincerity touched me. Ji Taichang smiled and tucked the storage ring into his pocket. However, I'm still missing a suitable weapon, cough cough. Upon hearing this, Qin Wenhua quickly handed the sword in his hand to Ji Taichang. This is my sword, named the Swift Sword. It is extremely agile and swift, and is a top-grade magic weapon. If the brave warrior does not mind, please accept it. Qin Wenhua was going all out to win over Ji Taichang. I can feel young Master Qin's sincerity. Ji Taichang took the quick draw sword and smiled. Then, I can travel with young Master Qin from now on. In fact, Ji Taichang was not really lacking in weapons. With his cultivation level, he wouldn't need any weapons to deal with the monsters in the Tsongshan secret realm. But this is the sword of the 7th young master of the Lanzhao Prince's mansion. This is a very good token. If Ji Taichang ever needs help from the Lanzhao Prince's mansion in the future, this sword will play a crucial role. Ha ha ha. Welcome, brave warrior. Upon hearing this, Qin Wenhua's face immediately broke into a daisy-like smile. The other cultivators also showed expressions of surprise and excitement. Ji Taichang's terrifying combat power was still fresh in their minds. With such a formidable figure joining the team, they could practically roam freely in the Tsongshan secret realm from now on. Qin Wenhua asked, by the way, may I ask your honorable name and which sect you come from? Ji Taichang casually remarked, Yang Dingtian is just a rogue cultivator, not worth mentioning. Yang Dingtian? Qin Wenhua blinked, somewhat bewildered. In his view, a formidable figure like Ji Taichang must be a renowned genius in Lanzhao, from a powerful sect or family. But Qin Wenhua racked his brains and still hadn't heard of the name Yang Dingtian. As for rogue cultivators, even less likely. Those qualified to enter the Tsongshan secret realm are all sects and forces with golden core stage experts in charge. How could a rogue cultivator possibly appear? Qin Wenhua assumed that Ji Taichang simply didn't want to reveal his true identity. Since it was their first meeting, Qin Wenhua didn't pry too much into the details, lest he displease Ji Taichang. Qin Wenhua collected the bodies and belongings of his 3 dead subordinates. Then, he led Ji Taichang to the lair of the striped giant tiger, located in a spacious cave deep in the valley, where they actually dug out several second-grade spiritual herbs, tiger fiend vine. Qin Wenhua said, young Master Yang killed this demonic beast, so these tiger fiend vine are yours. Ji Taichang knew that Qin Wenhua was a man who was not short of money, so he didn't stand on ceremony with him and put the tiger demon vine into his storage ring. As an alchemist, Sister Yang Yao should need these spiritual herbs. Young Master Yang, I plan to go to this place next, but the Yin energy here is very heavy. Every time that Sangshan's secret realm opens, it breeds many evil spirits, which is very dangerous. Qin Wenhua took out a map and pointed to a place marked with a red circle, not far from where they were. Ji Taichan's eyes widened at the sight. Good heavens, it's actually a complete map of the Sangshan secret realm. Moreover, it is covered with dense markings and annotations, indicating which places are rich in spiritual energy, what rare treasures they might nurture, and what kinds of monsters might roam there. While other sect disciples were still wandering around aimlessly, the people from the Lanzhou Royal Palace had already pinpointed the exact location of the rare and precious treasures in the Sangshan secret realm. The area circled by Qin Wenhua was marked with the words, "A fourth-grade Yin attribute natural treasure was discovered there before." Although it has only been discovered once, it is still astonishing enough. The fourth rank corresponds to the nascent soul stage. This means that even the most precious and rare fourth-grade natural treasures are of great use to nascent soul stage experts, as they can be used to refine extremely valuable and rare fourth-grade pills. Set off! Ji Taichang immediately waved his hand, a hint of expectation in his eyes. If I could get a fourth-grade spiritual medicine and give it to Yang Yao, I might be able to win her over. All right. We'll have to rely on young Master Yang then. Upon hearing this, Qin Wenhua smiled. If Ji Taichang hadn't joined the team, he wouldn't have dared to venture into that place. 15 minutes later, the group arrived at their destination. This was a forest shrouded in miasma and mist all day long, dark and gloomy. An inexplicable chill swept over them, causing Qin Wenhua and the others to shiver involuntarily. The forest was littered with decaying bones, mostly from demonic beasts, but a few were from humans. Those were left behind by unlucky souls who strayed into this place when the Sangshan secret realm was first opened. Chapter 33: The Great Heavenly Dragon. Qin Wenhua and the other 9 people had solemn expressions and held their breath. At the same time, they put an antidote pill in their mouths in advance to prevent the miasma and poison gas in the forest from entering their bodies. In comparison, Ji Taichang appeared extremely relaxed and casual, without taking any precautions. His spiritual power was vast and boundless, and the power of his golden core was inexhaustible. Ordinary miasma and evil spirits could not get close at all. The forest was incredibly dark and oppressive, filled with a chilling atmosphere, as if they had entered the underworld. This caused Qin Wenhua and the others to shiver and instinctively move a little closer to Ji Taichang. Young masters, save me! Just then, 2 beautiful women stumbled out of the depths of the forest, covered in blood, their clothes torn, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. The 2 women were extremely beautiful and charming, with tall and voluptuous figures that were almost flawless, even more beautiful than Yang Yao and Lin Shuiyue. Especially their pale faces, tinged with fear and pleading, made them look so pitiful that I couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Young master, my sister and I have wandered into this place by mistake and were attacked by ghosts and monsters. We are seriously injured, and evil energy has invaded our hearts. Please, everyone, save us. The 2 women staggered toward Ji Taichang and his entourage, their voices soft and pleading. Upon hearing this, Qin Wenhua and the others felt their hearts race and their blood pressure rise, and a feeling of tenderness welled up in their hearts. Don't panic, ladies. What kind of ghost have you encountered? Where is it? I have healing pills here that can help stabilize your injuries. Don't be afraid, little beauty. I have abundant yang energy and can help you expel the evil yin energy from your bodies. The cultivators around Qin Wenhua began to speak, their gazes fixed on the 2 beauties whose spring scenery was just beginning to unfold. Even Qin Wenhua's gaze became somewhat unfocused. You audacious monster! I can tell you're not human at first glance, great mighty heavenly dragon. Suddenly, Ji Taichang's thunderous shout rang out, like rolling thunder, causing Qin Wenhua and the others to shudder, their consciousness jolted, and their eyes cleared a bit. Boom! The next moment, Ji Taichang formed a hand seal, and blazing golden light emanated from his body, actually condensing into a golden divine dragon phantom. Powerful spiritual energy surged forth and blasted towards the 2 beauties. The 2 beauties felt the terrifying power of Ji Taichang's attack and their expressions changed drastically. The 2 women simultaneously let out a sharp scream, their bodies billowing with black energy, and in an instant they transformed into 2 deformed and hideous humanoid monsters, their flesh rotting and maggots wriggling around them, with eerie green ghost fire burning in their eye sockets, as if they were fierce ghosts crawling out of hell. This terrifying appearance is a complete contrast to her former beautiful appearance. Qin Wenhua and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and some cultivators even couldn't help but gag. The 2 ghosts, exuding eerie yin energy, joined forces to unleash a powerful ghostly aura. Their cultivation levels were both at the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage, as they attempted to resist Ji Taichung's great mighty heavenly dragon. A deafening roar was heard. The golden dragon phantom crashed down, blasting a crater nearly 10 feet wide into the ground. The surrounding vegetation exploded, dust billowed, and a mushroom cloud formed in mid-air. As for the two ghosts, they have completely turned to ashes and are now smiling in the afterlife. Gulp! Feeling the terror of Ji Taichung's attack, Qin Wenhua and the others couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with deep shock and relief. They were both shocked by Ji Taichung's formidable strength and secretly relieved that they had managed to recruit this powerful figure into their team. If Ji Taichung hadn't discovered the true identities of these two ghosts in time. Once they get close, Qin Wenhua and the others, who are completely unprepared, will surely be attacked and killed by the ghosts. This is only the outer edge of the forest, and we have already encountered two ghosts at the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage. It is truly astonishing. Thank you so much, young Master Yang, for saving me. If it weren't for young Master Yang's keen insight in dealing with those two ghosts in time, we would all be in trouble. Qin Wenhua and the others looked at Ji Taichung with admiration in their eyes and bowed to express their gratitude. It's nothing. Ji Taichung waved his hand dismissively. We're all brothers, no need to be so polite. Under the leadership of Ji Taichung, the group swept through the eerie forest, killing numerous ghosts and monsters, and acquiring a large amount of rare and precious treasures. Because Ji Taichung contributed the most of these rare and precious materials ended up in his pocket. In the time that follows, Ji Taichung led Qin Wenhua and his group to sweep across all directions, conquering several treasure lands and slaying countless demonic beasts. This terrified Qin Wenhua and the others, who became even more respectful of Ji Taichung. Soon, a majestic mountain range appeared before them, with ancient trees reaching for the sky and lush shrubs. From time to time, deep and terrifying roars of beasts could be heard, and the air was filled with the malevolent aura of various monsters. Just then, another team appeared from another direction. The leader was a woman dressed in a blue and white long dress. She was tall and voluptuous, with an extremely beautiful face and skin as smooth as jade, like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. Her demeanor was extremely noble, her face was stern, and she carried an invisible majesty that unconsciously inspired awe and submission in people. There were more than 50 cultivators around her. It's her? Ji Taichung's heart skipped a beat, and he recognized the other party's identity. Chapter 34 The Princess of Lanzhou. Second Sister. When Qin Wenhua saw the woman, a look of surprise and delight immediately appeared on his face. The cultivators beside Qin Wenhua were startled and quickly bowed, saying, Greetings, Your Highness. Is she Qin Miaoyi, the Princess of Lanzhou Royal Palace? Ji Taichung looked at the other woman with curiosity, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. She's really beautiful. I just wonder if she's a widow. Qin Miaoyi's beautiful eyes fell on Qin Wenhua, but she frowned and said, Seventh brother, what are you doing here with people? There are many demonic beasts inside. This is not a place for you. Second sister, don't be angry. I'm not here to die, I have a powerful person to help me. With a smile on his face, Qin Wenhua rubbed his hands together and walked to Qin Miaoyi's side. The two clearly have a good relationship. A formidable person? You mean him? Qin Miaoyi raised an eyebrow and looked at Ji Taichung. This was because Ji Taichung was different from others. The cultivators around Qin Wenhua all lowered their heads and respectfully greeted Qin Miaoyi. Only Ji Taichung showed no fear whatsoever, displaying no reverence whatsoever. Instead of bowing, he stared at Qin Miaoyi with great interest. As a transmigrator from Earth, Ji Taichung naturally had no reverence for imperial power or kings and generals. Ah, yes. Second sister, let me introduce you. This is young Master Yang Dingtian. He is at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, and his combat power is incomparably fierce, incredibly strong. With a smile and a sense of pride, Qin Wenhua introduced Ji Taichung's glorious achievements to Qin Miaoyi. After hearing this, Qin Miaoyi and her subordinate cultivators widened their eyes, revealing expressions of disbelief. He instantly killed a ghost at the 8th level of foundation establishment with a single sword strike, annihilated a flying ape in one move, and brutally killed a silver-backed dragon at the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment with his bare hands. This is just too outrageous. Seventh brother, are you hallucinating because you ate too many poisonous mushrooms? These achievements you've described are probably beyond the reach of even a typical first-level golden core cultivator. Qin Miaoyi frowned, finding it hard to believe that Ji Taichung's combat strength was so formidable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I honestly wouldn't have believed it either. but that's just the way it is. Qin Wenhua patted his chest and said confidently, "If second sister doesn't believe me, look at this." He activated his storage ring, and a large number of demonic beast corpses appeared. They still retained powerful baleful energy from the 8th or 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage, causing Qin Miaoyi and the others to be shocked. Given Qin Wenhua and his group's strength, it was absolutely impossible for them to kill so many demonic beasts. Moreover, according to Qin Wenhua, this was only a portion of what he received. The actual number of demonic beasts killed by Ji Taichang far exceeded this amount. Even Qin Miaoyi, as a princess of the Lanzhou royal palace, who was well-traveled and knowledgeable, could not help but be moved at this moment and couldn't help but glance at Ji Taichang a few more times. Young Master Yang's combat strength is so terrifying. I wonder which force he comes from. The Shen family? The Wang family? Or the Boundless sect? Qin Miaoyi parted her lips slightly, her beautiful eyes looking at Ji Taichang with some curiosity. The Shin family, the Wang family, and the Ya sect are two clans in one sect with nascent soul stage experts in charge, making them powerful forces second only to the Lanzhou royal palace. Neither. Ji Taichang shook his head. I am just a rogue cultivator. Seeing that Ji Taichang was unwilling to reveal his true identity, Qin Miaoyi did not press him further. In any case, with the capabilities of the Lanzhou prince's mansion, once they get out, they will definitely be able to thoroughly investigate Ji Taichang. Since you have such a powerful person by your side, then come with me into Mount Kumgang and take a look. Qin Miaoyi walked at the very front. Okay. With a happy expression, Qin Wenhua followed Qin Miaoyi eagerly. He knew all too well just how strong Qin Miaoyi, the number one genius of the Lanzhou prince's mansion, was. With Ji Taichang added to the mix, and these two powerful figures accompanying us, we're bound to take off. Bah! As soon as Qin Miaoyi stepped into the territory of Mount Jingang, she was met by a large black bird that was more than 10 feet long. Its eyes were filled with wildness and ferocity. It let out a fierce howl and swooped down towards Qin Miaoyi, stirring up a gust of wind. This is a demonic beast with the cultivation level of the 8th stage of Foundation establishment. In any other place, this would definitely be a local overlord, but the group encountered it as soon as they entered the outer perimeter of Mount Kumgang, which shows that there must be more and more terrifying monsters in the depths of Mount Kumgang. Call out. Just as Qin Miaoyi was about to make her move, a sharp arrow pierced the sky, its tail shimmering, emitting a piercing sound as it arrived in an instant. The large black bird exploded with a bang, staining the sky with blood, turning into a mass of minced meat that scattered in all directions. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look in the direction from which the arrow had come. A group of 13 people emerged from another direction, led by a richly dressed young man in golden armor, carrying a large golden bow, who was quite flamboyant. Your Highness, we meet again. The young man smiled, his gaze fixed on Qin Miaoyi, his eyes filled with tenderness and passion. So it's fellow Taoist Wu Ji from the Boundless sect. Qin Miaoyi nodded slightly to the other party, her face expressionless, calm and indifferent, her attitude somewhat cold. Wu Ji, however, didn't care at all and instead walked over with his men, all smiles. I was just planning to take some people into Mount Kumgang to explore, so why don't we travel together? If we encounter any danger, we can look out for each other. Throughout the entire process, Wu Ji kept his eyes on Qin Miaoyi, without even glancing at Qin Wenhua beside him, let alone greeting him. This is a display of arrogance and conceit. He doesn't even take the young master of the Lanzhou prince's mansion seriously. Of course, it's also possible that Qin Wenhua, the 7th young master, is too incompetent and not worth his attention. Unnecessary. Qin Miaoyi shook her head and led her people forward. Seeing this, Wu Ji simply chuckled, not caring at all, and followed behind with his men. Qin Miaoyi frowned slightly, but after thinking for a moment, she still didn't speak, not wanting to fall out with Wu Ji. Chapter 35 Monster Siege. Qin Miaoyi, Wu Ji, and the others marched forward in a grand procession, making no attempt to conceal their cultivation aura, which quickly attracted the attention of many demonic beasts. Chirp! The mountains and forests trembled, and a flock of large, fiery red birds rushed out from the front, emitting sharp cries that could shatter metal and split rocks, and charged towards the group. Wu Ji tossed his hair, struck a dashing pose in front of Qin Miaoyi, and then drew his bow and knocked arrows one after another. Each arrow shimmered with brilliant light and slew one monster after another. But Qin Miaoyi didn't even glance at Wu Ji. Instead, she turned to look at Ji Taichang, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. She had just heard Qin Wenhua praising Ji Taichang and was quite curious, wanting to witness Ji Taichang's strength firsthand. But Ji Taichang stood with his arms crossed in front of him, looking like he was watching a good show, and had no intention of making a move. Soon. Wu Ji single-handedly shot and killed dozens of powerful demonic beasts. But when he turned around, he saw Qin Miaoyi staring at Ji Taichang with a look of expectation and regret, showing obvious emotional fluctuations. Wu Ji's face immediately darkened. After performing here for so long, Qin Miaoyi is staring at a servant instead? Wu Ji glanced at Ji Taichang without showing any emotion and found that apart from his somewhat fierce appearance, he had nothing special about him. Wu Ji couldn't help but snort coldly, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. The group continued onward. Although they encountered many ferocious demonic beasts along the way, ordinary Foundation Establishment stage demonic beasts were no match for Qin Miaoyi and Wu Ji, two top experts, and were all killed by them. Not to mention that Qin Miaoyi led more than 50 subordinates, and Wu Ji led 12 subordinates, which was also a very powerful fighting force. The group pushed their way all the way to the depths of Mount Kungang. Ji Taichang didn't even need to make a move, he could easily blend into the crowd and slack off. But things quickly turned sour. Whoa! With a roar, the forest shook violently as hundreds or even thousands of wolf demons appeared from all directions, surrounding the group. A large flock of birds of various shapes and sizes flew out from mid-air and circled above the crowd, their eyes fierce. The group fought their way into the depths of Mount Jingang, causing such a great commotion that it attracted a large number of demonic beasts to attack them. Form ranks. Qin Miaoyi's voice was cold and calm. She immediately gave the order, and her more than 50 subordinates immediately dispersed and formed a battle formation. Wu Ji also put away his arrogance, and his expression became slightly more serious. The sheer number of these demonic beasts, including several terrifyingly powerful demons at the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, put him under considerable pressure. Ji Taichang paid no attention to the group of demonic beasts, but instead looked at a small mountain not far away. His powerful divine sense keenly perceived that a grade 3 spiritual herb was growing on the cliff face. Boom! At the Wolf King's command, hundreds or even thousands of wolf demons charged towards the group. The numerous large birds circling in mid-air also let out sharp cries, either swooping down towards the crowd or spewing out streaks of fire and cold air in mid-air. These were their innate racial abilities, and their power should not be underestimated. Qin Miaoyi's subordinates all took action, cooperating seamlessly to form a battle formation, demonstrating powerful defensive capabilities and engaging in a fierce battle with the surrounding demonic beasts, managing to withstand their attacks. These people were clearly not ordinary Foundation Establishment experts, but rather the personal guards carefully trained by the Lanzhou Royal Palace, each of them a well-trained warrior. Qin Miaoyi let out a soft shout, lightly stomped her toes on the ground, and was able to briefly take flight. Her blue and white long dress fluttered in the wind, her figure graceful and elegant, and her beautiful face gained a touch of heroic spirit. With a murderous aura, she casually slashed down several large birds blocking her path and headed straight for the wolf demon leader. To catch the thief, first catch the king. She's so beautiful. Old Qin, is your sister married? Ji Taichang admired Qin Miaoyi's beautiful figure and casually asked a question. No. Qin Wenhua shook his head, then a thought struck him. Since ancient times, heroes have loved beauties. Could it be that young Master Yang Dingtian has fallen for his second sister? Young Master Yang has extraordinary talent and combat strength, and he is also upright, kind and loyal. He is worthy of second sister. If I can bring the two of them together, I will not only have young Master Yang's help, but I can also win over second sister to help me. In that case, I might not be without a chance to seize the position of heir apparent. A thought suddenly popped into Qin Wenhua's mind, and then his heart skipped a beat. Ji Taichang's performance during this period impressed Qin Wenhua, making him feel that Ji Taichang was a trustworthy person. So he whispered to Ji Taichang, "Young Master Yang, if you like second sister, I can act as a matchmaker and create opportunities for you two to spend time together." Ji Taichang and he exchanged a glance, and both of them smiled knowingly. By the way, besides your second sister, are there any married women in your Lanzhou prince's mansion whose husbands were very strong but unfortunately died? Qin Wenhua was stunned for a moment, a question mark appearing above his head. What's the problem? Instead of the stunningly beautiful and powerful Princess Qin Miaoyi, he actually inquired about whether there were any widows in the Lanzhou prince's mansion. Could it be that young Master Yang enjoys being someone's wife? Qin Wenhua's heart skipped a beat, and his expression became somewhat strange. I didn't expect that young Master Yang, despite his young age, would prefer mature women. He's quite the connoisseur. Qin Wenhua stroked his chin, and actually thought about it seriously for a moment. But he ultimately shook his head tactfully. Although there are widows in the Lanzhou prince's mansion, their deceased husbands were not powerful figures and did not meet Ji Taichang's requirements. During their conversation, Wu Ji and his YA sect disciples also made their move. Wu Ji, as expected of the young master of the Woya sect, possessed unparalleled strength. Riding on a flying sword, he was able to briefly fly through the air and directly attacked a large bird at the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage, which was the leader of the flock. Qin Miaoyi and Wu Ji both adopted decapitation tactics. Both of them were surging with spiritual energy, and their strength was extremely high. They were even stronger than Li Jinlian, who was at the half-step golden core stage, whom Ji Taichang had encountered before. They quickly defeated the two demon beast leaders, who were forced to retreat step by step, and had several bloody wounds on their bodies. Qin Miaoyi and Wu Ji both possess several extraordinary magical artifacts, which is a significant advantage. The remaining monsters were numerous. However, they did not gain much advantage in the face of the battle formation of the Lancehao Prince's mansion experts. They could not break through the formation's defenses, and many monsters died in the fierce battle. Seeing that he didn't need to take action himself, Ji Taichang turned his gaze to the third-grade spiritual herbs on the cliff in front of him. "Give it to me." Ji Taichang flashed forward, charged out of the battle formation, and rushed towards the cliff. Along the way, he was attacked by many wolf demons and demon birds, but he easily killed them all and got closer and closer to the spiritual herb. Chapter 36 Wu Ji, who brought about his own destruction. A golden flower took root in the cracks of the cliff, swaying in the wind. Wisps of solar energy gathered between heaven and earth, making its whole body glow with golden light. A grade 3 elixir, the sunflower. Ji Taichang suddenly rushed out of the battle formation and headed straight for the cliff, attracting the attention of many people. Just as Ji Taichang rushed up the cliff and stretched out his large hand toward the sunflower, a sudden change occurred. "Call out." A sharp arrow, its tail gleaming brilliantly, shot towards Ji Taichang with a chilling aura. Ji Taichang frowned, and his quick-draw sword instantly drew from its sheath, faster than lightning, unleashing a 10-zhan-long fiery sword aura that collided with the arrow in mid-air, producing a dull thud. The arrow was shattered by Ji Taichang's sword, exploding in mid-air like fireworks, with flames shooting into the sky. "Why did you attack me?" Ji Taichang narrowed his eyes slightly, staring directly at Wu Ji with an unfriendly expression. Wu Ji swung his sword and sent the heavily wounded demon bird leader flying. Then he raised his great bow again and pointed the arrow at Ji Taichang. A cold smile played on his lips. "A mere servant dares to dabble in third-grade spiritual herbs? Hand over the sunflower obediently, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ji Tai often followed Qin Wenhua and was considered by Wu Ji to be Qin Wenhua's subordinate. Furthermore, Qin Miaoyi seemed to pay more attention to Ji Taichang, while ignoring Wu Ji's performance, which made Wu Ji quite unhappy with Ji Taichang. Before Wu Ji could finish speaking, Ji Taichang suddenly appeared in front of Wu Ji as if he had teleported. "Am I being too polite to you?" Snap. With a crisp, melodious slap, Wu Ji was sent flying into the air like a cannonball, crashing into a small hill not far away. He smashed a boulder into pieces, embedding himself completely inside, impossible to pry off. Wu Ji's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his head was somewhat deformed. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his teeth and bits of flesh. This scene was so sudden and terrifying that it made everyone present shudder and feel their scalp tingle. Hiss. This young man. Holy crap! He actually dared to hit young Master Wu Ji? And in such an insulting way as a slap. Whose subordinate is this, to be so brave? He actually managed to severely injure young Master Wu with a single slap. His strength is truly formidable. When did the 7th young master acquire such a formidable subordinate? Qin Miaoyi's subordinates all showed expressions of amazement, with a hint of disbelief. It wasn't just because Ji Taichang was exceptionally strong. It was also because Ji Taichang actually dared to slap the young master of the YA sect across the face. This is absolutely astounding. Even Qin Miaoyi was stunned for a moment, then the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing a stunningly beautiful smile. "No. Young master. Damn villain, how dare you attack the young master? You deserve to die." Wu Ji's men were stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. 3 disciples of the Woya sect rushed out on the spot, unleashing powerful spiritual energy, and joined forces to attack Ji Taichang, seeking revenge for Wu Ji. Ji Taichang didn't even glance at them. He drew his quick sword from his waist and swung it in an instant. Bang! A dazzling sword aura burst forth, its sharpness fully revealed. With 3 muffled explosions echoing, all 3 disciples of the Boundless sect were cleaved away by Ji Taichang's sword, each bearing a bloody wound and spitting out a mouthful of blood, suffering severe injuries. 3 on the roadside. Ji Taichang sheathed his swift sword, put his hands behind his back, and looked indifferent and contemptuous. You're asking for it. Wu Ji let out a furious roar through gritted teeth, his eyes instantly turning blood red, and a burst of azure spiritual power erupted from his body, as if he were covered in a layer of flames. The aura of the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage was violent and surging. He stomped hard on the ground, shattering the boulder beneath his feet. He gripped a sword with both hands, unleashing a blazing sword aura, and slashed fiercely at Ji Taichang. Stop getting so angry, this guy's dead meat. The people of the Boundless Sect are not to be trifled with. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Boundless Sect all wore ferocious smiles, as if they could already see Ji Taichang being cleaved in two by Wu Ji's sword. Although Ji Taichang had just slapped Wu Ji away. But in everyone's eyes, this was because Ji Taichang lacked martial ethics and launched a sneak attack on Wu Ji. Now that Wu Ji is truly enraged and has unleashed his strongest attack, Ji Taichang is no match for him at all. Qin Miaoyi and the others stared intently at Wu Ji and Ji Taichang, their faces filled with anticipation. Previously, Qin Wenhua had praised Ji Taichang to the skies. But Ji Taichang's true strength will naturally be revealed after his battle with Wu Ji. Chapter 37A Roadside. Amidst the tense and expectant gazes of the crowd, Wu Ji became one with his sword, unleashing an incomparably bright and sharp sword beam with fierce momentum, slashing towards Ji Taichang. When Ji Taichang casually raised his swift sword and clashed with Wu Ji's sword, producing a crisp, piercing metallic sound, sparks flying everywhere, and making everyone's eardrums sting and buzz. But this seemingly ordinary sword strike caused Wu Ji's expression to change drastically. He felt an irresistible and terrifying force coming from the sword in his hand, and he was sent flying backward, crashing into the stone mountain once again. Puff! Wu Ji coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted, his face turned deathly pale, and he had suffered a severe injury. In an instant, the place fell into a deathly silence. Qin Miaoyi and the others almost popped their eyes out. How is this possible? One of the prince's sons couldn't help but gasp in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's the strongest young member of the Boundless Sect. A top genius who is invincible below the Golden Core stage. Yet, even such a prodigy and powerful figure was severely injured by Ji Taichang's sword. If that big trap was a sneak attack, this is a real head-on confrontation. Young Master Yang is awesome. Qin Wenhua and the others cheered, their faces beaming with smiles, completely unsurprised. Wow, it's really that strong. Even Qin Miaoyi's beautiful eyes widened, her rosy lips parted slightly, and her heart was filled with immense turmoil. Although Qin Wenhua had previously exaggerated Ji Taichang's abilities to an unparalleled degree, witnessing this scene firsthand still deeply shocked her. He killed Wu Ji with a single sword strike. I'm afraid even a typical Golden Core Stage 1 expert would find it difficult to do. Wu Ji is not like Yan Yao, an alchemist with weak combat power, but a true combat genius, one of the top talents in the entire Lanzhou. Even the surrounding demonic beasts were startled, and their gazes toward Ji Taichang were now tinged with fear. How could I possibly lose to you so easily? It's fake, it must all be fake. It's all an illusion. I don't believe it. Wu Ji, with disheveled hair and a ferocious, ugly face, could not believe that he, one of the strongest geniuses in Lanzhou, had been easily killed by a single sword strike. Kill, 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 kill. Wu Ji let out a roar, swung his sword, and charged at Ji Taichang once again. Bang! Ji Taichang kicked Wu Ji in the stomach, sending him and his sword flying. Wu Ji crashed into the rocky mountain again, where he couldn't be pried off. He. With a malicious smirk on his face, Ji Taichang walked step by step toward Wu Ji. Cough, cough. You don't come any closer. Wu Ji, his hair disheveled and his face covered in blood, looked at Ji Taichang with eyes full of shock, anger, and fear. Protect the young master. Upon seeing this, the 12 disciples of the Boundless Sect roared and charged towards Ji Taichang with a fearless attitude, attempting to protect Wu Ji. Then they were all cleaved away by Ji Taichang's sword. 12 by the roadside. My father is the sect master of the Boundless Sect. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you'll be in big trouble. The Boundless Sect will not let you go. You. Before Wu Ji could finish speaking, Ji Taichang punched him twice, knocking him unconscious. Then, without any hesitation, he searched Wu Ji's body and took all his treasures. You, how dare you? The 12 disciples of the Boundless Sect were furious upon seeing this scene, their eyes blazing with rage. Then Ji Taichang walked past them and casually picked up the treasures on their bodies. Take your young master and get out of here. If I see him again, it won't be as simple as just getting a beating. Get out! Ji Taichang kicked a disciple of the Woya sect. If it weren't for the fear that killing Wu Ji and the others would lead to the Woya sect's powerful members blocking the entrance to the secret realm, Ji Taichang wouldn't have shown any mercy. After being brutally beaten, the disciples of the Woya sect realized the reality of their situation. They dared not speak out in anger and could only flee in panic with Wu Ji. The disciples of the Lanzhou prince's mansion were shocked and looked at Ji Taichang with amazement, all of them thinking him a genius. Even Qin Miaoyi stared intently at Ji Taichang, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. He. The young master of the boundless sect is really rich. Ji Taichang weighed the storage ring in his hand, a wicked smile creeping across his face. He came up with another way to deal with Yang Weil. That is, the power of money. Magical artifacts, flying swords, talismans, formations. With enough money, one can buy a large number of treasures that can unleash amazing power, enough to smash Yan Weil to death. Young Master Yang, be careful. Just as Ji Taichang was pondering the specifics of the operation, Qin Miaoyi's pupils suddenly contracted, and she couldn't help but let out a gasp. But it turns out. Seeing Ji Taichang in a daze, a powerful demon bird immediately flapped its wings, quietly circled behind the stone mountain, and suddenly launched an attack on Ji Taichang from behind. But Ji Taichang seemed to have a premonition. The moment the demonic bird attacked, he merely tilted his head slightly and precisely dodged its attack. Immediately afterwards, Ji Taichang grabbed the demon bird's head, swung its massive body up, and smashed it hard against the rocky mountain. With a series of loud bangs, a powerful Foundation Establishment Stage 9 demon bird was easily killed by him and casually stored in his storage ring. This scene made Qin Miaoyi's eyelids twitch. This level of strength, it must be at the Golden Core stage. A Golden Core cultivator under 30 years old. Hiss. Could he come from the Imperial Palace? Or one of the top ancient powers of the Great Wu Dynasty? Qin Miaoyi's mind was filled with thoughts. She felt that Ji Taichang was becoming more and more mysterious, which aroused her strong curiosity and made her want to explore the secrets of Ji Taichang. Soon, as Ji Taichang made his move with overwhelming force, hordes of demonic beasts were slaughtered, and the remaining beasts let out fearful howls and scattered in all directions. I didn't quite believe what my seventh brother told me before, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I realized that what he said was actually a bit conservative. Qin Miaoyi walked up to Ji Taichang, her beautiful eyes staring straight at him, a refreshing fragrance wafting through the air. She was very tall, almost as tall as Ji Taichang, and dressed in exquisite and gorgeous clothes, making her extremely beautiful and charming. Your Highness is too kind. Ji Taichang smiled slightly, naturally admiring Qin Miaoyi's beautiful face and voluptuous figure. Such intense gazes quickly overwhelmed Qin Miaoyi, her pretty face flushed, and she hurriedly turned and walked ahead. Chapter 38 Red Fire Lizard. This is it. When the Tsanshan secret realm opened last time, I found the 4th grade spiritual herb, red lotus grass, on that mountain in front of me. A moment later, Qin Miaoyi gazed at the towering mountain ahead, her expression growing grave, but last time, they encountered a crimson fire lizard at the first level of the Golden Core stage. More than 80 of the 100-strong team were killed or wounded, and the dozen or so who survived only did so because they were faster than their teammates. Upon hearing this, Qin Wenhua instinctively shrank back and shielded Qin Miaoyi in front of him. You stay here to provide cover. Next, young Master Yang and I will sneak into the mountains to search for the red lotus grass. Qin Miaoyi made a surprising decision. No, Your Highness. The group of princes and nobles were all startled and hurriedly said, a powerful demon at the Golden Core stage dwells inside. How can you and young Master Yang possibly stop it? Your Highness, you must take us with you. Qin Miaoyi countered, can you withstand the attack of a Golden Core stage demon? Well. The group of princes' sons opened their mouths, their faces showing awkward smiles, and scratched their heads in embarrassment. They numbered in number, but the highest-ranking cultivator among them was only at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. It was impossible for them to withstand a Golden Core stage demon. But, second sister, you haven't even reached the Golden Core stage yet. Isn't this a bit risky? Qin Wenhua couldn't help but say. I dared to go in because I came prepared and had prepared a killer move in advance. As for young Master Yang, Qin Miaoyi gave Ji Taichang a deep look, her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light. I believe that with young Master Yang's strength, nothing unexpected will happen. Qin Miaoyi's fixed gaze made Ji Taichang subconsciously touch his chin. There's something off about this woman's eyes. Could it be that she's fallen for me? Do I really have that much charm? Before Ji Taichang could figure it out, Qin Miaoyi had already taken the lead, lightly stepping on the ground with her jade feet and displaying a wonderful movement technique. Her figure was agile and graceful as she quickly climbed the mountain. Ji Taichang flashed and followed closely behind. Although the mountain was majestic and towering, it was eerily silent, without the slightest movement of any monsters, or even the chirping of insects or birds. Just because. At the top of the mountain, a large, bright red lizard was perched. This red fire lizard was a full 5 zhang long, its body covered with scales and red patterns. From afar, a terrifying and ferocious aura emanated from it, making people tremble with fear. Not far from the red fire lizard, a small, palm-sized, crimson grass grew in a crimson crevice, swaying in the wind. It was none other than the 4th-grade spiritual herb, the red lotus grass. Next, I'll hold off the red fire lizard, while young Master Yang takes the opportunity to pick the red lotus grass, and then we'll retreat together. Qin Miaoyi spoke in a low voice. Although she had prepared a killing move, she didn't expect to be able to kill a golden core stage demon. She would be happy as long as she could escape safely. Ji Taichang nodded, then his figure flashed and he silently circled around to another direction. Qin Miaoyi took a deep breath, a silver-white longsword appeared in her hand, her spiritual power surged, and she strode towards the crimson fire lizard. Whoosh! The red fire lizard, which was resting on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes. Its huge, lantern-like eyes were full of wildness and bloodlust, and it immediately charged towards Qin Miaoyi. Qin Miaoyi took a deep breath, waved her left hand, and 3 precious talismans flew out and were instantly detonated. Boom! A thunderclap came from the sky, and more than a dozen huge bolts of lightning, as thick as water buckets, crashed down and struck the red fire lizard, producing deafening roars that even shook the mountain. The power of these heavenly lightning bolts is no less than the full force strike of a golden core stage expert. Even a powerful fire lizard, after being struck by lightning, couldn't help but let out a painful roar. Large patches of its body were charred black, and a large portion of the hard scales on its back were shattered, leaving it a bloody mess. Upon seeing this, Qin Miaoyi was immediately overjoyed. Before the fire lizard could react, she let out a soft shout and poured all her spiritual power into the sword in her hand, slashing it at the fire lizard. Bang! The next moment, the red fire lizard suddenly swung its tail, and the long, narrow tail full of bone spurs slammed down like a meteor hammer. With a loud bang, it sent Qin Miaoyi and her sword flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ji Taichang was stealthily rushing towards the red lotus grass when suddenly a graceful figure flew towards him like a cannonball. Ji Taichang reacted quickly and caught Qin Miaoyi. Qin Miaoyi's delicate and graceful body crashed into Ji Taichang's arms, and the two embraced tightly, even able to feel each other's heartbeats and breaths. Qin Miaoyi's beautiful face flushed red instantly, and her heart raced. Your Highness, it seems you haven't been able to restrain the red fire lizard. Ji Taichang sighed, which made Qin Miaoyi even more embarrassed, and she bit her lip tightly. She was just about to climb out of Ji Taichang's arms. But at this moment, the red fire lizard pounced fiercely. The lightning strike had seriously injured it and thoroughly enraged it. Roar! The red fire lizard let out a deafening roar, its eyes turning red, and its thick limbs stomped rapidly on the ground, cracking the solid rock surface with its speed. Ji Taichang slightly bent his knees and stomped hard on the ground, dodging the red fire lizard's charge in a flash. With one arm around Qin Miaoyi, he moved with incredible speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Ji Taichang rushed to the red lotus grass and uprooted it. Roar! Seeing the precious medicine he was guarding being stolen, the red fire lizard went completely berserk. It let out a roar, opened its mouth and howled, spitting out a crimson beam of fire that blasted towards Ji Taichang. Holy crap! Are you Godzilla? Ji Taichang was startled and immediately exerted all his strength, gathering his powerful spiritual energy in his feet and bursting out with incredible speed in an instant, just missing the pillar of fire. There was a loud boom. The fiery beam spewed by the red fire lizard slammed into a boulder, instantly shattering it into dust, its power terrifying. Seeing that its attack had missed, the red fire lizard immediately pounced, opening its blood-red maw to swallow Ji Taichang whole. Have you made enough of a scene? Ji Taichang's eyes turned cold, and his quick sword was suddenly drawn from its sheath at his waist. He leaned back and slid in with a powerful tackle. The quick sword unleashed a blazing sword aura, its sharpness fully revealed, yet the incomparably hard protective scales of the red fire lizard were sliced open like tofu, and a huge wound was instantly slashed open in its abdomen. Ji Taichang began to open his heart to it. Ah! Even a powerful demon at the golden core stage could only let out a mournful cry and die after its abdomen was cut open and its demon core was severed by Ji Taichang's sword. This is how you killed him? Qin Miaoyi, who witnessed the whole thing, almost popped her eyes out, her little head buzzing. That's a powerful demon with the first level of the Golden Core stage. Chapter 39: The Shy Princess. Logically speaking, even for human prodigies at the same Golden Core stage, killing a Crimson Fire Lizard would be extremely difficult, requiring at least 300 rounds of intense fighting. But Ji Taichan killed the Crimson Fire Lizard with a single sword strike. This scene was so shocking that Qin Miaoyi's red lips parted slightly, and she remained stunned for a long time. "Hey, Your Highness, it's safe now, can you come down?" Qin Miaoyi only came to her senses when Ji Taichan's helpless voice rang out. In the heat of the moment, Qin Miaoyi instinctively wrapped her arms around Ji Taichan's neck, pressing her voluptuous and graceful body tightly against his. She didn't realize something was wrong during the battle. Her attention was entirely focused on the fire lizard. Realizing what was happening too late, Qin Miaoyi's face instantly turned bright red. Her heart felt like it was pounding wildly, making her feel quite flustered and shy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Qin Miaoyi hurriedly got off Ji Taichang, subconsciously tucking her hair behind her ear, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at Ji Taichang at all. Her current shy and awkward appearance is completely different from her original aloof and noble princess image, which has its own unique charm. As expected of a princess, she's so beautiful. Ji Taichang looked at Qin Miaoyi's shy yet beautiful face, and a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. It's a pity she's not a widow. Otherwise, her current favorability rating would be quite high, and she could have gained a lot of cultivation points. Wait a minute, when did I start only liking married women? Master Ji, you mustn't let this traitorous Chow system ruin you. Ji Taichang was suddenly jolted awake, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The two searched the place thoroughly and ultimately found only some second-grade spiritual herbs before leaving. As for red lotus grass, although Qin Miaoyi also made a move, it didn't have much effect. Qin Miaoyi was too embarrassed to share with Ji Taichang, so she gave it all to him. Qin Wenhua and the others waited anxiously at the foot of the mountain. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Ji Taichang and Qin Miaoyi had returned safely. But why is second sister's face red? Why did she secretly glance at young Master Yang, and then blush even more upon seeing him? Could it be that there's a story between them? Qin Wenhua suddenly noticed the details, his eyes widened, and his gossip-loving heart began to burn fiercely. We've got the red lotus grass, let's go. Qin Miaoyi coughed lightly, circulating her spiritual energy to suppress her blood and qi, trying to make her face look less red. In the time that follows, Ji Taichang and his group swept through the entire Vidra mountain without encountering any other Golden Core stage demons. They successfully found several grade 3 spiritual herbs, which made everyone smile with joy. After leaving Mount Kungang, at Qin Miaoyi's invitation, the group continued their journey to the next treasure land. The only thing that Ji Taichang found somewhat regrettable was that with Qin Miaoyi and Qin Wenhua by his side, no one dared to provoke him when they encountered cultivators from other sects, and Ji Taichang was unable to acquire any more storage rings. The Tsangshan Secret Realm will be open for 3 days in total. However, Ji Taichang and his group were too strong. They swept through the entire Secret Realm in just 1.5 days and gained a lot. They could be said to have returned with a full load. This time, we really owe it all to young Master Yang. Without young Master Yang's help, I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a bountiful harvest. Young Master Yang? Passing through a primeval forest teeming with miasma, Qin Wenhua tallied his spoils, his tone filled with emotion. He was about to turn around and say something to Ji Taichang when he discovered that Ji Taichang had disappeared at some point. Where is young Master Yang? Qin Miaoyi and the others were also taken aback and hurriedly scattered in all directions to search for Ji Taichang's whereabouts, calling out his name loudly. But Ji Taichang had already used the turtle breathing technique to conceal his aura and escape silently. If he leaves the secret realm with Qin Wenhua and the others, his identity will be exposed. This Tsangshan Secret Realm is truly a wonderful place. Ji Taichang weighed the heavy storage ring in his arms and a genuine smile appeared on his face. After he ran far away, he quietly revealed his true appearance. Ji Taichang first wandered around the Tsangshan Secret Realm for a while, and then slowly walked towards the exit of the secret realm. Besides Ji Taichang, many other cultivators also gradually withdrew from the Tsangshan Secret Realm. Ji Taichang? Why did you come out alone? Weren't you supposed to team up? The second elder of the Qingyun sect, Lu Tsuilan, showed a look of surprise on her face. Reporting to the elder, I was ambushed by a venomous snake in the secret realm and briefly lost consciousness. I have lost contact with my fellow disciples. However, I also found a few good spiritual herbs in the secret realm. Ji Taichang had already come up with a reason and took out several second-grade spiritual herbs from his storage ring. It's good that you're alright. You can keep the elixir for yourself. Upon seeing these few second-grade spiritual herbs, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Tsuilan's eyes, and she shook her head. Given that Ji Taichang only had the cultivation level of second stage of foundation establishment, Lu Tsuilan was disappointed but not too surprised. Yang Dingtian. Ah. Investigate. No matter which sect or faction he belongs to, I will never let him go. Just then, a roar suddenly came from the YA6 ranks in the distance. It was none other than Wu Ji. Upon hearing this, Ji Taichang's expression remained unchanged, and his heart was completely unmoved. Wu Ji was looking for Yang Dingtian. What was his relationship with Ji Taichang? Chapter 40 Lin Shuayue's concern. Several hours later. More and more cultivators are leaving the Tsangshan secret realm. Cheng Yangda and 9 other true disciples of the Qingyun sect also successfully evacuated. Although many of them were injured, they all came out alive. They all followed Lu Tsuilan's instructions and never provoked any monsters or powerful cultivators they couldn't defeat. Although they didn't gain much, at least they were all safe and sound. It's good that everyone is alright. Seeing that everyone's harvest was mediocre, Lu Tsuilan felt increasingly disappointed, but she still forced a smile on her face. She activated a cloud boat, taking Ji Taichang and his entourage back to the Qingyun sect. Upon returning to the Qingyun sect, Ji Taichang's first action was to rush to the pill hall and knock on the door of Yang Yao's cave. Xiao Chang, you're back. Upon seeing Ji Taichang return safely, Yang Yao smiled, her pure and pretty face breaking into a smile. She subconsciously patted her chest, her heart trembling slightly, finally relaxing after all the anxiety she had been feeling. Sister Yang Yao, this is a spiritual herb I found in the Tsangshan secret realm. It should be helpful for your alchemy. I'm giving it to you. With a gentle smile on his face, Ji Taichang took out dozens of spiritual herbs from his storage ring, including several grade 3 spiritual herbs and even a grade 4 spiritual herb, the red lotus grass. This is red lotus grass. Yang Yao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her eyes filled with shock. This won't do. You went through so much trouble to get this from the Tsangshan secret realm, so keep it for yourself. Shocked, Yang Yao shook her head repeatedly, refusing to accept it no matter what. Don't worry, Sister Yang Yao, I still have plenty left. Besides, I'm not an alchemist, so it's useless to me. Just consider it another favor that Sister Yang Yao owes me. Ji Taichang looked at Yang Yao with deep affection and, without saying a word, stuffed the elixir into Yang Yao's hand. Xiao Chang. Why are you so good to me? Yang Yao's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a warm current surge into her heart. Ding! Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 2 points. Yang Yao's favorability, 67. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. Ji Taichang heard a system notification sound in his ear. It only increased by 2 points? It seems that the higher the level of favorability, the more difficult it is to increase. Ji Taichang sighed inwardly. These medicinal herbs are too precious, I can't keep them all. You should take these back. Yang Yao took a deep breath and solemnly returned most of the spiritual herbs to Ji Taichang, including the red lotus grass. Even if Ji Taichang declined, it was no use, her attitude was very firm. It wasn't that she disliked Ji Taichang, but rather that she liked Ji Taichang so much that she was unwilling to take too many of his treasures. When a woman truly falls in love with a man, she won't be willing to spend too much of his money. By the time Ji Taichang left the pill hall, it was already dark. Yang Weil's figure appeared like a ghost, grabbed Ji Taichang's shoulder, and soared into the sky, heading straight for his courtyard. You have 2 days left. If I can't get pregnant again, I'll find someone else. By then, you'll be of no use to me anymore. Yang Weil's eyes flickered with eerie demonic energy and bloodlust, and his aura was cold and terrifying as he spoke each word clearly. Ji Taichang felt a chill run down his spine. He could clearly sense the killing intent in Yang Weil's eyes. I will definitely work hard, please rest assured, Master. Ji Taichang forced a smile onto his face. Yang Weil snorted coldly and sat cross-legged under the big tree. Ji Taichang felt somewhat heavy-hearted as she pushed open the door to her boudoir. Lin Shuayue wore a loose-fitting nightgown tonight, but it couldn't hide her voluptuous figure. The belt was slightly cinched at the waist, outlining her alluring curves. Her skin was fair and delicate, her appearance was as beautiful as a flower, and she possessed a charming and mature temperament. Ji Taichan closed the door behind her and skillfully undressed. Perhaps it's because my feelings for them have improved, or perhaps it's because I've gotten used to it after doing it so many times. Lin Shueyue no longer resisted Ji Taichan's close contact. On the contrary, she took the initiative to hug him. After some affectionate moments, Lin Shueyue whispered in his ear, "Xiao Chang, there are only 2 days left. Why don't you just run away? There's no need for you to suffer with me. You're so talented, you have a bright future ahead of you." Ji Taichang was slightly startled. He looked directly into Lin Shueyue's eyes and said earnestly, "Don't worry, master's wife, I already have a plan." Lin Shueyue sighed softly and didn't say anything, but her expression clearly showed that she didn't believe it. Ji Taichang didn't say much. After getting dressed, he left the courtyard and returned to his residence. A moment later, Ji Taichang changed into a black outfit, used the turtle breathing technique, and left the Qingyun sect silently. This time, his target was not Black Wind City, but an even more distant and ancient city, Flying Cloud City. Black Wind City is too small. Ji Taichang has too many treasures on him, making it difficult to sell them and buy what he needs. Feiyun City is located in a prosperous area of Lanzhou. It is surrounded by many powerful sects and forces, a diverse and bustling place with numerous merchant guilds, and golden core stage experts frequently appear there. Even flying at full speed, it took Ji Taichang 2.5 hours to finally arrive at Feiyun City. Under the cover of night, a vast and boundless architectural complex appeared before him, brightly lit, with pavilions and palaces everywhere, and numerous cultivators coming and going, displaying extreme prosperity and splendor. Ji Taichang sold a large number of rare and precious materials, including the red lotus grass, to various merchant guilds in Feiyun City. He then went to the black market and snatched the storage ring from Wu Ji and others. In the end, he harvested a total of more than 800,000. This was a quantity he never dared to dream of before. After acquiring the spirit stones, Ji Taichang began purchasing his trump cards. He went straight to the largest shop in the black market. After browsing around, Ji Taichang's gaze fell on the most conspicuous shelf in the shop, on which was displayed a palm-sized, dark yellow ancient pagoda. Ji Taichang released his divine sense, attempting to investigate. But when his consciousness entered the ancient tower, it vanished instantly, like a clay ox sinking into the sea, without any response. Noticing Ji Taichang's gaze, the innkeeper chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you have an excellent eye. This is our prized possession, a top-grade magic artifact, the Xianyan Pagoda. This tower is forged from meteorite iron from outer space and refined with the essence of the earth. It is both offensive and defensive, and its power far surpasses that of ordinary top-grade magic weapons. Even for a nascent soul stage expert, it can be considered a divine weapon." Ji Taichang's voice was hoarse and low. "How much?" The shady shopkeeper held out his palm. "One price, 500,000 spirit stones." 500,000 spirit stones. This is an absolutely staggering amount. Most golden core stage experts simply couldn't afford it. Ji Taichang frowned and said in a hoarse voice, "Too expensive. My maximum offer is 300,000 spirit stones. No bargaining." The shopkeeper shook his head. "Fellow Taoist, this price is already considered cheap, and looking at the entire black market, there are probably only a handful of top-grade magic artifacts." Ji Taichang continued to haggle, but the black market shopkeeper remained adamant and refused to lower the price. Ji Taichang was not in a hurry. He turned around and left, quietly visiting most of the shops in the black market. Although a few top-quality magical artifacts were also discovered, they were all offensive or defensive types, and their prices were no less than, if not higher than, those of the Xianyan Tower. In the end, Ji Taichang still spent 500,000 spirit stones to buy the Xianyan Tower. Ji Taichang immediately refined the Xianyan Tower, carefully inspecting every inch of it to ensure that no one had tampered with it and that there were no markings or signs. Only then did he feel relieved and turn to leave. After leaving that shady shop, Ji Taichang visited many other shops and street stalls, spending all of his 300,000 spirit stones on various powerful killing techniques. Next, he will have to deal with Yang Weil, who has already fallen into demonic possession. He must not be careless. It's so good to be rich. Ji Taichang patted the various treasures and weapons that were piled up on his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Ji Taichang's only regret was that he hadn't been able to find any treasures in the black market like the legendary chosen ones. With his divine sense, he could clearly tell that most of the items in the black market were fake, and the genuine items were not cheap at all, so there was no chance to find a bargain. Ji Taichang quickly left the black market in Feiyun City and began his return to Qingyun sect. Chapter 41: A God-given wingman. The next morning, Ji Taichan was preparing to go to the pill hall to find Yang Yao. Along the way, a figure hurrying by caught his attention. The other person was dressed in a simple gray outfit, but it couldn't hide their impressive figure. They swayed with every step, their curves almost bursting out. Even though she was wearing a bamboo hat to cover her true face, Ji Taichang still recognized her at a glance because of her astonishing size. "Sister Yang Yao, where are you going?" Yang Yao's body stiffened, and she said in a muffled voice, "You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Elder Yang Yao." Ji Taichang smiled gently and naturally took her hand. Yang Yao's heart raced a few seconds, and she said angrily, "Don't, be careful, someone sees us." She quickly broke free from Ji Taichang's large hand and looked around in a panic. "Since you're not Sister Yang Yao, what are you afraid of?" Ji Taichang chuckled mischievously and reached out his hand directly towards Yang Yao's slender waist. Yang Yao rolled her eyes at Ji Taichang and quickly took 2 steps back. "I'm not messing around with you anymore. I need to go to the Blackwater Mountains to find a medicinal herb to refine pills, but last time I was chased by a mysterious person and I still haven't been able to find out who it is, so I have to be careful." Upon hearing this, Ji Taichang's expression immediately became somewhat strange. He naturally knew who the mysterious person was. It was Yang Yao's best friend, Lin Shuoe. "Then I'll go with Sister Yang Yao." Yang Yao quickly shook her head. "You are a true disciple now, you should spend your time cultivating, there's no need for you to come with me to the Blackwater Mountains." "I won't listen." Ji Taichang immediately covered his ears and stayed right next to Yang Yao, looking like he wouldn't leave no matter what. "You." Yang Yao pointed a finger at Ji Taichang's forehead with a hint of annoyance, but the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, clearly indicating that she was in a good mood. And so, the two of them set off together for the Blackwater Mountains. Although Yang Yao is an alchemist, her combat power is a bit weak. However, her cultivation level of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment is still very high. She was able to deal with the monsters she encountered in the Blackwater Mountains without any trouble. However, the medicinal herbs she was looking for were extremely rare, and she was never able to find them. Unbeknownst to them, the two were venturing deeper into the Blackwater Mountains. "Found it, the cicadas singing grass." Yang Yao's eyes suddenly lit up, her expression full of surprise. In a valley in marshland, a small, light green grass swayed gently in the wind. Its leaves resembled cicadas, and when the wind blew, it made a whistling sound, which was quite peculiar. Just as Yang Yao was about to walk over and pick the cicada singing grass, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! The water beneath her feet suddenly burst open, and a ferocious crocodile head emerged, opening its blood-red maw towards Yang Yao. Yang Yao was taken aback and hastily retreated, drawing her sword and holding it horizontally in front of her to defend herself. But she was still thrown sideways by a terrible force, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and she was seriously injured. That crocodile was actually a powerful demon with the cultivation level of the Golden Core stage. "Sister Yang Yao, are you alright?" With a look of anxiety and worry on his face, Ji Taichan quickly caught her, pulling her soft and plump body into his arms. Yang Yao was about to say something when her pupils suddenly contracted sharply. "Watch out!" Bang! Before she could finish speaking, the black and green crocodile, which was at least 10 feet long, pounced fiercely, raising its massive, millstone-like claws and slamming them down on the two of them. Ji Taichan was unable to dodge in time and was sent flying dozens of feet away by a claw. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and his face turned deathly pale instantly. "No!" Yang Yao felt a buzzing in her head, and her consciousness went blank for a moment. Seeing Ji Taichan's severely injured state, she felt her heart tremble violently, as if it were bleeding. "Sister Yang Yao, I promise I won't let anything happen to you." Ji Taichang gave Yang Yao a strained smile, as if he had used all his strength to struggle to his feet and run wildly out of the Blackwater Mountains. What Yang Yao couldn't see was that Ji Tai's back, which was often hit by the crocodile claws, only had tears in his clothes, without even the slightest scratch. With Ji Taichang's current cultivation level, this crocodile couldn't hurt him at all. His weak appearance was all an act. "No. Xiao Chang, you absolutely can't be hurt." Yang Yao panicked completely, her eyes reddening. She immediately took out several healing pills from her storage ring and fed them to Ji Taichang. Perhaps the elixir was working, or perhaps it was a final burst of energy before death, but Ji Taichang's pale face regained some color, and he ran even faster. But that Golden Core stage crocodile was even faster. Its thick limbs stomped on the ground, causing the earth to shake and the water to surge. Although it was huge, its speed was astonishing, and it caught up in the blink of an eye. The crocodile raised its claws at the two of them again and slammed them down. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled, and a deep crater was punched into the ground. Water and mud splashed everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. Although Ji Taichang dodged immediately, he was still affected by a terrifying shockwave, and rolled several times on the ground while holding Yang Yao. Xiao Chang. Yang Yao felt incredibly heartbroken when she saw Ji Taichang's face, which had finally regained some color, turn pale again. Ding. Detected that Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 8 points. You can obtain 10% of the Blazing Fire Sect Master's cultivation ability. Please select. Yang Yao's favorability, 75. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. Yang Yao wanted to get up, hold Ji Taichang in her arms, and take over the escape with him. But just as Yang Yao was about to move, she felt a sharp pain in her internal organs and her spiritual energy became disordered, making it impossible for her to move. Ji Taichang's injury was faked, but she was genuinely slapped by the crocodile's claw. Upon hearing the pleasant system notification sound, Ji Taichang was overjoyed. He lowered his head, looked at Yang Yao with deep affection, and said, "Sister Yang Yao, don't be afraid, damn it." Before Ji Taichang could finish speaking, the crocodile opened its blood-red maw, a stench wafted over, and it bit down on the two of them. Are you dazed by what you've eaten? A surge of anger welled up in Ji Taichang's heart. As he quickly dodged, he kicked a stone, sending it flying toward the crocodile's mouth. It was just an ordinary stone. However, enveloped by Ji Taichang's powerful spiritual energy at the peak of the third level of the Golden Core stage, it shot out like a cannonball, instantly plunging into the crocodile's belly and exploding inside its intestines. Oh whoa! The crocodile let out a shrill scream, collapsed to the ground and rolled around, the intense pain in its abdomen almost making its eyes pop out. However, under intense life-threatening circumstances, Yang Yao did not notice the crocodile's abnormality. All her attention was focused on Ji Taichang. She stared blankly at Ji Taichang's handsome and resolute face, and couldn't help but recall that night not long ago. She was being chased by a mysterious person and her spiritual power was exhausted. At that time, Ji Taichang stepped forward and risked his life to save her. This moment is just like that moment back then. Chapter 42. Let's be together. My master's aunt is the kindest person to me in this world. She has never looked down on me and has even given me elixirs to encourage me to cultivate diligently. I can't abandon my master's aunt. If we're going to die, let's die together. Good morning, Sister Yang Yao. This is Zui Xian Lu's signature breakfast. Do you like it? Sister Yang Yao, don't you understand my feelings? I love you. Forget about the purple jade vine, I give you everything I have. Actually, from the very first moment I saw you, I fell in love with you at first sight. All these years I have been thinking of you, missing you, and loving you. In a few years, I will definitely become a sect elder. At that time, you and I will both be sect elders, which will be legitimate. If we are together, no one will object or criticize us. Sister Yang Yao. Sister Yang Yao. With tears blurring her vision, Yang Yao's memories of spending time with Ji Taichang kept flashing before her eyes. All those past events are already etched in my memory. Although she verbally rejected Ji Taichang, that feeling continued to grow in her heart and never ceased. Ji Taichang's ardent and direct love melted into her heart. A gifted young boy with a bright future was willing to give his life twice for himself. What deep affection! Ding! Detected that Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 10 points. You can obtain 10% of the Blazing Fire Sect Master's cultivation ability. Please select. Yang Yao's favorability, 85. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. The delightful system notification sounded again, filling Ji Taichang with immense joy. He carried Yang Yao and ran wildly for over 100 miles. The crocodile didn't catch up during this time, indicating that it was seriously injured. Ji Taichang found a secluded and remote cave, carried Yang Yao inside, and then collapsed to the ground, looking utterly exhausted. To be precise, he fell on top of Yang Yao. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and they could feel each other's breath and heartbeat. That soft, warm feeling made Ji Taichang feel completely comfortable. But Yang Yao didn't think that much. Her eyes were full of heartache and worry. She quickly turned over and hugged Ji Taichang in her arms. Yang Yao fed Ji Taichang a few healing pills, then turned him over to help treat the wounds on his back. In an instant, Ji Taichang's face was buried, and he almost couldn't breathe. Xiao Chang, you, eh? Why are there no wounds? Yang Yao lifted Ji Taichang's clothes and was immediately stunned. Ji Taichang's back was smooth as new, with no visible wounds. I have soft armor under my clothes, it must have blocked the crocodile's attack. Ji Taichang said in a muffled voice. Upon closer inspection, Yang Yao indeed found a soft armor hidden in the lining of his clothes, and she breathed a long sigh of relief. She swallowed several healing pills, sat down to meditate and circulate her internal energy, and then began to treat her injuries. After her internal injuries had improved somewhat, she suddenly felt a slight pain in her chest. Yang Yao's eyes widened instantly, and her pretty face turned bright red. Xiao Chang. You. Yang Yao's heart pounded violently, and she felt a strange sensation all over her body. She quickly pulled Ji Taichang out of her arms, her face full of shyness and anger. Ji Taichang seized the opportunity to cup her face and gaze deeply into her eyes. Sister Yang Yao, I like you. I said it before, I'm willing to give everything for you, including my life. Sister Yang Yao, shall we be together? Ji Taichang's firm and affectionate gaze made Yang Yao's heart race again, and joy and shyness welled up inside her. She lowered her head, somewhat afraid to look Ji Taichang in the eye, but a soft came from her red lips. Upon receiving Yang Yao's affirmation, Ji Taichang was overjoyed. He immediately hugged Yang Yao and kissed her deeply. Yang Yao's body went limp, and then she hugged Ji Taichang. The bright moon climbed into the sky, the roses outside the window swayed gently, and the quiet night was so enchanting. A single spring breeze is not something to be told to outsiders. Ding! Detected that Yang Yao's favorability has increased by 15 points. You can obtain 20% of the Blazing Fire Sect Master's cultivation abilities. Please select. Yang Yao's favorability, 100. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a surprise gift pack. Do you wish to claim it? Late at night. Yang Yao fell into a deep sleep in Ji Taichang's arms, the blush on her pretty face still lingering, and a shy and joyful smile on her lips. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Ji Taichang was filled with emotion, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. He carefully helped Yang Yao change her clothes and place them on the ground. Then, Ji Taichang quietly left the cave, silently chanting in his heart, "Child, collect your cultivation points." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30% of the cultivation level of the Blazing Fire Sect Master. Boom! In an instant, an immense power surged forth from nowhere, coursing through his meridians and acupoints like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. That power was so vast that it caused Ji Taichang's cultivation aura to surge dramatically. His full head of black hair stood on end, his golden core rapidly expanded, and crimson fire patterns appeared one after another. His entire being exuded an invisible yet terrifying pressure. At this moment, all the demonic beasts within a radius of hundreds of miles prostrated themselves on the ground, feeling the oppression and trembling from their bloodline and soul. Even the crocodile lying on the ground, its face contorted in pain, trembled all over and immediately knelt down, shaking violently. Golden Core Stage 4. 5th level of the Golden Core Stage. Golden Core Stage 6th level. Golden Core Stage 9th level. After Ji Taichang absorbed all that power, his cultivation level soared to the 9th level of the Golden Core Stage. Not only that, his mind was also filled with a great deal of understanding about the fiery blaze technique, as if he had cultivated this technique for hundreds of years and had already mastered it. Whoosh! Ji Taichang opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with intense firelight, his body surrounded by raging flames, exuding a powerful aura, like a young fire god descending to earth. His cultivation was stronger than ever before, his soul was incredibly solid, and the range of his divine sense had increased to nearly 50 miles. With a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm, one is qualified to establish a sect in the Great Yu dynasty and is definitely a powerful figure. What a wonderful and powerful force! He. Ji Taichang shook hands firmly, and a surge of astonishing flames burst forth, illuminating the night sky. Feeling the unprecedented power within his body, Ji Taichang's lips curled into a twitch, unable to suppress it no matter what he did. Chapter 43, A Surprise Gift Pack. Tonzi, come here, let me see what the surprise gift package is. Ji Taichang licked his lips, but he didn't forget another gift from the system. Ding! Opening a surprise gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the insights of the Fire Cloud Pill King, the Fire Cloud Pill Scripture, and the Fire Cloud Pill Cauldron. As the system notification tone faded, Ji Tai was shocked by the vast amount of common sense. He felt as if a flood of memories and insights had suddenly appeared in his mind, as if they had been forcibly poured into his soul. The sheer volume and complexity of that knowledge left Ji Taichang somewhat disoriented. In a daze, He seemed to see a poor boy who went through countless hardships to join a sect, and after coming into contact with alchemy, he became uncontrollably obsessed with it and showed amazing talent. His alchemy skills progressed rapidly, far surpassing not only the younger generation but also many older masters. He emerged as a rising star and was revered as a once-in-a-millennium alchemy genius, until he became a generation's alchemy king. The vast insights into alchemy from the Fire Cloud Pill King flooded Ji Taichung's mind, as if he had been diligently cultivating alchemy for hundreds of years, and had memorized all kinds of knowledge about alchemy. To put it bluntly, Ji Taichung is now the new generation of Fire Cloud Pill King. Not only that. A yellowed ancient book also appeared in his hands, along with a palm-sized three-legged bronze cauldron. It was none other than the Fiery Cloud Elixir Scripture and the Fiery Cloud Elixir Cauldron. The Fiery Cloud Pill King is a nascent soul stage alchemist. The Fiery Cloud Cauldron is a mid-grade magic treasure. Ji Taichung's eyes widened like copper bells, his heart pounded, and a surge of joy welled up inside him. This means that he has already possessed all the insights of a nascent soul stage Pill King. And although the Fiery Cloud Cauldron is an alchemy furnace and not a weapon of destruction, its grade is such that its power should not be underestimated once activated. Ji Taichung estimated that the power of the Fire Cloud Cauldron was at least equivalent to a low-grade killing magic weapon. It's important to know that the next level above top-grade magic artifacts is low-grade magic treasures. Its value is immeasurable. With the inheritance and insights of the Fire Cloud Pill King, I will be able to help Sister Yang Yao in the future. I believe she will definitely like this gift. Ji Taichung was very happy. Sister Yang Yao is an alchemist, so is the surprise gift package related to alchemy? If I were to win over my master's wife, I wonder what the surprise gift would be. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. A moment later, Ji Taichung calmed himself down, took a deep breath, activated the turtle breathing technique, and suppressed his aura before returning to the cave. Early morning. Yang Yao woke up groggily in Ji Taichung's arms, feeling refreshed and relaxed all over. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Ji Taichung's handsome face, a smile on his lips, looking at her affectionately. Thinking back to last night's madness and passion, Yang Yao's pretty face flushed red instantly, her heart raced, and she was incredibly shy. She quickly buried her head in Ji Taichung's arms. Ji Taichung gently pinched the slime's nose, and Yang Yao's delicate body trembled. She slapped his back hard and said angrily, "You bad guy, you're going to die." Seeing that Yang Yao was still too shy, Ji Taichung did not continue to tease her, but instead took out an ancient book and handed it to her. "Sister Yang Yao, this is a book on alchemy that I found deep in this cave. It should be quite suitable for you." Yang Yao raised her head, and her delicate body trembled at just one glance. The Fiery Cloud Elixir Scripture? Could it be the alchemy manual left behind by the Fiery Cloud Pill King of the Great Wu Dynasty, who amazed all 5,000 years ago? Is it real? Yang Yao's hands were trembling as she hurriedly opened the ancient book and carefully examined it. She was a third-grade alchemist, capable of refining golden core pills even at the foundation establishment stage. Her talent and skill in alchemy were extremely high, and she quickly determined that the Fire Cloud Pill Scripture was genuine. In an instant, a huge wave of joy washed over her, making her feel dizzy. She immediately hugged Ji Taichung's neck and kissed him hard. "Xiao Chang, pinch me right now, let's see if this is just my imagination. We actually managed to obtain the Fiery Cloud Pill Scripture. My God! This is an incredible stroke of luck that I never even dared to dream of. Xiao Chang, thank you so much. You're truly my lucky star." "Ah! Who told you to pinch there?" Before Yang Yao could finish speaking, her pretty face suddenly turned red again, and she reached out and pinched Ji Taichung's waist hard. Looking at her beautiful and charming appearance, Ji Taichung chuckled wickedly, feeling extremely angry. Noticing the change in Ji Taichung, Yang Yao's expression changed, and she became somewhat flustered. "Ah. No, we've already done it so many times last night. Ugh." At noon, the sun was blazing overhead. Ji Taichung helped the limping Yang Yao leave the cave. Yang Yao blushed deeply and slapped Ji Taichung's chest hard. Ji Taichung chuckled mischievously, picked her up, and headed towards the Qingyun sect. As they approached the gates of the Qingyun sect, Yang Yao quickly got down from Ji Taichung's arms and straightened her clothes. "Xiao Chang, in the future within the sect, on the surface we should still act the same as before, and we can't go too far." Yang Yao pursed her lips, secretly observing Ji Taichung's expression. Seeing Ji Taichung frown, she quickly grabbed his arm and gently hugged him, feeling an amazing sensation. Xiao Chang, we can be a little more affectionate in private, but can we keep things the way they are in public for now? I need some time. Yang Yao bit her lip halfway, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Ji Taichang knew that she was a very traditional woman at heart. After all, there was a big difference in their social status. She was afraid that directly making their relationship clear would cause criticism and gossip, and she was even more afraid that Ji Taichang would bear the pressure because of it. Ji Taichang was able to understand her thoughts and concerns. After all, Ji Taichang was only a disciple with the second level of foundation establishment cultivation on the surface. Good. Ji Taichang nodded, but didn't say anything more. Anyway, Yang Hua will make a move against him soon, then he won't have to pretend anymore. And on the surface, Yang Yao is an elder, and Ji Taichang is her disciple and steward, but behind the scenes, the two are lovers. Just thinking about it is exciting. Ji Taichang licked his lips, his eyes shining slightly. Upon seeing this, Yang Yao's legs went weak, and she hurriedly sped up to run towards the sect, fearing that Ji Taichang would want to fight her for another 300 rounds. Chapter 44 Deep Affection Between Master and Disciple. Yang Yao ran back to the alchemy room and the pill hall as if fleeing. Ji Taichang did not return to the sect, but instead changed into black clothes and took to the air. With his powerful cultivation at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, he moved at an incredible speed, returning to the depths of the Blackwater Mountains in just a moment. After a night of rest and healing, the crocodile's injuries had improved considerably, and it was now lying listlessly in the marshland, resting. Suddenly, it got dark. A gigantic hand descended from the sky, radiating immense pressure, as if it were divine punishment from the heavens. With a loud boom, the crocodile didn't even have a chance to resist before it was smashed into a pulp. Ji Taichang casually plucked the cicada's singing grass before turning and leaving to return to his sect. As they approached the Qingyun sect, Ji Taichang removed his black robes, activated the turtle breathing technique, and restored his original appearance and aura, before calmly entering the sect's territory. He wandered around the main hall of the pill hall for a while, and when he got bored, he knocked on the door of Yang Yao's alchemy room. Come in quickly. Yang Yao looked around nervously, and only after making sure no one was paying attention did she quickly pull Ji Taichang inside and close the door. You know what? This feeling of sneaking around is actually quite exciting. Ji Taichang licked his lips and wrapped his arms around Yang Yao's slender, soft waist from behind. Don't! Yang Yao felt her legs go weak and hurriedly uttered a warning. Seeing this, Ji Tai didn't continue to torment her, but instead took out the cicada's singing grass from her storage ring and handed it to her. This is a cicada's singing grass. When did you pick them? Yang Yao was startled, and her pure and beautiful face was filled with surprise. Ji Taichang smiled and said, I just bought this in Black Wind City. A warm feeling welled up in Yang Yao's heart, and she was deeply moved. Pop. She stood on tiptoe and planted a big kiss on Ji Taichang's cheek, saying tenderly, Little Chang, you're so good to me, I don't know how to repay you. There is a way to repay him. Ji Taichang, however, curled up a wicked smile and stared at Yang Yao's rosy lips. Oh. The sun is setting. Ji Taichang then left the Dan Hall and returned to his residence. Ha, I thought you had already run away, but I didn't expect you to dare to come back. A cold voice rang out, accompanied by a chilling and terrifying aura. But this time, Ji Taichang showed no fear or apprehension whatsoever. He turned around and calmly looked Yan Hua in the eyes. How could that be? I haven't completed the task my master gave me yet. Yang Hua narrowed his eyes slightly. He noticed that his disciple was a little different. His eyes were calm and indifferent, and he could no longer see any fear or awe. In fact, there was a hint of condescension in his gaze. It seems you're prepared for mission failure. Yang Hua grinned, thinking that Ji Taichang was already prepared to die, which was why he was not afraid of him. Maybe. Ji Taichang remained non-committal. Yang Hua sneered, grabbed Ji Taichang's shoulder, and lifted him into the air, quickly arriving at his courtyard. Lin Shueyue wore a light purple dress today, which perfectly outlined her tall and voluptuous figure. In particular, her mature and beautiful face had a natural charm that was extremely eye-catching. But besides Lin Shueyue, there was another young man dressed in black in the courtyard, his eyes filled with greed and evil, staring intently at Lin Shueyue. Greetings, elder. Upon seeing Yang Hua and Ji Taichang appear, the young man quickly bowed to Yang Hua. Ji Taichang frowned, isn't there still one day left? Why did Master summon senior brother Wan Yuan Mao again? Yang Hua snorted coldly, I've already given you a chance, but you're useless. Tonight, you and Wan Yu Mao can go together. Thank you for your kindness, elder. Wang Yuanma was overjoyed, his eyes filled with evil light and greed. He grinned maliciously and said, "Junior brother Ji, I didn't expect you to eat so well. Now it's time for me to get a share. We'll go first and then last. Don't even think about it." Lin Shueyue roared and drew a sword with a clang, pressing it directly against her neck. Her beautiful eyes were red, filled with anger and hatred as she stared intently at Yang Weil. "Yang Weil, we have been married for 15 years. Although we have never been intimate, we still share a deep bond as husband and wife. Yet you resort to such despicable and filthy means to humiliate me for the position of sect leader. Are you even a man? You disgust me. I'd rather die than let you succeed." After saying that, Lin Shueyue actually swung her sword directly at her own neck, her eyes filled with the will to die. Yang Weil's eyes turned cold. Bang! With a wave of his hand, a terrifying wisp of black demonic energy flashed by, and the sword in Lin Shueyue's hand flew out instantly, exploding in mid-air and turning into countless fragments. But Lin Shueyue gave a bitter laugh, her spiritual energy flowing between her fingers and palms, and decisively slapped her own head with an extremely fierce strike. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Yang Wal struck Lin Shueyue's dantian with his palm, and a terrifying demonic energy eroded and sealed her meridians and acupoints, causing all her spiritual power to stagnate and become completely unusable. Yang Wal withdrew his hand, put his hands behind his back, and said in a cold tone, "She can't resist now, both of you come at her together." "Thank you for your kindness, elder." Wang Yuma rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes filled with greed and evil thoughts. He immediately pounced on Lin Shueyue, ready to take advantage of her. Upon seeing this, Lin Shueyue turned pale, her eyes filled with despair. But at that moment, Wang Yumao's body froze on the spot, his head flew off, and blood gushed out. Ji Taichang gently flicked the swift sword in his hand, and slowly sheathed it. "Xiao Chang." Lin Shueyue paused for a moment, then struggled to lift her head, looking at the tall and imposing figure protecting her. Ding! Detected that Lin Shueyue's favorability has increased by 10 points. Yang Weil's 10% cultivation ability cannot be obtained temporarily. Lin Shueyue's favorability, 50. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. Ji Taichang. You have already chosen your own path to death. A terrifying blood-red light flashed in Yang Weil's eyes, and demonic energy swirled around him. A chilling and eerie aura swept over him, enough to send shivers down one's spine and make one's heart tremble. Yeah? Ji Taichang grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. "However, today I would like to ask my master to die." He raised his swift sword, its gleaming blade flashing with a cold light, and pointed it at Yang Weil. Act recklessly. Yang Weil's eyes were cold, and his body was filled with demonic energy as he struck out with a palm towards Ji Taichang. Chapter 45, A Loving Father and a Filial Son. No. Upon seeing this, Lin Shueyue couldn't help but gasp, her eyes filled with despair. She could foresee the scene of Ji Taichang being slapped into a bloody mist by Yang Weil, and her heart trembled. What a wonderful child! Why is heaven so unjust? Bang! With a deep, thunderous roar, Ji Taichang slashed his sword at the palm shrouded in demonic energy, cleaving it in two with overwhelming force. Yang Weil was even sent flying, leaving him with a deep, bone-revealing wound. Lin Shueyue froze, her mature and beautiful face somewhat blank and bewildered, her cherry-like mouth unconsciously opening wide. How is this possible? Lin Shueyue couldn't help but murmur, wondering if she was hallucinating. Yang Weil also suddenly looked up, staring intently at Ji Taichang, and roared, "You're not Ji Taichang. Who are you?" Ji Taichang grinned, took out a bronze mask with a ghost face, and put it on. "I am Ji Aoyan." Ji Aoyan? Yang Weil's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. Isn't Ji Taichang, that good-for-nothing, an orphan? He actually has a powerful elder like you backing him up? You. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Taichang had already raised his hand and slashed down with his sword again. Boom! Ji Taichang unleashed his golden core stage 9 cultivation without reservation, pushing the fiery blaze technique to its limit, unleashing a flaming sword aura 100 feet long, surging and violent. Faced with such a terrifying attack, even someone as strong as Yang Weil couldn't help but change his expression. He immediately drew a jet-black demonic sword and held it horizontally in front of him to meet the fiery sword energy unleashed by Ji Taichang. Immediately following was a deafening roar, and Yang Weil was sent flying thousands of feet away by Ji Taichang's sword, smashing a small mountain into pieces and sending dust flying. Yang Weil, is he dead? Lin Shueyue's eyes lit up with hope, and with an excited expression, she struggled to get up from the ground. Ji Taichang also pointed out, and a powerful spiritual force entered Lin Shueyua's body, helping her break the seal set by Yang Weil and restore her cultivation power. He. Ha ha ha. You think you can kill me? Suddenly, a maniacal laugh rang out, accompanied by a surge of terrifying demonic energy that shot into the sky, turning the heavens pitch black. A chilling and frightening aura spread, as if the gates of the underworld had been opened. Furthermore, a pair of blood-red eyes shone brightly amidst the demonic energy, resembling two blood moons. Yang Wal was emanating black energy, his face was ferocious and terrifying, and a dense aura of malevolence spread, like a demon king descending. Golden Core Stage, 8th level cultivation. Oh no! He's completely fallen into demonic possession. Lin Shueyua's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. Although she had known for a long time that Yang Wal was secretly cultivating demonic arts, she never expected that Yang Wal had cultivated the demonic arts to such a profound and terrifying level, so incredibly powerful. Ji Taichan's expression also changed slightly, and his eyes became more serious. Although his cultivation level was one minor realm higher than Yang Wal's. But as everyone knows, turning evil makes you 10 times stronger, while turning good makes you 3 times weaker. Yang Wal, who has completely fallen into demonic possession, has become so powerful that even Ji Taichang finds him extremely troublesome. Such astonishing demonic energy. What kind of demonic cultivator dares to act so presumptuously in my Qingyun sect? How dare you? Just then, a series of angry roars rang out from different directions of the Qingyun sect. 7 Golden Core Stage experts took to the air and headed straight for this place, alarmed by the surging and terrifying demonic energy. Seeing this, Lin Shueyue breathed a sigh of relief, and hope returned to her eyes. You audacious fiend, huh? He is the eldest senior brother? One of the Golden Core Stage elders suddenly narrowed his eyes, recognizing Yang Wile's identity, and was immediately taken aback. Yang Buqiu, the sect leader of Qingyun sect, trembled, his eyes filled with shock and anger. He roared, "Lure! Why did you cultivate demonic arts?" Yang Wal suddenly groaned, clutching his head with both hands, his face filled with pain and struggle. Father! I'm sorry. Your son is unfilial. I didn't want to cultivate demonic arts either, I was forced to, it hurts so much. Father, save me. Yang Wal actually fell to the ground and rolled around, his demonic energy surging and flickering. A great opportunity. Ji Taichan's eyes lit up, and he immediately summoned the Xianyan Tower, which swelled in the wind and crashed down like a towering mountain, locking onto Yang Wal. Don't hurt my son. But Yang Buqiu roared and formed a hand seal, sending out a silver flying sword that blocked Ji Taichan's attack. Lure, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. When Yang Buqiu saw Yang Wile's pained appearance, his heart trembled and tears streamed down his face. He rushed to Yang Wile's side in one stride, and just as he was about to help Yang Wile up, he saw the struggle and pain on Yang Wile's face disappear instantly, revealing a strange smile. Yang Wile's palm pierced through Yang Buqiu's chest in an instant, and he began to open his heart to him. Puff! Yang Buqiu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with pain and disbelief. He asked in a hoarse voice, Lure, I'm your father. Why? Yang Wal grinned maliciously, his face contorted and terrifying by the blood. Old man, you don't have many days left to live anyway, so why not use your cultivation to lend me a final helping hand? He. As his maniacal laughter rang out, blood-red tentacles began to spread from his body, piercing into Yang Buqiu's body and frantically devouring Yang Buqiu's life and cultivation. His cultivation aura began to rise steadily. What a damn incompetent teammate. Seeing this, Ji Tai's face immediately darkened. No sect master. Yang Wal has completely fallen into demonic possession, kill him. The other 6 Golden Core Stage elders were both shocked and furious, and immediately joined forces to attack. Boom! Yang Wal swung his demonic sword and slashed horizontally. The pitch-black sword energy, accompanied by terrifying demonic energy, burst forth with extreme violence, directly cleaving all 6 Golden Core Stage elders away, causing them to suffer severe injuries. 6 on the roadside. At this critical moment, a majestic ancient tower descended from the sky, crashing down on Yang Wal with the force of a thunderbolt. Thump! Yang Wal raised his demonic sword and clashed with the Xianyan Tower that descended from the sky. A muffled roar was heard, and the vast earth beneath his feet instantly shattered, creating a huge crater with spiderweb-like cracks spreading continuously. Even someone as strong as Yang Wal was shaken so badly that he bled from all 7 orifices and spat out a mouthful of blood. This is the power of a top-grade magic weapon. Before Yang Wal could react, Ji Taichang had already reached him, his swift sword bursting with raging flames, its sharpness fully revealed, and the fiery sword energy slashed down towards him. Chapter 46. Your wife, I will take care of her. Bang! Yang Wal was sent flying by Ji Taichang's sword, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A deep, bone-revealing crack appeared on his chest, and one could even faintly see his heart beating. But Yang Wal had already drained Yang Buqiu into a dried-up corpse. Yang Buqiu's life and cultivation turned into a thick bloodlight that spread throughout Yang Wal's body, causing the wound on his chest to heal rapidly. His cultivation aura also surged, and he stepped into the 9th level of the Golden Core stage in one fell swoop. No, how could this be? What kind of demonic art does he practice, and why is it so powerful? Upon seeing this, Zhang San and Li Si, along with other Golden Core stage elders, turned green with shock and anger, and a sense of fear arose in their hearts. The strongest member of the Qingyun sect was the deceased Yang Buqiu, who had a cultivation level of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Secondly, there was the former Grand Elder, Yang Wal. Among these 6 Golden Core stage elders, the one with the highest cultivation is the second elder, Lu Tsuilan, who is only at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. They had absolutely no power to resist a demonic being at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage who had completely fallen into demonic possession. He. Ha ha ha. I have mastered demonic arts. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Yang Wal laughed loudly, his long, blood-red hair standing on end, his eyes bloodshot, and a terrifying, overwhelming demonic power erupted from his body, sweeping across the sky and the earth. At this moment, cultivators and living beings within a radius of hundreds of miles trembled, their souls and bloodlines pulsating with fear, causing them to tremble with terror. Many Qingyun sect disciples looked on in horror, gazing into the direction from which the demonic power emanated. Ji Taichang formed hand seals, his robes fluttering in the wind, his eyes sharp and piercing. His cultivation at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage erupted without reservation, causing the Xianyan Tower to swell once more, transforming into a 100-zhang-long structure, resembling a majestic mountain descending from the sky and crashing down on Yang Wal once more. But this time, Yang Wal grinned and pushed his palms upwards, unleashing a burst of blood-black demonic energy that actually withstood the attack of the Xianyan Tower. Open! Yang Wal roared, and the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered, the earth rumbled, and with a shake of his arms, surging demonic energy boiled, forcefully overturning the Xianyan Tower. Instead of attacking Ji Taichang, he rushed towards Li Si and the others like lightning. Although Yang Wal had fallen into demonic possession, he still maintained his rationality and knew that Ji Taichang was powerful and troublesome, and that he could not defeat Ji Taichang in a short time. Therefore, he planned to first devour and refine all the Golden Core stage experts, including Li Si, to enhance his own strength, and then turn around and deal with Ji Taichang. Not good. Zhang San and the others turned green with fear, realizing Yang Wal's intentions, and felt trembling with dread. They immediately ran off in different directions, fleeing without looking back. Just as Yang Wal was about to give chase, he discovered that there was still one person who hadn't run away. His eyes were incredibly determined, filled with unprecedented hatred, and his sword was pointed at him. It was Lin Shuiyue. Go to hell! Yang Wal grinned maliciously and stretched out his large hand directly towards Lin Shuiyue. Sizzle! At this critical moment, a 3-legged bronze cauldron descended from the sky and struck Yang Wal like lightning. Yang Wal didn't care at all, and continued to grab Lin Shuiyue with one hand while slapping the 3-legged bronze cauldron with the other. With a loud bang, Yang Wal's arm was smashed to pieces by the 3-legged bronze cauldron. Yang Wal's expression suddenly changed. Boom! The next moment, a dazzling burst of fire erupted from the 3-legged bronze cauldron, incredibly surging and intense, causing the temperature of the world to rise sharply, just like a volcanic eruption. Awa! Caught off guard, Yang Wal was instantly burned to a crisp, his body charred and broken, his demonic energy annihilated, and he let out an extremely shrill scream. The power of fire is extremely young and strong, capable of burning away all evil spirits. Ode! Ji Taichang formed a hand seal, and his swift sword was also surrounded by a vast flame, exuding a murderous aura. Like lightning, it pierced through Yang Wal's head in an instant. This ferocious and terrifying demon was thus forcefully killed by Ji Taichang. This is the power of a mid-grade magic weapon. It's far beyond what a 9th-level Golden Core cultivator could withstand. Finally dead. Lin Shuiyue's heart trembled as she witnessed Yang Wal being burned to ashes, his body and soul annihilated. She looked up, staring blankly at Ji Taichang in mid-air. His black hair was flying, his body was tall and strong, and flames swirled around him, exuding an indescribable aura of power and majesty. Like a fire god descending to earth. Ji Taichang's image was deeply imprinted in Lin Shueyue's mind, and she could not shake it off. Ding! Lin Shueyue has become a widow. The Chow Thief system kindly reminds you that the host can receive 50% of Yang Hui's cultivation ability. Ding! Detected that Lin Shueyue's favorability has increased by 10 points. The host can obtain 10% of Yang Hui's cultivation ability. Lin Shueyue's favorability, 60. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. A pleasant system notification sounded in Ji Taichang's ears, causing the corners of his mouth to turn up slightly. My dear master, you can rest in peace on your journey. I will take care of your wife, so don't worry. At the same time, Lin Shueyue stared intently at Ji Taichang, her voice trembling slightly. Are you Ji Taichang or Ji Aotian? Ji Taichang smiled and removed his bronze mask, revealing his handsome face. Don't you recognize me, master's wife? Upon seeing this, Lin Shueyue's heart skipped a beat once again. Xiao Chang, how did you suddenly acquire the cultivation level of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage? And that 3-legged bronze cauldron from earlier? Lin Shueyue had too many questions in her mind, and her heart was filled with shock and joy, her emotions fluctuating wildly. Just as Ji Taichang was about to say something, he raised an eyebrow and sensed something amiss with his powerful divine sense. He immediately put the bronze mask back on. Zhang San and Li Si had already run far away. However, they sensed a terrifying, overwhelming burst of fire, and then Yang Hui's aura disappeared, and the overwhelming demonic energy also slowly dissipated. A terrible thought surfaced in their minds. Yang Hui, could he have been killed? They were both surprised and delighted, so they quietly turned back, wanting to observe the battle from a distance. When they returned to the place, they found that Yang Hui had disappeared, and only the mysterious expert was communicating face to face with Lin Shueyue. Thank you so much for saving me, senior. This kindness will be forever remembered by our Qingyun sect. Fortunately, a senior figure intervened and vanquished the demon, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. May I ask your honorable name, senior? Zhang San and Li Si, along with 6 other Golden Core stage elders, quickly appeared, bowed to Ji Taichang in gratitude, their eyes filled with awe. He could easily kill even a demonic cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage who had fallen into demonic possession. At this moment, in the hearts of Zhang San and the others, Ji Taichang was already a powerful expert with unfathomable strength. Seeing this, Ji Taichang's lips curled into a cold smile. These guys ran away pretty fast just now, but now that they see Yang Hui is so happy, they immediately jump out to suck up to him. They're really quite opportunistic. However, Ji Taichang had no intention of revealing his identity. This was a decision he made after careful consideration. After all, his sudden advancement from the Qi refining stage to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage was too astonishing and would likely attract the attention of nascent soul and divine transformation stage monsters. It's better to keep a low profile. Chapter 47 Yang Hui's Abilities. I am Ji Aotian. I came to Qingyun sect today to visit an old friend, but I never expected to encounter a demon emerging from the dead, so I took the opportunity to eliminate him. Ji Taichang stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. His back was deep and tall, and his temperament was ethereal and majestic. Now that the demon has been eliminated and your Qingyun sect master is dead, let her take over the position of sect master. Ji Taichang pointed at Lin Shueyue and said, Yang Yao will serve as the grand elder of the Qingyun sect. You must follow their arrangements and do your best to assist them in governing the sect. Do you have any objections? Ji Taichang's words shocked Zhang San and the others. This powerful expert is actually an old friend of Lin Shueyue? Zhang San, Li Si, and the others, who had originally coveted the positions of sect leader and grand elder, couldn't help but give up that idea. It's not just because they can't afford to offend a powerful figure. It was also because the 2 strongest members of the Qingyun sect had fallen one after another, causing the sect's strength to plummet. The Qingyun sect needed the powerful Ji Taichang to support it. Yes. We will follow your instructions, senior. Greetings, sect master. Zhang San and the others bowed respectfully to Ji Taichang and Lin Shueyue. Ha? Me? Lin Shueyue, however, was taken aback, her mature and beautiful face showing trepidation and unease. I'm only at the 1st level of the Golden Core stage, how can I be the sect leader? Perhaps we should let. If I say you can be the sect leader, then you can be. Ji Taichang interrupted Lin Shueyue, patted her shoulder, and softened his voice. Don't worry, I'll back you up. If you encounter any trouble you can't handle, you can come to me. Remember, I'll always be there to support you. Lin Shuiyue's heart trembled, and a warm current surged through her. This was the first time since she married into the Qingyun sect that someone had shown her such care and support. Ding! Detected an increase of 5 points in Lin Shuiyue's favorability. Lin Shuiyue's favorability, 65. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. Ji Taichang offered Lin Shuiyue a few words of encouragement. Then, with his hands behind his back and his feet treading on sword energy, he left the Qingyun sect with great elegance. When they arrived at a secluded place, Ji Taichang stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. When Yang Wal died, he was only at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, not even at the peak of the 9th level. Even if I took all of his cultivation, I probably wouldn't be able to break through to the nascent soul stage. The increase in strength wouldn't be too great, so it would be a bit of a loss. Let's just accept his power. As Ji Taichang made his decision, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 60% of Yang Wal's abilities. Boom! A crimson power surged from Ji Taichang's dantian, causing his eyes to glow with a blood-red light and his aura to become cold and evil. This is the blood transformation demon art. Ji Taichang sensed it carefully, and his eyes widened immediately. This demonic art is extremely powerful and domineering, containing 2 terrifying abilities. One of them is bloodthirsty, able to devour the blood and cultivation of cultivators to strengthen itself. Secondly, there's blood burst, which burns all the blood in the body, putting the user into a berserk state and increasing their combat power several times over. This is a good thing. I can tolerate devouring the blood and cultivation of other cultivators, but I don't want to become a demon and turn into that inhuman, ghostly creature like Yang Wal. However, this berserk state is quite useful. If you encounter an enemy you can't beat, activating berserk mode might help you defeat them. Ji Taichang licked his lips, somewhat excited. At the same time, Yang Yao was resting in the alchemy room, unaware of what had happened outside. She was then unwittingly welcomed as the Grand Elder by Zhang San and the others, and only then did she learn of the dramatic changes that had just occurred. Overnight, her brother became possessed by a demon, killed her father, and was eventually killed by a mysterious powerful figure, which left her somewhat mentally unstable. Although Yang Buqiu favored boys over girls from a young age and lacked care and attention for her, Yang Wal became even more ruthless after practicing demonic arts, rarely speaking to her and lacking any affection. But those were also her last 2 relatives in this world. Are you sad? There is a little, but not much. Yang Yao felt a tightness in her chest and sat blankly in the room, her eyes glazed over. Sister Yang Yao, what's wrong? A tall, imposing figure appeared and gently pulled her into his arms. Xiao Chang, my father and my brother are dead. Yang Yao hugged Ji Taichang, tears glistening in her eyes, as if she had suddenly found someone to lean on, and poured out her bitterness and helplessness to him. Ji Taichang listened to Yang Yao's complaints with a strange expression. After all, he killed Yang Wal with his own hands. But he can't be blamed for this, it was all Yang Wal's own fault. Ji Taichang patted Yang Yao on the back and comforted her softly. More than an hour later, Yang Yao, her face flushed, lay down on the bed to rest. Ji Taichang left Yang Yao's boudoir and found Lin Shuiyue. At this moment, Lin Shuiyue became the sect leader. Not only did she have to handle various sect affairs, but she also had to organize the funerals of Yang Buqiu and Yang Wal. She looked somewhat tired. Xiao Chang. Upon seeing Ji Taichang appear, Lin Shuiyue perked up, her eyes sparkling as she stared intently at him. Seeing Lin Shuiyue's haggard and delicate appearance, Ji Taichang really wanted to hold her in his arms and comfort her. However, with so many people around, Ji Taichang suppressed his impulse. He secretly transmitted his voice to Lin Shuiyue, saying, "Master's wife, I have to go to the Lansao Prince's mansion for some business. I'll leave the sect in your care." Lin Shuiyue opened her mouth. "When are you coming back?" Ji Taichang considered it for a moment and replied, "If things go smoothly, we can be back within a day." With his current powerful cultivation at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, it would only take him a few hours to reach the Prince of Lansao's residence. "Okay. Be careful, I'll wait for you to come back." Lin Shuiyue pursed her lips and softly gave her instructions. Although she knew that Ji Taichang was already a great expert at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, she still subconsciously regarded him as a junior. "Don't worry, Master's wife." Ji Taichang smiled and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, reached out and patted Lin Shuiyue on the back. The pat was very soft and elastic. Moisturizing. A blush instantly appeared on Lin Shuiyue's beautiful face. She bit her lip and glared at Ji Taichang with a hint of resentment. Ding! Detected an increase of 1 point in Lin Shueyue's favorability. Lin Shueyue's favorability, 66A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. Ji Taichang heard a system notification sound, which made his eyes light up. Noticing Ji Taichang's predatory gaze, Lin Shueyue's heart pounded. Fearing that Ji Taichang might unleash his beastly nature in front of everyone, she quickly turned and ran, her pretty face turning even redder. Ji Taichang watched Lin Shueyue's somewhat flustered yet graceful back, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. With Yang Wal being forcefully killed by Ji Taichang, Lin Shueyue had clearly been initially won over by him and had accepted him in her heart. She was not opposed to intimate contact with him. Therefore, raising Lin Shueyue's favorability to 100 is not a difficult task. Chapter 48 Unexpected Calamity. Ji Taichang hummed a cheerful little tune as he left Qingyun's sect and began heading towards the Lanzhao prince's mansion. He put on a silver mask, altered his aura, and instead of using Ji Aotian's disguise, he changed his appearance. Ji Taichang rode on a flying sword, soaring through the air at an astonishing speed. Boom! As Ji Taichang passed through a vast and boundless wilderness, a deafening roar suddenly came from below, accompanied by an astonishing pressure that caused the heavens and earth to change color. This kind of pressure belongs to a nascent soul stage expert. Ji Taichang's expression changed as he sensed an aura that sent chills down his spine. He immediately descended from mid-air to the ground, carefully concealing his aura, fearing that a nascent soul stage expert might slap him down from mid-air. Thump! Not long after, another deafening roar came from the mountains ahead, and blazing sword energy shot into the sky, scattering the clouds in all directions, which was extremely terrifying. Even more terrifying, demonic energy and blood-red light intertwined and condensed into a giant skull, which collided with the sword energy. The two supreme powers at the nascent soul stage clashed, and the terrifying fluctuations blotted out the sky, like a vast ocean surging. Even someone as strong as Ji Taichang was terrified. Both sides in the battle must be top-tier cultivators in the nascent soul stage, definitely not just those at the first or second level of the nascent soul stage. Ji Taichang felt a chill run down his spine, and was just about to go around the mountain range in front of him when the two forces in mid-air dissipated, and a figure shrouded in demonic energy flew backward like a cannonball, smashing a stone mountain hundreds of feet high into pieces, causing the earth to shake and dust to fly everywhere. Unfortunately, the place where the other party fell was not far from Ji Taichang. I didn't see anything. Ji Taichang turned and ran. He. Little brother, am I really that scary? Don't run away, I can't walk anymore, please help me, handsome. Suddenly, a bewitching and charming voice came from behind, carrying an indescribable allure, accompanied by wisps of invisible soul fluctuations. If it were an ordinary golden core cultivator, their mind would probably have been bewitched. Ji Taichang's cultivation level was as high as the 9th level of the golden core stage. Although his consciousness was somewhat dazed, his soul was strong enough to keep his mind clear and he did not lose consciousness. But Ji Taichang deliberately feigned a dazed and confused look, turned around blankly, and walked towards the direction from which the voice came. Just because. The opponent not only used a charm technique, but also a terrifying divine sense at the nascent soul stage firmly locked onto Ji Taichang. If Ji Taichang dares to run, the other party will kill him without hesitation. The hundreds of meters high stone mountain was smashed to pieces, leaving a huge crater in the ground and a scene of utter devastation. In the deep pit lay a woman in red, covered in blood. She was tall and voluptuous with fair skin. Her dress was very revealing and had been damaged in the battle, exposing a large amount of her body. Especially her alluring face, which was incredibly beautiful, with a touch of red between her brows, was breathtakingly beautiful. However, her current injuries are extremely frightening. There is a bloody hole in her chest that is clear from front to back, tearing half of her heart apart. There is also a terrifying sword aura remaining, which is constantly eroding her life force. Such terrible injuries would have killed an ordinary person long ago. However, nascent soul stage experts are incredibly resilient, and the mere fatal wound did not kill her. Little brother, quickly pick me up and head to Xuanfeng City in Lanzhao. The woman in red spoke in a silvery voice, and she manipulated Ji Taichang to pick her up and begin their journey away from the place. Although Ji Taichang was wary, he could only pick her up. Although the woman in red was plump, she was very light and soft, as if she had no bones. The warm touch transmitted through the thin clothing made Ji Taichang very angry. But Ji Taichang dared not make a move. Despite the severity of the woman's injuries, which made it seem as if she could barely walk, the woman in red was seriously injured. But she was, after all, a veteran nascent soul stage expert. At such close range, killing Ji Taichang would be effortless. The woman in red wrapped her arms around Ji Taichang's neck and reached out to touch his firm chest muscles. She could feel that Ji Taichang was quite strong and had vigorous blood and energy. This made the woman in red's eyes light up, and she couldn't help but lick her red lips, her eyes revealing a hint of greed and bloodlust. "Young man, how old are you?" 18. "Ugh, I wasn't asking about the size." Ji Taichang's lips twitched slightly. "I am 18 years old this year." "An 18-year-old golden core cultivator? Do you think I'm stupid?" the woman in red sneered. Although Ji Taichang tried his best to conceal his aura. However, the two were standing too close, and the woman in red still keenly sensed something unusual, and was able to judge that Ji Taichang's cultivation level was at least at the golden core stage. "Alright, actually I'm 38 years old." Ji Taichang had no choice but to change his tune. "By the way, young lady, your injuries are quite severe. I happen to know a little about medicine and have quite a few healing pills on hand. Would you like me to treat your injuries?" "Can." The woman in red nodded, offering no objection. Ji Taichang carefully put the woman in red down and took out a bottle of pills from his storage ring. The label read Great Rejuvenation Pill. "You eat one first." The woman in red was quite wary. Ji Taichang dared not disobey and could only take out a pill and swallow it. After a while, seeing that Ji Taichang's expression was normal, the woman in red swallowed a few powerful rejuvenating pills. As the medicine took effect, the woman in red felt warm all over, and the pain in her body slowly disappeared. "It actually works?" The woman in red's eyes brightened slightly. She hadn't expected that the pills from a golden core cultivator would be useful for the injuries of a nascent soul cultivator like herself. But she had no idea that it was actually a powerful painkiller. Ji Taichang then took out several bottles of pills, labeled Jade Dew Pill, 9 Cauldrons Rejuvenating Pill, and Soul Returning Jade Pill. In fact, they are the Death Pill, Soul Devouring Powder, and Profounding Annihilation Pill, all of which are highly poisonous. As for why the label does not match the actual name of the elixir, this is because Ji Taichang didn't want others to be able to pick up her storage ring and use it directly. As usual, the woman in red let Ji Taichang eat one first. Ji Taichang remained calm and swallowed one pill at a time, secretly circulating the Fire Cloud Pill scripture to neutralize the poison's power. He possessed all the insights of the Fire Cloud Pill King, and his alchemy skills had long since reached a divine level. Seeing that Ji Taichang was alright, the woman in red finally felt relieved and swallowed the bottles of poison. The powerful painkiller had taken effect. The woman in red swallowed the bottles of poison and felt a warm, burning sensation in her stomach, which made her feel much better. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Luo Hongyi's favorability has increased by 5 points. Luo Hongyi's favorability, 20. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. As the system notification sounded, Ji Taichang was speechless. "I kindly saved poisoned you, and this woman's favorability towards me is actually negative." Chapter 49. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Ji Taichang was afraid that the few bottles of poison would not be enough to be lethal, so he said, "Miss, let me treat your injuries." "Okay." The woman in red nodded and immediately removed her armor. In an instant, the dazzling white light was so bright that Ji Taichang's eyes widened, his mouth went dry, and his blood pressure rose. Her body was fair and delicate, practically flawless, enough to drive countless men mad. However, since the opponent was a nascent soul-stage female demon capable of slapping him to death, Ji Taichang dared not make any rash moves. He simply took out some bottles and jars from his storage ring. He picked up a bottle labeled hemostatic powder and sprinkled it on the woman in red's wound. In an instant, a hissing sound rang out, and a string of black smoke rose up. "This is actually 5 poisons powder." Ji Taichang took out another bottle of bone healing ointment and carefully applied it to her wound, causing the flesh and blood at the wound to turn somewhat black. A cold and eerie aura quietly seeped into her heart. "This is a poison that breaks the heart." Ji Taichang used 7 or 8 kinds of poisons in one go, all of which he carefully selected and mixed in different proportions to create a terrifyingly potent poison. This is a unique poison created by Ji Taichang based on Huayun Danwan's insights and alchemy expertise. Elixirs can save lives, but they can also kill. Why were so many kinds of drugs used? The woman in red frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. However, under the influence of strong painkillers, coupled with her already severe injuries and greatly diminished perception, she had not yet noticed anything amiss. Ji Taichang explained, "Miss, your injuries are too severe. 1 or 2 kinds of medicine will not be effective. They must be used in combination." I come from a family of doctors and I will not lie to you. Come on, young lady, please turn around and have your back injury treated as well. The woman in red was skeptical, but she still turned around. Her back had smooth, beautiful lines, as white and tender as tofu, seemingly radiating a captivating glow. It extended from her slender neck all the way to her tiny waist, with just the right curve. Ji Tai-chan was a little thirsty, but he still managed to control the recoil thanks to his strong willpower. He picked up a bunch of bottles and jars and applied the poison to her again. With my new generation of Fire Cloud Pill King skills, even if you are a nascent soul stage expert, you will be poisoned to death by me. Dare to threaten me? You'll regret this. After doing all this, Ji Tai-chan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. The woman in red put her clothes back on and said, "Little brother, keep holding me and fly straight to Xuanfeng City." Ugh! She suddenly let out a muffled groan, her face turning somewhat pale. The woman in red felt a warm sensation in her stomach, which grew warmer and warmer, as if a volcano was erupting and burning her internal organs to the point of being riddled with holes. A burning sensation came from the wound on her chest, as if countless ants were gnawing at it. This is excruciating pain that even strong painkillers can't stop. You actually dared to poison me. Ding! Luo Hongyi's favorability has decreased by 80 points. Luo Hongyi's favorability, 100. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. The woman in red's expression changed. Her once beautiful and alluring face was now contorted with rage and fury. A terrifying pressure from the nascent soul stage erupted from her, shaking the heavens and the earth. But Ji Tai-chan was incredibly cunning. As the woman in red groaned, Ji Tai-chan had already turned and run, unleashing his full power at the 9th level of the golden core stage, and sprinting into the distance. The woman in red was about to stand up. As she circulated her spiritual power, various poisons within her body erupted instantly, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, and her entire body's power becoming chaotic. Die! The woman in red let out a shrill scream, raised her hand and summoned a blood-red sword, which she hurled at Ji Tai-chan with all her might. Ode! A streak of blood-red light flashed across the sky like lightning, exuding a chilling killing intent. Its speed was incredible, and it firmly locked onto Ji Tai-chan. Ji Tai-chan was unable to dodge in time, so he immediately summoned the fiery cloud cauldron, which swelled in the wind and protected himself. Thump! The blood-red sword slammed into the fiery cloud cauldron, producing a dull thud that sent Ji Tai-chan flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was seriously injured. But Ji Tai-chan instantly slammed the lid on the fire cloud cauldron, picked it up, and ran. The woman in red tried to summon her natal sword back, but her injuries were too severe. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, she collapsed to the ground, unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as Ji Tai-chan ran further and further away. Ji Tai-chan flew hundreds or even thousands of miles away in one breath. Only after confirming that the woman in red had not caught up with him did he breathe a long sigh of relief, still feeling lingering fear. Ji Tai-chan quickly hid in a cave, changed his clothes and mask, and used the turtle breathing technique to change his appearance and aura. Fortunately, he was naturally suspicious and changed his clothes before going out. If the woman in red were to discover Ji Aotian's disguise, Ji Tai-chan would likely never sleep soundly again. Just as Ji Tai-chan was about to leave, a woman dressed in a blue and white palace dress stepped into the cave. Her face was as pale as paper, and she was seriously injured and swaying precariously. Again? Ji Tai-chan's expression changed drastically. His face turned green. Wrong. Her cultivation level is only at the 3rd level of the golden core stage. Thank goodness, I was just scaring myself. After sensing the other party's cultivation level, Ji Tai-chan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The woman was slender and petite, only reaching Ji Tai-chan's shoulder height, yet she possessed a voluptuous figure that made Ji Tai-chan unable to resist taking a few more glances. Her face was very pure and beautiful, and she looked to be only 16 or 20 years old. Her pale complexion made her look even more pitiful. Young lady, you. Just as Ji Tai-chan was about to say something, he saw a strange red light flash in the other party's eyes, and he pounced on him. Caught off guard, Ji Tai-chan was tackled to the ground by her soft and delicate body pinning him down. Holy crap! Please have some self-respect, young lady, Before Ji Tai-chan could finish speaking, he was silenced by the other party's red lips. Just as Ji Tai-chan was about to push her away, his powerful divine sense detected something amiss. She's injured. A demonic energy is corrupting her body. This aura feels somewhat familiar. Isn't this the power of the woman in red? She was the one who just fought the woman in red? But isn't she only at the third level of the Golden Core stage? How could she possibly fight a nascent Soul Stage expert? Ji Taichan's eyes widened slightly as he sensed the power and aura of the woman in red from the other party. Clearly, this young woman was injured by the woman in red. Before Ji Taichang could figure out what was going on, the girl awkwardly and roughly tore open Ji Taichang's clothes, her eyes glowing red, her breathing rapid and hot. Ji Taichang roughly understood what kind of demonic magic she had been affected by. Tear. As the sound of clothes fluttering filled the air, the cave was soon filled with an alluring atmosphere. Chapter 50. I Become a Minotaur Warrior? In the future. Ji Taichang lay on the ground, gazing calmly and deeply at the cave ceiling, pondering the meaning of life and the end of the universe. As for the petite yet voluptuous woman, she was fast asleep in his arms, her eyes slightly moist, and her pale face had regained some color. Since things have come to this, let's go to sleep. Ji Taichang sighed, held the woman, and closed his eyes to rest. Several hours later. Ah! With a sharp scream, the woman blushed and jumped up from Ji Taichang's arms. She hurriedly took out a new dress from her storage ring and put it on in a flustered manner. Perhaps the movement was too large, because she couldn't help but gasp, and her legs were trembling. What did you do to me? The woman clutched her chest, her hand trembling as she held a sword, aiming it at Ji Taichang. Her delicate and beautiful face was flushed, and tears glistened in her eyes. Ji Taichang helplessly shrugged. You haven't lost your memory, have you? I didn't do anything just now, it was all your own initiative. The woman paused, her mind replaying the scene after she was afflicted by the demonic power, recalling her previous madness and initiative. With a whoosh, her pretty face flushed crimson, almost dripping with moisture. She staggered back a few steps, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Ding! Qin Wolin's favorability has increased by 1 point. Qin Wolin's favorability, 10. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. Upon hearing the system notification, Ji Taichang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This level of favorability is a bit low. Girl, don't get agitated, I'm not a good person. Sha, I'm not a bad person. Ji Taichang gave Qin Wolin a gentle smile, speaking of which, I cured you of the demonic poison, you should thank me. It would have been better if Ji Taichang hadn't said anything. Thinking about the process of detoxification just now, Qin Wolin's pretty face turned red again, her legs trembled slightly, and she was filled with shame and indignation. But as Ji Taichang said, everything was her own initiative, and she couldn't blame Ji Taichang, nor did she know how to face him. So Qin Wolin turned and walked away, limping. Ji Taichang quickly dressed, and in a flash appeared in front of Qin Wolin. He said earnestly, Miss, we have already consummated our marriage. I can take responsibility for you. Let's get to know each other and build a good life together. Upon hearing this, Qin Wolin was slightly shaken by Ji Taichang's sincere and earnest expression. Ding! Qin Wolin's favorability has increased by 20 points. You cannot obtain 10% of Emperor Yuanqi's cultivation ability for the time being. Qin Wolin's favorability, 10. A surprise will happen when favorability reaches 100. The system notification suddenly rang out, causing Ji Taichang to open his eyes wide. What is that? The fact that we cannot obtain Emperor Yuanqi's cultivation level for the time being, doesn't this mean that Qin Wolin is Emperor Yuanqi's concubine? Did I turn Emperor Yuanqi into a minotaur? Holy crap! Such a good thing. Wait a minute, the emperor of the Great Wu dynasty wasn't called Emperor Yuanqi. And she even bled a little earlier, which means Qin Wolin is still a virgin. Ji Taichang felt his head buzzing, and he vaguely realized that Qin Wolin's identity was extremely unusual. I don't need you to take responsibility. Qin Wolin remained silent for a moment, then looked directly into Ji Taichang's eyes and said earnestly, I don't blame you for what happened just now. In fact, I should thank you for helping me detoxify. But, it's impossible between us. If you get involved with me, it will only bring you trouble. Let's just consider this a beautiful dream. Goodbye. That's all. Qin Wolin bypassed Ji Taichang, formed hand seals, stepped on a flying sword, and left the cave. Seeing this, Ji Tai did not press the matter, but simply sighed regretfully. After flying for a while, Qin Wolin's legs suddenly went weak, and she almost fell from mid-air. She squeezed her legs together, bit her lip, and looked resentful. Never mind. It seems that Yuer has married into that Qin Yun sect. Let's go there and hide for a while. Qin Wolin muttered to herself, unfolded a map of Lanzhou in her hand, carefully identified the direction, and then flew unsteadily toward the direction of Qin Yun sect. After changing his disguise again, Ji Taichang flew towards the direction of the Lancao prince's mansion. 1 hour later, a magnificent and vast ancient city appeared before Ji Taichang. On the vast plains, the majestic city walls stretched like the Great Wall, towering and magnificent, with rows of soldiers stationed there. Within the city walls, rows of buildings stood tall, and within the city, there were even undulating mountains and winding rivers. Countless cultivators and common people came and went, making it a very lively place. Outside the city walls, there are also large buildings that stretch as far as the eye can see, exuding prosperity and bustle. This is the heart of Lancao, the location of the Lancao Royal Palace, Lancao City. Ji Taichang didn't even need to ask around, he could see the magnificent and splendid royal palace in the center of Lancao City from a great distance. Ji Taichang landed in front of the Lancao prince's mansion, inadvertently releasing a wisp of golden core aura, and said indifferently, "I'd like to inform your prince's mansion's 7th young master, Xin Wenhua. Please wait a moment." Seeing that Ji Taichang was extraordinary, the guards of the prince's mansion did not dare to be negligent and immediately passed on the message. Before long, Xin Wenhua, accompanied by several servants, personally came to the gate of the prince's mansion to greet them. However, when he saw that the visitor was not young Ding Tian, his smile obviously faded a bit. Xin Wenhua asked, "Senior, may I ask your honorable name, and what business do you have with me?" With his hands behind his back, Ji Taichang said calmly, "I am Yang Dingtian's uncle, Shimen Shuifeng. Yang Dingtian is currently in seclusion and asked me to ask you to do something." Upon hearing this, Xin Wenhua's body trembled instantly. "So it's Senior Shimen. Please come in." Xin Wenhua smiled and immediately invited Ji Taichang to his small courtyard. "By the way, Senior Shimen, I still don't know which sect or force you belong to." Xin Wenhua rubbed his hands together, his heart filled with intense curiosity. It wasn't just him. Qin Miaoyi and Wu Ji have been conducting a large-scale search for information about young Dingtian recently. But something strange happened. Even with the intervention of the Lancao prince's mansion and the YA sect, they couldn't find any information about young Dingtian, as if he didn't exist at all. This made Qin Wenhua even more curious about the identities of young Dingtian and Shimen Shuifeng. A mere rogue cultivator, not worth mentioning. Ji Taichang shook his head, having no intention of revealing his true identity. Before Qin Wenhua could press further, Ji Taichang asked, "Young Master Qin, have you ever heard of Luo Hongyi?" Luo Hongyi? Upon hearing this name, Qin Wenhua's expression changed slightly. Chapter 51: The Tricky Luo Hongyi. Who in the world doesn't know Luo Hongyi? Qin Wenhua's expression was solemn as he said, "Senior should know that the strongest demonic sect within the territory of our great Wu dynasty is the Blood Lotus sect, and this Luo Hongyi is a protector of the Blood Lotus sect, with a cultivation level of the 5th stage of the nascent soul realm. Rumor has it that she was originally a concubine of the previous leader of the Blood Lotus sect. However, the leader suddenly died 100 years ago, while Luo Hongyi's cultivation level soared, reaching the nascent soul stage, and she gradually climbed to the position of protector. There are rumors that the former leader of the Blood Lotus sect was assassinated by Luo Hongyi." After hearing Qin Wenhua's explanation, Ji Taichang's heart skipped a beat. Spicy. That female demon was actually a protector of a demonic sect? Fortunately, I was cautious enough not to reveal my true identity, otherwise the Blood Lotus cult would probably have come knocking on my door that very night. However, Ji Taichang was still somewhat uneasy, so he inquired in detail about the Blood Lotus sect and Luo Hongyi from Qin Wenhua. But the more he inquired, the more terrified Ji Taichang became. The Blood Lotus sect is elusive and has a large number of members, including no fewer than 10 nascent soul stage experts, making its strength and foundation extremely terrifying. The Great Wu dynasty attempted to eradicate the Blood Lotus cult more than once. However, the Blood Lotus sect's stronghold is extremely mysterious, even the Great Wu dynasty's royal family doesn't know where it is, and the new leader of the Blood Lotus sect is incredibly powerful and resourceful, and it's rumored that he also has a relationship with Luo Hongyi. Ji Taichang felt that the sword in his hand was a little too hot. After Qin Wenhua finished recounting the information about the Blood Lotus sect, he asked curiously, "I wonder what purpose you intend to serve by inquiring about the Blood Lotus sect, Senior?" Ji Taichang paused for a moment, then took out a blood-red sword from his storage ring. "If I said I found Luo Hongyi's weapon on the road, would you believe me?" Question mark. Qin Wenhua and the others stared wide-eyed at the blood-red sword in Ji Taichang's hand, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This. Qin Wenhua couldn't help but gasp. He looked at the two characters' red robe on the sword and sensed the pure and terrifying bloodthirsty aura, and his heart trembled. This is a low-grade magic weapon. And it's exactly the same as Luo Hongyi's natal sword in the records. How is this possible? Qin Wenhuo even doubted whether he had seen it wrong. Shiman Chuefeng was only at the Golden Core stage, while Luo Hongyi was at the 5th level of the Nascent Soul stage. Can a Golden Core cultivator steal a Nascent Soul stage expert's weapon? This is absolutely upside down. Okay, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm coming clean. Ji Taichang explained, actually, on my way to the prince's mansion, I saw Luo Hongyi and another Nascent Soul stage expert fighting to the death, both of them seriously injured and fleeing. So I picked up this weapon on the spot. I wonder if young Master Qin could help me get rid of this. This sword is definitely a hot potato. Anyone who dares to take away Luo Hongyi's natal sword might find the Blood Lotus sect coming to investigate that very night. But Qin Wenhuo might be able to. After all, he is the 7th young master of the Lancao Prince's mansion. Luo Hongyi, if you have something to say, go tell the king of Lancao. That? I'm afraid it will be difficult. Qin Wenhuo gave a wry smile. Who knows if Luo Hongyi left any mark on the sword? What if Luo Hongyi chases after us in the middle of the night? That would be the end of us. Young master. We can take it and present it to the prince. The Great Wu dynasty has been suppressing the Blood Lotus sect for years. If you, young master, can offer up Luo Hongyi's natal sword, it will be a great achievement. Just then, one of Qin Wenhuo's quick-witted subordinates had an idea. Qin Wenhuo's eyes lit up. This plan is feasible. Ji Taichang's lips twitched slightly. This was truly filial piety. However, the Prince of Lancao is a prince of the first rank, so no matter how powerful Luo Hongyi is, he probably wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. Qin Wenhuo solemnly said, Senior Shiman, I will not take this sword for nothing. I will definitely give you a satisfactory revenge. That's excellent. Ji Taichang smiled and nodded, which suited him perfectly. He dared not keep the sword, and he doubted anyone would dare to take it on the black market. It was most appropriate to hand it over to Qin Wenhuo. In the end, Qin Wenhuo gave Ji Taichang more than 600,000 spirit stones. Since this is stolen goods, its price is naturally much lower than that of ordinary low-grade magic treasures. By the way, young Master Qin, do you know who Emperor Yuanqi is? Ji Taichang asked another question that he was very concerned about. He was the emperor of the Daiyu dynasty. Qin Wenhuo answered without hesitation, the Great Yu dynasty is adjacent to the Great Wu dynasty, and its overall national strength is not much weaker than our Great Wu dynasty. Emperor Yuanqi has been on the throne for more than 300 years, and it is said that he has already entered the nascent soul stage, and his strength is unfathomable. Upon hearing this, Ji Taichang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The good news is that Emperor Yuanqi is not the emperor of the Great Wu dynasty, so he will be safe for the time being. The bad news is that the Great Yu dynasty is not to be trifled with either. However, Emperor Yuanqi is quite old. If he lives a few more years, he might just kick the bucket. If I raise Qin Roland's favorability, won't I be able to obtain the cultivation and abilities of a nascent soul stage expert? Another thought popped into Ji Taichang's mind, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. After saying goodbye to Qin Wenhuo, Ji Taichang visited Qin Miaoyi again. Qin Wenhuo has not yet become the heir apparent, but Qin Miaoyi is already a princess. Her power is far greater than Qin Wenhuo's, making her worthy of Ji Taichang's deep friendship. Senior Shiman Chuefeng, you and young Master Yang Dingtian, which sect do you belong to? Qin Miaoyi wore a snow-white long dress, her beauty was unparalleled, and she had a noble and aloof air about her. Her eyes were full of curiosity as she stared at Ji Taichang. She investigated all the sects and forces that had entered that Songshan secret realm, but she just couldn't find anyone who matched young Dingtian. A secluded sect, not to be revealed. Ji Taichang waved his hand, looking inscrutable. Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyi seemed to understand something, and suddenly realized. So it was a hidden sect. It seems that young Master Tianyang Dingtian entered the Songshan secret realm by impersonating a disciple of a certain sect. No wonder we couldn't find any information about him. Ji Taichang chatted with Qin Miaoyi for a while, learned a lot of information, and left the Lancao Prince's mansion satisfied. Ji Taichang hummed a little tune as he began his return to the Qingyun sect. But at this time, the Qingyun sect was not at peace. The sudden deaths of the old sect leader and the Grand Elder, coupled with the soaring demonic energy that night, caused widespread panic and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere throughout the sect. Lin Shuiyue, Yang Yao, and the others naturally tried their best to conceal the truth, claiming to the outside world that demonic cultivators had invaded the Qingyun sect, and that the old sect master and the Grand Elder, together with Ji Yaotian, killed the demonic cultivators, and that the old sect master and the Grand Elder had died heroically. Even so, the members of the Qingyun sect still felt uneasy. Boom! Just as Lin Shueyue was preparing for Yang Buqiu and Yang Weil's funeral, several booming sounds rang out from the sky, and 3 cloud ships sped in from different directions and stopped above the Qingyun sect. Chapter 52 3 Sects Attack. Lin Shueyue, Yang Yao, and the others were startled and looked up abruptly. Lin Shueyue acted decisively, activating the sect leader's token to open the sect's protective formation. With a loud boom, countless array patterns and symbols lit up on the ground around the Qingyun sect, crisscrossing and forming a massive array that enveloped the Qingyun sect's territory. The Wooding sect, the Human sect, and the Leitaying sect. What brings you 3 sects to my Qingyun sect? Lin Shueyue took to the air and saw the flags and emblems of the 3 sects on the 3 cloud ships. Her eyes immediately turned cold. What is it for? Sect leader Lin should know this very well. On the deck of the Wooding sect's cloud ship, a middle-aged man with a thick beard stepped out with a playful smile on his face. Your Qingyun sect's Grand Elder Yang Wal has fallen into the demonic path and become a peerless demon. We are here to slay the demon and eliminate evil. Upon hearing this, Lin Shueyue, Yang Yao, and the others felt a sudden sinking feeling in their hearts. They immediately blocked the news, so how could these 3 sects know this secret? Could it be that there's a spy within the sect? But by then it was too late to track down the traitors. Lin Shueyue said in a deep voice, "Nonsense. Previously, a demonic cultivator had infiltrated my Qingyun sect. It was my Qingyun sect's previous sect leader and Grand Elder who joined forces with Senior Ji Outyan to kill the demonic cultivator. The Grand Elder sacrificed himself heroically for this, cause how dare you slander him?" Although Lin Shueyue hated Yang Weil to the core. However, the truth about his demonic possession cannot be revealed at this time, otherwise it will be a huge problem for the Qingyun sect. This is tantamount to giving other sects an excuse to investigate and suppress the Qingyun sect. He. It seems that sect leader Lin is soft all over, except for his mouth. On the cloud ship of the Jade Gate sect, a man clad in silver armor stepped out, his eyes gleaming with evil light as he stared intently at Lin Shueyue's mature and alluring body, and couldn't help but lick his lips. Sect leader Lin, stop being stubborn. We already know about your Qingyun sect's Grand Elder's demonic possession. We strongly suspect that the Qingyun sect is colluding with the demonic sect. Please, Sect Master Lin, open the defensive array so that we can go in and take a look. A powerful figure also appeared on the Thunder sect's cloud ship. He had a full head of black hair standing on end, and lightning patterns flashed on his forehead. His tone was majestic and domineering. I told you, the Grand Elder has not fallen into demonic possession. Lin Shueyue's beautiful eyes blazed with anger as she spoke, each word distinct. If you dare to force your way into my Qingyun sect, it is tantamount to declaring war on the Qingyun sect. These 3 sects were clearly well prepared. They say it's an inspection, but if we actually let them into the Qingyun sect, who knows what they'll do? The cultivation world has always been a place of deceit and treachery, where the strong prey on the weak. Declare war? Oh dear. I'm so scared. The silver-armored man from the Jade Gate sect patted his chest and said sarcastically, your strongest old man and Grand Elder from the Azure Cloud sect are both dead. With a few Tom, Dick, and Harry, what makes you think you can declare war on us? Ha ha ha. How ridiculous. However, I think sect leader Lin is still quite charming. If you come in with me to investigate properly, I might be in a better mood and put in a good word for your Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Shueyue and the others felt a surge of anger and clenched their fists. The Thunder sect's expert coldly replied, either you open the sect's protective formation, or we'll blast it open. As his voice faded. On the 3 cloud ships belonging to the Wooding sect, the Human sect, and the Leitaying sect, hundreds of powerful cultivators appeared. Each of their sects dispatched 4 golden core stage experts, making a total of 12. Especially the 3 leading experts, whose cultivation levels are the 7th level of the golden core stage and 2 of them are the 8th level of the golden core stage. Such formidable strength is enough to annihilate the entire Qingyun sect. Not good. Sensing the cultivation aura of the 3 powerful sects, Lin Shueyue, Yang Yao, and the others all changed their expressions drastically, and their hearts sank to the bottom. They're not here to investigate Yang Weil's demonic possession at all, it's just an excuse. They want to destroy the Qingyun sect and divide up its resources and territory. A flash of insight struck Lin Shueyue, and she instantly understood the other party's plan. If it were really just about investigating Yang Weil's demonic possession, there would be no need to mobilize so many powerful individuals. Xiao Chang, where are you? Lin Shueyue was both angry and helpless, and she missed Ji Taichung terribly. If only Consort Ji were here. Sect Leader Lin, please activate the sect's protective formation. Otherwise, once we break through the sect's protective formation, you'll be in for a world of trouble. The silver-armored man from the Jade Gate sect chuckled, his eyes filled with lewd greed as he stared intently at Lin Shueyue and Yang Yao, who was equally beautiful beside Lin Shueyue. Many powerful figures from the three sects also burst into laughter, their eyes filled with cruelty and greed as they stared at the Qingyun sect members. With the deaths of the Grand Elder and the former sect master of the Qingyun sect, there is no one to take up the mantle. This is the perfect opportunity to destroy and divide up the Qingyun sect. Yeah. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Who are you saying is going to suffer?" As the voice rang out, a dark yellow light ripped through the sky, like a meteor falling to earth, and crashed towards the silver-armored man with the force of a thunderbolt. The silver-armored man's expression suddenly changed drastically, as he felt an intense sense of impending death. At this critical moment, he roared and a silver spear appeared in his hand, which he held horizontally in front of him, trying to block the dark yellow light. Bang! Immediately following was a deafening roar. The dark yellow light transformed into an ancient tower, exuding a heavy and majestic aura. It forcefully bent the spear in the silver-armored man's hand, and the terrifying force slammed him from mid-air to the ground with a loud bang. The solid rock ground was smashed into a huge crater, the earth shook and dust flew everywhere. The silver-armored man's armor shattered, his chest caved in, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, suffering a severe injury. Who goes there? This sudden turn of events startled all the cultivators from the three sects. You need to know. The silver-armored man was at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, yet he was severely injured in one fell swoop. How astonishing! They drew their weapons and magical artifacts, as if facing a formidable enemy, staring intently ahead. Amidst the wary and solemn gazes of numerous cultivators, Ji Taichang, dressed in a dark blue robe, wearing a bronze mask, with his black hair flying in the wind, walked through the air with his hands behind his back. He was tall and slender, exuding an indescribable aura of power and grandeur, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. Even those Golden Core stage experts tensed up, sensing an immense sense of crisis emanating from Ji Taichang. He is that mysterious powerhouse, Ji Aotian? The cultivators from the three sects all felt a chill run down their spines, and a hint of apprehension flashed in their eyes. Xiao Chang. You're finally back. Lin Shueyue's delicate body trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Only then did she let out a long sigh of relief. Ding! Detected an increase of 2 points in Lin Shueyue's favorability. Lin Shueyue's favorability, 68. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. Chapter 53. The Azure Cloud Sect is under my protection, understand? Senior Ji Aotian has returned. Great! We're saved! When the Qingyun sect members saw Ji Taichang appear, they all breathed a sigh of relief, their faces full of joy. Is he Ji Aotian? Yang Yao also curiously observed the imposing figure in mid-air, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. I don't know why. She had a feeling that Ji Aotian seemed familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Even though Ji Taichang changed his body shape, appearance, and aura, and even wore a mask, Yang Yao could still feel a sense of familiarity. Ji Taichang waved his hand, and the Xianyan Tower transformed into a rainbow of light, slowly rotating around him. He looked down at the cultivators from the three sects, his gaze cold and indifferent. The Qingyun sect is under my protection, understand? Who gave you the audacity to attack the Qingyun sect? If it weren't for Ji Taichang's timely return, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This also caused Ji Taichang's murderous intent to surge. He's really angry right now. Fellow Taoist Ji Aotian, you are not a member of the Qingyun sect, so why do you insist on standing up for the Qingyun sect? The Thunder Sect expert said in a deep voice, the fact that the Azure Cloud sect's Grand Elder has fallen into the demonic path and murdered his own father means that the entire Azure Cloud sect is in serious trouble. They must be secretly colluding with the demonic path and committing numerous evils. Our three sects have come here to thoroughly investigate this matter and exorcise the demons. The bearded man from the Wooding sect nodded. That's right, the Qingyun sect is too suspicious. How can we feel at ease if we don't investigate it thoroughly? Fellow Taoist, it would be best if you refrain from meddling in other people's business. Since we're already here. None of the three sects were willing to retreat. Ji Aotian is very strong. But these three sects weren't pushovers either. With 12 Golden Core stage experts joining forces, they refused to believe they couldn't defeat Ji Aotian. Ji Taichang's eyes turned cold, and he coldly uttered a single word, "Get out. Anyone who dares to make a move, I will kill." Seeing that Ji Taichan's attitude was firm and resolute, the 12 golden core stage experts exchanged glances and glances. Boom! The next moment, the 12 golden core stage experts attacked simultaneously, unleashing a series of blazing and terrifying attacks. Their killing intent soared to the sky, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down on Ji Taichang from all directions. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were like a vast ocean, with overwhelming power and terrifying force. Even a typical golden core stage 9 expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. Not good. Xiao Chang, watch out. Senior Ji. You must hold on. When the members of the Qingyun sect saw this scene, their hearts pounded wildly, and they were filled with worry. Faced with the combined attack of 12 golden core stage experts, Ji Taichang remained calm and indifferent, without the slightest ripple of emotion. He formed a hand seal, and the Xianyan pagoda swelled in the wind, transforming into a towering ancient pagoda hundreds of feet tall, enveloping him. Immediately following was a deafening explosion as the attacks of the 12 golden core stage experts all struck the Xianyan tower, unleashing shockwaves that shook the heavens, rumbled the earth, and created terrifying air currents. But the basalt tower withstood the attack. The majestic ancient pagoda stands firm and unyielding, without a single crack. This is the power of a top-grade magic weapon, combining both offense and defense. This scene caused the pupils of the 12 golden core stage experts to shrink, revealing expressions of disbelief. This pagoda actually withstood the combined attack of 12 people? This is way too hard. Whoosh! Ji Taichang's figure suddenly rushed out of the Xianyan tower, his swift sword blazing with intense fire, and he slashed fiercely. In an instant, a vast expanse of sword energy erupted, surging and boundless. It was not just one or two sword energies, but a whole swath of sword light blooming simultaneously, sweeping across all directions. The 12 golden core stage experts were shocked and immediately raised their weapons and magical artifacts to block in front of them, attempting to join forces to resist Ji Taichang's attack. Thump! A burst of fire erupted in mid-air as Ji Taichang's sword energy collided with the attacks of the 12 golden core stage experts, creating a thunderous and astonishing roar. Several golden core stage experts with lower cultivation levels immediately screamed in agony as they were struck down by the terrifying sword energy, collapsing to the ground, their fates unknown. Good. Upon seeing this, Lin Shueyu's ample bosom heaved, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Everyone, let's attack together. Let's lend Senior Ji out yen a hand. Without hesitation, she activated the sect's protective formation, grabbed a sword, and rushed out. Seeing this, Lu Tsuilan and the other 6 golden core stage elders, including Zhang San, did not hesitate and decisively joined the attack. Helping Ji Taichang is helping the Qingyun sect, and ultimately helping themselves. This is bad. Retreat now. Those golden core stage experts realized how terrifying Ji Taichang was, and knew they had kicked a hornet's nest. Their expressions immediately changed. They immediately rushed back to their own cloud ship, preparing to flee. But how could Ji Taichang let them have their way? Come and go as you please? Do you really think my Qingyun sect is an amusement park? Ji Taichang swung his swift sword again, unleashing an incomparably blazing sword aura that erupted with surging flames and swept across the area. All 3 cloud ships were violently shaken by Ji Taichang's sword strike, and a crack appeared on them. Many unlucky cultivators were even hit by the aftershocks of the sword energy and fell asleep on the spot. Senior, one should be lenient when one can. Leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. The cultivators from the 3 sects all changed their expressions drastically, both shocked and furious. Ji Taichang sneered, in the future? I'll fuck your ass. Ji Taichang's cold gaze locked onto the Jade Gate sect's cloud ship, and he flashed forward to attack. Others can run, but the silver-armored man from the Jade Gate sect must die. Daring to utter foul language towards his woman is a death sentence. Senior, why are you chasing me? When the silver-armored man saw Ji Taichang chasing after him relentlessly, his face turned green. Ji Taichang remained silent, only forming hand seals, pouring all his boundless spiritual power into the Xianyan tower without reservation. The ancient tower was surrounded by a mysterious yellow light, majestic and heavy, and crashed down on the human sex cloud ship with immense force. The silver-armored man's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately activated the cloud ship's defensive formation and also used his own magical artifact to block the attack. But it's completely useless. With a deafening roar, the silver-armored man's magical artifact was smashed away, the cloud ship's defensive formation shattered, and the massive cloud ship, hundreds of feet long, was forcefully smashed down from mid-air by the Xianyan tower, crashing on the spot. As for the experts from the Wooding sect and the Thunder sect, Seeing that Ji Taichung's firepower was drawn by the Jade Gate sect, they not only did not come to his aid, but instead took the opportunity to run away. Lin Shuiyue and the others tried to stop them, but their cultivation was insufficient, and they couldn't stop them at all. Ji Taichung did not pay any attention to this. You can run away from the monk, but you can't hide from the temple. It's not too late to deal with them later. Ji Taichung formed a hand seal, and the Xianyan Tower surged up again, like a towering mountain crashing down on him. Chapter 54 Lin Shuiyue's Shy Demeanor. No. The silver-armored man's eyes widened in horror as he let out a scream of terror and regret. His entire body seemed to be burning with spiritual energy as he did his best to wield the bent spear in front of him. Then he and his gun were smashed to pieces. The silver-armored man was only at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage and did not have a powerful magic weapon to protect him, so he could not withstand the bombardment of the Xianyan Tower at all. As for the cloud ship of the Jade Gate sect, and the hundreds of elite cultivators of the Jade Gate sect on the cloud ship, they have already passed away peacefully with the silver-armored man. The vast earth was smashed into a huge crater, the earth shook and the roar was deafening. Upon seeing such a terrifying attack, Zheng San, Li Si, and the others felt their eyelids twitch wildly and secretly gasped. Ji Taichung raised his head, but by then the people from the Wooding sect and the Thunder sect had already run far away and were nowhere to be seen. Moon, tell me where the territories of these 3 sects are, and how many Golden Core stage experts each sect has. Ji Taichung walked up to Lin Shuiyue. Hearing Ji Taichung address her so intimately, Lin Shuiyue's beautiful face instantly flushed red. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ji Taichung and said in a slightly annoyed voice, "Don't call me that. Let's go back to the sect and talk." She was worried that Ji Taichung might impulsively attack the 3 sects, so she wanted to persuade him to calm down. But Zheng San and Li Si, being Golden Core stage experts, possessed extremely keen hearing and immediately sensed that something was amiss. This senior Ji Outyen addresses the sect master as Yuer? Is the sect leader blushing? She wants Ji Outyen to go back to the sect with her. Could it be that? Could it be? Zhang San and Li Si exchanged glances, all showing expressions of shock. Could it be that the sect leader was having an affair with Ji Outyen, which Yanwal caught them in the act, causing Yanwal to suffer a chi deviation, which Ji Outyen then used to kill Yanwal and completely take Lin Shuiyue for himself? A terrifying thought crossed their minds, along with a melodramatic tale of love, hate, and revenge. Lin Shuiyue and Ji Taichung arrived at a council hall of the Qingyun sect. Lin Shuiyue quickly closed the door and then breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Chang, thank goodness you came back in time today, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do." Lin Shuiyue patted her towering chest, her gaze towards Ji Taichung filled with gratitude, but also carrying a strange emotion. Although she didn't know why Ji Taichung suddenly possessed the cultivation level of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. But during this time, Ji Taichung has brought her an unparalleled sense of security and tremendous help. It was Ji Taichung who rescued her from Yang Weil's clutches, freed her from his clutches, and made her the sect leader. When the Qingyun sect faced a crisis, it was Ji Taichung who stepped forward and decisively killed the enemy. What's more, they had been in close contact for so many days and nights before. This thought came to mind. Lin Shuiyue's gaze softened, and she subconsciously squeezed her legs together. Ding! Detected that Lin Shuiyue's favorability has increased by 2 points. The host can obtain 10% of Yang Weil's cultivation ability. Lin Shuiyue's favorability, 70. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. The system notification suddenly sounded, which puzzled Ji Taichung. He hasn't said anything yet, so how did his favorability rating increase? However, Ji Taichung also knew how to seize the opportunity. He immediately put his arm around Lin Shuiyue's slender and soft waist and looked at her with affection. Ugh, no, don't do this. Lin Shuiyue's heart was pounding, her face flushed, and she hurriedly pushed away Ji Taichung's hand. Moon, now no one can stop us from being together. Ji Taichung pressed down on her shoulders, his gentle yet earnest gaze fixed on her eyes. We've spent so many days and nights together intimately. In my heart, you've long been my woman. There's something I've been keeping in my heart for a long time, and now I can finally tell you it. Moon, I love you. Shall we be together? From now on, I will protect you and safeguard you. As if performing a magic trick, Ji Taichung pulled out a bright bouquet of flowers from her storage ring. His gentle and sincere words made Lin Shuiyue's eyes widen, her heart pounded wildly, and she felt a strange feeling growing in her heart, a warm current flowing through her body. Ding! Detected that Lin Shuiyue's favorability has increased by 10 points. The host can obtain 10% of Yang Weil's cultivation ability. Lin Shuiyu's favorability, 80. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. The system notification sounded again. Ji Taichang knew the time was right. He once again embraced Lin Shuiyu's slender waist, slowly lowered his head, and kissed her rosy lips. A moment later, Lin Shuiyu hurriedly pushed Ji Taichang away, her face becoming even more rosy, like a ripe peach, exceptionally tempting. No. No. I'm your teacher's wife. How could we do this? Ji Taichang smiled and said, it's very simple. Yang Wal has already fallen into demonic possession. Such a demon is not worthy of being my master. I will sever all ties with him and break off our master-disciple relationship. Okay, now we can be together. Ji Taichang put his arm around Lin Shuiyu's slender waist again. No. Don't do this. Xiao Chang, can you give me some time to think about it? Although Lin Shuiyu was very tempted, she couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart for a moment. She hurriedly opened the door of the council hall and fled in panic. Ji Taichang felt a little regretful, but he did not force anyone to do anything against their will. With his hands behind his back, he glanced at the group of Qingyun sect elders who were sneaking around in the distance, and a wicked smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Yang Yao, come here for a moment, I have something to ask you. Ji Taichang's voice was as loud as a bell, reaching the ears of Yang Yao, Zheng San, and the others. Yang Yao's heart skipped a beat, but facing the benefactor who had saved the Qingyun sect, she dared not disobey and obediently went to the council hall. Ji Taichang casually locked the main gate and then cast a spiritual energy barrier to isolate the interior of the council hall from the outside world. Upon seeing this, Yang Yao's eyes widened, and she looked wary. May I ask what business you have with me, senior? On the surface, she remained composed and dignified, but in reality, she had become secretly on guard, her whole body tense. Seeing Yang Yao's nervous expression, Ji Taichang couldn't help but smile, his playful side stirring within him. He strode up to Yang Yao and looked down at her. I have saved your Qingyun sect twice. As the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect, how do you plan to repay me? Ji Taichang reached out and lifted Yang Yao's chin with his finger, carefully admiring her plump and smooth figure. Senior, please have some self-respect. Yang Yao was taken aback and immediately took 2 steps back, biting her lip tightly and turning cold. Chapter 55 Yang Yao's surprise. We will always remember your kindness to the Qingyun sect. If you wish to repay us, the Qingyun sect will do everything in our power. Yang Yao's expression turned cold, and she said neither humbly nor arrogantly, but I am already a married man, so please forgive me, senior, and don't make fun of me. Is that so? Ji Taichang said with a wicked smile, but I heard that your betrothed died before you were even married, so the marriage contract is naturally invalid. Mention this matter. Yang Yao's expression was somewhat unnatural, but she still gritted her teeth and said, my husband is not the sect master of the Blazing Fire sect, but someone else. Ji Taichang raised an eyebrow. Who is it? Yang Yao said, I'm sorry, this is my private matter and I cannot disclose it. Please forgive me, senior. Ji Taichang snorted coldly, I think you're not married at all, you're just making up an excuse to fool me. If you don't tell me who your husband is today, don't blame me for being impolite. You. Yang Yao was furious, and her imposing chest heaved with anger. But she still held her nose and said, My husband is Ji Taichang. Upon hearing this, Ji Taichang couldn't help but smile. He. Good wife, I like hearing you say that. Ji Taichang grinned mischievously and put his arm around Yang Yao. Senior, you. Yang Yao was startled at first and subconsciously wanted to resist, but suddenly realized that Ji Aotian's voice had become unusually familiar, and Ji Aotian's appearance and aura also changed rapidly. He became someone she knew and missed dearly. Little Chang? You are Ji Aotian? Yang Yao felt her little head buzzing. She was truly shocked. She simply couldn't accept it. How could Ji Taichang, who was only at the 2nd level of the foundation establishment stage, suddenly transform into a top expert at the 9th level of the golden core stage? Looking at Yang Yao's silly and cute appearance, Ji Taichang felt his blood boiling. He lowered his head and gave her a big kiss on her red lips. Ugh. Stop. You're really Xiao Chang? Yang Yao was still somewhat incredulous, looking at Ji Taichang with suspicion and uncertainty. Of course, it's my husband. Ji Taichang said with a wicked smile, Sister Yang Yao, we just slept in your boudoir yesterday, and Sister Yang Yao's favorite knowledge is, Ji Taichang revealed some little secrets that only the two of them knew. But before she could finish speaking, Yang Yao's pretty face instantly turned bright red. She quickly covered Ji Taichung's mouth and said angrily, "You bad boy. You're not allowed to say it. Do you believe me now?" Ji Taichung lifted Yang Yao's chin and said with a wicked smile, "Wife, call me husband again. You bad husband." Yang Yao felt both shy and happy, and punched Ji Taichung in the chest with her little fist. "By the way, Xiao Chang, weren't you only at the second level of the foundation establishment stage? When did you become the 9th level of the golden core stage? What exactly happened? Don't talk, okay?" 1 hour later. Yang Yao collapsed into Ji Taichung's arms, her pure and pretty face flushed red, and she angrily slapped Ji Taichung's chest. "This is the council chamber. You're so mean. It'll be more exciting in a different place." Ji Taichung chuckled. Yang Yao nestled in his arms, looked up at Ji Taichung, and said, "Little Chang, you haven't answered my question yet. How did you suddenly reach the 9th level of the golden core stage?" She was incredibly curious. Ji Taichung pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, I discovered a celestial abode in the Tsangshan secret realm and obtained the inheritance of an ancient immortal. The immortal bestowed upon me a wisp of immortal energy, and my cultivation level skyrocketed." Ancient immortals? Yang Yao's eyes widened, completely taken aback. This claim sounds far-fetched. But, after thinking about it for a moment, it seemed that it really was possible. Ji Taichung said with absolute certainty, "It's absolutely true. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning." Ugh! Before he could finish speaking, Yang Yao hurriedly covered his mouth and scolded, "Don't say such unlucky things." She looked directly into Ji Taichung's eyes and said earnestly, "I believe in you. Whether it's a blessing from the immortals or some other means, whether it's Ji Taichung or Ji Outyan, you are the person I trust and love the most." Ji Taichung felt a slight tremor in his heart, and a warm current surged up. Looking into Yang Yao's firm yet loving eyes, Ji Taichung was moved and hugged her tightly. The two embraced for a long time. Ji Taichung asked, "By the way, Sister Yang Yao, where are the territories of those 3 sects, and how many golden core experts do they have? I want to go and wipe them out, eliminating any future troubles." "No." Yang Yao was startled, her face full of worry. "There are quite a few experts from these 3 sects, and they have many hidden killing moves. It would be very dangerous for you to rush over there rashly. Especially the Jade Gate sect, which I've heard has intricate connections with the Boundless sect. You've already killed hundreds of people from the Jade Gate sect, including 4 golden core stage experts. I'm afraid you'll incur the Boundless sect's retaliation. The most important thing right now is for you to go out and hide for a while." Upon hearing this, Ji Taichung raised an eyebrow. Are the Jade Gate sect and the Boundless sect related? With the Fire Cloud Pill Cauldron in hand, Ji Taichung was confident that he could kill any powerful enemy below the nascent soul stage, but he was afraid that the Boundless sect would send out nascent soul stage experts. But it shouldn't be that bad, right? To be on the safe side, let's go to the Prince of Lanzhou's residence again and ask His Highness to send someone to help us out. I'd like to see whether your Jade Gate sect has stronger connections or the Lanzhou Prince's mansion has stronger connections." Ji Taichung made a decision in his heart. Although Ji Taichung did not believe that the Jade Gate sect could invite a nascent soul stage ancestor from the Boundless sect, it was always good to make more preparations. "By the way, Sister Yang Yao, these are some life-saving techniques I obtained in the Immortal's Cave in the Tsangshan secret realm. Please take them." Ji Taichung took out a piece of armor and a dozen talismans from his storage ring and stuffed them into Yang Yao's hand. "Thank you so much, Xiao Chang." Yang Yao was overjoyed and kissed Ji Taichung on the cheek. "Still called Xiao Chang?" Ji Taichung raised an eyebrow. Yang Yao bit her lips slightly, her pure and pretty face showing a hint of shyness and charm. "Husband." "Husband." Ji Taichung teased her again, and the two cleaned up the scene before opening the door of the council hall and walking out. "Damn Ji Outyan." Seeing this, Zhang San and Li Si, who were secretly observing from a distance, were so jealous that their eyes turned red and they gritted their teeth. Ji Outyan and Yang Yao were alone in the council hall for more than an hour, and Yang Yao's face was rosy, giving her an even more charming and alluring look. This made the two of them have some terrible suspicions. The thought of the Qingyun sect's great beauty being taken by Ji Outyan made the two of them so jealous that Kuan-er turned purple. Chapter 56. There is a spy in the Qingyun sect. After dropping Yang Yao off at her residence, Ji Taichung turned around and went to Lin Shueyue's room. After Lin Shueyue became the sect leader, she naturally had the right to build a residence anywhere in the Qingyun sect, and the location she chose was right next to Yang Yao's residence, with the two cozy little courtyards right next to each other. This is because, apart from Ji Taichang, Yang Yao is Lin Shuiyue's only friend. Ji Taichang knocked on the door. When Lin Shuiyue sensed that it was Ji Taichang, she felt both shy and nervous, and only opened the door to her boudoir halfway. Xiao Chang, I really can't accept it right now. Can you let me think about it some more? Her beautiful, mature face wore a pleading expression. Ji Taichang took the opportunity to pinch Lin Shuiyue's soft cheek and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't force you. I've come to give you some nice things." Ji Taichang handed her some life-saving measures, such as Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Spirit Shield Talisman, and high-grade magic weapon soft armor, which were even enough to deal with the threat of a Golden Core Stage 9 expert. After leaving the Lanzhou Prince's mansion, Ji Taichang spent the 500,000 spirit stones and bought many life-saving measures in Lanzhou City, specifically for the two women. As for spirit stones, the entire Qingyun sect belongs to Ji Taichang. If he runs out of spirit stones, he can simply go to the sect's treasury and take more. Where did you get these things? Lin Shuiyue's delicate body trembled, both surprised and delighted. Ji Taichang smiled and said, "It was obtained from the Immortal's Cave in the Tsongshan secret realm. Haven't you always wanted to know why I have the cultivation of the 9th level of the Golden Core Stage? Actually, it's because I discovered an Immortal's Cave in the Tsongshan secret realm." Ji Taichang recited the reasons he had prepared earlier. Although it sounds outrageous, it's not impossible. Although Lin Shuiyue was still somewhat skeptical, she was deeply moved. "Xiao Chang, thank you. You're a good person." Ding. Detected an increase of 2 points in Lin Shuiyue's favorability. Lin Shuiyue's favorability, 82. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. Upon hearing the system notification, Ji Taichang raised an eyebrow slightly. "I've only increased my favorability by 2 points. It seems that if I want to raise it to 100, I'll have to win you over completely." Ji Taichang thought to himself. "By the way, Xiao Chang, you absolutely mustn't act impulsively." Lin Shuiyue suddenly remembered something, her expression turning serious. The Wooding sect, the Human sect, and the Leitang sect are not weak. They might even have experts at the 9th level of the Golden Core Stage. Moreover, the Human sect and the Woya sect are rumored to have intricate connections. Furthermore, I've tried to cover up the news of Yang Weil's demonic possession, but these 3 sects found out immediately. I suspect there's a spy within the Qingyun sect. And one of them is quite high-ranking. After all, only a few core members of the Qingyun sect know this secret. Upon hearing this, Ji Taichang frowned. The Qingyun sect is now his property, but he is very unhappy that there are spies in the sect. It must be those 2 guys, Zheng San and Li Si. Ji Taichang made a judgment instantly. Whether it is true or not, these 2 guys should get going. Ji Taichang broke through to the 9th level of the Golden Core Stage in a very short time, and he has experienced too many things in the past 2 days, so he has not had time to deal with those 2 guys. Now that we've discovered or guessed that they are spies, it's time to get rid of them. Senior brother Zhang San and senior brother Li Si? Lin Shuiyue was taken aback. This is unlikely, isn't it? They've all lived in the Qingyun sect since childhood, their relatives and friends are all there. Betraying the Qingyun sect and causing its destruction would bring them absolutely no benefit. Whether it's right or wrong, they all have to die. Ji Taichang snorted coldly and did not hide anything, explaining the conflict between him and the 2. Upon learning that Ji Taichang planned to eliminate Zhang San and Li Si, and to exterminate their factions and their entire families, they were informed that Ji Taichang intended to do so. Lin Shuiyue was startled, but did not object. Although eliminating 2 Golden Core Stage experts would weaken the Qingyun sect. But as long as Ji Taichang, a powerful expert at the 9th level of the Golden Core Stage, is there, the Qingyun sect will still be able to stand firm. The 2 hit it off immediately. Ji Taichang would go and kill Zheng San and Li Si, while Lin Shuiyue would prepare to gather the people of Zheng San and Li Si's faction in the name of the sect leader and catch them like turtles in a jar. Ji Taichang left Lin Shuiyue's courtyard, and his powerful divine sense quickly detected the locations of Zheng San and Li Si. With a thought, he reverted to his true form, used the turtle breathing technique to transform his cultivation aura into that of a foundation establishment stage 2, and swaggered past Zheng San and Li Si. "It's him? I finally caught that little brat." Zheng San and Li Si quickly sensed Ji Taichang with their divine senses, and were immediately overjoyed. During this time, they had actually been trying to kill Ji Taichang, but they had no opportunity and could not find the person. "Now it's all right." Ji Taichung's nominal master died, and the Qingyun sect underwent a major change, with powerful enemies eyeing it covetously, causing the sect's situation to become turbulent. This was the perfect opportunity for the two to take advantage of the chaos and eliminate Ji Taichung. Ji Taichung seemed oblivious to being followed, swaggering out of the Qingyun sect's territory and heading towards the deserted wilderness. "You little brat, die!" Just then, Zhang San and Li Si appeared at the same time. Zhang San's face was full of ferocity and hatred. He struck out with his palm, and the surging spiritual power transformed into a giant palm 10 feet long, which slammed down hard towards Ji Taichung. Ji Taichung first slapped Zhang Shan in the pill hall and took away her position as the steward of waste pill disposal. Later, during the sect competition, he severely beat Zhang Shan, not only making her lose face, but also taking away her position as a true disciple. This made Zhang San hate Ji Taichung so much that he wanted to get rid of her as soon as possible. Ji Taichung turned around, put his hands behind his back, and didn't even bother to dodge. Thump! A deep, resounding boom echoed as Zhang San's palm seemed to strike an invisible barrier. Before he could even get close to Ji Taichung, the blow exploded, forcing Zhang San to stagger backward, his blood surging and his face turning pale. "Oh, isn't this Elder Zhang San an elderly Li? What are you trying to do?" Ji Taichung's lips curled into a playful smile. Zhang San exchanged a glance with Li Si, his face showing a hint of surprise and uncertainty. "This guy is weird. Attack him together and kill him." The two instantly reached an agreement, simultaneously drawing their swords. Their cultivation levels at the third and fourth stages of the Golden Core realm erupted, surging and powerful, as they joined forces to attack Ji Taichung. Ji Taichung didn't even bother to use weapons or magic treasures, he simply raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap. Bang! Bang! A terrifying aura erupted from Ji Taichung, sweeping in all directions, shattering Zhang San and Li Si's swords, and a powerful blow slapped them in the face, sending them flying and spinning dozens of times in mid-air before landing. Chapter 57. You only know you're going to die. Puff! Zhang San and Li Si collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and teeth. Their heads swelled up like pig heads, and countless bones in their bodies were broken, suffering severe injuries. The two men stared at Ji Taichung with expressions of horror on their faces, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Gold, 9th level of the Golden Core stage? This is impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang San and Li Si were shocked to the point of being terrified when they sensed the cultivation aura emanating from Ji Taichung, and they let out an incredulous scream. Ji Taichung was clearly just an ant at the 2nd level of the Foundation Establishment stage, yet he transformed into a powerful expert at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. This was truly terrifying. Even Zhang San and Li Si suspected that they were under a spell. What? Don't you recognize me? Ji Taichung curled a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, reached out and waved his hand on his face, putting on the bronze ghost mask, instantly transforming into Ji Outyan's appearance. You are Ji Outyan? Ji Taichung, Ji Outyan? Upon seeing this, Zhang San and Li Si were utterly horrified, completely stunned. They actually attempted to murder a Golden Core Stage 9 expert. Seeing that the two were too frightened to speak, Ji Taichung sneered, feeling rather bored. He casually summoned the Shenyan Tower, preparing to smash the two into pieces. No. Senior, please spare us. We know we were wrong. Please, Senior, give us a chance to reform. Zhang San and Li Si hurriedly crawled to Ji Taichung's side and cowed out frantically, their foreheads covered in blood that stained the ground red. The two were devastated, tears streaming down their faces, filled with deep regret. If they had known earlier that Ji Taichung was Ji Outyan, they wouldn't have dared to provoke him even if they had 100 times the courage. All you know is that you're going to die. Ji Taichung snorted coldly and waved his hand. The Xianyan Tower descended from the sky, causing the vast earth to tremble violently. A huge crater was smashed into it, the earth shook, and dust filled the sky. Zhang San and Li Si were completely powerless to resist and were smashed to pieces on the spot. Ji Taichung took to the air and burst into the air at top speed, heading towards the Lanzhao Prince's mansion. As for Zhang San and Li Si's faction, Ji Taichung did not take action, but chose to trust Lin Shuayu's skills. At the same time, he silently chanted in his mind, "System, claim the ability." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20% of Yang Weil's abilities. As the system notification tone faded, a cold and evil aura surged from Ji Taichung's body, causing his eyes to glow with streaks of bloodlust, and his understanding and mastery of the blood transformation demon art deepened. If you unleash your blood explosion ability, your strength will increase even more. However, Ji Taichang frowned slightly. As his mastery of the blood transformation demon art improved, he vaguely sensed that the technique seemed to be incomplete and flawed. Ji Taichang even speculated that it was precisely because of the incompleteness of the blood transformation demon art that Yang Weil's personality changed drastically and he fell into the demonic path. Never mind, I don't plan to cultivate the blood transformation demon art anyway. I'll just treat the blood explosion ability as a kind of supernatural power. Ji Taichang shook his head, no longer thinking about the blood transformation demon art. For him, Yang Weil's abilities were just an added bonus. What he was truly looking forward to was the surprise gift package that would come after Lin Shueyue's favorability rating reached 100. Several hours later, Ji Taichang arrived once again in the bustling city of Lanzhou and went to the Lanzhou prince's mansion. Qin Miaoyi was somewhat surprised by Shimen Chuefeng's visit again, but she also took it very seriously and invited him into the council hall. Qin Miaoyi wore a white long dress with gold cloud patterns along the edges and gold peacocks and hibiscus embroidered on the skirt. However, her ample bosom stretched the peacocks so much that they looked somewhat deformed. She was extremely beautiful, truly a beauty of unparalleled grace, with a noble and elegant demeanor. Qin Miaoyi personally poured a cup of tea for Ji Taichang. Wisps of steam rose up, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance that made it hard to tell whether it was the aroma of the tea or the woman's own scent. Ji Taichang picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp, saying, "I have a favor to ask of your highness." Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyi was overjoyed. "Please speak, senior." She was very curious about the hidden sex behind Yang Dingtian and Shimen Chuefeng and wanted to win them over to her own advantage, but unfortunately she didn't have many opportunities to make contact with them. Now that Shimen Chuefeng is asking her for help, it's actually a good thing for Qin Miaoyi, and she couldn't be happier. Ji Taichang pondered for a moment and said, "My sect has some history with the Qingyun sect. In the past few days, the Qingyun sect has been invaded by demonic cultivators. The former sect master and the first elder of the Qingyun sect perished together with the demonic cultivators, and the sect's strength has plummeted. The Wuding sect, along with the Human sect and the Leitang sect, took the opportunity to besiege the Qingyun sect, intending to destroy it. Our sect elders intervened and repelled them, killing 4 Golden Core stage elders and hundreds of core members of the Jade Gate sect. I have heard that the Jade Gate sect and the Boundless sect have a close relationship. I am worried that the Jade Gate sect will ask the nascent soul ancestor of the Boundless sect to help them. Therefore, I would like to ask your highness for help to lend a hand to the Azure Cloud sect." Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyi frowned and said coldly, "The Wuding sect, Human sect, and Leitang sect are truly shameless. They took advantage of Qingyun sect's weakness to launch a siege. Their methods are despicable. Xu Jin, take my token to the Qingyun sect. If the YA sect dares to make a move, then step in to stop them." Qin Miaoyi's tone was filled with strong confidence. She is a princess of the Lanzhou Royal Palace, and to some extent, she can represent the will of the Lanzhou Royal Palace. Although the YA sect is very strong, it is ultimately just a Jianghu sect within the Great Wu dynasty and cannot confront the imperial court. In any case, it still has to give face to the Lanzhou prince's mansion. Unless the people of the Boundless sect are fools, they wouldn't offend the Lanzhou Royal Palace for the sake of the Jade Gate sect. Yes. As Qin Miaoyi's voice fell, a young woman dressed in black stepped forward and took the identity token of the Princess of Lanzhou from her hand. She was a personal guard trained by the Prince of Lanzhou, and also a powerful expert at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. "Thank you, your highness. I, Shimen Chuefeng, will surely repay this kindness in the future." Ji Taichang was overjoyed and bowed to Qin Miaoyi with clasped hands. Qin Miaoyi had been waiting for these words. With a slight smile, she said, "You're too kind, senior." After exchanging a few polite words, Ji Taichang and Xu Jin headed to the Qingyun sect together. When Ji Taichang began his return journey, a travel-worn figure finally arrived at the Qingyun sect. Qin Roland wore a fox demon mask, her petite figure was dressed in a blue and white pleated skirt, her skin was as white as snow, but she had an astonishingly large chest that did not match her figure, and she swayed with every step. "We've finally arrived." Looking at the gate of the Qingyun sect, Qin Roland finally breathed a sigh of relief and descended on her flying sword. "May I ask what brings you to my Qingyun sect, senior?" The disciples guarding the gate of the Qingyun sect were somewhat wary. After all, the Qingyun sect had just been besieged by the 3 major sects, and the entire sect was tense and solemn, with a heavy atmosphere. Chapter 58 Reunion with an Old Friend. Qin Roland cleared her throat and said, "I'm looking for Elder Lin Shueyue of your Qingyun sect." The gatekeeper disciples were taken aback for a moment, then explained, Senior, Elder Lin Shueyue is now the sect leader of our Qingyun sect. May we ask your honorable name, Senior, and what business do you have with the sect leader? We would like to inform you of this. Yuer has become the sect leader? No, sis? Qin Ruolin was stunned for a moment, truly shocked by the news. Doesn't the Qingyun sect have a sect leader? Besides, even if the old sect leader is gone, there are still so many elders. It's impossible for Lin Shueyue to become the sect leader. Qin Ruolin was filled with questions. She thought for a moment and said, It's not convenient to reveal my name. Just tell your sect leader that an old friend from the capital has come to visit, and she will know. Please wait a moment. Although the gatekeepers were somewhat puzzled, they dared not neglect the matter as it concerned their sect leader, and immediately reported the news. Snap! So fast! Lin Shueyue arrived through the air and appeared personally at the mountain gate. Although Qin Ruolin was wearing a mask, Lin Shueyue recognized her at a glance through her petite figure and astonishing size. Denalin! You, how did you get here? Lin Shueyue's body trembled, her face filled with surprise and excitement. She immediately landed in front of Qin Ruolin and took her small hand. You're not allowed to use that nickname. A blush rose to Qin Ruolin's face as she reached out to pat Lin Shueyue on the back. Lin Shueyue quickly retreated, avoiding her hand, a grin on her face as she sized up Qin Ruolin's impressive figure. Aren't you supposed to be forbidden from leaving the palace easily? Why did you suddenly come here? Lin Shueyue held her best friend's hand, her face full of confusion. Shu? This is a long story, let's go inside and talk about it. Qin Ruolin was a little nervous and said in a low voice. Good. Lin Shueyue nodded, and the two walked hand in hand into Lin Shueyue's boudoir. Qin Ruolin asked curiously, By the way, Yuer, didn't you marry the young master of the Qingyun sect? How did you suddenly become the sect leader? Lin Shueyue stiffened at the mention of this matter. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally told Qin Ruolin about it. However, she concealed her close contact with Ji Taichang, deliberately hiding Ji Taichang's identity and not revealing Ji Outyan's true identity, only saying that he was a powerful person she knew in the past. It wasn't that she didn't trust her friend Qin Ruolin. It's just too embarrassing to talk about. Lin Shueyue was too embarrassed to admit that she had fallen in love with her husband's disciple. Even so, this matter was still quite astonishing, making Qin Ruolin's eyes widen in surprise. Yang, while secretly cultivated demonic arts, fell into the demonic path, and even harmed his own father? He's an utterly despicable scumbag, worse than an animal. Qin Ruolin was furious after hearing this. Lin Shueyue sighed softly, her expression extremely complicated. By the way, Denai, cough. Rua Lin, what about you? How did you suddenly end up here? Qin Ruolin pursed her lips and said in a low voice, My father wanted to send me to the Dayu dynasty for a political marriage, to marry Emperor Yuanqi as a concubine. I didn't want to, so I secretly ran away. Speaking of which, after arriving in Lanzhou, I also encountered Luo Hongyi, a protector of the Blood Lotus sect. Fortunately, I had a life-saving trump card left to me by my master, which contained a wisp of my master's sword energy. After I unleashed my sword energy, I severely injured Luo Hongyi, which allowed me to escape. Upon hearing this, Lin Shueyue felt a surge of anger rising within her. I think His Majesty is really senile. That old bastard Yuanqi is even older than His Majesty, and he might kick the bucket in a few years. Isn't he pushing you into a fire pit? How could anyone harm their own daughter like this? And the demons of the Blood Lotus cult are no good either. Qin Ruolin shook her head with a wry smile. These things can be said between us in private, but please don't mention them to outsiders. By the way, I plan to go into hiding in the Qingyun sect under an assumed name. Don't worry, I'll protect you in the Qingyun sect. Lin Shueyue said, patting her chest. Yes, of course you can protect me. You've been a married woman for so many years, you must be bigger than before, right? Come on, let me see. Qin Ruolin suddenly grinned mischievously and reached out her wicked hands towards Lin Shueyue. Pooh. Go and see for yourself. Lin Shueyue blushed and slapped Qin Ruolin's hands away. You're clearly older than everyone else, how dare you say that to me? The two women played and frolicked for a while, and for a moment the boudoir was filled with springtime beauty, but unfortunately no one could appreciate this scene. After a bit of playful fighting, Qin Ruolin suddenly grabbed Lin Shueyue's wrist, her eyes widening in disbelief. No. How come your virginity mark is still there? Haven't we been married for 15 years already? Lin Shueyue's delicate body stiffened slightly, and she spoke with a wry smile, revealing that Yang Wall had secretly cultivated demonic arts. His personality had changed drastically, and he had become averse to women. This is a good thing. Qin Wolin smiled and said, Yang Wall didn't touch you, so you can find a good man and start your life anew. Mentioning this matter, Lin Shueyue immediately felt a little guilty and quickly changed the subject. Let's talk about this later. I don't have any plans in that regard for the time being. What about you? You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. One day His Majesty will find you. In my opinion, if you don't want to marry Emperor Yuanxi, perhaps you could find a member of a powerful sect or family within the Great Wu dynasty and secretly marry them off. Once the deed is done, His Majesty should not make things difficult for you. Qin Wolin's smile froze, and she felt even more guilty than Lin Shueyue. She subtly tucked her arm into her sleeve to conceal the disappearance of her virginity mark. Let's talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. I don't know what to do right now. Qin Wolin's voice lowered, and her mood became somewhat somber. Lin Shueyue sighed, gently hugged Qin Wolin, and patted her back. The two women leaned against each other, pouring out their hearts to one another, and chatted for a very long time. After all, the two hadn't seen each other for 15 years. Speaking of which, after all these years, don't you plan to go back to the capital for a visit? What happened to the Lin family back then? Upon hearing this, Lin Shueyue's expression suddenly turned cold, and her eyes revealed a deep-seated hatred. Wolin, let's not mention this matter again. I will never forget what happened back then, all those past events. I will never forget them until I die. I only regret that I don't have enough strength right now, otherwise I would have already returned to the Lin family to fight my way back. Qin Wolin sighed softly and gently patted her friend's back. Chapter 59: The Two Women's Guilt. Today is a good day. Ji Taichang hummed a cheerful tune as he flew through the air with Zhu Jin, and soon returned to the Qingyun sect. Greetings, Senior Ji. Upon seeing Ji Taichang, the gatekeepers all showed respect and bowed in greeting. With his hands behind his back, Ji Taichang nodded slightly and went straight to the sect's council hall to summon the elders, core deacons, and disciples of the Qingyun sect. This was an internal meeting of the Qingyun sect, so Zhu Jin didn't participate and waited outside. A short while later, Lin Shueyue appeared. She wore a deep purple dress, her jet black hair styled in a bun, and her whole demeanor was dignified and noble, truly possessing the aura of a sect leader. Upon seeing Ji Taichang, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up slightly, and she felt inexplicably at ease and happy. Moon, come, sit next to me. Ji Taichang patted his chair with a smile as he admired Lin Shueyue's beautiful face and voluptuous figure. Ji Taichang sat high in the main seat, which was very spacious enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people. Don't call me Yuer when there are outsiders around. Lin Shueyue looked around somewhat guiltily, then rolled her eyes at Ji Taichang and said angrily. But this appearance had no intimidating effect on Ji Taichang. On the contrary, it made her seem even more charming. So you mean we can call her Yuer in private? Ji Taichang chuckled wickedly. Lin Shueyue spat lightly, sat down in the chair to the right of Ji Taichang, and said softly, Zheng San and Li Xi's faction, a total of 362 people, have all been eliminated by me. After everyone has arrived, I will announce in public that they were spies who betrayed the sect. Then, when you and I were investigating them together, they openly rebelled and were killed on the spot by you and me. Also, these are tokens for opening the sect's treasure vault and important locations. Lin Shueyue took out several antique-looking tokens and placed them in Ji Taichang's hand. This is something that only the sect leader can control, but Lin Shueyue handed it over to Ji Taichang, which clearly means that Ji Taichang is in charge. Lin Shueyue was also very clear in her heart that Ji Taichang was the true master of Qingyun sect. Without Ji Taichang, a powerful expert at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, to oversee things, the Qingyun sect would probably have perished long ago. Well done, your actions were swift and decisive. That's the kind of skill a sect leader should have. Ji Taichang nodded in satisfaction. After receiving praise from Ji Taichang, Lin Shueyue's smile deepened. Soon, Yang Yao was the second to arrive at the council hall. She was tall and slender with a slim waist. Her heavy bosom was covered by a light blue dress. Her face, without any makeup, was pure and beautiful, with a hint of alluring charm. Yang Yao's eyes met Ji Taichang's, and she noticed that his gaze had become more intense, lingering on her most impressive features. Yang Yao's face immediately flushed. She didn't dare to look Ji Taichang in the eye any longer, and somewhat guiltily sat down in the chair to Ji Taichang's left. Just because. She and Lin Shuiyue were best friends, while Ji Taichang was the disciple of Lin Shuiyue's deceased husband, yet she and Ji Taichang. Now that Yang Yao is in the same room with Lin Shuiyue and Ji Taichang, Yang Yao feels a little guilty, like a child who was afraid of being caught by their parents for doing something wrong. Lin Shuiyue also coughed lightly, glancing at the wall to the side as if it were a serious matter, without daring to look at her best friend and sister-in-law. She was unaware of the relationship between Yang Yao and Ji Taichang. From Lin Shuiyue's perspective, both she and Yang Yao were Ji Taichang's elders, yet she secretly became intimate with Ji Taichang, doing everything except for that one step, and she herself had fallen in love. This made Lin Shuiyue quite uncomfortable. She subconsciously clenched her skirt and dared not look at Yang Yao and Ji Taichang, for fear that her best friend would notice something was wrong. Both women harbored their own secrets, each believing that the other was unaware of Ji Yaoqian's true identity. Ji Taichang sat high in the main seat, his gaze shifting between the two voluptuous and mature beauties, and he quickly noticed that something was wrong with the two women. After a moment's thought, he understood the key point. Immediately, Ji Taichang's lips began to curl upwards uncontrollably. The two girls' shy expressions were quite amusing. And they lived nearby. Sneaking up to them in the middle of the night to cultivate together, just thinking about it is exciting. Their expressions when they find out about their relationship with each other will be hilarious. A moment later, elders, deacons, and core disciples of the Qingyun sect arrived one after another, totaling more than 100 people. Ha! Where are Elder Zhang San and Elder Li Si? And Deacon Wang and Deacon Li? Soon, people noticed something was wrong and discovered that some people were missing. Everyone's here, let's begin. All eyes are on me, I have something to announce. Behind Ji Taichang's bronze mask, a pair of sharp and piercing eyes slowly swept across the entire scene, announcing that Zhang San, Li Si, and the others were spies, rebels against the sect, and had been killed on the spot by him and Lin Shuiyue. These words were like a boulder thrown into a river, instantly causing a huge uproar. What? Elder Zhang San and Elder Li Si are spies? No wonder the three major sects attacked us as soon as the old sect leader and the eldest elder were in trouble. It turns out they were secretly colluding with outsiders. That's downright treacherous. But Elder Zhang San and Elder Li Si's foundations are both in the Qingyun sect, they have no reason to do this. Shut up. The sect leader and Senior Ji called them spies and traitors, so they are spies and traitors. Thanks to the protection of Senior Ji and the sect master, our Qingyun sect has been safe and sound. Yes, Senior Ji is practically our Qingyun sect's second parent. The elders, deacons, and disciples were all discussing the matter. Some were shocked, some were puzzled, and most were terrified. Without anyone's knowledge, Ji Taichang and Lin Shuiyue swiftly and decisively eliminated Zhang San, Li Si, and everyone in their faction. This ruthless approach shocked everyone. Today, Zhang San and Li Si were killed, and tomorrow it could be them too. For a moment, everyone was filled with awe, and many people put away their ulterior motives. Some even looked at Ji Taichang with fanaticism, their eyes filled with awe, and began to flatter him. Zhang San and Li Si. Upon hearing this news, Yang Yao was slightly startled and subconsciously looked at Ji Taichang. Others might not know, but she was very clear that both of them had a grudge against Ji Taichang. Regardless of whether they are spies or traitors, they can only be spies and traitors. Such powerful and ruthless methods are truly worthy of my husband. Little stars appeared in Yang Yao's watery eyes. Ji Taichang observed everyone's reactions and nodded in satisfaction. Next, I have another important matter to tell you. Chapter 60 I will not offend others unless they offend me. Ji Taichang slowly said, the Wooding sect, Yumen sect, and Leitaying sect joined forces to besiege the Qingyun sect, framing the Qingyun sect for colluding with the demonic sect in an attempt to destroy the Qingyun sect. Adhering to the principle of I will not offend others unless they offend me, and if they offend me, I will wipe them out completely, I have decided to take the initiative and eliminate them completely. These words were like a thunderclap. Everyone present trembled, truly terrified by Ji Taichang's bold and insane idea. No, Senior. This is too risky. The three sects are powerful and their foundations are no weaker than those of the Qingyun sect. Attacking all three sects at the same time is far too difficult. We must avenge our grudges, but doing this is a bit too radical. We should consider this carefully. I've heard that the Jade Gate sect and the Boundless sect have a close relationship. If we go against the Jade Gate sect, I'm afraid we'll incur retaliation from the Boundless sect. Senior, please calm down. The members of the Qingyun sect hurriedly tried to persuade them, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Ji Taichang is very powerful. However, there may be experts at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage among the 3 sects. Once Ji Taichang is stopped by a powerful enemy, the Qingyun sect will be wiped out. A single punch can ward off 100 more. Ji Taichang spoke calmly, with an undeniable air of authority. I will personally handle the matter of destroying the 3 sections. You all should guard your sects well. As for the Boundless sect, it's not like I don't have connections. I have invited Her Highness the Princess of Lanzhou to help me. She has sent her personal guards, fellow Taoist Zhu Jin. As Ji Taichang finished speaking, Zhu Jin outside the door nodded slightly to him, releasing the powerful aura of a 9th level Golden Core cultivator, and a golden token appeared in his hand. This is the identity token of the Princess of Lanzhou Royal Palace. Seeing this token is as if the princess herself has come to see you. What? Senior Ji, you actually have connections with the Prince of Lanzhou's mansion? They even brought the prince's personal guards and the princess's token. Hiss. We pay our respects to Senior Zhu Jin. Thank you so much, Senior and Your Highness, for helping the Qingyun sect. The members of the Qingyun sect were all shocked and delighted, and their gazes toward Ji Taichang were filled with fervor and admiration. Just who exactly is this Senior Ji Aotian? Not only is he powerful in his own right, but he also has a close relationship with the Prince of Lanzhou's mansion, making him both mysterious and powerful. Lu Tsuilan, Changyanga, and the other Qingyun sect cultivators all had their eyes sparkling with wonder, feeling even more that Ji Aotian was mysterious, unpredictable, and incredibly powerful. Young, Senior, please be careful. Lin Shueyue opened her mouth and said in a low voice. Although she knew that Ji Taichang was powerful and had the help of strong people from the Lanzhou prince's mansion, she still subconsciously worried about Ji Taichang's safety. Don't worry. Ji Taichang gave Lin Shueyue a confident smile. Boom. Just then, a huge roar suddenly came from the sky, and a golden giant sword came across the sky, making a sound of tearing through the air, and hovered above the Qingyun sect. How dare you kill 4 elders and 372 cultivators of my Jade Gate sect? Your Azure Cloud sect has some nerve. Today is your doomsday. A voice filled with killing intent and hatred descended from the sky, accompanied by the powerful pressure of the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, which shook the heavens. Oh. I was just about to cause you trouble, but I didn't expect you to actually come knocking on my door. With a playful sneer on his face, Ji Taichang took a step forward and, as if teleporting, left the council hall and rose into the air. He wore a bronze ghost mask, his black hair flew wildly, and his dark blue robe fluttered without wind. His tall and slender figure exuded an unfathomable aura as he confronted the golden giant's sword across the void. Lin Shueyue, Yang Yao, and the others also left the council hall, following closely behind Ji Taichang. Hundreds, even thousands, of people stood on the golden giant's sword, with a man and a woman at the very front. One of them was an elderly man with gray hair, his eyes bloodshot, filled with anger and murderous intent, staring intently at Ji Taichang. He is Li Gaodan, the supreme elder of the Jade Gate sect. Among the 4 Golden Core experts of the Jade Gate sect who were killed by Ji Taichang, there was his own son. Among the more than 300 elite cultivators of the Jade Gate sect who perished, there were also many of his relatives, disciples, and grand-disciples. Therefore, Li Gaodan was extremely angry and grieved, and personally went to the Qingyun sect to take revenge. The other person was a middle-aged woman wearing a floral dress. She had an ordinary appearance, but her face carried an arrogant air, as if she were looking down on everyone. You are Ji Aotian? You scum, you killed my Jade Gate sect members? Li Gaodan's reddened eyes were fixed on Ji Taichang, looking as frightening as a wild beast ready to devour its prey. Behind them, numerous human sect cultivators also stared fiercely at the Qingyun sect members with murderous intent on their faces. I will not only kill the people of your Jade Gate sect, I will also wipe out your entire Jade Gate sect. Ji Taichang grinned, a ruthless man who didn't say much, and directly took out the Xianyan Tower and smashed it over. Boom! The palm-sized Xianyan Tower swelled in the wind and instantly transformed into a towering ancient tower hundreds of feet high, its entire body shrouded in a mysterious yellow light, like a mountain pressing down on it. That terrifying aura made Li Gaodan tense up and feel a chill run down his spine. Presumptuous. At this critical moment, the middle-aged woman beside Li Gaodan raised an eyebrow and pointed directly with her finger. The surging spiritual power condensed into a huge finger, like a pillar supporting the sky, and supported the Xianyan Tower that was falling from the sky. It's actually a top-grade magic weapon, plus your Golden Core stage level 9 cultivation. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant and domineering. You do have some strength. Unfortunately, you've chosen to provoke the wrong person. The middle-aged woman spoke calmly and indifferently, then suddenly exerted force with her fingers, unleashing an aura even more powerful and terrifying than Ji Taichang's, which actually sent the Xianyan Tower flying. With her hands behind her back, her eyes shone with golden light, and an immense pressure swept across the heavens and the earth, almost exceeding the limits of the Golden Core stage. From Ji Taichang, a powerful expert at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, to the Qi refining stage disciples, everyone was having difficulty breathing, feeling a terrifying sense of oppression, and their souls were trembling. This aura is at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, not far from the nascent soul stage. Lin Shuiyue and the others were all taken aback and their expressions turned solemn. The Jade Gate sect actually has such a powerful expert? Why had they never heard of this before? Ji Taichang was not afraid of the oppressive aura emanating from her at all. Instead, he looked her over with interest and said, "No wonder the trash from the Jade Gate sect dared to come to our door. It turns out you gave them the courage. So you're the reinforcements sent by the Boundless sect?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyue and the others were once again taken aback. Previously, they had only heard that the Jade Gate sect and the Boundless sect had some connection, but they did not know the specifics. They never expected that the Jade Gate sect would actually invite reinforcements from the Boundless sect. Good. The middle-aged woman sneered, "I am Lu Xuanmiao, the 7th elder of the Boundless sect." Chapter 61. Arrogant at first, respectful at later. The Qingyun sect colluded with the demonic sect, harmed its own members, and committed heinous crimes. The Jade Gate sect, along with the Wooding sect and the Thunder sect, came to suppress you demons, only to be brutally murdered. Such an act is outrageous to both gods and men, and cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. I have come here on the orders of the Boundless sect to annihilate you demons and avenge the innocent people who perished tragically in the Jade Gate sect. Today, I will raise the gates of Qingyun Mountain to the ground and leave you, not a single chicken or dog alive. Lu Xuanmiao's voice was like a thunderclap, spreading in all directions. She directly smeared the Qingyun sect, labeling them as demons who had fallen into evil ways. In this way, the YA sect's move to destroy the Qingyun sect would have a legitimate reason. You're talking nonsense. This is utter slander. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyue and the others were furious and enraged. That was truly spectacular. Just then, a cold laugh rang out. Xu Jin clapped his hands and laughed, striding out, "You say the Qingyun sect colluded with the demonic sect and harmed the human sect, where's the evidence? You can't just make up these baseless accusations with a few words, can you? Evidence?" Lu Xuanmiao's eyes were filled with contempt and arrogance. "My YA sect does not need evidence to carry out its actions. I said the Qingyun sect colluded with the demonic sect, and they are indeed colluding with the demonic sect." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jin's eyes grew even colder. "So, according to you, I was ordered to help the Qingyun sect. Does that mean that I and the forces behind me are also colluding with the demonic sect?" "That's natural." Lu Xuanmiao said coldly, "I have reason to suspect that you and Ji Aotian are both members of the demonic sect. Surrender obediently, or don't blame me for being impolite." Very good, very good." Zhu Jin laughed, revealing a sinister smile. "You dare to slander the Lanzhao Prince's mansion for colluding with the demonic sect? Your YA sect has quite the audacity. I am Zhu Jin, a guard of the Prince of Lanzhao. I have come to assist the Qingyun sect on the orders of Her Highness the Princess." Zhu Jin directly took out the token of the Princess of Lanzhao. As the spiritual power flowed between her fingers and palms, the token was activated, and the totem emblem of Lanzhao Prince's mansion shone brightly. There were wisps of golden dragon energy flowing around, and even the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. "This is a decree from the Princess of Lanzhao. You're from the Prince of Lanzhao's residence?" Lu Xuanmiao's pupils suddenly contracted, her heart trembled violently, and she was so shocked that she took several steps back, her head buzzing. The token can be forged, but that pure and terrifying dragon aura cannot be faked. Only the nobles of the Great Wu dynasty are qualified to wield it. The thought that she had just slandered the Lanzhao Prince's mansion made her face turn green. Lanzhao Prince's mansion? Impossible. How could the Qingyun sect possibly have gotten the assistance of the Lanzhao Prince's mansion? How is that even possible? This token must be fake. Senior, don't believe their nonsense. The members of the Jade Gate sect were so shocked that their scalps tingled. They simply couldn't believe that a mere Qingyun sect could actually get the Lanzhao royal palace to lend a hand. This is absolutely surreal. Lu Xuanmiao's expression changed several times. With her sharp eyesight, she could naturally tell that the token was not fake. That princess is deeply favored by the Prince of Lanzhou and has already begun to wield some power in the prince's mansion. To some extent, the princesses can represent the attitude of the Prince of Lanzhou's mansion. Offending the Lanzhou royal palace for the sake of the Jade Gate sect is a huge loss, not worth it at all. If she dares to do that, she will probably be punished when she returns to the Boundless sect. I apologize. I was unaware of your identity earlier. My words were inappropriate. I apologize to the Prince of Lanzhou's residents. Lu Xuanmiao took a deep breath and bowed to Princess Ling. Then, she gave Ji Taichang and the others a cold look. You're lucky this time. Let's go. Clearly, Lu Xuanmiao was still unwilling to accept defeat. This time, she didn't dare to make a move because of the Lanzhou prince's mansion, but that didn't mean she would let the Qingyun sect off the hook. With Lu Xuanmiao's order, no matter how unwillingly Gao Dan and the other cultivators of the Jade Gate sect were, they could only urge on their golden giant swords and prepare to return home. I never said you could leave. Just then, a cold voice rang out, causing everyone in the Jade Gate sect to freeze. Lu Xuanmiao and Li Gaodan turned around abruptly, staring intently at Ji Taichang. What else do you want? Ji Taichang sneered, the YA sect guys can get lost. As for the human sect people, since they're here, let them stay. Lu Xuanmiao frowned. What do you mean? Since you're here, let's bury you here. As Ji Taichang's voice fell, the Xianyan Tower swelled up again in the wind and crashed down on the numerous human sect cultivators. You, don't push your luck. Enraged, Lu Xuanmiao immediately drew a curved blade and slashed at the Xianyan Tower. But at that moment, Zhu Jin flashed forward, a crimson sword appearing in his hand. He slashed at Lu Xuanmiao, forcing her to change direction and swing her curved blade at Zhu Jin, exchanging blows with him. In this way, Ji Taichang's Xianyan Tower smashed down on the human sect members with the force of a thunderbolt. Li Gaodan roared, his hands forming a hand seal, and the golden giant sword beneath his feet immediately flew out to meet the Xianyan Tower descending from the sky. There was a loud, muffled thud. The golden giant sword trembled violently as it was smashed down, causing blood to spill from Li Gaodan's mouth and his body to shake. But he actually blocked it. Although this process is very difficult, it cannot last long. A top-grade magic artifact, TSK, it seems your Jade Gate sect is quite wealthy. Ji Taichang's eyes lit up as he stared at the giant golden sword and grinned. Great baby, now it's mine. Give it to me. Ji Taichang took a step forward, drew his sword swiftly, and slashed at Li Gaodan with lightning speed. The golden giant sword was clashing with the Xianyan Tower, and Li Gaodan could only hastily draw a silver sword to parry. Then he was cleaved away by Ji Taichang's sword, spitting out another mouthful of blood. He only had the cultivation level of the 8th stage of the Golden Core realm, and he was too old. His chi and blood were declining, and he was no longer at his peak. He was no match for Ji Taichang at all. Supreme Elder! You bastard, don't even think about being violent. Upon seeing this, the other human sect cultivators couldn't help but exclaim in alarm, their eyes filled with worry and hatred. They all took action, using their supernatural powers and spells from a distance to try to restrain Ji Taichang and buy Li Gaodan some breathing time. Ji Taichang slapped his forehead. I was so busy beating this old man that I almost forgot about you guys. Die. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike at the hundreds or even thousands of cultivators of the Jade Gate sect. Ji Taichang showed no mercy with this sword strike. His 9th level golden core cultivation erupted, and he pushed the blazing fire technique to its limit, unleashing a 100-foot-long sword aura of flame that caused the temperature of the world to rise sharply, becoming dazzling and intense. The supernatural powers and spells unleashed by the Jade Gate sect cultivators instantly melted away. With a single sweep of his sword, the densely packed cultivators exploded like fireworks, leaving not even ashes behind. He died smiling on the spot. Chapter 62 Destroying the Jade Gate sect. In an instant, all the hundreds or thousands of cultivators of the Jade Gate sect were wiped out and went to the Yellow Springs. The power of that single sword strike was terrifying. No. Upon seeing this, Li Gaodan's vision went black, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Those were the only remaining elite cultivators of the Jade Gate sect. With this one sword strike, almost all the core members of the Jade Gate sect were wiped out, leaving only the shell of the sect, which was practically equivalent to the annihilation of the entire sect. It's all over, completely over. Puff. Li Gaodan was consumed by rage and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant, and his aura weakened. Due to his lack of strength, the light of the golden greatsword dimmed somewhat. With a loud boom, The golden giant sword was smashed by the Xianyan tower and flew sideways, embedding itself diagonally in the ground, still vibrating and causing the ground to crack in densely packed cracks. The surrounding vegetation exploded and dust flew everywhere. Ji Taichang formed a hand seal, and the Xianyan tower, carrying immense force, crashed towards Li Gaodan. At this moment, Lu Xuanmiu was engaged in a fierce battle with Zhu Jin. Both sides possessed top-grade magical artifacts, and the fight was extremely intense. Although Lu Xuanmiu had a higher cultivation level and an advantage, she was unable to defeat Zhu Jin in a short time. She also dared not harm the guards of the Lanzhao prince's mansion. She was too restrained to save Li Gaodan. It's all over. It's all over. I hate it. Li Gaodan was disheveled, his face filled with despair and regret, looking like a madman. Then he was crushed to death by the towering basalt tower. A deafening roar echoed through the air. The Xianyan tower crashed to the ground, leveling a mountain forest. Spider-web-like cracks appeared on the ground, spreading outwards as if a major earthquake had occurred. As for Li Gaodan, he has already become Li Gaojiang. Ji Taichang casually put away the Xianyan tower, and at the same time pulled out the golden giant sword from the ground, grabbed it, and refined it in an instant. After being refined, the golden giant sword shrank continuously, eventually transforming into a 1-foot-long golden flying sword that circled around Ji Taichang, emitting wisps of golden light. The words "golden feather" are engraved on the sword. I've earned another 500,000 spirit stones. Ji Taichang nodded in satisfaction, a slight smirk playing on his lips. You've gone too far. Lu Xuanmiu watched helplessly as Ji Taichang annihilated hundreds or even thousands of people from the Jade Gate sect. She was so angry that her body trembled slightly and her eyes turned red. She was sent by the Woya sect to avenge the human sect. But in the end, she could only watch helplessly as the enemies of the Jade Gate sect destroyed the Jade Gate sect, and she was powerless to stop it. He's just like an incompetent husband. This feeling was incredibly frustrating and powerless. It was worse than killing her. What angered her most was that Ji Taichang and the Qingyun sect members didn't even glance at her, completely ignoring her. Senior Ji is mighty. Well done. I've been wanting to get back at the Jade Gate sect for a long time. Senior Ji truly lives up to his reputation as the savior of our Qingyun sect. He's incredibly powerful, slaughtering human sect cultivators with the ease of crushing dry leaves. Senior Ji. The Qingyun sect members cheered and looked at Ji Taichang with fervor and admiration. Many female cultivators' eyes lit up, filled with admiration. Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao, in particular, had a gleam in their eyes and couldn't suppress their smiles. As expected of Xiao Chang, Lin Shuiyue subconsciously closed her legs, feeling secretly delighted. As expected of my husband. He's so amazing. Yang Yao licked her alluring red lips, and as she looked at Ji Taichang's tall and imposing back, her heart pounded wildly. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Ji Taichang reached out and pretended to press down, but the corners of his mouth were turned up wildly, and he couldn't suppress it no matter what. With a gentle gesture, he unleashed a surge of powerful spiritual energy, collecting all the storage rings, weapons, and magical artifacts belonging to Li Gaodan and the others, and handing them over to Lin Shuiyue for inventory and disposal. Ji Taichang himself was riding a golden feathered flying sword, preparing to strike at the heart of the enemy before the remaining members of the Jade Gate sect received the news. Seeing that Li Gaodan and others had been wiped out, Lu Xuanmiu and Zhu Jin stopped fighting, because it was no longer worthwhile. It's over. I'm here to help you. Zhu Jin took a step forward, about to follow Ji Taichang. No need, you can stay at Qingyun sect and help me guard the home. Ji Taichang waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jin stopped and turned to stare at Lu Xuanmiu. You. Lu Xuanmiu was furious, but she dared not act recklessly in front of the guards of the Lanzhao prince's mansion. She could only turn around and leave, filled with anger and resentment, preparing to report the matter to the Waya sect. With the support of a top-grade magic weapon, Ji Taichang's speed almost reached the limit of the Golden Core stage, and he arrived at the territory of the Jade Gate sect in less than an hour. At this time, the Jade Gate sect was unaware of what had happened, and many Jade Gate sect cultivators were still eagerly awaiting the triumphant return of Li Gaodan and his group. Ji Taichang sneered and used the turtle breathing technique to change his appearance and aura, transforming into Li Gaodan's appearance. He rode on a golden feathered flying sword and charged straight into the territory of the Jade Gate sect. A powerful aura of the 8th level of the Golden Core stage emanated from the golden feather flying sword, accompanied by the intense sword energy flowing from it. Upon seeing this, many cultivators from the Jade Gate sect immediately became serious and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Ji Taichang nodded slightly, his voice booming like a bell, echoing throughout the Jade Gate sect. Everyone, assemble immediately. I have important news to report. Upon hearing this, the many cultivators of the Jade Gate sect were both bewildered and solemn, and they all put down what they were doing and gathered in the sect square. Once everyone had arrived, Ji Taichang's lips curled into a cold smile. Boom! He formed a hand seal, and the golden feather flying sword swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a giant golden sword 1,000 feet long, descending from the sky with terrifying power. No! Supreme Elder! What are you doing? Many human sect cultivators were shocked and cried out in horror and disbelief. Then came a deafening roar that shattered the entire Jade Gate sect plaza, causing the earth to tremble and creating a massive crater thousands of feet wide. Dust billowed and the booming sound was deafening. All the cultivators of the Jade Gate sect were wiped out in one fell swoop. Ji Taichang waved his hand, and the golden feather flying sword shrank continuously until it became a foot long, surrounded by wisps of golden light, circling around him. Ji Taichang pointed his finger, and the Xianyan Tower rushed out, releasing a powerful devouring force. All the storage rings and other relics of the Yumen sect cultivators in the deep pit were collected. The Xianyan Tower is not only a combination of offense and defense, but also has a large internal space that can be used as a storage artifact. Next, Ji Taichang went straight to the treasure vault and scripture pavilion of the Yumen sect and emptied all of the Yumen sect's property and resources. He roughly counted that there were 800,000 or 900,000 spirit stones alone in the Jade Gate sect's treasury. Chapter 63: Destroying the Wooding Sect. The other resources, such as pills, weapons, magical artifacts, spiritual herbs, and ores, are also abundant and extremely valuable. But Ji Taichang frowned slightly. Such a large sect can't possibly have only so few spirit stones, can it? And the entire Jade Gate sect doesn't even have a single top-grade magic weapon left? Could it be that the Jade Gate sect gave away spirit stones and top-grade magic artifacts to the Boundless sect in exchange for their assistance? The Jade Gate sect has significantly fewer resources. Ji Taichang's mind raced, and he vaguely guessed the truth. I hope the Wooding sect and the Thunder sect won't let me down. Ji Taichang licked his lips, mounted his golden feathered flying sword, and rushed towards the Wooding sect's mountain gate at top speed. Half an hour later. Amidst the mountains and valleys, a magnificent palace complex appeared before Ji Taichang, bustling with numerous cultivators. Ji Taichang did not conceal his aura, and the powerful pressure of the 8th level of the Golden Core stage was released, which quickly alarmed the elders and experts of the Wooding sect. Senior Li? May I ask what brings you to my Wooding sect? Several elders of the Wooding sect appeared, and upon seeing Li Gaodan, they all bowed to him with respectful gestures. After all, Li Gaodan's seniority is evident, and his cultivation level is as high as the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. Ordinary Golden Core cultivators would respectfully call him senior when they see him. I have urgent news to tell you all. Quickly summon the elders of your Wooding sect. As Ji Taichang spoke in a deep voice, he flew straight into the territory of the Wooding sect. Good. The elders of the Wooding sect had no doubts and their expressions became solemn. While leading Ji Taichang to the council hall, they notified the other elders of the Wooding sect. Ji Taichang acted too quickly. The news of the destruction of the Jade Gate sect never spread, and the Wooding sect was unaware of it. Furthermore, since Ji Taichang possessed Li Gaodan's natal sword, the Wooding sect elders had no doubt about his identity. Soon, all 6 Golden Core stage experts from the Wooding sect appeared in the council hall, along with dozens of Foundation Establishment stage deacons, all of whom were core figures of the Wooding sect. Senior Li, what urgent matter do you speak of? The leader of the Wooding sect asked curiously. Ji Taichang remained silent, but a cruel sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Boom! The next moment, a 3-legged bronze cauldron appeared in Ji Taichang's hand. He activated it with all his might, unleashing a blazing and terrifying flame. Ji Taichang came prepared, disregarding martial ethics, and attempted to deceive and ambush. However, the Golden Core stage experts of the Wooding sect were careless and failed to dodge. Caught off guard, they let out a series of shrill screams on the spot. They had no time to defend themselves and were burned to ashes. The power of a mid-grade magic weapon is terrifying. Ji Taichang casually collected their dropped spoils, then pushed open the door of the council hall and formed a hand seal. Boom! The golden feather flying sword swelled in the wind, transforming into a giant golden sword 1,000 feet long, majestic and imposing, wreathed in wisps of fire, as it descended from the sky. With a deafening roar, the buildings of the Wooding sect collapsed, the earth shook, and many cultivators died tragically, causing a devastating blow. Ji Taichang formed hand seals, and with a single horizontal slash of his golden feather flying sword, he almost leveled all the buildings of the Wooding sect. Most of the cultivators were instantly shattered, turning into clouds of blood mist, like crimson fireworks blooming. Presumptuous! Suddenly, an angry roar came from deep within the Wooding sect. An old woman with white hair burst out from underground. Her body was frail and hunched, and her life force was failing. She clearly did not have much time left to live. However, the aura emanating from her was extremely powerful and terrifying, with her cultivation reaching the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. The white-haired old woman flew out angrily, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a scene that looked like hell on earth. The once vast Wooding sect was almost completely destroyed, entire buildings collapsed, countless cultivators perished, and blood mist filled the air. No! No! Awa! You bastard! Why did you destroy my Wooding sect? Why? The white-haired old woman trembled violently, consumed by rage, and spat out a mouthful of blood, letting out a shrill scream. Her aged eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. She had gone completely mad. She swung a precious sword and charged at Ji Tai-Chang without regard for anything else. The Wooding sect was wiped out, and her husband, children, disciples, and other relatives and friends all perished. This outcome was hard for her to accept. Those who deceive others will always be deceived in return. Ji Tai-Chang remained indifferent and detached, showing no sympathy whatsoever. If he hadn't returned in time, the Qingyun sect would have been wiped out by the combined forces of the Wooding sect, the Human sect, and the Leitang sect. Then the horrific scene before our eyes will unfold within the Qingyun sect. Since the 3 sects have chosen to attack the Qingyun sect, then don't blame Ji Tai-Chang for retaliating and killing them. When the white-haired old woman rushed in front of Ji Tai-Chang raised his hand and activated the fiery cloud cauldron, which swept across like an ancient divine mountain, instantly shattering her body and destroying her body and soul. Although it wouldn't be difficult for Ji Tai-Chang to kill her without using the fire cloud cauldron, he didn't want to waste his time. After casually collecting the equipment dropped by the white-haired old woman, Ji Tai-Chang formed a hand seal, and the golden feather flying sword quickly shrank, like a golden lightning bolt across the sky, killing all the remaining small karami of the Wooding sect. Thus, the entire Wooding sect was wiped out. Following the same method, Ji Tai-Chang seized all the resources from the Wooding sect's treasury, scripture pavilion, and other places. Compared to the Jade Gate sect, the unstable sect is much wealthier, with nearly 2 million spirit stones alone. This only includes the sect's treasury, it doesn't include the storage rings on other cultivators' bodies. However, Ji Tai-Chang was too lazy to count the spoils of war. He packed them all up and took them with him, intending to hand them over to Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao after returning to Qingyun sect. Ji Tai-Chang rode his flying sword at full speed towards the Thunder sect. The Thunder sect was not far from the Wooding sect, and Ji Tai-Chang arrived at his destination 2/4 of an hour later. He used the same trick again, swaggering into the Thunder sect's territory in the guise of Li Gaodan, which quickly alarmed many Thunder sect cultivators. A middle-aged woman with a seductive and alluring appearance walked quickly over, her figure hot and swaying with each step. Upon seeing Ji Tai-Chang, her eyes lit up, and she said, "Senior, you've returned so quickly. Could it be that you've already joined forces with the experts of the Woya sect to wipe out the Qingyun sect?" Ji Tai-Chang nodded slightly, and said with a solemn expression, "Although the Qingyun sect has been destroyed, I have discovered a terrible secret. Quickly summon all the Thunder sect experts, I have urgent business to discuss." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman was both surprised and delighted. Her watery eyes were filled with admiration, and she gently rubbed her legs together, saying, "Senior really did destroy the Qingyun sect. You truly are amazing." Ji Tai-Chang simply nodded, maintaining the composure and dignity of a seasoned powerhouse. Seeing that Ji Tai-Chang did not respond, the middle-aged woman took out her communication token and notified the other Thunder sect experts. Then, she twisted her hips in front of her, leading Ji Tai-Chang to the council hall of the Thunder sect. 7 Golden Core stage experts had already gathered in the hall, making a total of 8 people including the middle-aged woman. Boom! As Ji Tai-Chang stepped into the council hall, the earth suddenly trembled, and countless array patterns glowed, forming a terrifying killing array that surrounded Ji Tai-Chang. Chapter 64 City people know how to play. What do you mean by this? Are you suggesting we start a war with my Jade Gate sect? Ji Tai-Chang, disguised as Li Gaodan, his aged face filled with rage, said in a cold voice, "My Jade Gate sect has already invited experts from the Boundless sect to assist us. If you dare to attack me, the Boundless sect will surely annihilate you. You are bringing annihilation upon the Thunder sect." These words were spoken. Many powerful figures from the Thunder sect narrowed their eyes slightly, a hint of surprise and uncertainty flashing in their gazes. Only the middle-aged woman sneered, "Stop pretending, you're not Li Gaodan at all. Tell me the truth. Why did you impersonate him? What are your intentions in infiltrating my Thunder sect?" Ji Taichang flew into a rage, his hands forming a hand seal, and the golden feather flying sword rang out with a clanging sound, its sword energy humming. "You're saying I'm not Li Gaodan? So, do you want to test the sharpness of my sword?" The middle-aged woman continued to sneer, "Your disguise is quite convincing, even this golden feather flying sword is almost identical. If it were someone else, they might have been fooled by you. But I slept with that bastard Li Gaodan for 2.5 years. I know exactly what position he wants just by the way he moves his eyes. You only look similar on the outside, but in some details, you're completely different. That bastard goes into heat every time he sees me, he dares to openly touch me even when there are many people around, but you haven't even given me a second glance." And as the middle-aged woman continued to list the flaws, Ji Taichang fell silent, his lips twitching slightly. "Wait, buddy? Who would have thought that Bai Dang, the supreme elder of the Jade Gate sect, who was practically half buried in the ground, would actually spend 2.5 years fooling around with a golden core elder in the prime of his life from the Thunder sect? You bastard, you don't even spare old men? Are you city folks really this good at having fun?" Ji Taichang hadn't expected to run into Li Gaodan's mistress so soon after arriving at the Thunder sect. His defeat was no surprise. Even Ji Taichang was very suspicious. This old woman was able to become an elder of the Thunder sect and enter the Golden Core stage all thanks to the gold coins that old man Li Gaodan dropped. Seeing that Ji Taichang remained silent, the other Thunder sect experts felt reassured and completely believed the middle-aged woman's words. "Tell me honestly, who exactly are you? You'd better confess obediently, otherwise you won't have a chance to regret it once we start taking action." They all shouted fiercely, wielding their weapons and magical artifacts, and surrounded Ji Taichang. He. Now that you've found out, I'm not going to keep up the act. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm coming clean. I am Ji Outyen. Ji Taichang's lips curled into a smirk as he took out a bronze mask and put it on. His appearance and demeanor changed instantly. His full head of black hair and robes moved without wind, exuding an aura of majesty. "It's you!" The Thunder sect members' pupils constricted sharply, their hearts trembled, and they were so shocked that they took 3 steps back. Back when he was at the Qingyun sect, Ji Taichang displayed his great power, single-handedly defeating the experts from 3 sects and making them flee in terror. No one expected that Ji Taichang would be so bold as to sneak into the Thunder sect. Ha ha ha. You've got the road to heaven but not the gate to hell, so you've chosen to walk right into it. You're now trapped by our Thunder sect's 9 heavens Thunder Annihilation formation. You're doomed. After the initial shock, the Thunder sect's experts were overjoyed. In a direct confrontation, they might still be somewhat afraid of Ji Taichang. But now Ji Taichang has fallen into a trap and is trapped by their Thunder sect's ultimate killing formation. The advantage is in our hands. Yeah? Ji Taichang's lips curled into a cold smile. He opened his large hand, and the Xianyan Tower appeared in his palm, slowly rotating and exuding a majestic aura. Still being stubborn even when death is imminent. Kill him. With a loud shout from the Thunder sect master, a group of Golden Core stage experts joined forces to activate the 9 heavens Thunder Annihilation Array. The array patterns on the ground shone brightly, and the dense runes transformed into blazing lightning bolts, unleashing terrifying destructive power. In an instant, the vast council hall seemed to have transformed into a sea of lightning, with endless flashes of lightning, as if a tribulation of lightning was about to descend upon the world, terrifying beyond compare. Lightning is associated with killing and destruction, representing divine punishment and possessing terrifying destructive power. Even a Golden Core Stage 9 expert would be in mortal danger if trapped in this killing formation. Ji Taichang formed a hand seal, and the Xianyan Tower swelled in the wind, floating above his head and dropping wisps of Xianhuang Qi to protect him. One after another, blinding bolts of lightning struck the Xianyan Tower, producing another deafening roar. The shockwaves from the collision were enough to make anyone tremble with fear. The Xianyan Tower truly lived up to its reputation as a top-grade magic weapon, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. It withstood the power of the 9 heavens Thunder Annihilation Array, and although it swayed somewhat, it managed to block it after all. Such strong defense. This scene moved all the Golden Core stage experts of the Thunder sect, and their gazes toward the profound rock tower were filled with a hint of greed. This level of magical artifact is not something that ordinary Golden Core cultivators can afford. Only a very few powerful individuals who hold the power of the sect's finances can use the sect's treasury resources to make purchases, such as Li Gaodan. Moreover, Ji Taichan's Shenyan Tower is both offensive and defensive, making it even more precious than ordinary top-grade magic artifacts. Increase the intensity. Even with top-grade magical artifacts protecting him, he definitely won't last long. The Thunder Sect Master roared, his entire body surging with magical power, pouring all his strength into the Nine Heavens Thunder Annihilation Array, determined to annihilate Ji Taichang here. But Ji Taichang had no intention of wasting time with them. It's time to end this. A cold glint flashed in Ji Taichang's eyes. He activated the blazing fire technique, and crimson fire patterns lit up one after another on his golden core. He poured his vast spiritual power into the fire cloud cauldron without reservation. Boom! A three-legged bronze cauldron shot out like lightning, its ancient patterns glowing, a terrifying aura resurfacing and bursting forth with streaks of fire. The fiery cloud cauldron slammed into the ground with a deafening roar, causing the entire council hall to tremble. The dense array patterns on the ground were shattered by the force of the impact. This formidable killing formation was thus brutally broken open. Immediately afterwards, a huge burst of flames erupted from the fire cloud cauldron, sweeping in all directions. The astonishingly high temperature even melted the council hall, seemingly capable of incinerating everything. Ah! The Thunder Sect Master only had time to let out a shrill scream before he was burned to ashes on the spot, passing away in a very unsettling manner. As for the other Golden Core cultivators, who were even weaker, they didn't even have time to scream before they vaporized in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Too weak. Ji Taichang shook his head in disappointment, then casually put away the fire cloud cauldron and the storage rings of the Golden Core cultivators. If the Thunder Sect Master and others knew this in the afterlife, they would probably be so angry that they would jump up and point their fingers at Ji Taichang, cursing him out. We're all just Golden Core cultivators, yet Ji Taichang used the natal magic weapon of a nascent soul stage Pill King. Who can withstand that? Chapter 65 shocks the Qingyun sect. With the 7 Golden Core stage experts wiped out by Ji Taichang, the entire Thunder sect was left without any power to resist. Ji Taichang rose into the air, his hands forming hand seals. The golden feather flying sword swelled in the wind, transforming into a giant golden sword 1,000 feet long, and mercilessly slashed down towards the Thunder sect's territory. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the earth shook violently, countless buildings exploded and collapsed, and countless Thunder sect cultivators were affected, exploding one after another, like bursts of blood-red fireworks. A sect that had existed for over 1,000 years was thus destroyed. Ji Taichang kicked open the Thunder sect's treasury, took out a string of storage rings, and packed up all the resources and treasures inside to take away. The Thunder sect's wealth is similar to that of the Unstable sect, possessing over 1 million spirit stones, as well as a large amount of cultivation resources such as techniques, pills, and magical artifacts. As expected, confiscation of property and extermination of entire families are the fastest ways to make money. Ji Taichang couldn't help but sigh. Seeing the cold and indifferent Thunder sect transformed into a warm and welcoming property, he contentedly stepped onto his flying sword and began his return to the Azure Cloud sect. Overnight, 3 sects were wiped out. This news was destined to shock the entire Lanzhou. As a result, the names Ji Outyan and Qingyun sect will become famous and known to the world. But that's a story for another time. More than an hour later, Ji Taichang returned to Qingyun sect. At this moment, everyone from the Qingyun sect gathered together, each with a look of worry and anticipation on their face, silently praying. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Ji Taichang had returned safely. Senior Ji, how is the situation? A smile appeared on Lin Shueyue's mature and charming face as she looked at Ji Taichang with curiosity. Ji Taichang remained silent, then pulled out a large string of storage rings from his robes, which jingled like a string of copper coins, and tossed them to Lin Shueyue. What is this? Lin Shueyue and the others were stunned for a moment, their eyes widening in surprise. This was the first time they had ever seen so many storage rings. I have wiped out the Jade Gate sect, the Unstable sect, and the Thunder sect. These are all spoils of war. Sect leader Lin, please take stock of these items and add them all to the sect's treasury. As Ji Taichang's voice fell, everyone from the Qingyun sect widened their eyes and gasped for breath. The three sects have all been wiped out? Only half a day has passed. That's too fast. Hiss. As expected of Senior Ji Outyan, he easily accomplished something we wouldn't even dare to dream of. Senior Ji Outyan is awesome. We swear to follow our predecessors to the death. After a moment of silence, everyone from the Qingyun sect was shocked and in an uproar, and they all spoke up. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and worship, and they looked at Ji Taichang as if he were a god. Even Zhu Jin, who was standing to the side, widened his eyes and couldn't help but take another look at Ji Taichang. She was also at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, and as a personal guard of the Lanzhou Royal Palace, she was quite familiar with the sects and forces within Lanzhou, knowing their approximate strength and resources. Zhu Jin estimated that with her strength, it would be almost impossible for her to destroy these 3 sects unless she received powerful external assistance. But Ji Taichang wiped out 3 sects overnight, and appeared to be completely unharmed. This is simply a miracle. No wonder Her Highness values him so much. This person's methods are so mysterious and powerful. I wonder which sect he comes from. Zhu Jin was not at peace. Lin Xueyue and Yang Yao were shocked. Their beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration as they looked at Ji Taichang, which then turned into deep love. As expected of Xiao Chang. He truly is my husband. Too powerful. Both women gazed at Ji Taichang with tender affection, their eyes filled with alluring charm. The tender gazes of the 2 women stirred a fire within Ji Taichang, making his blood boil. But there are other things to do now. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, from today onwards, the treatment and salary of everyone in the Qingyun sect will be increased 5-fold. You all need to work hard to cultivate. I can't stay in the Qingyun sect to protect you forever. You also need to rely on yourselves, understand? Ji Taichang stood with his hands behind his back, his deep and calm gaze sweeping over the group of cultivators from the Qingyun sect. These words were spoken. This is no less than a boulder being thrown into a river, causing another huge uproar. The eyes of the Qingyun sect cultivators widened again, their hearts pounding, filled with ecstatic joy. 5 times. This is a benefit they never even dared to dream of. Yes. We will definitely cultivate diligently and live up to our seniors' expectations. We are willing to go through fire and water for our predecessors, even unto death. The members of the Qingyun sect were extremely excited, their eyes filled with fervor, and many even jumped up in excitement. This scene was just like the scene on Blue Star in Ji Taichang's previous life when the people of a certain country saw General Jin with fervor. Loyalty. Lin Xueyue and Yang Yao had no objections to Ji Taichang's arrangements. On the contrary, they were delighted and their faces were full of smiles. Ji Taichang single-handedly destroyed 3 sects, but chose to distribute the cultivation resources he brought back to the Qingyun sect members. This clearly shows that he regarded the Qingyun sect as his own home and was doing his best to develop and enhance the strength of the Qingyun sect. Who wouldn't like such a responsible and dependable man? Alright, everyone disperse. Once sect leader Lin has inventoried and stored these resources, they will be distributed to you. Sect leader Lin, please stay. The rest of you, disperse. Ji Taichang waved his hand, dismissing the Qingyun sect members. He turned to Zhu Jin, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Qingyun sect will remember this kindness. Please stay at Qingyun sect for a few days so that we can entertain you." All right. Zhu Jin nodded, but did not refuse. So Ji Taichang and Lin Xueyue personally led Zhu Jin to the courtyard where Qingyun sect received distinguished guests and arranged for her to stay. Certainly. Ji Taichang's real purpose in keeping Zhu Jin there was to prevent the Ya sect from launching a sneak attack, and to prevent other sects from seeking revenge after the 3 sects were destroyed. At that time, the tokens of the Lanzhou prince's guards and the princess will come in very handy. After leaving the VIP courtyard, Ji Taichang and Lin Xueyue walked side by side on a mountain path in the Qingyun sect. As the sky began to lighten, a ray of golden sunlight broke through the clouds, and a cool morning breeze swept over Lin Xueyue, ruffling her hair and carrying a faint fragrance. Ji Taichang turned his head to admire Lin Xueyue's exquisite and beautiful face, her fair and delicate skin, and her magnificent bosom. And involuntarily, memories of the days and nights of their intimate encounters surfaced in his mind. Lin Xueyue noticed that Ji Taichang's gaze was gradually becoming more intense. Her pretty face flushed slightly, her heart started beating faster, and a strange feeling welled up inside her. Chapter 66 Qin Wolin's Doubts. Moon. Ji Taichang held Lin Xueyue's small hand and wrapped his arms around her soft waist, his breathing becoming hotter. Lin Xueyue let out a gentle reminder, leaning against Ji Taichang's strong and powerful embrace, feeling her whole body go limp and a warm current flowing through her heart. The atmosphere instantly became enchanting. Seeing her shy and bashful appearance, Ji Taichang felt extremely angry. He. Ji Taichang chuckled wickedly, picked Lin Xueyue up by the waist, and covered a great distance in a few steps, arriving at Lin Xueyue's small courtyard in no time. He then kicked open the courtyard gate. Then he saw a petite and exquisite young woman sitting cross-legged under a tree in the courtyard, wearing a fox mask on her face. Qin Ruolin opened her eyes and met the gazes of Ji Taichang and Lin Shueyue. All three of them were stunned. Ah! Lin Shueyue's pretty face instantly turned bright red. She hurriedly got out of Ji Taichang's arms, straightened her disheveled skirt, and felt extremely shy, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. The events of tonight were too shocking. Ji Taichang single-handedly destroyed 3 sects, which surprised and delighted Lin Shueyue so much that she even forgot that she had a good friend in her courtyard. Now that her best friend had seen her being intimate with Ji Taichang, Lin Shueyue was incredibly embarrassed. Moon, who is this? Ji Taichang raised an eyebrow and his gaze fell on Qin Ruolin. Although he appeared calm and composed, his heart was in turmoil, filled with great joy. Qin Ruolin changed her clothes, wore a mask, and even altered her appearance and aura. But her figure was so eye-catching, with an e-cup, that she was unforgettable. Ji Taichang recognized her at a glance. She is my friend, Chen Linlin. There was a family emergency, so she came to Qingyun sect to stay for a while. Lin Shueyue tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said somewhat guiltily, Linlin, this is Senior Ji Outyan, whom I told you about. He's a friend I met by chance before, and he's helped our Qingyun sect a lot. Oh. Chen Linlin, hello. Ji Taichang suddenly realized, as if it were the first time they were meeting, and reached out to shake hands with Qin Ruolin. His lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He was worried about where to find Qin Ruolin to improve his relationship with her. Unexpectedly, good fortune came from the sky while I was sitting at home. This is a good thing. Hello, Senior Ji. Qin Ruolin's expression was somewhat strange. She looked at Ji Taichang, then at her best friend. You shameless woman, you said yesterday you weren't planning on anything like that, but I never expected you'd already been hooking up with a man behind my back. You even kept it from me? Bah, shameless. Qin Ruolin secretly whispered to Lin Shueyue, spitting in her face. That's not it, he and I are just friends. Lin Shueyue lowered her head, not daring to look Qin Ruolin in the eye, and quietly responded with a telepathic message. Friends? Is this how friends hug each other so intimately? Qin Ruolin snorted and transmitted her voice, if I weren't here, you would all be in bed by now. At the same time, Qin Ruolin couldn't help but glance at Ji Taichang again. For some reason, Qin Ruolin felt that Ji Outyan was strangely familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Moon, Senior Ji, you must be tired after working for the Qingyun sect for so long. Why don't you go back and rest first? Lin Shueyue hurriedly winked at Ji Taichang to signal him. Now, not only is Qin Ruolin there is a third wheel in the courtyard, but Yang Yao is also in the neighboring courtyard. Even though she has secretly fallen for Ji Taichang, she is too embarrassed to take things further with him at this time. Seeing Lin Shueyue's shy and flustered appearance, Ji Taichang shook his head and smiled, not making things difficult for her, but turning to leave. Great, Lin Shueyue. Tell me honestly, when did you secretly start hooking up with other men? And who exactly is this Ji Outyan? After Ji Taichang walked away, Qin Ruolin jumped up and grabbed Lin Shueyue's arm. Qin Ruolin's eyes lit up, her expression excited, and her gossip-loving spirit was burning brightly. She can't wait to see what's going on. I only met him by chance. He said he came from a secluded sect, and that's all I know. Lin Shueyue felt really guilty, and her voice weakened. How could she dare to say that Ji Taichang was her deceased husband's disciple? The difference in their social status made her too ashamed to speak. Really? I don't believe it. Tell me quickly. Qin Ruolin looked suspicious, then suddenly reached out and tickled Lin Shueyue's armpit, and the two women soon started playfully fighting. On the other side, Ji Taichang left, and then Ji Taichang returned. But this time he wasn't looking for Lin Shueyue instead, he quietly went to Yang Yao's courtyard, which was next to Lin Shueyue's. Inside the boudoir, a carved pearwood bed was covered with a moon-white brocade mattress, and a semi-transparent gauze curtain hung down. The room was graceful and elegant, with a faint floral fragrance permeating the air. Yang Yao lay on the bed, her smooth, fair little feet gently swaying. The imposing thunderbolt was used as a cushion, her beautiful long hair fell casually, and her pure and pretty face wore a smile as she intently flipped through the fire cloud pill scripture. The door to the boudoir was gently pushed open, and Ji Taichang's tall and imposing figure appeared. He removed his mask, revealing his handsome face. My husband. Yang Yao's eyes lit up, her big eyes crinkling with a smile and joy. I want a hug. She sat up abruptly, opened her arms to Ji Taichang, her pretty face full of smiles. Only in such private settings, only in front of Ji Taichang, her beloved sweetheart, would she reveal such a charming and lovely young woman's demeanor. Ji Taichang also revealed a genuine smile, pounced on her like a wolf, hugged Yang Yao in his arms, and gave her a deep kiss. This exciting duo match was incredibly thrilling. Yang Yao was terrified of making too much noise and being overheard by Lin Shuiyue from the next courtyard, so the whole process was incredibly exciting. This feeling of sneaking around gave Ji Taichang a strange experience. In the future, the two embraced, and Ji Taichang said with a smile, "Sister Yang Yao, actually, in the immortal cave in the Tsangshan secret realm, I not only received the blessing of immortal energy, but also gained some insights into alchemy. Perhaps it can help you quickly comprehend the contents of the Fire Cloud Pill scripture." Yang Yao was at the peak of the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, only one step away from the golden core stage. Ji Taichang only needs to give her a little guidance to help her see through the fog and comprehend the true meaning of the golden core Tao. In other areas, Ji Taichang wouldn't dare guarantee that he could guide others to reach the golden core stage. But when it comes to alchemy, he has absolute confidence. Really? Yang Yao's eyes lit up, and her pretty face was full of surprise. Although it sounds bizarre. But Ji Taichang not only advanced from the foundation establishment stage to the 9th level of the golden core stage in one fell swoop, but also destroyed 3 sects. She had accepted even more bizarre things, so naturally she wouldn't doubt Ji Taichang's words. Of course, come, I'll teach you myself. Chapter 67 Lin Shuiyue's Suspicion. Ji Taichang possesses all of Huoyun Danwang's insights into alchemy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Huoyun Danwang has been reincarnated. Under his guidance, Yang Yao felt enlightened, and many of her doubts about the Fire Cloud Elixir scripture were easily resolved. Previously incomprehensible Taoist knowledge has become clear and easy to understand, allowing for rapid comprehension. Although Yang Yao's combat strength is average, she is a true genius in alchemy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to refine golden core pills while still in the foundation establishment stage. After being enlightened by Ji Taichang, Yang Yao was as if struck by a thunderbolt, entering a state of sudden enlightenment, and became completely absorbed in reading the Fire Cloud Pill scripture. The Fire Cloud Elixir scripture is not only a method of alchemy, but also a cultivation technique. As Yang Yao's understanding and mastery of the Fire Cloud Elixir scripture improved, her own bottleneck was also broken. Thump! Yang Yao felt a sudden jolt in her body, as if a muffled roar came from the darkness. The surging spiritual power in her dantian continued to condense and then collapse, like a black hole. The next moment, golden rays burst forth from it, transforming into a perfectly round golden elixir. A vast amount of spiritual power surged from it, flowing into her meridians and acupoints, causing her body and soul to undergo a transformation and be greatly enhanced. Throughout the entire Qingyun sect territory, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be summoned, continuously converging towards Yang Yao, forming a tide of spiritual energy. A vast expanse of golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens. A powerful aura of golden core energy permeated the air. This is an extraordinary phenomenon. At this moment, all the cultivators of the Qingyun sect were alarmed, and they looked in the direction where Yang Yao was, their faces full of surprise. Someone has broken through to the golden core stage. This direction leads to the Grand Elder's residence. Excellent. Our Qingyun sect has gained another golden core stage expert. All the Qingyun sect cultivators showed joy and were genuinely happy. Yao Yao has finally broken through to the golden core stage. In the neighboring courtyard, Lin Shuiyue's face was also full of smiles, genuinely happy for Yang Yao. A moment later, after the spiritual energy in the world dissipated and the strange phenomena disappeared, Yang Yao completely stabilized her golden core stage cultivation. Lin Shuiyue then took Qin Rolan with her and knocked on Yang Yao's door, intending to offer her congratulations and also introduce Qin Rolan and Yang Yao. Yao Yao, congratulations on breaking through to the golden core stage. Open the door, let me introduce you to my best friend. After Lin Shuiyue knocked on the door, Yang Yao's pretty face instantly turned red, and she panicked. No. Sister Shuiyue, I'm not feeling well, you should go back first. Yang Yao hurriedly got out of bed and began to change her clothes. Lin Shuiyue rolled her eyes and said irritably, "What's inconvenient between us? I've even taken a bath with you before. Open the door. It's really, really inconvenient." Yang Yao bit her lip, looking at the messy bed, the boudoir full of battle marks, and the lingering erotic atmosphere. She felt anxious and ashamed, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Most importantly, Ji Taichang is still here. If Lin Shueyue finds out. Yang Yao's body trembled violently, feeling incredibly shy and flustered, unsure how to face Lin Shueyue. Seeing her flustered and shy appearance, Ji Taichang's lips curled up, and his playful side was aroused. He hugged Yang Yao directly from behind, a breathtaking moment. No. No. Yang Yao was pressed against something, and her body almost went limp. She looked at Ji Taichang pitifully with her watery eyes, a hint of pleading in them. Open the door, Yao Yao. What secrets do we have between us that we can't share with others? You're not hiding a man in the house, are you? Lin Shueyue knocked on the door for a while, then a suspicious look appeared on her face, and a bold guess emerged in her mind. Yang Yao's eyes widened, and she felt her heart skip a beat. You have a really good eye for people. She hurriedly said, No. No. What, Sister Shueyue, you should go back first. I'm currently studying the cultivation technique. I need to continue my seclusion and enlightenment. Really? I don't believe it. Lin Shueyue frowned slightly, becoming increasingly suspicious. Why does your voice sound a little off? You're not actually keeping a mistress, are you? But that's normal. You're a virgin now, so it's not unusual for you to cheat on someone. Open the door and let me see who you've got your eye on. Which big jerk managed to steal my Yao Yao's heart? The more Yang Yao denied it, the more curious Lin Shueyue became, and she couldn't help but reach out and push the door open. No. Don't come in. Why? Yang Yao's voice softened immediately, as if she covered her mouth to prevent herself from making a sound. Lin Shueyue frowned slightly, feeling increasingly uneasy, but the door to her boudoir remained locked. Why does that sound like something strange? She was about to unleash her divine sense to peek into the room when she discovered a powerful barrier of divine sense blocking the boudoir. Only Yang Yao's voice could be heard, intermittently. Yao Yao? Open the door, Yao Yao. Lin Shueyue was still knocking on the door, and Yang Yao's heart was in her throat, but Ji Taichang just intensified his efforts. This unprecedented stimulation quickly overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse into Ji Taichang's arms. You brat! You even kept it from me. I'll spank you next time. Lin Shueyue knocked for a long time, but Yang Yao didn't answer. She could only pout and turn away helplessly. Fortunately, Lin Shueyue was inexperienced in such matters, and Qin Roland was also new to them. Neither of the women had much experience, otherwise they would have realized what had happened long ago. You bad guy. You bad guy. It's all your fault. Yang Yao raised her fist, feeling both ashamed and angry, and punched Ji Taichang hard in the chest. Ji Taichang chuckled, finding the feeling truly exciting and wonderful. 3 days later, Yang Yao announced to the public that she was in seclusion to consolidate her cultivation and had not gone out. But only she and Ji Taichang knew the wonderful taste of it. The past 3 days have been peaceful. The Boundless sect has not come to cause trouble for the Azure Cloud sect, nor has anyone sought revenge against the Unstable sect, the Jade Gate sect, or the Thunder sect. This made everyone in the Qingyun sect secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. Now that this matter is settled, I should return to report to Her Highness the Princess. If the Qingyun sect encounters any trouble, it can use this token to seek help from the Lancao Prince's mansion. Unable to find Ji Taichang, Zhu Jin bid farewell to Lin Shueyue and presented her with a token from the Lancao Prince's mansion. This means that the Qingyun sect has officially established a connection with the Lancao Prince's mansion. Okay, thank you for your trouble, senior. Lin Shueyue, with a smile on her face, led the elders of Qingyun sect to respectfully see Zhu Jin off. Why is Yao Yao still in seclusion? After seeing Zhu Jin off, Lin Shueyue frowned slightly, feeling a bit strange, and couldn't help but go to Yang Yao's boudoir again. Chapter 68: The Trouble of the King of Lancao. Lin Shueyue had not yet arrived at Yang Yao's courtyard. A tall, slender figure strode towards them, his full head of black hair flying, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Ji Taichang naturally took Lin Shueyue's small hand in his. Lin Shueyue's heart raced a little. She looked around in a panic, then spread her divine sense and breathed a sigh of relief after finding no one around. Ji Taichang asked seriously, what is the true identity and background of your good friend Chen Linlin? Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Ji Taichang needs to understand Qin Roland in order to cater to her preferences and increase her favorability. As for whether we can obtain Emperor Yuanqi's cultivation, let's leave that aside for now. That old man will die sooner or later anyway, so raising his favorability first is definitely the right thing to do. And He and Qin Roland had already consummated their marriage, and Ji Taichang already considered her his woman, so he had to win her over. This. Lin Shuiyue hesitated upon hearing this. After all, Qin Roland's identity is too sensitive. Moon, don't you even trust me? Ji Taichang frowned, looking quite hurt. No. I didn't. Seeing this, Lin Shuiyue panicked and quickly hugged Ji Taichang, whispering, Xiao Chang, you are the person I trust most in this world. I have no doubts about you. It's just that Li Lin's identity is a bit special, and I'm afraid that if you find out, it will cause you trouble. Ji Taichang embraced Lin Shuiyue's soft and warm body, pinched her crystal ear, and laughed. She is your friend, which is practically the same as being my friend. I don't mind the trouble. Whether it's you or her, you can come to me if you encounter any trouble. I will always be there to support you. Lin Shuiyue felt a slight tremor in her heart, a warm current surged through her, and she was somewhat moved. Without further hesitation, she whispered, actually. Lin Lin's real name is Qin Roland, and she is the 13th princess of the Great Wu dynasty. It's just that His Majesty has too many children, and Lin Lin is not valued or favored. His Majesty even wants to send her to the Daiyu dynasty for a political marriage, to marry that old man, Emperor Yuanxi. Lin Lin didn't want to get married, so she secretly ran away and hid in the Qingyun sect under an assumed name. After hearing this, Ji Taichang's eyes widened slightly. Qin Roland is actually a princess of the current dynasty? I see. That's not surprising. Wait a minute, she's a princess of the current dynasty, and also your close friend. You are from the capital? Ji Taichang quickly realized the blind spot. Lancao is located on the edge of the Great Wu dynasty, extremely far from the capital. If Lin Shuiyue were a native of Lancao, she would never have known Qin Roland, let alone become her close friend. When this matter was mentioned, Lin Shuiyue's eyes darkened instantly, her hands clenched tightly, and an extremely complicated expression appeared in her eyes. She simply responded in a low voice, without explaining her true origins or identity. Even when Ji Tai pressed her for answers, she remained silent, her mood growing increasingly depressed. It seems that Yuer also has a story to tell. Ji Taichang's heart stirred, and he seemed to be deep in thought. However, since Lin Shuiyue was unwilling to talk about it, Ji Taichang did not press the matter further. As for Qin Roland, we still need to make a trip to the Prince of Lancao's residence. Asking Yuer directly about Qin Roland's preferences and experiences would be too obvious. Old Qin and the princess are both members of the royal family, so they should know something about the situation. Moreover, it's not enough for the Qingyun sect to just have spirit stones. They need to sell some resources that they don't need right now, and spend some more spirit stones to build up their foundation and strengthen their power. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stay in the Qingyun sect indefinitely. Ji Taichang's mind raced with thoughts, and he made a decision. However, his hands were not idle. Soon, Lin Shuiyue let out a sob, her face flushed red, and she hurriedly broke free from his embrace, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Just then, hurried footsteps came from afar. Lin Shuiyue hurriedly straightened her clothes, circulated her internal energy to suppress the boiling blood and qi in her body, so that her face did not look so red. Metropolitan. The visitor was the second elder, Lu Tsuilan, who hurriedly pulled Lin Shuiyue away. The Qingyun sect is currently in dire need of rebuilding, and as the sect leader, Lin Shuiyue has many things that she needs to handle personally. Ji Taichang then took to the air and headed towards the treasure vault of the Qingyun sect. After he destroyed the 3 sects, he piled up the resources and treasures he obtained in the treasure vault, which had already been sorted and processed by Lin Shuiyue and others. A considerable number of treasures are not needed for the time being. After all, the number of people in the Qingyun sect is limited, and they simply cannot use up some of the cultivation techniques and weapons. Ji Taichang took these treasures with him and then retrieved 1,000,000 spirit stones from the treasury before taking to the air and flying on his sword at full speed towards Lancao City. With the golden feather flying sword, Ji Taichang's speed increased even further, and he arrived at Lancao City in less than 2 hours. This is the most prosperous and bustling place in the entire Lancao, with numerous merchant guilds, and even nascent soul stage experts come to Lancao City to purchase necessary resources. Ji Taichang changed his identity and disposed of the treasures in batches, eventually selling them for more than 700,000 spirit stones. Then, Ji Taichang also purchased some defensive formations, killing formations, talismans, spirit beasts, puppets, and other resources from the largest merchant guild in Lancao City. These were all good things that could improve the strength of the Qingyun sect in a short period of time. With these resources, the Qingyun sect will be able to withstand any powerful enemy it encounters next time. Without a nascent soul cultivator, it will be very difficult to break through the Qingyun sect. After doing all this, Ji Taichang changed into Shimen Chuefeng's vest and strode towards the Lancao prince's mansion. But this time, Ji Taichang keenly sensed that the atmosphere in the Lancao prince's mansion was somewhat different, oppressive, and heavy. Qin Wenhua personally greeted Ji Taichang, but his face was devoid of smiles. Instead, he looked worried and sighed from time to time. "Why does young Master Qin sigh?" Ji Taichang asked. "I see the entire prince's mansion is shrouded in gloom. Could it be that some trouble has arisen?" Qin Wenhua hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "It's all right to tell you about this, senior, but please keep it a secret." Ji Taichang nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I understand." Qin Wenhua sighed deeply, his eyes filled with worry. "Actually, it's not a huge secret. My father went on a secret trip some time ago, and I don't know where he went. But when he returned today, he was seriously injured, unconscious, and had been poisoned by a terrible toxin. All the famous doctors are helpless." Upon hearing this, Ji Taichang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The king of Lancao is a powerful expert in the nascent soul stage. Moreover, he is a prince of the Great Wu dynasty, and it is said that he has a very good relationship with the current emperor. The prince of Lancao could definitely mobilize the top doctors and elixirs in the Great Wu dynasty, yet he was helpless. Chapter 69: Qin Wenyan's difficulties. Brilliant! This is simply the perfect opportunity for me to show off and befriend the king of Lancao. Ji Taichang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was overjoyed. He possesses all the insights of the Fiery Cloud Pill King, making him the new generation of the Fiery Cloud Pill King. What is the concept of a Dan King? Since the Fire Cloud Pill King, the Great Wu dynasty has not produced a new Pill King for a full 5,000 years. The most accomplished alchemists in the entire Great Wu dynasty were only a handful of fourth-grade alchemists, who couldn't even reach the threshold of becoming a Pill King. Without exaggeration, Ji Taichang is the #1 alchemist of the Great Wu dynasty in this era. He can heal injuries and illnesses that others cannot. If we can cure the Prince of Lancao, it would be like saving his life. If we could directly befriend a powerful figure like the Prince of Lancao, we would be set for life. At that time, he might even be able to help old Qin become the heir apparent and the next king of Lancao. Killing two birds with one stone. He immediately said, "Young Master Qin, I have a friend. Our sect has an elder whose alchemy skills are superb. He can be called the reincarnation of the king of alchemy, with miraculous healing hands, and is a master of both alchemy and medicine. If." Before Ji Taichang could finish speaking, Qin Wenhua's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Please introduce me, senior. If we can ask that senior for help, the Lancao Royal Palace will certainly repay you handsomely." Qin Wenhua still trusted Shimen Chuefeng and Yang Dingtian. The reclusive sect that could cultivate such outstanding talents must have something special about it. Besides, there's no harm in giving it a try. It's normal that it can't be cured. After all, the king of Lancao's injuries and the poison were too severe. But if he is cured, even if it only has a partial effect, it will be a great joy and a great achievement for Qin Wenhua. All right, I'll go back and ask him to come out of seclusion. Ji Taichang nodded. However, before that, there is something I would like to ask young Master Qin. Ji Taichang inquired about Qin Wolin's situation from Qin Wenhua and Qin Miaoyi. Unfortunately, we didn't get much useful information. Qin Wolin grew up in the palace and rarely went out. Qin Wenhua and Qin Miaoyi grew up in the Lancao prince's mansion. They lived far apart and were not even very familiar with each other, having only met a few times. Ji Taichang was somewhat disappointed, but not too surprised. After leaving the Lancao prince's mansion, he spent a lot of money to buy a magical artifact that could conceal his aura and change his appearance. Combined with the turtle breathing technique, he transformed himself and slowly appeared. At this moment, Ji Taichang was dressed in a white robe, his black hair was loose, his face was extremely handsome, and he had an otherworldly and ethereal temperament, like a banished immortal. When he arrived at the Prince of Lancao's residence, Qin Wenhua, who came out to greet them, was taken aback. Ji Taichang looks too handsome and young now, even a few years younger than him. He really doesn't look like a senior expert. However, trusting Shimen Chuefeng, he remained polite and asked, "May I ask your honorable name, senior?" "I am Yaochun, you can just call me Yao Lao." Ji Taichang stood with his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and spoke calmly. "Yes, Elder Yao, please follow me." Qin Wenhua was very respectful and led Ji Taichang toward the main courtyard where the Prince of Lancao resided. Compared to Qin Wenhua and Qin Miaoyi's courtyard, the main courtyard was extremely spacious, resplendent in gold and jade, with pavilions and palaces standing side by side. By this time, a considerable number of people had already gathered in the main courtyard. The fact that the King of Lanzhou was seriously injured was a major event. Most of the core members of the royal palace came, including the King of Lanzhou's many children and famous doctors who came from all over the Great Wu dynasty. When Qin Wenhua appeared, all the members of the prince's mansion turned to look at him. The third young master, Qin Wenyan, crossed his arms in front of him, frowned, and said coldly, "Seventh brother, father is in trouble, and you, on the contrary, dare to bring your cronies here. Do you want to anger father to death?" The King of Lanzhou had 7 sons and 6 daughters, but there could only be one heir and one princess in the royal palace. Qin Miaoyi won the position of princess with an indisputable advantage, but the position of heir apparent has not yet been decided. The 7 princes of the royal family are fiercely competing for the position and are hostile to each other. Therefore, Qin Wenyan immediately started making things difficult for Qin Wenhua. He's not one of those bad friends. Qin Wenhua's face darkened slightly as he said, "This is Senior Yao Chun, a master of both alchemy and medicine, whose skills are extraordinary. I invited him to treat my father." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Ji Taichang. Medicine dust? Ha, I know a thing or two about the alchemists and pharmacists with some reputation in the Great Wu dynasty, but I've never heard of this person. I think he's just a charlatan. This young man looks far too young. How much skill can he possibly have in alchemy and medicine? I think 7th young master is also confused. Perhaps the 7th young master is so concerned that he's making a rash decision, grasping at straws in his desperation. Many members of the prince's mansion were discussing the matter, their words filled with distrust of Ji Taichang and Qin Wenhua. Qin Wenyan shouted even more sternly, "Seventh brother, it's one thing for you to be deceived, but you actually dared to bring such a shady person to treat father. If anything goes wrong, can you take responsibility? Guards, get this medicine dust out of here." At his command, the guards in the main courtyard immediately looked at Ji Taichang with somewhat unfriendly expressions. "Stop!" Qin Wenhua roared and stood protectively in front of Ji Taichang, saying in a deep voice, "Senior Yao comes from a reclusive sect and is definitely not some charlatan. As for whether it can cure father's illness, we'll find out by trying. Since so many famous doctors have been helpless, what harm is there in letting Senior Yao give it a try? A hidden sect?" Qin Miaoyi's eyes lit up suddenly, and she instantly guessed what it was. She immediately sent a telepathic message to Qin Wenhua, asking, "Seventh brother, is Elder Yao from the hidden sect behind Yang Dingtian?" "That's right, Elder Yao was recommended by Senior Shiman Chuefeng." Qin Wenhua immediately replied via telepathy. Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyi's gaze towards Ji Taichang changed somewhat. Qin Wenyan coldly replied, "Try it? What do you take your father for? Some random Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to use my body for a test? You're quite the filial son. If any problems arise during the test, can you take responsibility?" "Enough!" Qin Miaoyi suddenly shouted coldly, "Since 7th brother has this intention, why not let Elder Yao give it a try?" Qin Miaoyi was a princess, and after she spoke, everyone immediately fell silent. Qin Wenyan was somewhat unwilling and was about to continue to make things difficult for Ji Taichang. The legendary physician Li from Medicine King Valley has arrived. Suddenly, an announcement rang out outside the main gate, moving everyone present. The legendary physician Li from Medicine King Valley? Hiss. Hasn't he been living in seclusion in the mountains for 100 years? Rumor has it that even the emperor in the palace couldn't persuade him to come out of seclusion to treat his illness. So, who managed to invite such an old immortal here? The legendary physician Li has arrived. The prince's injuries can be healed. Very good. The core members of the prince's mansion were all beaming with joy. Their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed a bit, and they breathed a long sigh of relief. Medicine King Valley is the most renowned medical sect within the Great Wu dynasty. The legendary physician, Dr. Li, was also the previous master of Medicine King Valley. His medical skills were superb, and he had cured the injuries and intractable diseases of many nascent soul stage experts. He was hailed as a divine physician of his generation. The reappearance of the reclusive physician Li, who had been living in seclusion for a century, brought immense shock to everyone. Chapter 70: The Divine Physician Li and Xiao Yangzi. All the members of the prince's mansion turned to look at the gate of the main courtyard. Even the guards stopped instinctively and turned their heads to look curiously. Amidst the respectful greetings of numerous servants from the prince's residence, an elderly man with a venerable air, white hair, and a youthful face slowly approached. Although he was frighteningly old, his complexion was ruddy, his posture upright, and he was clearly well maintained and in excellent condition. Third young master, I am late. After entering the main courtyard, the old Dr. Li looked at Qin Wenyan. Ha ha ha. Elder Dr. Li, you're too kind. It's an honor for me and the Lansao Prince's mansion to have you here. Please come in quickly, Dr. Li. Qin Wenyan's face was full of smiles, and his attitude was very respectful. He personally walked ahead to greet him. What? The legendary physician Li was actually invited by the third young master? He actually possesses such skills? No, how could the old Dr. Li give face to a junior? In my opinion, it must be the Shin family behind the third young master who has put in the effort. After all, the third young master's mother is the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Speaking of which, I once heard a rumor that the old patriarch of the Shin family had a connection with Medicine King Valley. I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it is probably true. If the venerable physician Li can heal the prince's injuries, the third young master's status in the prince's heart will surely rise, and perhaps the position of heir apparent will be his. Yes, the third young master was already a strong contender for the position of heir apparent, second only to the eldest young master in power. After this incident, I'm afraid even the eldest young master will be at a disadvantage. Many members of the prince's mansion were discussing among themselves, their gazes towards Qin Wenyan filled with amazement. Some of the more ambitious individuals have even begun to secretly consider defecting to Qin Wenyan. Even Qin Wenhua was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the old Dr. Li, and couldn't help but swallow. Although he had confidence in old medicine. However, Yao Lao had no combat record and came from a secluded sect, so Qin Wenhua knew very little about him. But the Dr. Qin Wenyan invited was none other than the renowned physician Li, who was famous throughout the Great Wu dynasty. Master Xie Yangzi has arrived. Just then, a loud announcement rang out from outside the door, instantly causing everyone present to hold their breath. Master Xie Yangzi, who invited this great deity here? That's a top-tier alchemy genius in the Great Wu dynasty, a once-in-10,000 years talent. It's said that his aptitude is no less than that of the Fire Cloud Pill King back then, and he's known as having the potential to become a Pill King. Yes, Master Xie Yangzi is also the youngest nascent soul stage expert in our Great Wu dynasty. Although alchemy masters are not good at fighting, their alchemy skills are superb and unparalleled. Master Xie Yangzi has been in seclusion for years, focusing on cultivating alchemy. Who exactly invited him here? That's wonderful. With the help of the venerable physician Li and Master Xie Yangzi, the prince's injuries can be healed. Inside the main courtyard, many members of the prince's mansion were discussing among themselves, their faces once again showing expressions of amazement. Qin Wenyan's smile froze slightly and faded a bit. The old Dr. Li narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to look at the door. Amidst the spotlight, a slightly immature-looking young man strode over, wearing a purple Taoist robe, his expression calm and indifferent, showing neither joy nor sorrow. At first glance, he might even be mistaken for a young master from a wealthy family. Most people would never guess that he is none other than the world-renowned Xie Yangzi, a master alchemist who has been famous for over 100 years. Beside Xiao Yangzi was a young man dressed in a dark gold python robe. The man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and was tall and robust. He resembled Qin Wenhua in some ways, but had a more composed demeanor and a hint of majesty between his brows. Young master. Yes, besides the eldest young master, who else could persuade Master Xie Yangzi to come? I should have thought of that sooner. That's wonderful. The prince's injuries can be healed. When the members of the prince's mansion saw Qin Wensi, their faces were filled with surprise and delight. As the eldest son of the Prince of Lansao, Qin Wensi wielded the most power and had a complex network of connections. It was not unreasonable for him to be able to get Xie Yangzi to help him. Damn it! Qin Wenyan clenched his fists, unable to help but curse inwardly. He went to great lengths and paid a huge price to invite the old physician Li, all in order to outmaneuver Qin Wensi, win the favor of the king of Lansao, and ascend to the throne of the heir apparent. Unexpectedly, Qin Wensi quietly invited Xie Yangzi. Although the old divine physician Li and Xie Yangzi are respectively engaged in the path of medicine and the path of alchemy, the path of medicine and the path of alchemy are two intertwined methods, each containing elements of the other, only with different focuses. Once you reach a certain level of mastery, both are interconnected. In other words, a master of alchemy must be proficient in medicine, and a master of medicine must be proficient in alchemy. As for who can heal the king of Lansao's injuries and poison, it's really hard to say, since injuries and illnesses vary from person to person, and it all depends on each person's methods. Even if it is the legendary physician Li who cures him, Qin Wensi has also invited Xie Yangzi, and the merits and efforts are there for all to see. Qin Wenyan will not gain much advantage. Qin Wenyan frowned, then suddenly caught sight of Ji Taichang out of the corner of his eye, and his face immediately darkened. What are you all standing there for? Get this guy out of here right now. As Qin Wenyan's voice rang out, the guards seemed to snap out of their daze and hurriedly walked towards Ji Taichang, intending to forcibly remove him. I'm sorry, Elder Yao, perhaps we should go out first and wait for Elder Physician Li and Master Shea Yangzi to see the patients. Qin Wenhua gave a wry smile and whispered to Ji Taichang. With the appearance of the two masters, even though he trusted Ji Taichang, he completely lost confidence at this moment. Let's avoid their sharp edge for now. Why do you want to go out? Ji Taichang, with his hands behind his back, scoffed, they're just two insignificant juniors. Do they think I should avoid them? These words were spoken. The entire main courtyard fell silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, and they all turned to look at Ji Taichang. No way, this guy's gone mad. To dare to say that the venerable physician Li and Master Shea Yangzi are mediocre juniors, this is simply outrageously arrogant. Apart from experts of the Pill King level, who would dare to say that the two masters are mediocre juniors? Does he think he's the reincarnation of the fiery cloud Pill King? It's over, it's over. This person has not only offended the legendary physician Li and Master Shea Yangzi, but also the eldest young master and the third young master. Where did seventh young master find this madman? The crowd erupted in uproar, their gazes toward Ji Taichang filled with shock and disbelief. Qin Wenhua felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his scalp tingled. Spicy. Even Qin Miaoi's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but glance at Ji Taichang again, her pretty face showing a look of surprise. Chapter 71, a startling remark, and the old divine Dr. Li grovels. You call me a greenhorn, a mere brat, how dare you speak of me as a nobody? The old Dr. Li smiled, but his smile was somewhat cold. When I was famous throughout the world, your great-grandfather wasn't even born yet. Seventh young master, is this the person you invited? The old Dr. Li stopped targeting Ji Taichang and instead looked at Qin Wenhua. He didn't get angry directly, but his calm words carried an imposing and terrifying invisible pressure. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Dr. Li, but what Elder Yao said was indeed somewhat inappropriate. I apologize on his behalf. Qin Wenhua was sweating profusely. You must know, that's the legendary Dr. Li. Not to mention the enormous medicine King Valley. For hundreds of years, the legendary healer Li has been treating and saving lives, accumulating countless connections and relationships. Many nascent soul cultivators owe him favors. This man is someone whose mere stomp can shake the great Wu dynasty. Qin Wenyan's face was full of sneers, and he felt extremely happy. He was just about to deal with Qin Wenhua and Ji Taichang when he didn't expect the two of them to actually walk right into the clutches of the old divine Dr. Li. As for Xiao Yangzi and Qin Wensi, they ignored him completely, as if they hadn't heard Ji Taichang's words, and continued walking forward on their own to treat the Prince of Lanzhou. For such important figures, the criticism of a nobody can be ignored and ignored, demonstrating their magnanimity. You can also kill them with a single, casual strike. Since the old Dr. Li chose to kill him with a casual slap, Xiao Yangzi and Qin Wensi naturally didn't bother to do anything. Unexpectedly, Ji Taichang glanced at the old Dr. Li and said indifferently, "You have kidney deficiency." These words were like a boulder thrown into a river, causing another huge uproar. Qin Wenhua felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and almost collapsed. Senior Medicine Master, please stop talking nonsense. If this continues, I'll be in trouble too. Qin Wenhua hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Ji Taichang, almost kneeling down to beg him to stop talking. The old Dr. Li's face darkened, and a terrifying pressure began to emanate from his body, making everyone present tremble with fear. He's a powerful nascent soul stage expert. Although he improved his strength through taking drugs, his combat power is not strong. He mainly cultivates medicine. But that was still a nascent soul stage expert. How dare a junior like him slander him like this? Ji Taichang ignored Qin Wenhua and continued to say to the old Dr. Li, although you maintain your appearance with pills, there is a dark gray in the depths of your eye sockets, with a slight bluish-green aura. That is a symptom of long-term deficiency of qi and blood. When you walk, it may seem like you are walking smoothly, but when your left foot lands on the Changshan acupoint, your steps pause slightly for a moment. This is a sign of blockage in the Yinxiao meridian. Although your fingers are hidden in your sleeve, your right little finger is subconsciously curling slightly, and the fingertip is turning white. This is because the Han Shaoyin meridian is affected. Ji Taichang's lips curled up slightly, and as the old physician Li's pupils contracted, he uttered a startling statement. In conclusion, this is caused by extreme energy invading your heart meridian. Moreover, this is a chronic injury that has penetrated deep into your bones. You've been suffering from it for at least a century. The so-called reclusion in the mountains is nothing more than a serious injury that is difficult to heal, forcing one to isolate oneself in order to protect oneself. Your nascent soul cultivation seems powerful, but in recent years, you've excessively burned your kidneys' vital energy to save yourself, leading to an imbalance of yin and yang, a weakened foundation, and signs of kidney deficiency. Ji Taichan's words were like a thunderclap. Even Xiao Yangzi and Qin Wensi stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Ji Taichang and the old Dr. Li. The old Dr. Li, who was involved in the incident, was suddenly jolted, his head was buzzing, and his eyes were wide open. How did you know? The old doctor blurted out, then suddenly came to his senses and quickly shut his mouth. No wonder he was shocked. This is a secret known only to him. He has never told a second person. Moreover, he always carefully hid his injuries, not wanting outsiders to know, lest he tarnish his reputation in his later years. A legendary doctor, he suffered a fatal injury in his later years, which dealt a heavy blow to his reputation. The old physician Li never expected that Ji Taichang would be able to see through his past so quickly after they had only just met. It was truly astonishing. The words spoken by the legendary Dr. Li, spoken without thinking, caused an uproar among the crowd. What? He actually got it right. The legendary physician Li was seriously injured 100 years ago? Is there really an injury in the world that even he couldn't heal? Is it really true that doctors can't heal themselves? Even Master Xia Yangzi couldn't see the problem, but Yao Chen discovered it at a glance. Could it be that he is truly a master? No wonder he was so arrogant before, daring to say that Dr. Li and Master Xia Yangzi were just mediocre juniors. Now it seems he really has some skills. Elder Yao's medical skills are probably above those of Dr. Li and Master Xia Yangzi. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, their gazes toward Ji Taichang filled with astonishment and disbelief. Even Qin Wenhua and Qin Wenyan were dumbfounded. Not a buddy? Qin Miaoyi also stared intently at Ji Taichang, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Fellow Taoist, do you have a way to cure it? The old Dr. Li's breathing quickened, and he grabbed Ji Taichang's sleeve. Since he had already been exposed, he decided not to hide it anymore and asked for help directly. It's incurable, just go home and wait to die. Ji Taichang sneered and flung away the old Dr. Li's hand. Xiaohua, what are you standing there for? Ji Taichang's words jolted Qin Wenhua awake, and he quickly nodded. Oh. Senior Yao, please come with me. Qin Wenhua walked ahead with a big smile on his face and his chest puffed out. Fellow Taoist, please don't. I admit I spoke a little loudly just now, and I apologize. The old physician, Li, caught up, rubbing his hands together, his old face full of smiles. I was blind, please forgive me. If you have a way to cure him, please tell me, and Medicine King Valley and I will certainly reward you handsomely. In order to cure his stubborn illness, the old Dr. Li was really going all out, and his attitude was extremely humble. Even Xiao Yangzi raised an eyebrow slightly, giving Ji Taichang a deep look, seemingly lost in thought. Let's talk about it when I'm in a better mood. Ji Taichang waved his hand impatiently, neither refusing nor agreeing. Upon hearing this, the legendary physician Li was overjoyed. Ji Taichang's words prove that he truly possesses a cure. Ha ha ha. Then this old man thanks you in advance, fellow Taoist. I never expected your medical skills to be so superb, fellow Taoist. You also look so young and handsome, as if you were truly an 18-year-old boy. I am truly impressed. The old Dr. Li was all smiles, and he even went so far as to put on a show of flattery for Ji Taichang. But no one present dared to laugh at the old Dr. Li. You must know what a distinguished figure Dr. Li is. The one who even he needs to ask for help must be a top-tier powerhouse. In the world of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak, and the mighty are respected. There's nothing shameful about fawning over such a top-tier powerhouse. Chapter 72: A Stunning Skill. Seeing the important figure he had invited fawning over the person Qin Wenhua had invited, Qin Wenyan's face darkened, and his hands unconsciously clenched, clearly displeased. Qin Wenhua, on the other hand, was arrogant and smirked, glaring fiercely at Qin Wenyan. Despite the praise from the old Dr. Li, Ji Taichang remained unmoved and did not go to the residence of the Prince of Lanzhou. He even turned around and was about to leave the main courtyard. Hey! Fellow Taoist, where are you going? The old Dr. Li was dumbfounded and quickly stopped Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang sneered, didn't a junior just try to kick me out? Since the Lancashire Prince's mansion doesn't welcome me, then I'll just leave. These words were spoken. Not to mention the old Dr. Lee, all the other members of the prince's mansion couldn't sit still and rushed over, their faces full of apologetic smiles, trying their best to persuade him to stay. Oh, Elder Yao, you're joking. The third young master is blind to your greatness. It's all a joke, don't take it seriously. Yes, you're a magnanimous person, don't hold a grudge against him. The child doesn't understand, he was just joking. 1 yen. Get over here right now and apologize to Elder Yao. Among the crowd were many elders from the prince's mansion, who all spoke up to reprimand him, their gazes towards Qin Wenyan filled with hostility. Even the old Dr. Lee's face darkened as he glared at Qin Wenyan. Suddenly, Qin Wenyan was under immense pressure. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and walk up to Ji Taichang, saying in a low voice, "Senior Yao, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have had the guards drag you out." Ji Taichang picked at his ear and said casually, "Can't you hear me? You're speaking so softly. Haven't you eaten? You." A surge of anger rose within Qin Wenyan. Then, in a fit of anger, he snapped. Finally, he pinched his nose and shouted, "Senior Medicine Master, I'm sorry. I was blind and shouldn't have been disrespectful to you just now." Seeing Qin Wenyan's embarrassed expression, Qin Wenhua felt extremely pleased and refreshed. Ji Taichang then sneered and patted Qin Wenyan's face, "Little guy, keep your eyes open in the future, don't look down on people." Qin Wenyan clenched his fists tightly. It's hard. The fist hardened. But on the surface, he still forced a smile. Yes. Senior Yao was right to reprimand me. I was being presumptuous. Seeing that everyone was respectful, Ji Taichang swaggered into the palace where the Prince of Lancashire lived. The King of Lancashire was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was tall and strong, with a dignified air about him, and his presence was imposing. However, he was now as pale as a sheet, with black lips, and shocking wounds on his chest and abdomen. He lay unconscious on the bed. The old physician Li and Xiao Yangzi followed behind Ji Taichang and entered together. Upon seeing the injuries sustained by the King of Lancashire, both powerful figures narrowed their eyes and their expressions became more serious. You two juniors go first, it'll be a good opportunity for me to test your medical skills. Ji Taichang lay down directly on the Grand Master's chair and spoke casually to the old Dr. Li and Xiao Yangzi. The more arrogant he acted, the more solemn everyone became, and the more unfathomable he seemed. Talented and strong people often have some eccentricities and hobbies. The fact that Ji Taichang dared to be so arrogant in front of so many important figures shows that he must possess astonishing strength and absolute self-confidence. The old Dr. Li and Xiao Yangzi exchanged a glance, both seeing solemnity in each other's eyes. The two men dared not delay and immediately stepped forward to treat the King of Lancashire. The old physician Li extended his withered fingers and gently pressed them against the wrist of the King of Lancashire, as a wisp of pure wood elemental spiritual energy slowly probed into it. A moment later, his snow-white eyebrows furrowed tightly. "Your Highness has a cold and deadly poison in your body, like a bone-deep abscess, coiling around your heart meridian. This poison seems extremely similar to the mysterious netherworld cold poison recorded in ancient books." That's all. The old physician Li looked at Ji Taichang as if he were a student waiting for his teacher to correct his homework. Ji Taichang remained silent, only glancing at Xiao Yangzi. Xiao Yangzi understood and also stretched out his fingers to press on the other wrist of the King of Lancashire, his fingertips swirling with spiritual energy as he carefully examined it. Elder Li's diagnosis is correct. This cold poison is not only eroding the heart meridian, but also eroding the prince's nascent soul essence. The two are closely intertwined and extremely difficult to cure. I have a method that requires pure young pills to be used in conjunction with acupuncture to expel the cold poison from the body. Xiao Yangzi's words made the old Dr. Li nod slightly. This was also the solution he had come up with, but he didn't say it out loud, he just wanted to hear Ji Taichang's opinion. The many members of the prince's mansion looked on with anticipation, glancing at the old physician Li and Xiao Yangzi, and then at Ji Taichang. Completely wrong. Just when everyone thought they had found a cure, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. Ji Taichang had already sat up from the armchair at some point, a mocking smile on his lips. "You two, one who calls himself a divine physician and the other a master of alchemy, can't even understand such a simple poison?" Both the old physician Li and Xiao Yangzi were taken aback, and said with some puzzlement, "Fellow Daoist, the characteristics of this cold poison are obvious, and the patterns are clear." Before they could finish speaking, Ji Taichang chuckled and interrupted them. "You only see the cold poison, but have you noticed the faint golden patterns on the prince's wound? Have you sensed the burning heat deep within his dantian? He casually pointed to the wound on the chest of the king of Lansao. This is not Xianming cold poison at all, but Xianming golden flame poison. It is extremely cold on the surface, but contains true fire inside, with yin and yang alternating, and is specifically designed to target nascent soul cultivators. If you use pure yang methods to expel the poison, it will only ignite the inner fire, causing yin and yang to become disordered, and the prince's nascent soul will be burned away in an instant. Upon hearing this, both the old Dr. Li and Xie Yangzi changed color at the same time. The two hurriedly investigated again. Sure enough, a faint, extremely hidden scorching aura was soon sensed deep within Lan Zhouwan's dantian, which contrasted sharply with the cold poison on the surface. This is impossible. Both were greatly shocked, muttering to themselves, the Xianming golden flame poison is an extremely rare and terrifying poison. It is said that the technique has been lost for tens of thousands of years. Where did your highness get poisoned here? Lost knowledge does not mean it does not exist. Ji Taichang said lazily, now that you know the crux of the problem, tell me your treatment method. Upon hearing this, the old Dr. Li and Xie Yangzi exchanged a glance, both wearing wry smiles, and remained silent. The Xianming golden flame poison is so rare and terrifying that it simultaneously invades the heart meridian and nascent soul, intertwining with each other and making it almost impossible to separate. Moreover, this poison is extremely unstable. Forcibly removing it with external force will cause the poison to erupt, devouring the heart and nascent soul in a very short time, with unimaginable consequences. The Xianming golden flame poison has not only been lost for 10,000 years, but it has also only appeared a few times 10,000 years ago. Even the Valley of Medicine Kings has no record of an antidote. Chapter 73 Rescuing People. Everyone present was shrewd and astute. Seeing that both the old Dr. Li and Xiao Yangzi had fallen silent, he frowned, deep in thought, but remained silent for a long time. They then realized that even the two powerful experts had no way to save him. Please, divine physician, save the prince. Senior medicine master, if you have a cure, please tell us. The prince of Lansao will surely reward you handsomely. Yes, please stop keeping me in suspense. The people in the prince's mansion couldn't help but look at Ji Taichang, and they all pleaded with him, their attitudes very sincere. Even the old physician Li gave a wry smile. Forgive my dullness, I cannot think of a way to cure this. I would appreciate your guidance, fellow Daoist. Ji Taichang, however, was in no hurry to reveal the method of treatment. Instead, he looked at the silent Qin Wenyan and Qin Wenxi and sneered, why aren't you two speaking? Are you unwilling to plead for your father? Or do you want to watch the prince die so you can fight for the throne? These words were spoken. Both Qin Wenyan and Qin Wenxi's expressions changed. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Wenyan was so frightened he almost jumped up, and glared angrily at Ji Taichang. Although he had this thought in his mind, was it something he could say aloud? Qin Wenxi gave Ji Taichang a deep look, bowed deeply to him, and said in a deep voice, please, Elder Yao, help heal my father. Seeing this, Qin Wenyan could only grit his teeth, bow to Ji Taichang, and plead. That's more like it. Ji Taichang lay back in his chair and said slowly, the treatment is quite simple. First, use the extreme needle technique to seal the heart meridian, then use the 9 revolutions rejuvenating pill to resolve the internal fire, and finally use the Tai Greenwood technique to nourish the nascent soul. Within 3 days, I guarantee that your highness will be lively and energetic again. Upon hearing this, both the legendary physician Li and Xie Yangzi were struck dumb, as if by lightning. After a while, the two of them perked up, their faces filled with ecstasy and realization. The old physician Li said, the extreme yin acupuncture technique seals the heart meridian, using yin to control yin, and then using yang to overcome yin. Brilliant! In my 300 years of medical practice, I have never thought of such a solution. Fellow Daoists' medical skills are divine, truly amazing. Xiao Yangzi also bowed to Ji Taichang with a solemn expression, thank you for your guidance, fellow Daoist. I have learned a great deal. Seeing that Ji Taichang had given a cure so easily, both powerful figures were completely convinced. The members of the prince's palace were immediately in an uproar, their eyes filled with astonishment and ecstasy. Master Yao is truly a divine being. Famous doctors from all over the great Wu dynasty were at a loss, but only the old Master Yao was able to see through the secret in a single sentence. The master's medical skills are so high that they are truly heaven-reaching and earth-shattering, and are divine. The old master medicine doctor can not only easily see the root of the illness, but also has a wonderful way to resolve it. He is truly amazing. This kindness and virtue will be forever forgotten by the Lansao royal palace. His Highness is the pillar of Lanzhou. If anything were to happen to him, the entire Lanzhou would be thrown into turmoil. Today, you not only saved His Highness, but also the lives of countless people in Lanzhou. From now on, Elder Yao will always be a distinguished guest of my Lanzhou royal palace. Everyone in the prince's mansion praised it. It wasn't just to express my gratitude for the treatment, but also to get to know the old doctor. After all, no one can guarantee that they won't suffer serious injuries and be on the verge of death in the future, so getting to know a miracle doctor is always a good thing. But, fellow Taoist, this extreme needle technique has been lost. The old Dr. Li suddenly scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. The extreme needle technique was first created by the Fire Cloud Pill King 5,000 years ago. It is extremely mysterious and complex, and requires pure energy to activate. Ordinary people simply cannot learn it. Especially for masters of alchemy and medicine, they often cultivate fire attribute techniques, so where would they find the energy to practice extreme acupuncture techniques? As soon as the old Dr. Li said this, the scene fell silent, and everyone couldn't help but look at Xiao Yangzi. I don't know this acupuncture technique either. Xiao Yangzi shook his head. Everyone in the prince's mansion felt a sudden jolt of unease. Qin Wenhua chuckled dryly and said, "Since Senior Yao has proposed this method, you must know the extreme needling technique, right?" Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood, and a renewed sense of hope rekindled in their hearts. They all turned to look at Ji Taichang. It's just a simple based acupuncture technique, it's not difficult at all. Ji Taichang shrugged, his nonchalant demeanor moving everyone once again. This is a needle technique that has been lost for thousands of years. Could it be that you, Elder Yao, are a disciple of the Fire Cloud Pill King lineage? Impossible, right? The Fire Cloud Pill King never took on any disciples in his entire life. In his later years, in order to pursue a higher level of alchemy, he left the Great Wu dynasty and traveled the world. He shouldn't have left behind any legacy. No matter what, Elder Yao is a great benefactor of our Lanzhou royal palace. We humbly request that Elder Yao make a move and allow us to witness the power of the extreme needling technique. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, their gazes toward Ji Taichang now tinged with fervor. Ji Taichang then glanced at everyone and asked, "Does anyone here have the 9-turn rejuvenation pill?" The 9-turn rejuvenation pill is a 4th-grade elixir, extremely precious and rare even for nascent soul stage experts, and it is even rumored to be able to bring the dead back to life. Although Ji Taichang was highly skilled in alchemy, he did not possess such a precious elixir. "I have." Xiao Yangzi took out a jade box and respectfully handed it to Ji Taichang. The old Dr. Li chuckled dryly and scratched his head. He had been seriously injured for 100 years and had used up all the precious medicines he had. Ji Taichang casually took out a box of silver needles, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and formed a hand seal. Whoosh! 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 One after another, silver needles shot out like lightning, emitting wisps of chilling energy, precisely penetrating various acupoints near the king of Lanzhou's heart meridian, sealing off the deadly poison that had invaded his heart meridian. The old Dr. Li and Xiao Yangzi immediately held their breath, observing intently, their eyes filled with amazement. Ji Taichang's extremely acupuncture technique was truly masterful. It seemed effortless, but in fact it contained profound secrets, which made both masters feel enlightened and moved. Unfortunately, judging from the techniques alone, they simply cannot learn the extreme needle technique, which requires combining it with mental cultivation methods and specific spiritual energy circulation routes. Soon after Ji Taichang finished performing the extreme needle technique, he opened the jade box, pointed out a golden pill the size of a longan, and emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Just one whiff of it made everyone feel completely refreshed. Under Ji Taichang's control, the 9-turn rejuvenation pill entered the mouth of the king of Lanzhou and instantly dissolved, its immense medicinal power erupting like a volcano. Ji Taichang formed hand seals one after another, pressing them on the meridians and acupoints of the prince of Lanzhou to help guide and neutralize the medicinal power, ensuring that it all entered his dantian and heart meridian without any deviation or waste. Such miraculous skill made both the old Dr. Li and Xiao Yangzi widen their eyes in admiration and observe carefully. Rise! With a cold shout from Ji Taichang, his long black hair fluttered, and his hands rapidly formed hand seals. The silver needles on the chest of the Prince of Lanzhou vibrated violently, and wisps of chilling and terrifying poisonous gas slowly dissipated. The king of Lanzhou's previously pale face regained some color, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Everyone was overjoyed at the sight. Chapter 74. Having accomplished his task, he departed without a trace. Receive. Once the poison in the body of the Prince of Lanzhou had been completely removed, Ji Taichang withdrew the silver needles and exhaled a long breath. The Xianming golden flame poison has been eliminated. As for the task of nurturing the nascent soul with the Taiyi Greenwood technique, I will leave it to you. Ji Taichang clapped his hands and turned to leave. Please wait, senior. You saved the prince's life and are a great benefactor of the prince's mansion. Please stay at the prince's mansion for a while so that we can prepare a gift to express our gratitude. Yes, we don't know how to repay such a great kindness. To be honest, we don't even know which sect you come from. Senior Medicine Master. Everyone in the prince's residence tried their best to persuade him to stay. Even the venerable physician Li rubbed his hands together and chuckled dryly, fellow Taoist, you are welcome to visit my Medicine King Valley when you have time. He was still hoping that Ji Taichang would help him cure his illness. Ji Taichang thought for a moment and said, I haven't thought about the reward yet. You'll owe me a favor for now. I'll come back to you when I've thought it through. Remember, I am Yao Chen, an elder of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. That's all. Ignoring the pleas of everyone in the prince's mansion to stay, Ji Taichang left after finishing his business, leaving behind only a dashing and unrestrained figure. Hey! Fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist must come to Medicine King Valley when you have time. The old physician Li waved to Ji Taichang and shouted eagerly. As expected, there are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. I was too arrogant before. Xiao Yangzi watched Ji Taichang's departing figure quietly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. What kind of sect is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Seventh young master, where did you find this extraordinary physician? Everyone in the prince's mansion racked their brains, but none of them had ever heard of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. They all turned to look at Qin Wenhua. This? I don't know either. Qin Wenhua gave a wry smile. I only know that the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect is a reclusive sect. As for my acquaintance with Elder Yao, it was just a chance encounter. I don't know much about him. The people in the prince's mansion naturally did not believe Qin Wenhua's statement and kept asking him questions. However, Qin Wenhua genuinely didn't know any more information and didn't want to expose the matter of Yang Dingtian to avoid attracting the attention of the Wuya sect. After all, Yang Dingtian had severely beaten Wu Ji, the son of the Wuya sect's leader, and robbed Wu Ji of all his possessions. Therefore, Qin Wenhua revealed nothing and remained firm in his stance. Until a weak yet authoritative voice rang out. Wenhua, who exactly treated my illness? On his sickbed. The king of Lanzhou, who had been unconscious, had woken up at some point. Although his face was still a little pale, his breathing had stabilized, and some of his spirit had returned to his brows. That's wonderful. Your Highness, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you. Your Highness, how are you feeling? Father. Everyone in the prince's mansion was overjoyed and quickly gathered around, offering words of comfort and concern. But the king of Lanzhou waved his hand impatiently, interrupting everyone, his sharp and steady eyes fixed on Qin Wenhua from beginning to end. Qin Wenhua was under immense pressure and could only say in a low voice, my senior instructed me not to divulge any relevant information. I can only tell you, father. All right, you may all leave. The king of Lanzhou spoke. No matter how curious the others were, they could only obediently leave the house. The king of Lanzhou raised his hand, and a powerful spiritual force spread out, forming a barrier in the room, isolating it from the outside world. Now you can speak. Seeing this, Qin Wenhua stopped hiding it and honestly told the king of Lanzhou what he knew. Yang Dingtian, Fengling Guingzon, Yao Chen. After hearing this, the king of Lanzhou couldn't help but mutter to himself, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I never imagined that there would be such a powerful and mysterious hidden sect within the Great Wu dynasty. No. This may have been moved from somewhere else. Its origin is mysterious and extraordinary. The king of Lanzhou said solemnly, Wenhua, you must try your best to befriend the people of the Fengling Yuing sect. If they have any requests, you must fulfill them and inform me immediately. I understand. Qin Wenhua was overjoyed. The king of Lanzhou attaches great importance to the Fengling Yu shadow sect, and this time it was the old medicine master invited by Qin Wenhua who saved the king of Lanzhou's life. Qin Wenhua's status in the Lanzhou royal palace will surely rise in the future. He might very well have a chance to sit in the position of heir apparent. Outside the door, Qin Wenxi and Qin Wenyan had also thought of this, and both of them clenched their fists, their eyes filled with resentment and anger. They went to such great lengths to invite Xiao Yangzi and the legendary physician Li, only to have it all benefit Yao Chun, while Qin Wenhua was the one who benefited. After leaving the Lanzhao prince's mansion, Ji Taichang quietly blended into the bustling streets, silently changing his appearance and demeanor. Only after changing his disguise did he leave Lanzhao city and begin his return to the Qingyun sect. I'm grateful for the life-saving grace of a prince of the great Wu dynasty and a powerful nascent soul stage expert. Let me think about what kind of reward I should accept. Ji Taichang stroked his chin, lost in thought. It seems a bit of a loss to directly ask for treasures and resources. Even if we could get magic weapons, they wouldn't be of any key use. The fire cloud cauldron is enough. Forget it, let's save this life-saving favor for now. If we encounter trouble in the future, we can ask the Prince of Lanzhao for help. I remember there seemed to be more than 2 nascent soul stage experts in the prince's mansion. Ji Taichang made a decision quickly. As for that old man from Medicine King Valley, although he doesn't have much time left, his status and position are still there. If we help him treat his injuries, it will be of great use in the future. Medicine King Valley. I should make time to visit Medicine King Valley. Maybe I can snatch a few patients of high status from them and do them some good deeds. After all, the martial arts world isn't just about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social interactions. Ji Taichang pondered as he flew. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of an ancient city below out of the corner of his eye. This looks familiar. Isn't this Feiyun City, where Li Jinlian lives? Ji Taichang slapped his forehead. He had been a little distracted, so he veered off course and passed by Flying Cloud City. Since we're already here, I still remember that woman Li Jinlian stole half of my purple jade vine and didn't take it back. Ji Taichang immediately used the turtle breathing technique to conceal his aura and silently sneak into the Lin family. With his current powerful cultivation and divine sense perception, he quickly located the Lin family's treasure vault. Ji Taichang spread his divine sense, and with just a wisp of soul power, he knocked all the Lin family guards unconscious. He drew his swift sword and unleashed powerful sword energies, cutting the Lin family's treasure vault and its foundation off, taking it all away. The Lin family patriarch quickly sensed a powerful sword aura fluctuation, and his expression immediately changed. When he arrived at the scene, he only saw a deep pit where the Lin family treasure had been. The treasure had vanished into thin air. No. No. Which damned bastard did you? I swear I'll kill you. The Lin family patriarch trembled with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. He soared into the sky, his divine sense spreading wildly as he tried to find the murderer. Chapter 75 Supreme Sword Bone. How come it's only a little over 200,000 spirit stones? How can the powerful city of Feiyun be so poor? As Ji Taichang returned to the Qingyun sect, he took inventory of the Lin family's treasury and immediately showed a look of disgust. If the Lin family patriarch heard these words, he would probably vomit blood and be so angry that he would be fuming. Soon, Ji Taichang returned to the Qingyun sect. His powerful divine sense enveloped the entire sect, and he sensed Lin Shuiyue's location. He then headed straight for the council hall. Greetings, Senior Ji. Inside the council hall, Lin Shuiyue was discussing sect affairs with more than a dozen elders and deacons. When they saw Ji Taichang appear, they all showed respect and bowed to him. Ji Taichang nodded slightly and handed a storage ring to Lin Shuiyue. This is. Lin Shuiyue was somewhat puzzled, but when she scanned the area with her divine sense and saw the mountain of various resources and treasures inside, she was immediately moved. Where did you come from? Inside, there is not only the Lin family's treasure trove, but also defensive formations, protective talismans, and many other resources and treasures that Ji Taichang bought from Lanzhao City at a high price, enough to boost the overall strength of the Qingyun sect. Ji Taichang casually said, I sold some unused items from the sect's treasury and took 1,000,000 spirit stones with me to Lanzhao City to buy them. Lin Shuiyue hesitated for a moment, then finally said softly, thank you for your hard work. She already knew that Ji Taichang had taken resources and spirit stones from the sect's treasury. Actually, Lin Shuiyue wanted to ask where the Lin family's treasure trove came from, but Ji Taichang didn't want to say, so she wisely didn't press him. Second elder, third elder, go and set up the defensive formation. Also, distribute these protective talismans to the sect's most core geniuses, elders, and deacons. Lin Shuiyue quickly made arrangements and put things in an orderly manner. Yes. Lu Zuelan and the others nodded quickly, turned around and left the council hall to get busy. Only Ji Taichang and Lin Shuiyue remained in the vast council hall. Noticing the burning gaze from Ji Taichang, Lin Shueyue's beautiful face flushed slightly, and her heart raced. I also have some things to attend to. Bang! Before Lin Shueyue could finish speaking, Ji Taichang waved his hand, and the doors of the council hall slammed shut. Furthermore, Ji Taichang casually released a burst of spiritual energy, forming a barrier that isolated the council hall from the outside world. Ji Taichang flashed behind Lin Shueyue and embraced her plump and beautiful body. Xiao Chang, Lin Shueyue wanted to say something more, but her rosy lips were silenced by a kiss. The two kissed deeply for a long time. Ji Taichang's hands were not at all well behaved, exploring up and down, making Lin Shueyue's face turn so red that it was almost dripping with water, and her whole body went weak. Ding! Detected that Lin Shueyue's favorability has increased by 8 points. You can obtain 10% of Yang Weil's cultivation ability. Lin Shueyue's favorability, 90. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. Moon, shall we be together? Ji Taichang cupped Lin Shueyue's face in his hands, looked directly into her eyes, and spoke with sincerity and earnestness. Lin Shueyue lowered her head shyly, let out a soft whisper from her red lips, and took the initiative to hug Ji Taichang's waist. Ding! Detected that Lin Shueyue's favorability has increased by 10 points. You can obtain 10% of Yang Weil's cultivation ability. Lin Shueyue's favorability, 100. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a surprise gift pack. 1 day later. Lin Shueyue, being inexperienced in such matters, quickly succumbed and fell into a deep sleep, a genuine smile of satisfaction on her lips as she clung to Ji Taichang like an octopus. Ji Taichang gently kissed her beautiful face, then quietly got up and left the council hall. System, acquire the ability. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20% of Yang Weil's abilities. As the system notification tone faded, a strange blood-red light flashed in Ji Taichang's eyes. He had gained all of Yang Weil's abilities, but without any side effects or aftereffects. His understanding and mastery of the blood transformation demon art deepened, and his combat power increased significantly after unleashing the blood explosion ability. Ji Taichang estimated that even without using the fire cloud cauldron, he could kill anyone below the nascent soul stage by unleashing his blood explosion ability. However, this was just an extra bonus for Ji Taichang. The real highlight is the surprise gift package. Ji Taichang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. Come on, let me see what's in this surprise gift package. Ding! Surprise gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Supreme Sword Bone. Boom! As the system notification sound faded, Ji Taichang's body trembled violently. His chest glowed and heated, and a vast and boundless power appeared out of thin air, as if containing a small sun, transforming into a primordial bone. As the Supreme Sword Bone took shape, a grand and supreme aura revived, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Clang! In a daze, it seemed as if a thunderous sword cry resounded in all directions. Within the entire Qingyun sect territory, all the precious swords trembled violently, soared into the sky, and circled around Ji Taichang, cheering and submitting. Ji Taichang's black hair danced wildly, as if his entire being had transformed into a divine sword, its terrifying sword intent soaring into the universe and illuminating the heavens. At this moment, Ji Taichang seemed to have transformed into the supreme ruler of the sword. In an instant, all the cultivators of the Qingyun sect were alarmed. They felt a supreme sword intent permeating the air, causing everyone's souls to tremble and every inch of their flesh to shake. Many even knelt down uncontrollably. This sword intent, could it be that a powerful sword cultivator at the nascent soul stage has made a move? What's going on? The members of the Qingyun sect were shocked, fearful, and confused, having no idea what had happened. Despite the immense pressure and fear, Lu Tsuilan, who possessed the highest cultivation level, cautiously flew over, only to see Ji Taichang standing in mid-air, emanating a powerful sword intent. Whoosh! Ji Taichang suddenly looked over, his eyes seeming to transform into two sword energies. Just by his gaze falling, the invisible pressure caused Lu Tsuilan to fall from mid-air with a thud, prostrate on the ground, unable to withstand it at all. This terrified Lu Tsuilan. Senior Ji, truly a nascent soul stage expert. Moreover, this kind of pressure is so terrifying that it is definitely not just a simple matter of the first or second level of the nascent soul stage. Lu Tsuilan's heart pounded wildly, filled with both deep shock and overwhelming joy. How fortunate the Qingyun sect is to have such a terrifying nascent soul stage expert backing them up. Ji Taichang sensed the terrifying power contained within the supreme sword bone in his chest. Even with his composed demeanor, his heart pounded and his blood pressure rose. He was overjoyed. Chapter 76: The Alchemy Conference. The Supreme Swordbone not only contains terrifying and unimaginable power, but it also continuously absorbs the spiritual power in Ji Taichung's body, purifies and transforms it, and finally turns it into strands of special spiritual power containing innate sword intent, which are fed back into Ji Taichung's body. Those strands of spiritual energy continuously flowed into every inch of Ji Taichung's flesh and blood, nourishing and transforming his body. This made his meridians and dantian wider and wider, his spiritual power incredibly solid and vast, impurities in his body were annihilated, and his bones shimmered with golden light. The Supreme Sword Bone is nourishing and replenishing his body. Ji Taichung's blood was bright red and sparkling like diamonds, as thick and heavy as mercury. When it flowed through his veins, it made a sound like a tsunami. His muscle strength has also been greatly improved. Ji Taichung's breathing was like a hurricane, his heartbeat was like thunder, and his physical body underwent an astonishing change. Previously, Ji Taichung was just an ordinary Golden Core Stage 9 cultivator. However, after being nurtured and transformed by the Supreme Sword Bone, although his cultivation level did not improve significantly, it was equivalent to rebuilding his foundation, resulting in a dramatic increase in his combat power. Ji Taichung even had a strong intuition. If he were to unleash the power of the Supreme Sword Bone, perhaps it's possible to defeat a nascent soul stage expert. This Supreme Sword Bone is terrifyingly powerful. As expected of a product from the system, Ji Taichung's heart pounded wildly, his mouth went dry, and he was incredibly excited and thrilled. Sister Yang Yao is a genius in alchemy, so her surprise gift package is the insights and inheritance of the Firecloud Pill King. Yuer's surprise gift is the Supreme Sword Bone. Could it be that Yuer is a sword genius? But why? I've examined her body more than once, yet I haven't discovered any talent for swordsmanship? While pleasantly surprised, a question also arose in Ji Taichung's mind. I wonder what kind of talent Xin Wolin possesses. If we max out her favorability. Ji Taichung licked his lips, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Ji Taichung caught a glimpse of Lu Tsuilan, who was prostrate on the ground, overwhelmed by the pressure of the Supreme Sword Bone. With a thought, Ji Taichung withdrew the power of the Supreme Sword Bone and used the turtle breathing technique to completely conceal the aura of the Supreme Sword Bone, returning to his original appearance. But he also possessed a subtle yet sharp and intimidating aura. Ji Taichung waved his hand, and all the densely packed swords floating in midair flew back to their respective owners. Don't worry, I just had a sudden enlightenment while practicing a sword technique and gained some insights. Go back now. Ji Taichung looked at Lu Tsuilan, his voice calm. Yes. Lu Tsuilan felt a sense of relief wash over her face filled with fervor and respect. After bowing to Ji Taichung, she immediately withdrew. When she tells the rest of the Qingyun sect about this, it is bound to cause a huge uproar. Ji Taichung flashed back to the council hall. Because of the spiritual energy barrier he had set up in the council hall, Lin Shueyue was unaware of what had just happened and was still sleeping soundly. It wasn't just because she and Ji Taichung had fought fiercely for a long time. It was also because, during this period, as the sect leader of Qingyun sect, she had undertaken many affairs and had been busy, her nerves were on edge, and she was already exhausted. Now she can rest in peace and is sleeping soundly. With a look of heartache in his eyes, Ji Taichung gently embraced her and held her in his arms to rest. The following day at noon, the sun was high in the sky when Lin Shueyue finally woke up, stretched comfortably, and then was pressed against something. Seeing Ji Taichung's smiling expression, Lin Shueyue's body stiffened slightly. Recalling the madness and intimacy of last night, her face flushed and felt hot. But she didn't run away from anything. Instead, she took the initiative to hug Ji Taichung and kissed him fiercely. Xiao Chang, from now on I'm yours, you have to take responsibility for me. She wrapped her arms around Ji Taichung's neck, gazing at him with tender affection in her beautiful eyes. Good. Ji Taichung chuckled and was about to turn over when he suddenly opened his eyes wide and was pinned down by Lin Shueyue. Another day later, Ji Taichung had already examined Lin Shueyue's entire body, but still couldn't find any swordsmanship talent in her. He asked with some doubt, Moon, do you have some hidden swordsmanship talent that you haven't awakened yet? Lin Shueyue's delicate body stiffened slightly, then she said nonchalantly, No, why are you asking that question? It's nothing, I was just asking. Ji Taichung chuckled. A complex look flashed in Lin Shueyue's eyes. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. After spending several days with Lin Shueyue, Ji Taishang did not forget his main business and prepared to go to Medicine King Valley to find the old Dr. Li. Lin Shueyue gently helped Ji Taichang change her clothes and tidied her garments. Seeing that he was about to leave again, Lin Shueyue didn't ask him where he was going. Instead, she gently kissed him on the cheek and said softly, "Be careful and come back soon." Ji Taichang smiled and said, "Don't worry." Just as Lin Shueyue was about to see Ji Taichang off from the sect, a gatekeeper disciple ran over quickly. Sect Master. Senior Ji. A letter has arrived from the envoy of the Prince of Lanzhou. The gatekeeper respectfully handed over a letter with gold lettering. An envoy from the Prince of Lanzhou? Lin Shueyue was a little curious. She opened the letter, read its contents, and then looked a little bewildered. The Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect? Yao Chen, the Elder Yao? But, I don't know him? Ji Taichang raised an eyebrow, took the letter, and immediately understood. But it turns out. 3 days later is the Great Wu Dynasty's Alchemy Conference, which will be open to all alchemists within the Great Wu Dynasty. Through layers of selection and competition, the conference aims to select the most outstanding alchemists and train them. Those who make it to the finals of the alchemy tournament will receive generous rewards. If you can achieve a high ranking in the finals, you will even receive an award personally presented by the Emperor of the Great Wu Dynasty. The Prince of Lanzhou sent a letter inviting Yao Chen to serve as an honorary judge for the alchemy conference. However, the Lanzhou royal palace could not find the Fenglingyuing sect, nor could they contact Yao Chen, so they sent a letter to the Qingyun sect, hoping that the Qingyun sect would convey this message. Ji Taichang looked at the gatekeeper and said, "Tell the envoy from the Lanzhou prince's mansion that we will pass on the message to Elder Yao, but we cannot guarantee whether Elder Yao will participate." Yes. The gatekeeper nodded respectfully. Lin Shueyue asked curiously, "Xiao Chang, do you know Elder Yao from the Fenglingyuing sect?" "We met by chance." Ji Taichang nodded, not continuing the conversation on this topic, but quickly changed the subject. "Sister Yang Yao has a good talent for alchemy and has recently broken through to the Golden Core stage. This alchemy conference is a good opportunity for her to show her skills and hone her alchemy techniques. Why don't we let her participate?" Chapter 77 Preaching and Instruction. Upon hearing this, Lin Shueyue's eyes lit up. "That's a great idea. Yao Yao is a genius at alchemy. If she can shine in the alchemy competition, it will be a great opportunity for her. If she can win a prize, it will also make our Qingyun sect famous." The two hit it off immediately and went to the pill hall to find Yang Yao and tell her the news. The alchemy conference. Great, great. Yang Yao's eyes also lit up. She was quite surprised and excited. For alchemists, the alchemy conference is an excellent opportunity to hone their alchemy skills, showcase their talents, and gain fame throughout the world. Witnessing the competition among other alchemy masters is definitely all benefits and no harm. Yang Yao said excitedly, "I'll make preparations right away and bring some talented disciples from the pill hall to participate." Yang Yao and Lin Shueyue quickly got to work. Ji Taichang stroked his chin, lost in thought. 3 days isn't enough for a round-trip. Medicine King Valley is too far from Qingyun sect. Never mind, that old fellow, Dr. Li, will most likely be attending the alchemy conference. I'll treat him then. I have to go with Sister Yang Yao to the alchemy conference and protect her. Although Yang Yao has excellent talent and skills in alchemy, she may not be considered top tier in the entire Great Wu Dynasty. It's not that she's not talented enough. Rather, it was because she came from a small sect like the Qingyun sect, and the inheritance and resources she had previously been exposed to were far inferior to those of the top alchemy sects and aristocratic families of the Great Wu Dynasty. But if Ji Taichang secretly helps, you're sure to get a good ranking. This is a good thing for Yang Yao and the Qingyun sect, and it will benefit the development of the Qingyun sect. This thought came to mind. After Yang Yao finished selecting the disciples of the pill hall and returned to her alchemy room alone, Ji Taichang followed her in with a flash. Yang Yao looked around nervously, and after finding that no one was paying attention, she quickly closed the door and then threw herself into Ji Taichang's arms. "You bad husband. Where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you anywhere." Her delicate and voluptuous body pressed tightly against Ji Taichang, her voice sweet and coquettish, instantly arousing Ji Taichang's lust. "I've been busy with other things these past few days. Does my wife miss me?" Ji Taichang chuckled mischievously and lifted Yang Yao's chin. "Think." Yang Yao nodded vigorously, stood on tiptoe, and took the initiative to kiss him. 3 days later. After Ji Taichang imparted all his knowledge to Yang Yao over the past few days, he poured out his heart and soul into her alchemical knowledge. Her face was radiant, and she possessed an increasingly captivating charm, as alluring as a ripe peach, making Ji Taichang linger and forget everything else. Alright, you naughty boy, get up quickly, the alchemy tournament is about to begin. With a blush on her face, Yang Yao lifted Ji Taichang from her arms. Cough cough. Ji Taichang wiped his mouth and said in a serious tone, "Have you memorized all the knowledge points of the Fire Cloud Pill scripture that I taught you these past few days? If you can comprehend them all, even if you can't win first place in the Pill Dao competition, at least entering the top 10 shouldn't be a problem." You scoundrel! Yang Yao blushed and spat lightly. What kind of person imparts knowledge of the Fire Cloud Pill scripture while doing that kind of thing? How am I supposed to remember it? It's okay, I can teach you again. Ji Taichang chuckled mischievously and grabbed Yang Yao's small hand. Stop fooling around. The alchemy tournament is about to begin. Yang Yao felt her legs go weak, and she hurriedly slapped Ji Taichang's hand away, frantically changing her clothes. A moment later. After Yang Yao finished packing, she brought along 12 of the most outstanding disciples from the Pill Hall to participate in the Pill Dao conference. The preliminary rounds of the alchemy tournament are held in each state, and only the top 10 alchemists from each state are qualified to go to the capital to participate in the finals. The preliminary rounds in Lanzhou were held in Lanzhou City. Upon learning that Yang Yao was going to lead a group to participate in the alchemy conference, many elders, deacons, and disciples of the Qingyun sect came to see her off, their eyes filled with anticipation. You, sect leader Lin, why don't you come along and take a look too? Ji Taichang looked at Lin Shuiyue and winked at her. Okay. Lin Shuiyue nodded, but did not refuse. Therefore, Ji Taichang personally propelled a cloud ship, leading everyone towards Lanzhou City. The cloud ship has 3 decks. Yang Yao and a group of Dan Dian disciples gathered on the deck, admiring the surrounding scenery with expressions of curiosity and joy on their faces. Those below the Golden Core stage cannot fly, and Yang Yao had only recently broken through to the Golden Core stage, so they rarely had the opportunity to overlook the land from high above. Ji Taichang and Lin Shuiyue then went to a room on the 3rd floor. Lin Shuiyue looked around nervously, and after realizing that Yang Yao and the others hadn't noticed them, she immediately closed the door and sat down next to Ji Taichang. Xiaochang, where have you been these past 3 days? Lin Shuiyue wrapped her snow-white arms around Ji Taichang's neck, and her heavy, full-moon-shaped breasts suffocated Ji Taichang's head, making it impossible for him to breathe. I'm going out to take care of some errands. Ji Taichang said in a muffled voice, a refreshing fragrance wafting into his nose, making him feel relaxed and happy. It will take at least several hours to get from here to Lanzhou City, Lin Shuiyue's mature and charming face flushed slightly. She licked her rosy lips and directly undid Ji Taichang's clothes. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, let alone 3 days. Lin Shuiyue had been alone in her room for many years, and only 3 days ago did she truly experience the wonderful feeling. Having tasted the sweetness, she naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to be alone with the other person and took advantage of every spare moment. 2 hours later. Ji Taichang rubbed his lower back and gasped, "Luckily, my body has been strengthened by the supreme sword bone, giving me the body of a golden kidney warrior, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to withstand it." On the surface, Yue appears aloof and conservative, but I never expected her to be so different in private, so playful. Looking back on the past, Ji Taichang couldn't help but admire him. Lin Shuiyue is truly a rare beauty. After a period of seeking and nurturing, her temperament became increasingly charming and alluring, her energy and spirit improved significantly, and she radiated beauty. Lin Shuiyue changed her clothes in front of Ji Taichang with a generous and open demeanor, skipping and jumping as she put on a purple ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress. Her long, black hair cascaded down, highlighting her beautiful face, and she gave Ji Taichang a sweet smile. Then, she personally helped Ji Taichang get dressed and tidied up the scene before the two of them quietly left the house one after the other. Seeing Lin Shuiyue's ears turn slightly red, yet she pretends to chat with Yang Yao as if nothing is wrong, Ji Taichang finds it quite amusing. It'll be really fun once they all find out about their relationship with each other. Ji Taichang's lips curled up slightly, and an evil plan surfaced in his mind. More than an hour later. At the end of the mountains and valleys, a vast and prosperous city appeared before our eyes. We have arrived at Lanzhou City. Chapter 78 Blood Lotus Cult Attack. Today marks the start of the Taoist Alchemy Conference. Alchemists from many sects in Lanzhou gathered in Lanzhou City, along with many onlookers who had come to watch. The streets were bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. The preliminary rounds of the alchemy tournament were held in Lanzhou City Square. The most spacious area in the center was the competition area, surrounded by areas such as the ceremony area, the viewing area, the VIP building, and the market. The preliminary round was hosted by the Lanzhou Royal Palace. After registering, all sects could enter the venue and wait for the official start of the competition to draw lots for their matches. The king of Lanzhou was not present. The person sitting in the main seat was Princess Qin Miaoyi. When she saw the Qingyun sect members appear, her eyes lit up, and she immediately led some people from the prince's mansion to greet them. Senior Ji, it's been a long time. Shimen Chuefeng's alias and Ji Aotian's alias are different. However, in order to deal with the YA sect, Ji Taichang used the alias Shimen Chuefeng to ask Qin Miaoyi for help. Zhu Jin then learned that Ji Aotian was Shimen Chuefeng and told Qin Miaoyi about it. Qin Miaoyi bowed to Ji Taichang, then looked at Lin Shuiyue and smiled. This must be sect leader Lin? Indeed, she possesses a dignified demeanor and is exceptionally talented and beautiful. Lin Shuiyue was surprised that the dignified princess would personally come to greet her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she said solemnly, "Your Highness is too kind. Speaking of which, I must thank Your Highness for sending your personal guards to assist the Qingyun sect some time ago. Our Qingyun sect will forever remember this kindness." Qin Miaoyi smiled and said, "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Senior Ji. By the way, Senior Ji, has Senior Yao agreed to attend the alchemy conference?" Qin Miaoyi looked at Ji Taichang again, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Hard to say." Ji Taichang shook his head. "I have already given him the invitation, but Yao Lao has always been capricious and willful, so I don't know if he will come." "All right." Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyi was somewhat disappointed, but she still wore a warm smile and personally welcomed Ji Taichang and his entourage into the venue, arranging the best seats for them. Qin Wenwo also ran over excitedly to greet Ji Taichang, and they exchanged pleasantries. He was in high spirits and surrounded by several imposing guards. Clearly, he had brought in the old doctor to save the life of the Prince of Lanzhou, which had greatly enhanced his status and treatment in the Prince of Lanzhou's mansion. Ji Taichang also took the opportunity to introduce Qin Miaoyi, Qin Wenwo, and others to Lin Shuiyue and the others. Qin Miaoyi and Qin Wenwo knew the Qingyun sect had a deep connection with Fenglingyuan sect, so they were quite serious and brought many powerful figures from the royal palace to get acquainted with the people of Qingyun sect. Hiss. Which sect is this that deserves the personal greeting of the princess and the seventh young master? Isn't that the Qingyun sect? Just an ordinary sect, how could it be like this? This scene drew frequent glances from cultivators from other sects, who showed expressions of surprise. Ji Taichang could clearly sense some unfriendly gazes from the YA sect's team. Clearly, there are still people in the Boundless sect who harbor resentment towards the Azure Cloud sect. By the way, Your Highness, what exactly is the relationship between the Boundless sect and the Jade Gate sect? Ji Taichang's heart stirred, and he casually asked. Qin Miaoyi explained in a low voice, 1,000 years ago, the main branch of the Woya sect made a grave mistake and was expelled from the sect, thus founding the Human sect. The Human sect has been trying its best to make amends for its past mistakes and has gradually gained the forgiveness of the Woya sect. It is precisely because of the support of the Boundless sect that the Jade Gate sect has been able to develop and grow rapidly. The Jade Gate sect can be considered a branch of the Boundless sect. But rest assured, with the support of the Lanzhou Royal Palace, the YA sect would never dare to cause trouble for the Qingyun sect for the sake of the Human sect. Upon hearing this, Ji Taichang suddenly understood. Although Qin Miaoyi said that, Ji Taichang was not at ease. He doesn't like leaving behind any future problems. Since the Boundless sect still harbors resentment towards the Azure Cloud sect, we must find an opportunity to eliminate them in the future. After waiting for more than an hour, the Daoist Alchemy Conference has officially begun. The judges, comprised of high-ranking officials from the Lanzhou Royal Palace and some renowned alchemists from Lanzhou, read out the rules, drew lots, and divided the competition venues for alchemists of different ranks. Ji Taichang yawned, showing no interest in these matters. Given Yang Yao's level of alchemy, passing the preliminary round shouldn't be too difficult. As for the other alchemists in the pill hall, almost none of them had a chance of passing the preliminary rounds. Their aptitude and alchemy skills were far inferior to Yang Yao's. They were simply brought out to broaden their horizons. Ji Taichang suddenly moved closer to Lin Shuiyue, quietly took her soft little hand, and idly drew circles on it. Then his hands started to wander, drawing circles upwards, climbing up the full moon bowl. Stop it! Lin Shuiyue's beautiful face flushed slightly, and she quickly pressed down on Ji Taichang's hand, glancing nervously left and right. Just as the preliminary rounds of the alchemy tournament were in full swing, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! With a deafening roar suddenly rang out, streams of dark demonic energy began to rise from all around the square, transforming into 12 black banners that intertwined and instantly formed a massive killing formation. He. The alchemy conference is quite lively. Why didn't you invite my Blood Lotus sect to such a great event? A seductive and alluring voice rang out, yet it carried a chilling aura and murderous intent. An even more terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, as if the sky were pressing down, sweeping across the entire venue of the alchemy conference. The pressure of a nascent soul stage cultivator. That voice, it's Luo Hongyi, a protector of the Blood Lotus sect. Oh no! How could such a demon be here? Alchemists and cultivators from various sects and families all looked up abruptly, their eyes filled with shock. A tall, voluptuous figure appeared in mid-air, dressed in red, her bare white feet treading on the air, and glimpses of the dark forest could be seen in the distance. Her skirt was open, revealing a large expanse of snow-white light. But faced with this boundless spring scenery, many cultivators were terrified, their backs covered in cold sweat, as if they had seen a ghost. Simply because the other party is a notorious nascent soul stage demon. You audacious demon! Qin Miaoyi was startled at first, but quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, "How dare you come to disrupt the alchemy conference? You have a lot of nerve. They've practically walked right into a trap." Everyone in the Lanzhou prince's mansion was on high alert, surrounding Qin Miaoyi. Luo Hongyi covered her mouth and chuckled, "He. I'm so scared. Your Lanzhou prince's mansion is so powerful, why don't you call the Lanzhou prince out to face me? I'm afraid that old guy is still unconscious, right?" Upon hearing this, Ji Taichang's heart stirred. Luo Hongyi knew that the Prince of Lanzhou was seriously injured and unconscious, but she did not know that the Prince of Lanzhou had been saved by Yao Chen. Obviously, this news was deliberately blocked and concealed by the prince's mansion. That's why Luo Hongyi took the opportunity to cause trouble. Chapter 79 Luo Hongyi reappears. The princess and young master of the Lanzhou royal palace, and so many alchemists from various sects. This is fantastic. Luo Hongyi licked her rosy lips, her eyes shining. Fellow Taoists, please enter my soul banner for a discussion. Boom. Luo Hongyi formed hand seals, unleashing her terrifying nascent soul stage cultivation. A black soul banner shot out from her dantian, growing larger in the wind. In an instant, a cold wind howled, and surging demonic energy rose into the sky, as if opening the gates of the underworld. Countless vengeful ghosts and vengeful spirits appeared and disappeared, accompanied by mournful howls that echoed through the air. Not good. The cultivators who witnessed this scene were all terrified, their faces turning pale and their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Even Lin Xueyue turned pale and subconsciously leaned against Ji Taichang, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure of the nascent soul stage. Stop this insolence! From the Lanzhou prince's mansion's ranks, a fierce shout immediately rang out, and 10 golden core stage experts soared into the sky, joining forces to attack Luo Hongyi. This includes 2 powerful experts at the peak of the 9th level of the golden core stage, whose combat strength is extraordinary. The Prince of Lanzhou was in charge of hosting the alchemy conference, so he naturally sent many powerful figures to oversee the event. Seeing this, the cultivators from many sects felt a glimmer of hope rekindle in their eyes. The venue for the alchemy conference is very close to the prince's mansion in Lanzhou. The appearance of a demon here must have alarmed the nascent soul stage experts of the mansion, who are on their way. If these golden core stage experts can hold off Luo Hongyi for a moment, and the nascent soul stage experts from the Lanzhou prince's mansion arrive, they will be saved. Bang! Luo Hongyi sneered and struck out with her palm. Dark demonic energy intertwined with blood-red light, directly slapping 10 golden core stage experts from mid-air to the ground. They all coughed up blood and suffered severe injuries. The expressions on the faces of the many sect cultivators froze instantly. Please come in, everyone. Luo Hongyi chuckled, and the soul banner in front of her released a monstrous demonic aura, as if it had turned into a black hole. The bodies of many cultivators were uncontrollably sent flying backward, and they were about to be absorbed into the soul banner. Why hasn't Father arrived yet? Could there be other nascent soul stage demons blocking our way? Qin Miaoyi and the others were also covered in cold sweat, their faces filled with fear. Clang! At this critical moment, a loud sword cry suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Ji Taichang formed hand seals, his full head of black hair flying wildly, and his golden feather flying sword rushed out, growing larger in the wind and transforming into a 1,000-foot-long golden giant sword, slashing towards the soul banner. You mere 9th-level golden core cultivator, no matter how hard you try, you can't even damage my soul banner. Luo Hongyi sensed Ji Taichang's cultivation level. A cold smile played on her beautiful lips, her eyes filled with contempt. She didn't even bother to stop Ji Taichang's sword strike. Then the smile on her face froze. With a loud bang, the golden feather flying sword struck the soul banner, as if hundreds of lightning bolts exploded simultaneously. The intense golden light tore through the demonic energy, forcefully sending the soul banner flying. The astonishing devouring power emanating from the soul banner dissipated, and many cultivators fell from mid-air, their eyes filled with lingering fear. Qin Miaoyi, Lin Xueyue, and the others were stunned for a moment, then looked at Ji Taichang with expressions of shock in their eyes. Interesting. You're asking for it. Luo Hongyi's smile faded slightly, turning somewhat sinister. With a flick of her finger, the soul banner unleashed boundless energy, its terrifying killing intent sweeping across the heavens and earth, causing the temperature to plummet, and crashing down upon Ji Taichang. Not good. Senior Shiman is in danger. Upon seeing this, Qin Miaoyi, Qin Wenhua, and the others all had their pupils shrink sharply, and couldn't help but gasp in shock, their eyes wide with horror. It's important to know that Luo Hongyi is no ordinary demon. She is a protector of the Blood Lotus sect, a terrifying being at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Although the soul banner in Luo Hongyi's hand was only a top-grade magic weapon, under the wielding of such a powerful expert, its power was probably no weaker than that of a low-grade magic treasure. Let alone Ji Taichang, who was only at the 9th level of the golden core stage, even a nascent soul stage expert would not be able to withstand him. Faced with Luo Hongyi's furious attack, all the cultivators present paled in shock. Only Ji Taichang remained calm and indifferent, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind. The supreme sword bone in his chest activated, as if containing a blazing sun, and a terrifying and supreme power suddenly erupted. Not only that. Ji Taichang used another forbidden technique. A strange blood-black light intertwined in his eyes, and his blood boiled and burned. His already terrifyingly powerful supreme sword bone surged even more wildly, becoming incredibly violent and astonishing. Blood transformation demon art, blood explosion. The higher one's cultivation level and combat power, the more terrifying the power that can be increased by the blood explosion state. Boom! Ji Taichang gripped the golden feather flying sword, raised his hand, and unleashed his strongest sword strike. The dazzling divine light tore through the overwhelming demonic energy, seemingly capable of splitting heaven and earth. The golden feather flying sword and the soul banner collided with a deafening roar, and the radiant light in the void surged violently, creating wave after wave of aftershocks. The terrifying aura caused many cultivators with lower cultivation levels to uncontrollably prostrate themselves on the ground, their legs trembling. However, the scene that everyone imagined that Ji Taichang would be killed in one blow did not occur. The result of this collision was that the golden feather flying sword cleaved the soul banner away. What? A 9th level golden core cultivator defeating a 5th level nascent soul demon? How could I have such a dream? Am I under an illusion? Damn it, when did this happen? This scene was too shocking and terrifying. Many cultivators could not believe their eyes, and even suspected that they had been attacked by Luo Hongyi's soul and were trapped in an illusion, seeing only a false image. A 9th level golden core cultivator defeating a 5th level nascent soul cultivator is probably only possible in an illusion. This completely defies common sense. Qin Miaoyi was stunned. Her cherry-like mouth was slightly open as she stared blankly at Ji Taichang, yet she vaguely felt that he was very familiar with her. Why, does he look a bit like Yang Dingtian? Could he be Yang Dingtian's master? A thought inexplicably popped into Qin Miaoyi's mind. Xiao Chang, is actually this fierce? Lin Xueyue's eyes widened, her gaze somewhat dazed, as if she were seeing Ji Taichang for the first time, equally astonished by his amazing combat power. He truly is my husband. Yang Yao's eyes were also sparkling, and her gaze towards Ji Taichang was full of admiration and love. It actually blocked it? Even Luo Hongyi narrowed her eyes slightly, her heart filled with immense turmoil. Although she didn't use her full strength, she was still at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Such a powerful and monstrous genius deserves to be included in my soul banner. Luo Hongyi licked her red lips, and suddenly became excited, her full and majestic chest heaving. She immediately formed a hand seal, and her entire body surged with magical power. But she suddenly let out a muffled groan, her face turned pale, and her internal magic became disordered. Damn it! Luo Hongyi cursed inwardly. She was severely injured by Qin Roland's sword energy and then poisoned by Ji Taichang with his knowledge of the Pill King level. Her injuries were so severe that she almost didn't make it through. After recuperating at the Blood Lotus sect for a period of time, her injuries were still not fully healed, and she could not unleash her full strength. Don't let me find out who poisoned you, or I'll slaughter your entire family. Luo Hongyi cursed inwardly. Chapter 80, Defying the Nascent Soul. Thump! Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky, the astonishing sound waves causing everyone's eardrums to sting and buzz. The 12 black flags formed an array barrier, enveloping the entire venue of the alchemy conference and isolating it from the outside world. But at this moment, the array barrier was under terrible attack. The demonic energy was twisted and scattered, and the 12 flags were swaying. It was clear that it could not hold on for long. How so? Upon seeing this, Luo Hongyi's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition arose. General Yang is not in the palace, and the Prince of Lanzhou is seriously injured and unconscious. Only the old steward of the palace is in the nascent soul stage. The 13th prince should not be able to stop that old man with declining health. Which nascent soul stage expert is attacking the array barrier? The situation was urgent, and Luo Hongyi didn't have time to think further. The most urgent task is to arrest all the cultivators at the alchemy conference. She let out a fierce shout, pouring all her demonic power into the soul banner without reservation, and unleashing her full power. In an instant, a gust of cold wind howled, and countless vengeful spirits and ghosts roared and rushed out, all rushing towards Ji Taichang. The soul banner unleashed a terrifying devouring power, attempting to forcibly absorb all the cultivators of the Pildao conference. Which, how dare you be so insolent? Ji Taichang's voice was like thunder, and his whole body radiated dazzling golden light. A terrifying sword intent emanated from him, sweeping across the sky and the earth, causing everyone's swords to tremble and hum violently, flying out uncontrollably and circling around him. The vengeful spirits and vengeful ghosts that rushed out from the soul banner were all shattered before they could even get close to him. Ji Taichang rose into the air, his black hair flying wildly, his robes fluttering in the wind, his aura as imposing as a sword immortal descending to earth. All the cultivators from various sects raised their heads, staring blankly at Ji Taichang's tall and imposing figure, their eyes dazzled. Boom! Ji Taichang formed a hand seal, channeling the power of the supreme sword bone to its limit, pouring it all into the golden feather flying sword, unleashing endless sword light that slashed towards the soul banner. The two collided again, producing a deafening roar. The golden sword energy and the black demonic energy surged violently and annihilated each other, spreading out in concentric circles of aftershocks that sent many cultivators flying and staggering about. To the astonishment of the crowd, the golden feather flying sword, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, actually cleaved the soul banner away once again, causing Luo Hongyi to grunt and stagger back 3 steps. How is this possible? Even Luo Hongyi was stunned, staring intently at Ji Taichang, her heart filled with turmoil. Although she was still recovering from serious injuries and could not unleash her full strength, she could still unleash the power of the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage when she went all out, but she was still defeated by Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang is only at the 9th level of the golden core stage. To use a golden core stage cultivation to fight against a nascent soul stage cultivator, especially a nascent soul stage cultivator at the 3rd level, is simply unheard of. What a terrifying monster this is! Even the most brilliant geniuses of the Great Wu dynasty paled in comparison to Ji Taichang, like mayflies gazing at the moon. Such a terrifying prodigy, even the most supreme Holy Lands and immortal sects might not be able to cultivate one. Where, did he just appear out of nowhere? Such a prodigy, if only I could cultivate with him. Luo Hongyi was shocked, but her eyes also held a complex mix of fear, admiration, and fervor. She stared intently at Ji Taichang's tall and imposing figure, and unconsciously squeezed her legs together, rubbing them gently. She couldn't help but lick her red lips. Ding! Luo Hongyi's favorability has increased by 110 points. The host can obtain 10% of the Black Demon Lord's cultivation ability. Please select. Luo Hongyi's favorability, 10. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Ji Taichang's mind. Question mark. Even Ji Taichang was taken aback, a question mark appearing above his head. Wait, buddy? Is that correct? Before he could figure out why Luo Hongyi's favorability rating had increased, he saw that the woman had already taken the soul banner and rushed to Ji Taichang's side like lightning. Ji Taichang snorted coldly, showing no fear whatsoever. He raised his golden feather flying sword, unleashing a heaven-reaching sword intent, and engaged in a fierce battle with Luo Hongyi. With the combined power of supreme sword bone and explosive blood, Ji Taichang's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Streams of sword energy swept across the sky, colliding and fighting with Luo Hongyi one after another, bursting out with booming sounds that shook the surrounding area. Even someone as strong as Luo Hongyi was momentarily at a disadvantage and was injured by Ji Taichang. This scene was so unbelievable that everyone present was stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Senior Shiman Chuefeng, just who was he? Such a monstrous and terrifying talent, could it be from one of those ancient and terrifying holy lands or immortal sects? Qin Miaoyi couldn't help but mutter to herself, staring blankly at Ji Taichang, her heart filled with immense waves of shock. To defeat a nascent soul cultivator while only at the golden core stage is unprecedented in the history of the Great Wu dynasty. There is an insurmountable gap between the nascent soul stage and the golden core stage in theory, it should be impossible to cross. My husband is so amazing. No wonder he received a blessing from the immortals. Lin Shueyue and Yang Yao stared at Ji Taichang with tender eyes. Ji Taichang's behavior at this moment made them even more convinced that Ji Taichang had received a blessing from the immortals. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why he became so powerful and terrifying. After a brief but intense battle, Ji Taichang and Luo Hongyi. Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out, and a golden halberd seemed to cleave the heavens and earth, tearing apart the overwhelming demonic energy and forcefully breaking through the array barrier of this place. A tall and imposing figure descended from the sky, clad in golden armor and wielding a halberd, like a god of war descending. His terrifying aura at the nascent soul stage swept in all directions, causing Luo Hongyi's expression to change drastically. What horrified her most was that the other person was holding a bloody head, its eyes wide open in anger, its death unresolved. It was none other than the 13th elder of the Blood Lotus sect, a powerful figure at the nascent soul stage. King of Lanzhou. Weren't you already seriously injured and unconscious? How come you're all right? Luo Hongyi couldn't help but gasp in shock, her face contorted in disbelief. The king of Lanzhou did not answer, but instead glanced around the venue of the alchemy conference. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that everyone was safe and sound. The king of Lanzhou's gaze quickly fell on Ji Taichang, and he felt an indescribable sense of oppression, which stirred up great waves in his heart. How could a cultivator at the 9th level of the golden core stage exert pressure on a veteran nascent soul stage expert who had been renowned for hundreds of years? Before the king of Lanzhou could think any further, he saw Luo Hongyi turn and run away, and immediately shouted coldly, "You audacious vixen, prepare to die." The king of Lanzhou took a sudden step, his entire body transforming into a blazing golden light as he swiftly pursued the enemy, raising his halberd and slashing down fiercely. Even in his prime, Luo Hongyi was no match for the king of Lanzhou, let alone now that he is still recovering from serious injuries. Chapter 81: An unexpected surprise, shattering the core to form an infant. The king of Lanzhou and Luo Hongyi engaged in a fierce battle in the distance. Two terrifying nascent soul stage forces collided and clashed repeatedly, producing deafening roars. The terrifying pressure and aura spread continuously, shaking and rumbling the vast earth. Seeing that the Prince of Lanzhou had a firm grip on the game and was constantly injuring Luo Hongyi, Ji Taichang finally felt relieved. He did not pursue, but quickly deactivated his bloodlust state. Blood explosion can burn all the blood and life force in the body to gain a temporary surge in strength, but it cannot be sustained. If the blood explosion state lasts too long, it will cause irreversible damage, harm one's own foundation, or even burn one's life to ashes. After the burst blood state was lifted, Ji Taichung's face was a little pale, his body swayed slightly, and he felt weak all over. Fortunately, his body was strengthened by the supreme sword bone, far surpassing that of ordinary people, and the blood explosion state was not maintained for too long, so the backlash was not too strong. "Senior Ji, are you alright?" Lin Shueyue's gaze had been fixed on Ji Taichung the whole time. Upon seeing this, she couldn't help but exclaim in worry and rushed over to support Ji Taichung's arm. Ji Taichang then leaned into her soft yet voluptuous embrace, looking weak, and comfortably adjusted his position. "Senior Ji, how are you feeling? I have some healing pills here." Seeing this, Yang Yao rushed over, grabbed Ji Taichung's hand, her eyes filled with worry and concern, and personally fed Ji Taichang several healing pills. Ji Taichang lay on Lin Shueyue's voluptuous body, his vision blocked by Yang Yao's majestic full moon, unable to see anything but a refreshing fragrance wafting towards him. Moisture rising. As for the other cultivators, they stared blankly at Ji Taichang, still looking shocked, unable to recover for a long time. The scene of Ji Taichang, with his golden core cultivation, defeating a nascent soul cultivator was simply too shocking. A moment later, a deep, muffled thud echoed from afar, and faintly, a blood-red light seemed to tear through the clouds before disappearing. King Lanzhou arrived through the air, his face calm and expressionless, radiating an invisible yet terrifying pressure that made everyone present tremble with awe. "Father, have you caught that witch?" Qin Miaoyi asked with concern. The king of Lanzhou shook his head. "I severely injured her, but she fought back desperately and escaped using the Blood Lotus sect's blood escape technique." However, her injuries are extremely serious, and she won't be able to cause trouble for at least 3 to 5 years. How are you? Luo Hongyi made a move, yet you were all unharmed. What happened? Mention this matter. Qin Miaoi's eyes lit up, and she immediately recounted what had just happened. Upon hearing that Ji Taichang, with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, had fought against Luo Hongyi, who was at the 5th level of the Nascent Soul stage, and even injured her, even the calm and composed king of Lancao couldn't help but be shocked. He was well aware of the vast difference between the Nascent Soul stage and the Golden Core stage, and even more aware of how terrifying Luo Hongyi's strength was. Therefore, the king of Lancao knew just how incredible it was that Ji Taichang was able to achieve this. Thank you, fellow Taoist Ji Outyan, for your righteous intervention in stopping the Blood Lotus sects which and ensuring the success of the Pil Dao conference. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. My Lancao royal palace owes you a favor, fellow Taoist. The king of Lancao clasped his hands in a fist salute and solemnly bowed to Grand Master Ji. He wasn't just being polite, it was the truth. If Ji Taichang hadn't intervened, the consequences would have been severe if Luo Hongyi had captured many alchemists and cultivators from the Pil Dao conference, as well as Qin Miaoi and other members of the Lancao royal mansion. God knows what the Blood Lotus Church did to them. At that time, the Lancao royal palace and the Great Wu dynasty will probably have to pay a heavy price to redeem them. Your Highness is too kind. It is all I should do. Ji Taichang nodded slightly. Facing this prince of the Great Wu dynasty, he remained neither humble nor arrogant, and his attitude was indifferent. What followed was a round of polite small talk. Elders from numerous sects gathered around, showering Ji Taichang with flattery and gratitude for saving their lives, their attitudes incredibly enthusiastic. Their goal was simple: to befriend this terrifyingly powerful genius. Ji Taichang didn't put on airs and exchanged pleasantries with them. After all, the world isn't all about fighting and killing, it's always good to make more friends. After this battle, Ji Outyan's name will not only shake the entire Great Wu dynasty, but the status and reputation of the Qingyun sect will also rise accordingly. The alchemy conference soon resumed. The king of Lancao even personally oversaw the event on his home turf. Seeing that there were no safety issues, Ji Taichang casually made up an excuse to temporarily leave the alchemy conference. He rode on sword energy and quickly left Lancao City, arriving at a remote and deserted wilderness. Master, receive the cultivation level of the Black Fiend Demon Lord. Ji Taichang looked expectant and happy, silently reciting in his heart. Even he hadn't expected that beating up Luo Hongyi would actually increase his favorability so much. It was truly an unexpected surprise. Does that woman like playing with ace and aim? You know what, after all, she's a demoness from a demonic sect, so it's not impossible. As for the Black Fiend Demon Lord, he was the old leader of the Blood Lotus sect who died many years ago, and Luo Hongyi was once his concubine. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10% of the Black Fiend Demon Lord's cultivation. Boom! As the system notification tone faded, an unprecedented and immense power surged forth from his dantian, like a volcanic eruption, boundless and surging, instantly merging into his body. Ji Taichang's golden core shone with endless light, like the rising sun, and continued to expand. Then, countless cracks appeared, and it exploded with a bang. But breaking is not the end, but a new beginning. All the energy in Ji Taichang's soul essence rapidly condensed and compressed in his dantian, undergoing an astonishing transformation. Finally, a tiny figure, about an inch tall, translucent like glass, with features identical to his own, gradually took shape, shattering his elixir to become an infant. At the same time, suddenly, a terrifying sword intent revived in Ji Taichang's chest. The moment Ji Taichang stepped into the nascent soul stage, his supreme sword bone also grew and underwent a transformation. The brilliant and intense golden light continued to gather and entered the dantian, transforming into a golden sword phantom that fell into Ji Taichang's nascent soul hand, radiating a magnificent sword intent that was as solid as a tangible substance. This caused Ji Taichang's nascent soul to exude a terrifying pressure. Unlike ordinary nascent souls, it was not peaceful and gentle, but rather sharp and aggressive. Between the opening and closing of its slightly closed eyes, there seemed to be a sword light that could sever cause and effect and destroy all laws. Boom! Suddenly, thick tribulation clouds gathered in the sky, and the roar of thunder shook the heavens, transforming into a blazing bolt of lightning that crashed down on Ji Taichang. Nascent Soul Tribulation. Ordinary cultivators who enter the nascent soul stage will be subject to the tribulation of 3-9 thunderbolts, while the chosen ones of heaven can be subject to the tribulation of 4-9 thunderbolts, and those who can be subject to the tribulation of 5-9 thunderbolts are already considered monstrous talents. But this time, what struck Ji Taichan was a full 81 bolts of heavenly lightning, and they were purple heavenly lightning. This is the 9-9 Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 82. One sword sweeps away the thunder tribulation. Above the sky, calamity clouds rolled and churned, as black as ink. An invisible yet terrifying divine might enveloped all living beings, causing them to tremble with fear. Streaks of purple lightning roared in, like dragons howling, churning with destructive energy, violent and terrifying. Such a tribulation of lightning. I'm afraid even ordinary nascent soul stage experts at the 3rd or 4th level would be terrified at the mere mention of it and wouldn't dare to take it head on. Ji Taichang suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp and boundless sword light shone from them, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, and the universe seemed to resonate with it. Ji Taichang's nascent soul and his dantian also rose up, and the golden sword phantom in his hand slashed upwards. A golden sword aura appeared out of thin air, sweeping across the sky, splitting heaven and earth, and collided violently with the purple lightning that filled the sky, bursting out a dazzling light that illuminated the heavens and the earth. A shocking scene unfolded. Under Ji Taichang's earth-shattering sword strike, the purple heavenly lightning instantly shattered, and the tribulation clouds were swept away, the gloomy and dark tribulation clouds dissipated, and the clear sky was restored. The purple lightning transformed into dazzling rain of light, which poured into Ji Taichang's body, tempering his nascent soul and physical body. At this point, Ji Taichang successfully entered the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, a new cultivation technique appeared in his mind, called the Blood Lotus Technique. This appeared at the same time as when he obtained the cultivation of the Black Fiend Demon Lord, just like the Blazing Fire technique that Ji Taichang had obtained before. It was the main cultivation technique that the Black Fiend Demon Lord had practiced during his lifetime. This supreme sword bone is incredibly powerful and terrifying. Ji Taichang's consciousness sank into his chest and dantian, sensing that the supreme sword bone had grown considerably, and the power it contained was becoming increasingly terrifying. Along with it, his nascent soul also gained a sharp sword. With Ji Taichang's current strength, if he were to face Luo Hongyi again, he could easily defeat her even without using his blood explosion technique. This discovery filled him with even greater surprise and excitement. From this moment on, I am also a nascent soul stage expert. Ji Taichang's lips curled into a smirk. He was in a great mood. A nascent soul stage cultivation level is enough to establish a sect and dominate a region in the Great Wu Dynasty. Even the royal family of the Great Wu Dynasty has to give them some face. The Black Fiend Demon Lord's cultivation level of only 10% was enough to propel me into the nascent soul stage. It seems that old Deng's cultivation level was extremely high before he died. We should make good use of Luo Hongyi. First, we should raise her favorability, and then kill her after we've squeezed out all her usefulness. Ji Taichang licked his lips, a bold idea forming in his mind. It's impossible to take it back. Luo Hongyi served 2 generations of leaders of the Blood Lotus sect, committing all sorts of atrocities, including burning, killing, and looting. Ji Taichang would not touch her, but he still needed the cultivation of the Black Fiend Demon Lord. Today is a good day. Ji Taichang hummed a cheerful tune, riding his golden feathered flying sword, and soon traversed the vast land, returning to Lanzhou City. After several rounds of competition, the alchemy conference entered a heated phase, with alchemists from various sects vying for supremacy and employing their respective methods. But Ji Taichang glanced at it and lost interest. The alchemy tournament is divided into 3 ranks: 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade alchemists. As for 4th grade alchemists, there are only a handful in the entire Great Wu Dynasty. They are all top-tier masters. The legendary physician Li and Xie Yangzi are among the best. However, in front of Ji Taichang, a powerful alchemist, even a contest between 3rd grade alchemists seemed somewhat shallow and bland. Fellow Daoist Ji. When the king of Lanzhou saw Ji Taichang return, his eyes lit up and he nodded to him. I don't know why. The king of Lanzhou vaguely sensed that Ji Taichang seemed a little different, possessing a more unfathomable aura, and even his cultivation level was no longer revealed. He found Ji Taichang increasingly mysterious and extraordinary, so he chatted with Ji Taichang, trying to get information out of him and the Fengling EU shadow sect. But Ji Taichang was also a cunning old fox. He answered Lanzhou King's questions flawlessly, without revealing a single piece of information. The Grand Alchemy Conference lasted for 3 days. Everyone here is a cultivator, so they don't need to sleep at all. After 3 days of competition, the top 10 in each grade will be selected and will be able to go to the capital to participate in the finals of the alchemy tournament. As Ji Taichang predicted, Yang Yao made it into the top 10, while the rest of the Dan Hall disciples were wiped out. Senior Ji. I did it. I've made it into the top 10. Upon seeing the results, Yang Yao jumped up in excitement, and the surging full moon seemed to bounce along with her, causing Ji Taichung's eyes to widen and his heart to burn with excitement. Congratulations, Yao Yao. Lin Shueyue smiled broadly, took her best friend's hand, and offered her congratulations. He, it's all thanks to Senior Ji's excellent guidance. Yang Yao stuck out her tongue. Although she longed to throw herself into Ji Taichung's arms and celebrate with him, she didn't dare to make any rash moves in front of her best friend and could only suppress the restlessness in her heart. Congratulations, fellow Taoists, congratulations, young friend Yang. The king of Lanzhou also led everyone from the Lanzhou royal palace over to personally offer his congratulations and present each of the top 10 alchemists with a generous prize. Lanzhou is far from the capital. Next, the group rested for the night in Lanzhou City, preparing to set off for the capital the next day to participate in the final of the alchemy tournament. That night, Ji Taichung turned off the lights and rested early. A petite and delicate figure stealthily pushed open Ji Taichung's door, quickly closed it, and sneaked into Ji Taichung's bed like a thief. My husband. I made it into the top 10. How are you going to reward me? Yang Yao tackled Ji Taichung to the ground, her smooth, fair feet gently swaying on the bed, her pure and pretty face full of a joyful smile. Born into a small sect like Qingyun sect, she defeated many alchemists from the 2 clans in one sect, as well as the Lanzhou royal palace, and made a strong breakthrough into the top 10, which made her very excited. Ji Taichung chuckled mischievously and squeezed Yang Yao's large bowl. What kind of reward do you want? Yang Yao's pretty face flushed slightly, but she still licked her lips, put her hair up, and quickly buried her head. Half an hour later. As the two were engrossed in a duo Q game, a knock sounded on the door, accompanied by a clear and pleasant voice. Senior Ji, are you asleep? Snow, Sister Snow Moon. Yang Yao's body stiffened abruptly, as if struck by lightning. Oh no. Her face flushed with embarrassment and nervousness, she hurriedly got up, dressed, cleaned up the battlefield, and quietly flew out the window, running back to her room in a flash. This girl. Ji Taichung shook his head and smiled. He also dressed neatly, calmed his internal energy, and with a wave of his hand, the power of the nascent soul stage swept across, completely clearing the room of its energy. After making preparations, Ji Taichung opened the door and let Lin Shueyue in. Lin Shueyue wore a black dress, her face was dignified and elegant, with a touch of aloofness, but her figure was voluptuous and alluring, making a stunning impact. She looked around to make sure no one was around, then quickly closed the door, rushed into Ji Taichung's arms like the wind, and kissed him. This is? After their intimate moment, Lin Shueyue blinked, vaguely sensing something else, something faintly familiar. Before she could figure out what that aura was, Ji Taichung was furious and suddenly did a somersault. Soon, Lin Shueyue covered her mouth and let out intermittent soft moans of oh ho ho. Chapter 83 Lin Shueyue's Enemies. Fortunately, Ji Taichung had entered the nascent soul stage and possessed the supreme sword bone to strengthen his body. After pleading for a while, Ji Taichung finally let her go. Lin Shueyue nestled in Ji Taichung's arms, panting heavily, her body drenched in sweat, her eyes filled with seductive allure. A moment later. Lin Shueyue bit her lip and said softly, Xiao Chang, tomorrow, you and Yao Yao go to the capital to participate in the finals of the alchemy tournament. I'll go back to take charge of the sect's affairs. You're lying. Ji Taichung touched Lin Shueyue's conscience, frowned, and instantly judged that Lin Shueyue was lying. Lin Shueyue also felt a little guilty and said, after all, Qingyun's sect has just experienced so many changes. The sect still has many things to deal with and cannot be without a leader for even a day. Ji Taichung lifted Lin Shueyue's chin and looked directly into her evasive eyes. Moon, you were born in the capital, yet you are unwilling to talk about your background and past, and even resist returning to the capital. You're definitely hiding something from me. What exactly happened while you were in the capital? Please tell me. Ji Taichung's concerned and earnest gaze made Lin Shueyue's heart tremble, and a warm current surged up. This is the first time in all these years that someone has treated her with such kindness, cared for her, and cherished her so much. Lin Shueyue opened her mouth, but ultimately nestled in Ji Taichung's arms, gritting her teeth and whispering, I have enemies in the capital. They are very, very strong, with several nascent soul stage cultivators. They are one of the oldest and most terrifying forces in the Great Wu dynasty. That's why I can't go back to the capital, and I don't want you to get involved. I no longer want revenge, I just want to live a peaceful life with you in the Qingyun sect. Lin Shueyue's words gave Ji Taichung a slight jolt. He was both moved and warmed, but a hint of coldness also appeared in his eyes. How can one not seek revenge for a grudge? Ji Taichang touched Lin Shuayua's conscience and said seriously, you've seen it too. When I went all out, I was able to withstand Luo Hongyi, who was at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, I have already comprehended the great Tao of the nascent soul stage. I will break through soon. At that time, killing nascent soul cultivators will be as easy as eating and drinking. I said. I will avenge you myself. Ji Taichang's words shocked Lin Shuayue once again, a warm current flowing through her body, making her feel incredibly moved and warm, and the love in her eyes was almost overflowing. Lin Shuayue wanted to say something more, but she quickly fell silent. Ji Taichang proved his words with his actions. Early in the morning, Lin Shuayue dressed neatly and sneaked out of Ji Taichang's room like a thief, returning to her own room. Good morning, Senior Ji. Good morning, Yao sister Shuayue. When Ji Taichang met Lin Shuayue and Yang Yao again, they greeted each other with smiles as if nothing had happened. Ji Taichang remained calm. Lin Shuayue and Yang Yao, on the other hand, seemed a little guilty. After exchanging greetings, they both looked away, not daring to look at each other. Soon, alchemists from various sects gathered together and boarded the cloud ship of the Lanzhou Royal Palace to travel to the capital. The cloud ship of the prince's palace was 1,000 feet long and had dozens of floors, making it very spacious. Moreover, the speed of the cloud ship is also astonishing, comparable to the full-speed flight of a peak Golden Core Stage 9 level expert. 2.5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The cloud ship traversed the vast and boundless distance and finally arrived at the capital of the Great Wu dynasty. A majestic mountain range, like a coiled dragon, guards the capital. In the middle lies a vast plain, surrounded by countless towns, like stars around the moon, with a magnificent and ancient city standing in the center. The city walls were towering and magnificent, guarded by rows of elite soldiers, and heavily fortified. This is a place that is far more prosperous and bustling than Lanzhou City. Although Yang Yao maintained a calm expression, her eyes still held a look of amazement as she couldn't help but carefully examine the capital. Lin Shuayue bit her lip halfway, her expression extremely complicated, carrying a trace of deep-seated hatred. The final of the alchemy tournament was held at the star-picking platform in the royal capital. The star-picking platform is located in the central area of the capital. It is over 1,000 feet wide, paved with black crystal stone, and surrounded by 9 dragon-carved stone pillars. It is magnificent and grand, and inlaid with luminous pearls. The area around the star-picking platform is also divided into a ceremony area, a viewing area, a VIP building, a market area, and other areas. The cloud ship of the Prince of Lanzhou landed below the VIP building and arranged for a group of alchemists to stay. The finals of the alchemy tournament will officially begin tomorrow, so Ji Taichang decided to take a stroll around the capital. Since we're already here. Okay, let's go shopping. Yang Yao was very happy, skipping and hopping ahead, the trembling bowl swaying along with her. She was very lively and cute. Lin Shuayue was initially hesitant and resistant. Ji Taichang noticed that she was upset, so he gently took her hand and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, with me here, no one can bully you. I'll hold up the sky if it falls." A warm feeling welled up in Lin Shuayue's heart, and she smiled. The capital was extremely prosperous and bustling, with wide streets that could accommodate 10 carriages side by side, and rows of buildings with flying eaves and brackets, decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations. The crowds were dense and shoulder to shoulder. There were cultivators with deep, composed auras walking slowly, wealthy young men from the mortal world dressed in bright clothes, their jade pendants jingling, waving fans and chatting and laughing, and peddlers carrying loads of goods and hawking their wares. It was Yang Yao's first time in the capital. Her pretty face was full of curiosity and joy as she looked around. "Sister Shuayue, Senior Ji, this Huanin snowflake pastry is so delicious. You should try it." Yang Yao quickly ran over with a bag of pastries, her rosy lips still stained with crumbs. Lin Shuayue and Ji Taichang smiled as they took the snowflake pastry from her and took a bite. Ji Taichang also wiped away the crumbs from Yang Yao's mouth. This intimate gesture instantly made Yang Yao blush slightly, and she glanced at Lin Shuayue with a guilty and nervous expression. Although Lin Shuayue noticed the action, she didn't think much of it, assuming it was Ji Taichang's concern for Yang Yao, who was nominally an elder. Yang Yao breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that Lin Shuayue hadn't noticed anything amiss. Then, she subtly puffed out her cheeks and rolled her eyes at Ji Taichang. Her charming appearance aroused Ji Taichang's playful spirit, and he prepared to tease her some more. Yang Yao realized Ji Taichang's plan, and her heart started racing. She quickly skipped ahead. Seeing Yang Yao run far away, Ji Taichang turned around and hugged Lin Shuayue. "No, it wouldn't be good if Yao Yao saw us. Lin Shueyue felt a little guilty and said reproachfully, "If you want to touch me, you can wait until we get back tonight." Ji Taichan's lips curled slightly upward. "I won't listen." Ji Taichang led the two women on a long stroll through the bustling streets, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. But as they passed by a magnificent, golden pavilion, a group of elegantly dressed young men swaggered out. When Lin Shueyue saw them, her face suddenly darkened. Chapter 84: Killing the eldest young master of the Lin family. The group of young men walked towards them and immediately noticed Lin Shueyue, momentarily stunned. Lin Shueyue was about to turn and leave when she saw the white-robed youth at the head of the group sneer. "Oh, isn't this the number one genius of the Lin family back then? Didn't you swear to sever all ties with the Lin family? How dare you return to the capital? Could it be that he couldn't make it outside and wants to come back to beg for his family's forgiveness?" Upon hearing this, the young men around him burst into laughter, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. Lin Shueyue's face darkened. She looked coldly at the young man in white robes and said in a chilling voice, "Lin Mabai, shut your filthy mouth. Whether I return to the capital or not is none of your business." Lin Mabai sneered, "It's been over a decade since we last met. Your skills have regressed rather than improved, but your temper has certainly gotten hotter. Don't forget, you're no longer the Lin family's number one genius, you're a cripple now. And I am the eldest son of the Lin family. You dare to reprimand me? You've got some nerve." Lin Mabai looked Lin Shueyue up and down, his eyes gleaming with lewd light. TSK, more than 10 years have passed, and you've become quite plump. Marriage really does make a difference. This is my type. Guards, seize this vile woman who has offended me and send her to my residence. We'll all get a share then." With his command, many people around Lin Mabai chuckled lewdly and surrounded Lin Shueyue. "You've gone too far." Even Yang Yao was so angry that she immediately drew her sword, her eyes flashing with a fierce light. Sizzle! Just then, Ji Taichan's eyes turned cold. No one could see his movements clearly. Only a flash of bright sword energy disappeared in an instant. The dozen or so cultivators with extraordinary cultivation were frozen in place, their heads rolling off, blood gushing out and staining the ground red. This scene caused Lin Mabai and the others to shrink their pupils in shock and anger. Presumptuous! How dare you kill someone from my Wangdu Lin family? You have some nerve. Lin Mabai let out a sharp shout, and a powerful aura of the 6th level of the golden core stage emanated from his body, pressing down on Ji Taichang and the other two. The dozen or so young masters around him also showed anger, and they all took out their weapons and magical artifacts, releasing powerful auras that locked onto Ji Taichang and his two companions. This scene also attracted the attention of many cultivators on the street, and everyone showed a look of surprise. Isn't that the eldest son of the Lin family? He's the tyrant of the capital. How dare someone provoke him? The Lin family is one of the 3 great families of the Great Wu dynasty, and they're based in the capital. This is the Lin family's territory. Are these 3 hotheads crazy? TSK, these 3 hotheads killed the Lin family members, this is going to be good. The crowd began to discuss and watch the spectacle. You're pretending. Facing the arrogant Lin Mabai, Ji Taichang went straight up and delivered a powerful blow. He was so fast that he appeared in front of Lin Mabai as if he had teleported, so fast that no one could react. With a crisp smack, Lin Mabai was sent flying, crashing headfirst into the wall behind him. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his cheeks swollen like a pig's head, and all his teeth were knocked out. What? Young Master Lin! Young Master Lin, are you all right? This sudden scene startled the young men around Lin Mabai, who rushed over to help him up. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise. This person has some nerve. That's the Lin family patriarch's most beloved son. It's always been young Master Lin who bullies others, but today he actually got slapped across the face in the street. This hothead is doomed. Don't jump to conclusions. The capital is full of hidden talents, perhaps this person also has a terrifying background? Unless they are members of the Great Wu dynasty's royal family, whose status can surpass young Master Lin's. Hard to say. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes gleaming even more as they watched the eldest son of the Lin family get beaten. Lin Mabai's hands trembled as he covered his swollen head, his angry eyes almost spitting fire. You piece of trash. How dare he hit me? Kill him. Kill him. Lin Mabai's teeth were knocked out, he spoke with a lisp, his eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a hysterical roar. How dare you injure young Master Lin? You've already committed suicide. The young men around him were loyal and shouted fiercely, wielding their weapons and magical artifacts as they charged towards Ji Taichang. Act recklessly. Ji Taichang's lips curled into a smirk, and he took a sudden step forward, unleashing an astonishing wave of energy that spread outwards from him in all directions. Wherever they passed, the dozen or so young masters were sent flying, exploding into clouds of blood mist before they even hit the ground. This horrifying scene caused everyone present to shrink their pupils and feel a surge of shock in their hearts. You should know that there are several golden core stage experts among those young masters. Hiss. He not only killed more than a dozen members of the Lin family, but also the young masters of the Li family, the Wang family, the Jinhui sect, and other powerful sects and families. Has he gone mad? Just because young Master Lin flirted with his woman? Now he has not only offended the Lin family, but also several other sects and families. Holy crap, this young man! The surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp and whisper among themselves, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Ji Taichang. Those who can follow young Master Lin are all either rich or noble, with extraordinary status. Ji Taichang killed these people, which brought him great trouble. You dare kill them? You're dead. Even Lin Mabai froze for a moment, his body trembling slightly, his eyes filled with a look of fear and anger. Senior Ji, spare his life for now. Just as Lin Shueyue was about to speak to remind him, Ji Taichung pointed a finger at Lin Mabai, and a faint wisp of sword energy flashed and disappeared. Bang! At the critical moment, a dark figure appeared like a ghost, raising a curved blade to block the sword energy. A guard clad in black armor stood in front of Lin Mabai, exuding a powerful aura. Uncle Chen, you finally arrived. Upon seeing the black armored guards, Lin Mabai straightened his back as if he had grasped a lifeline. Uncle Chen, kill this little bastard. No. I want to imprison him and torture him properly. Lin Mabai's face was contorted with rage and hatred. How dare he slap me in the face and kill so many of my brothers? I'll never forgive him. And that bitch Lin Shueyue, I'm going to humiliate her severely. I'm going to do it right in front of this little bastard. But his words were cut short before he could finish speaking. Ji Taichang's eyes turned cold, and an invisible yet terrifying soul power spread out. The pressure of the nascent soul erupted, instantly shattering Lin Mabai's head, which exploded like a ripe watermelon, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 85: The Enraged Lin Family Head. This happened so suddenly. The once bustling and noisy street fell silent for a moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lin Mabai's corpse and Ji Taichang. Dead. That's the Lin family patriarch's most beloved son. Has he gone mad? How dare you kill young Master Lin? Are you determined to fight the Lin family to the death? It's over. With such a deep-seated hatred, they will definitely suffer a crazy revenge from the Lin family. This is a good thing. Anyway, Lin Mabai isn't a good person. Over the years, relying on the Lin family's backing, he's done a lot of things like burning, killing, and looting. And his bunch of cronies, aren't they all rotten to the core? Shoo! Don't talk nonsense, that Lin family guard is still here. After a brief silence, the place erupted into chaos, with onlookers in uproar and buzzing with discussion. Some were amazed by Ji Taichang's strength and courage, while others applauded. Well done. Yang Yao cheered, feeling extremely relieved. Lin Shueyue is her best friend and sister-in-law. Since Lin Mabai dared to flirt with and insult Lin Shueyue, he deserves to die. Xiao Chang. Lin Shueyue's delicate body stiffened, as if something had struck her soft heart, and a warm current surged through her body. To avenge her, Ji Taichang risked defending the Lin family and killed Lin Mabai and others. Ji Taichang's promise to her back then was not just empty talk. Lin Shueyue stared blankly at the tall figure protecting her, her heart filled with emotion, her eyes filled with tenderness. She definitely made the right choice in following the right person. You actually dared to kill the eldest young master? The black armored guard stood frozen in place, glancing at Lin Mabai's headless corpse. His body trembled slightly, and he felt a surge of anger rising from his chest. He immediately crushed an emergency order, then stared intently at Ji Taichang with his cold eyes. Whoosh! The black armored guard flashed, leaving only an afterimage in place, before his true form, wielding a curved blade, charged towards Ji Taichang. Then Ji Taichang grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground like a duck. Under Ji Taichang's terrifying power suppression, the black armored guard, despite his cultivation level of half-step nascent soul stage, still couldn't stop trembling. His spiritual power seemed to be frozen, and he couldn't mobilize it at all. What? That Uncle Chen is a trusted lieutenant of the Lin family, with a cultivation level of half a nascent soul stage, yet he was captured without any power to resist? He's a nascent soul stage expert. The onlookers were startled again and instinctively backed away, putting distance between themselves and Ji Taichang. My husband Xiao Chang has already broken through to the nascent soul stage? When did this happen? Even Yang Yao and Lin Shuiyue were stunned. Their rosy lips parted slightly as they stared blankly at Ji Taichang, feeling both surprised and delighted. Splash! Just then, a series of piercing sounds rang out, accompanied by the metallic clang of armor clashing, and a sharp killing intent approached from afar. The use of force is strictly prohibited within the capital city. Put down your weapons immediately, or you will be killed on sight. A majestic and stern shout, like rolling thunder, shook the surrounding area. Those were two fully armed royal guards responsible for guarding the capital. When they noticed the fighting, they rushed over immediately. Only. When they arrived at the scene, they all froze, their pupils suddenly contracting. The eldest son of the Lin family is dead. The Lin family assassin, a half-step nascent soul stage cultivator, was held in someone's hand like a dead dog, utterly powerless to resist. A nascent soul stage powerhouse. The same thoughts simultaneously surfaced in the minds of the royal capital guards. Even when facing a nascent soul stage expert, the captain of the royal guard remained composed and said in a deep voice, "Regardless of any grudges between you and the Lin family, committing violence in the street violates the laws of the Great Wu dynasty. According to the law." Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a deep, resounding roar echoed from the sky, accompanied by a terrifying pressure from the nascent soul stage, sweeping across the heavens and earth like a hurricane. This astonishing aura attracted the attention of many cultivators in the capital. It was a middle-aged man dressed in gold-patterned brocade robes, exuding the majesty of someone who had long held a high position, who swiftly stepped through the air. When he saw Lin Mobai's headless corpse, his pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help but let out a grief-stricken roar. "Noah Mobai! My son!" Lin Changshuan's eyes were bloodshot, tears streamed down his face, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The terrifying pressure from the nascent soul stage continued to spread, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding onlookers to tremble with fear. In an instant, they all ran far away in a flash, fearing that they would be slapped to death by an angry nascent soul stage expert. "How dare you kill my son? What audacity!" Lin Chongxian turned around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Ji Taichang, his terrifying killing intent almost tangible. "What difference would it make if I killed him? Old Biden, if you keep babbling, I'll kill you too, and I'll make sure you and your family are rich." Ji Taichang grinned at him, revealing his snow-white teeth. Then, with a slight exertion of his hand, he snapped the neck of the black armored guard in his hand with a crack right in front of Lin Chongxian, and threw it at Lin Chongxian like trash. This is blatant provocation and insult. Bang! Lin Chongxian exuded an aura of power that shattered the corpses of the black armored guards into a bloody mist. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Ji Taichang as he said, word by word, "You've offended the Lin family, you're dead. Even the King of Heaven himself can't protect you, I'm telling you." Ji Taichang shook his head, a sneer on his face, "TSK TSK TSK. He was at least a loyal bodyguard of your Lin family, yet you didn't even leave him a complete corpse. What ruthless methods you have, comparable to a demon." Lin Changshuan's tone was extremely cold. "A worthless lackey who can't protect his master, not only will he die, but I will also make his entire family perish. But before that, you're the one who deserves to die." Lin Chongxian spread his 5 fingers, and a cyan spear appeared, accompanied by the terrifying pressure of a third-level nascent soul cultivator, sweeping towards Ji Taichang. As for the 2 women behind Ji Taichang, Lin Chongxian didn't even glance at them from beginning to end. His only target was Ji Taichang. The use of force is strictly prohibited within the capital. Patriarch Lin, fellow Daoist, no matter what grudges you have, you cannot fight in the capital. If you want to fight, get out of the capital first. Just then, a cold and indifferent voice descended from the sky. A nascent soul stage aura, far more terrifying than Lin Changshuan's, spread out and locked onto both Ji Taichang and Lin Chongxian. It was a burly man clad in golden armor, his entire body shrouded in it. He held a halberd and exuded a powerful fighting spirit, like a war god who had been through countless battles descending upon the land. Cheng Honghai, commander of the Royal Capital Guard. As Cheng Honghai appeared, rows of fully armed royal guards also appeared around him, forming a battle formation and sealing off the area. Chapter 86: Overpowering Lin Chongxian. "Let's go out and fight, to the death." Lin Chongxian stared intently at Ji Taichang and squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Even though the Lin family is one of the three top families in the Great Wu dynasty, he still has to give face to the royal family in the capital. The royal guard is directly under His Majesty and represents the face of the royal family. Not to mention, he couldn't beat Chung Honghai either, and he couldn't refuse to give him face. Want to die? I'll grant your wish. Ji Taichan's lips curled into a sneer, reminiscent of the Dragon King. Although Lin Changshuan's cultivation level was 2 minor realms higher than his. However, possessing the supreme sword bone, Ji Taichan's combat power far surpasses that of his peers, allowing him to easily fight beyond his level. What's more, he can also unleash his blood, and he has the Fire Cloud Cauldron, a powerful weapon. Senior Ji. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyue and Yan Yao became anxious, their faces filled with worry, not wanting Ji Taichang to take any risks. In their view, although Ji Taichang had broken through to the nascent soul stage at some point, he was still only at the first level of the nascent soul stage, and was too young and might lack combat experience. He was unlikely to be a match for the Lin family patriarch who had been famous for hundreds of years. Don't worry, he's just an old dog. Killing him will be a piece of cake for me. Ji Taichang smiled at the two women. Upon hearing this, Lin Changxian trembled slightly with anger, gripping the cyan spear tightly in his hand, his eyes fierce, looking like a frightening beast ready to devour its prey. Look at your dad. Come here and prepare to die. Ji Taichang beckoned to Lin Changxian with his finger, then stepped on sword energy and rushed out of the capital. You filthy scum, you're asking for death. Lin Changxian was so angry that he was practically spitting fire. He let out an angry roar and immediately transformed into a streak of light, chasing after Ji Taichang. Holy crap, that's the head of the Lin family. And there's another nascent soul stage expert who appeared out of nowhere. Is this about to start a nascent soul war? Hurry and go see, it's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge the Lin family's authority. I heard that the eldest son of the Lin family was crushed to death by that mysterious nascent soul expert, which is why the Lin family head was so enraged. Such a good thing? Many cultivators in the capital were alarmed, their eyes filled with excitement and amusement. They all took to the air and followed at a distance. Even Chung Honghai waved to dismiss the guards, and then followed them. Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao were also in the crowd. Even from the direction of the star-picking platform, many cultivators took to the air, their faces filled with curiosity, to watch the spectacle. That figure is Senior Ji. How did he end up fighting with the Lin family patriarch? Could it be because of her? Yes, the tragedy that befell the Lin family back then. Qin Miaoyi was also in the crowd when she saw Ji Taichang and Lin Changshuan's backs in the distance, and her face immediately showed a hint of surprise. Qin Miaoyi quickly guessed what was going on, and looked at Lin Shuiyue in front of her thoughtfully. Although Senior Ji stopped Luo Hongi in Lanshouse City, according to my father, Luo Hongi was seriously injured and had not yet recovered at that time, so she could not even exert half of her strength. If Senior Ji were to face the Lin family head at his peak now, I'm afraid he would suffer a great loss. Steward Wang, if Senior Ji is no match for Patriarch Lin, please lend a hand. Qin Miaoyi spoke softly, a hint of worry in her eyes. Don't worry, princess. Beside Qin Miaoyi, a simply dressed old man yawned and casually agreed. Under the spotlight, Ji Taichang and Lin Changxian quickly left the capital and arrived above a desolate mountain forest. The two stood on opposite sides, their powerful nascent soul stage auras erupting and colliding with each other, creating invisible ripples that caused the air to explode. You little bastard, die! Lin Changxian could no longer contain his anger and let out a deafening roar. His whole body shone with a blazing azure light, and the spear in his hand burst forth with dazzling spear light. In a daze, there was even a phantom of 1,000-foot-long azure dragon circling around him as he roared to the sky. The spear in his hand was clearly a low-grade magic weapon. Treasures of this level are extremely precious and rare, they cannot be bought even with money, and most nascent soul stage experts are not even qualified to possess them. Impotent rage. Ji Taichang chuckled softly, his eyes calm and indifferent. He was tall and slender, with a full head of black hair flying in the wind. His dark blue robe fluttered in the wind, and a terrifying sword light began to emerge in his deep eyes beneath the bronze mask. He formed a hand seal, activated the power of the supreme sword bone, and with a thunderous sword cry, a golden light cleaved through the heavens and earth, unleashing endless sword light that slashed towards Lin Changxian. Boom! Two violent forces collided violently high in the sky, producing a deafening roar and sending out wave after wave of shockwaves that continued to spread. Amidst the shocked gazes of the many cultivators behind, the result of this clash was that the 1,000-foot-long azure dragon phantom was shattered, and Lin Changxian was knocked back by the sword, his right hand holding the spear trembling slightly, his face turning pale. Lin Changxian is at a disadvantage. Even the previously listless old steward, Wang, narrowed his eyes slightly, straightened his back, and carefully examined Ji Taichang, his eyes filled with a strange light. A nascent soul stage 1 cultivator, wielding a top-grade magic weapon, yet he defeated a nascent soul stage 3 expert wielding a low-grade magic weapon. This kid is extraordinary. No wonder he was able to stop Luo Hongyi back then. But wasn't he only at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage back in Lansao City? When did he break through? Butler Wang's face was full of admiration and surprise. Qin Miaoyi pondered for a moment and said, "When we were in Lansao City, Senior Ji left for a short period of time. Perhaps he gained some insights from his battle with Luo Hongyi at that time, and thus entered the nascent soul stage. This is a good thing." The old butler smiled and said, "It seems that Lin Changxian is no match for him, and there's no need for this old man to take action." Qin Miaoyi didn't say anything more, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ji Taichang. I don't know why. The more she looked at Ji Outyan, the more she felt a sense of inexplicable familiarity with him, as if she had seen him before. Gradually, Ji Outyan's tall and imposing figure began to overlap with the young Ding Tian in her memory. No. It shouldn't be. Qin Miaoyi quickly shook her head, somewhat incredulous. Because this is just too outrageous. Those who can enter the Tsangshan secret realm are all under 30 years old. Throughout the history of the Great Wu dynasty, no one has ever been able to reach the nascent soul stage before the age of 30. Perhaps Senior Ji Outyan is young Ding Tian's father, which is why the two have some similarities. It's been so long since we last met. I wonder where fellow Taoist young Ding Tian is, how he is doing, and why hasn't he come to see me for so long? Thoughts flickered in Qin Miaoyi's mind, and before she knew it, memories of her past in the Tsangshan secret realm surfaced. She was severely injured by the fire lizard, but young Ding Tian held her in his arms and forcefully killed the fire lizard, resulting in intimate contact between the two. This was an intimate experience that Qin Miaoyi had never had before in her life. This made her face flush slightly, and her heart beat a little faster for no apparent reason. Chapter 87, The Old Man Hit the Middle East. How could I possibly be inferior to you? Lin Changxian let out a deafening roar, his eyes turning red with extreme shock and rage. Lin Changxian was a top genius who was famous throughout the world when he was young, and he was able to become a nascent soul stage expert. He had also defeated strong people who were above his level and had his own pride. He was now being overpowered by someone of a higher level, and that person was none other than his son's killer. This feeling was hard for him to accept. Mysterious water sky-shattering kill. With a roar, Lin Changxian unleashed his full spiritual power, illuminating the sky with azure light. His spear once again emitted a dazzling light, surrounded by a 1,000-foot-long azure dragon phantom, making his aura even stronger. This is the killing move from the Lin family's clan protecting technique, the profound water dragon spear technique. Patriarch Lin has already unleashed his strongest attack. He's risking everything. Do you think he can defeat that mysterious nascent soul stage expert? Hard to say. Many cultivators looked surprised, realizing that Lin Changxian was going to fight to the death, and they immediately started discussing among themselves, their eyes becoming increasingly excited. Facing Lin Changxian's strongest killing move, Ji Taichang remained calm and indifferent, exuding an air of dominance over the world, as he raised the golden feather flying sword in his hand. Boom! Golden light surged, and a towering sword beam erupted, swirling with a grand sword intent, as dazzling as the sun. It collided with Lin Changxian's spear once more, as if hundreds of lightning bolts were exploding simultaneously. The terrifying aftershocks continued to spread, and Lin Changxian was once again forced back by Ji Taichang's sword, staggering and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. But Lin Changxian did not retreat but advanced, letting out a roar and charging at Ji Taichang again. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, transforming into two streaks of light that collided repeatedly in the sky, producing a resounding clang and bursting forth with beams of light, a truly astonishing scene. However, the result was that Lin Changxian was suppressed by Ji Taichang throughout the entire battle. After only a few dozen or 100 rounds of fighting, Lin Changxian had more than a dozen bloody wounds on his body, and several holes that were exposed in the front and back. He was seriously injured. In contrast, Ji Taichang. His clothes fluttered, his expression was indifferent, he was not only unharmed, but his aura was still strong and terrifying, and he grew stronger with each battle. The Lin family head was completely thrashed throughout. Whose subordinates are these? They're so brave. A nascent soul stage 1 cultivator utterly defeating a nascent soul stage 3 cultivator, and all this was done with a top-grade magic weapon. This is terrifying. When did such a formidable figure appear in the Great Wu dynasty? Why have I never heard of him before? No wonder he dared to kill the Lin family head son. He truly possesses audacious strength. The many cultivators watching the battle were amazed, truly shocked by Ji Taichung's terrifying strength. Even Chang Honghai and Steward Wang, two powerful nascent soul stage cultivators, narrowed their eyes and looked extremely solemn. The more they looked, the more powerful and terrifying Ji Taichung seemed. An unparalleled prodigy. This child has the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. The same thoughts simultaneously popped into their minds. My husband Xiao Chang is getting more and more amazing. Yan Yao and Lin Shuiyue stared at Ji Taichung's imposing figure with wide, admiring eyes filled with wonder and fervor, their eyes sparkling with tenderness. Even Qin Miaoyi was somewhat lost in thought. Sizzle! Just when Lin Changxian was about to be defeated, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a silver sword appeared silently behind Ji Taichung and pierced towards Ji Taichung's back like lightning. Sneak attack! This was too sudden. Ji Taichung was in the middle of a fierce battle with Lin Changxian, so he shouldn't have been able to defend against or dodge the sword strike. However, Ji Taichung possessed the supreme sword bone, and his perception was extremely sharp. He sensed the killing intent and danger the moment the opponent made a move. In the blink of an eye, Ji Taichung didn't even turn his head, and slashed out with his sword. When the two swords clashed, producing a deafening metallic clang. Two terrifying nascent soul stage powers collided, and sword energy filled the sky. In the end, a middle-aged woman was forced to retreat repeatedly by Ji Taichung's sword and fell from the void. She is the first elder of the Lin family, Lin Yimeng. Password. This Lin Yimeng is shameless. She has no sportsmanship and actually attacked a young man. The Lin family really can't afford to lose. Lin Changxian can't defeat that mysterious nascent soul stage expert, and Lin Yimeng has come out to launch a sneak attack. Bah! Many cultivators who witnessed this scene showed indignation and cursed inwardly, finding such behavior utterly shameful. Another one? Ji Taichung's lips curled into a smirk. Despite being attacked from both sides by two nascent soul stage experts, he showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he revealed an arrogant expression, perfect timing to send you both on your way. You arrogant brat. Lin Changxian and Lin Yimeng were both angered by Ji Taichung's arrogant attitude, their eyes fierce and murderous. How? Are you two planning to gang up on us? Just then, an aged voice rang out, accompanied by a terrifying nascent soul stage pressure that locked onto Lin Changxian and Lin Yimeng. Lin Changxian and Lin Yimeng suddenly turned around and looked at Butler Wang, who was walking slowly towards them. The two men looked grim. Fellow Daoist Wang of the Lansao Royal Palace, this is a private feud between our Lin family and this little bastard. Are you going to interfere here? This matter has nothing to do with you, fellow Daoist, please leave immediately. Butler Wang is not only exceptionally capable, but the Lansao Prince's mansion behind him is also very powerful, being a member of the imperial family. Even the Lin family has to be wary of him. Butler Wang said leisurely, fellow Daoist Ji is a distinguished guest of my Lansao Royal Mansion, damn it. Before Butler Wang could finish speaking, his eyes widened slightly. Just as Lin Changxian and Lin Yimeng turned to talk to Butler Wang, Ji Taichung's lips curled up in a sinister smirk as he launched a sneak attack. Sizzle! The golden feather flying sword unleashed an unprecedentedly terrifying sword light, piercing through Lin Yimeng's chest in the blink of an eye, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and suffer a severe injury. The golden feather flying sword continued its momentum, striking Lin Changxian hard and forcing him to stagger back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You bastard! You dared to launch a sneak attack? You're asking for death. Caught off guard, Lin Yimeng and Lin Changxian suffered a great loss. They were both shocked and furious, and immediately swung their weapons and magical treasures, turning around to attack Ji Taichung. Don't be so shameless. Ji Taichung sneered. It was clearly Lin Yimeng who launched the sneak attack first, yet you dare to accuse him? Seeing this, Butler Wang let out a long sigh and decisively joined the fight, helping Ji Taichung beat up Lin Changxian and Lin Yimeng. Boom! Seeing the two being beaten back step by step, covered in blood, and about to be defeated. Another powerful nascent soul stage aura surged out from the direction of the capital, carried by an old man with white hair who rushed towards the battlefield. It's the Lin family's supreme elder. Holy crap, the Lin family is shameless. If one can't beat them, they send two. If two can't beat them, they send three. It's quite shameful that a family with a history of 10,000 years in the Great Wu dynasty has been forced to this point by a young man. The onlookers recognized the old man's identity, which immediately caused another uproar. Chapter 88 Qin Miaoyi's Shyness. Elder Lin Xingchang of the Lin family arrived at the scene. When he saw that Lin Changxian and Lin Yiming were covered in wounds, weak and in critical condition, his eyes widened. In particular, when he sensed that Ji Taichang was only at the first level of the nascent soul stage, his heart was filled with tremendous turmoil. "Stop your insolence!" Without a second thought, he roared and unleashed a terrifying pressure from the sixth level of the nascent soul stage, forcing Ji Taichang and Steward Wang back. Lin Changxian and Lin Yiming finally got a chance to catch their breath and immediately retreated behind Lin Xingchang, their eyes filled with shock and fear. If Lin Xingchang had arrived any later, the two of them might have perished here. "Second uncle, kill this bastard quickly." "He killed him, oh bye." Lin Changshuan's eyes were red as he stared intently at Ji Taichang and let out a roar. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingchang's eyes immediately turned cold. But he didn't make a move. Instead, he looked at Steward Wang beside Ji Taichang and frowned. "Fellow Taoist Wang of the Lancao Prince's mansion, why are you helping him to harm my Lin family's disciples? Could it be that the Prince of Lancao's mansion intends to become an enemy of my Lin family?" Steward Wang yawned, showing no fear of Lin Xingchang's intimidating presence, and said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Ji is a distinguished guest of my Lancao Royal Mansion and has done a great favor for the Lancao Royal Mansion. No matter what happens, my Lancao Royal Mansion will always lend a hand. This is also His Highness's intention." "Good." As Steward Wang finished speaking, Qin Miaoyi led the other cultivators from the Wang mansion out, accompanied by Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao. "The Princess of Lancao Royal Palace? And her?" Lin Xingchang's pupils suddenly contracted, and his gaze passed over Qin Miaoyi and fixed on Lin Shuiyue. "I see. So you're standing up for her?" A thought flashed through Lin Xingchang's mind, and he instantly understood what had happened. "Second uncle." Lin Changxian wanted to say something more, but Lin Xingchang ruthlessly interrupted him. Lin Xingchang gave Lin Shuiyue and Ji Taichang a deep look and said in a deep voice, "Since you want to be enemies with the Lin family, let's see who has the last laugh. Lin Shuiyue, don't think that just because you've befriended a nascent soul stage expert, you can overthrow the Lin family. You're not qualified. That's all." With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Xingchang turned and left with the heavily injured Lin Changxian and Lin Yimeng. "Hiss, the Lin family actually left?" "The Lin family dispatched 3 nascent soul stage experts, but they ended up running away in disgrace. It's been years since we've seen the Lin family suffer such a huge loss." No, if the Lin family's supreme elder were to make a move, that mysterious nascent soul stage expert would be no match for him. The Lin family is wary of the Lancao Prince's mansion. However, the Prince of Lancao can only help for a while, not forever. There will definitely be another battle between the two sides. Although the Prince of Lancao's mansion is very powerful, the Lin family also has a lot of connections. I've heard that several of the current emperor's concubines are from the Lin family. TSK, this is going to be interesting. This trip was definitely worthwhile. The cultivators watching from afar marveled, their faces filled with excitement as they discussed amongst themselves. Ji Taichang bowed to Steward Wang and Qin Miaoyi, saying, "Thank you for your help, Your Highness and fellow Taoist." Qin Miaoyi smiled slightly. "Senior, you are too kind. You have helped the prince's mansion so much before, so it is only right and proper for us to lend you a hand." After exchanging a few polite words, the two sides. Qin Miaoyi hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help asking Ji Taichang telepathically, "Excuse me, Senior, are you Yang Dingtian's father?" Ji Taichang's expression was somewhat strange, and he replied telepathically, "Why does Your Highness ask such a question?" Qin Miaoyi said, "I just feel that you and Yang Dingtian are somewhat similar." Upon hearing this, Ji Taichang's expression grew even more peculiar. His current appearance, physique, and temperament are completely different from Yang Dingtian's disguise, yet this girl still thinks they resemble each other? "No, you open my box?" Ji Taichang shook his head slightly and said, "He is my disciple, so his techniques and moves may be somewhat similar." Oh. Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyi suddenly realized what was going on, and the image of Yang Dingtian's slightly roguish face unconsciously surfaced in her mind again. "The alchemy conference is such a grand event, why didn't you bring Yang Dingtian along, Senior?" Qin Miaoyi asked a question as if possessed. Before she could finish speaking, she felt a pang of regret, and her pretty face flushed. Whether Ji Outyan brings Yang Dingtian along or not is their private matter. Why should an outsider like me ask about this? Seeing Qin Miaoyi's slightly shy appearance, Ji Taichang's expression became even more strange, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. This girl? Could it be that she's fallen for her own Yang Dingtian persona? If that's really the case, This is a good thing. If I can win over Qin Miaoyi, I can firmly bind the Lanzhou Prince's mansion to my side and gain a powerful ally. Upon realizing this, Ji Taichang coughed lightly and replied, he is in seclusion cultivating. He should emerge from seclusion soon. Speaking of which, my precious disciple has been talking to me a lot lately about your highness, saying that you are as beautiful as a fairy and kind-hearted, and that he can't forget you. Did young Master Yang Dingtian really say that? Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyi's eyes widened slightly, and her heart inexplicably quickened, as if Kuan were pounding wildly inside her. Absolutely true. Ji Taichang smiled slightly. In my opinion, that boy might have fallen in love with Her Highness the Princess at first sight. Please stop teasing me. Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyi's heart pounded even faster, and a blush rose to her cheeks. This shy demeanor made Ji Taichang even more certain that Qin Miaoyi had fallen for Yang Dingtian, or at least had feelings for him. That makes sense. Qin Miaoyi is young and in the prime of her youth. She had close contact with Yang Dingtian in the Tsongshan secret realm. Given Yang Dingtian's extraordinary strength, it's normal for Qin Miaoyi to develop feelings for him. Next, the group chatted as they began their return to the capital. During this time, quite a few cultivators mustered up their courage and came over to greet Ji Taichang, trying to befriend this mysterious nascent soul stage expert. However, this was only a minority. Most cultivators approached the matter with a sense of awe and did not dare to openly and honestly befriend the cultivators. It's all because Ji Taichang offended the Lin family. There will definitely be another battle between the two sides. At present, it seems that the Lin family has a greater chance of winning. After all, it is a behemoth that has been entrenched in the Great Wu dynasty for 10,000 years. After returning to the VIP building at the star-picking platform, Ji Taichang quickly went to his room to rest. A moment later, the door to Ji Taichang's room was pushed open silently, and a plump and graceful figure sneaked in like a thief, closed the door, and expertly slipped into bed, throwing herself into Ji Taichang's arms. Chapter 89 Lin Shuiyue's Tragic Experience. Xiao Chang, I really don't know how to thank you enough for today. You're so good to me. Lin Shuiyue stood tall and voluptuous on top of Ji Taichang. Her beautiful face was filled with tears, her eyes brimming with emotion and joy as she stared intently at Ji Taichang. Seeing Lin Shuiyue's almost watery eyes, Ji Taichang felt a surge of anger and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I have a way to express my gratitude. Ji Taichang patted Lin Shuiyue's rounded backside lightly. There, over there. Lin Shuiyue's delicate body stiffened slightly, her face instantly turning bright red, so shy it was almost dripping with moisture. A spring night together, the moon sets and the passion remains. In the future. Lin Shuiyue slumped down like a fully cooked noodle, nestled in Ji Taichang's arms, unable to stop her soft, panting breaths. Ji Taichang gently patted Lin Shuiyue's head in conscience, and said softly, can you tell me what happened to you and the Lin family back then? Now that things have come to this, Ji Taichang is completely involved in this matter, and for Lin Shuiyue's sake, he is willing to make enemies of the entire Lin family. Lin Shuiyue was filled with gratitude and guilt, and could only whisper the reason in Ji Taichang's ear. But it turns out, Lin Shuiyue was once a member of the Lin family in the capital, but she came from a very poor background. She was from a collateral branch of the Lin family, and her mother was a maid. But Lin Shuiyue lived up to expectations. Not only did she show extraordinary talent from a young age, but she also awakened her innate sword bone at the age of 12, shocking the entire Lin family. Since then, Lin Shuiyue's cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, making her the #1 genius of the Great Wu dynasty, invincible in all directions. Until 15 years ago, Lin Shuiyue was ordered to guard a newly discovered mine in the wilderness belonging to the Lin family, but that night she was attacked by a beast tide. A mysterious powerful figure attacked her, severely injuring her and taking away her innate sword bone. What angered and terrified Lin Shuiyue the most was that the technique used by the opponent was clearly a secret art of the Lin family. Lin Shuiyue was seriously injured and was rescued and taken back to the Lin family. She told the Lin family about it, but they didn't believe her at all. The Lin family patriarch, Lin Changxian, even punished Lin Shuiyue severely and imprisoned her in the dungeon on the grounds that she had failed in her duty of guarding the mine and that the mine had been lost. Lin Shuiyue's mother tried to plead for her, but was beaten to death by the Lin family's law enforcement officers. What angered Lin Shuiyue even more was, 3 days after she was imprisoned in the dungeon, the main branch of the Lin family announced that Lin Changxuan's youngest daughter had awakened her innate sword bone. What a coincidence! That innate sword bone was clearly taken from her. Lin Shueyue wanted to rebel and take revenge, but she had no help in the Lin family, and her biological father had abandoned her. Lin Shueyue's innate sword bone was dug out, causing her cultivation to regress and even fall to the golden core stage, almost turning her into a cripple. The Lin family even resorted to underhanded tactics, attempting to poison Lin Shueyue in the dungeon. At the critical moment, Qin Wolin stepped in and, with the power of the royal family and her master, forced the Lin family to release Lin Shueyue. Thus, Lin Shueyue severed ties with the Lin family and was forced to leave the capital. In the end, after many twists and turns, she married into the Qingyun sect. After hearing this, Ji Taichang suddenly understood. No wonder the system's surprise gift after Lin Shueyue's favorability rating was maxed out was the supreme sword bone. It was indeed related to Lin Shueyue. Lin Shueyue had such a tragic experience. With a face full of heartache and pity, Ji Taichang hugged Lin Shueyue even tighter and said softly, "Don't worry, I will avenge you. I will personally dig back the innate sword bone you lost. I will make those who plotted against you pay the price." Ji Taichang's eyes turned colder, carrying a terrifying killing intent. But Lin Shueyue hesitated and worried. The Lin family is extremely powerful, with more than 3 nascent soul stage experts. Moreover, they are deeply rooted in the Great Wu dynasty, with a complex network of connections. Maybe we should just forget about it. I don't want you to take risks for me. I just want to spend the rest of my life with you in peace and safety. I have nothing left in this world, but you are the person I love most, and I really can't live without you. Lin Shueyue buried her head in Ji Taichang's arms and hugged him tightly. Her delicate appearance made Ji Taichang feel even more pity for her, and he hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to melt her into his body. Don't worry, I won't act rashly, but this Lin family, I'm determined to wipe them out. Even the Heavenly King himself couldn't stop it. Late at night, Lin Shueyue and Ji Taichang were sleeping in each other's arms when they vaguely heard a soft but urgent knocking on the door, accompanied by a clear and melodious voice. "Senior Ji, are you there? I have some questions about alchemy that I would like to ask you. The finals are tomorrow, so I'm afraid I'll have to disturb your rest." Lin Shueyue's eyes widened, and she instantly woke up, jumping up from Ji Taichang's arms. "Yao Yao? No. We can't let her find out about our relationship." Lin Shueyue hurriedly put on her clothes, tidied up the battlefield, and secretly flew out of the window back to her room. Ji Taichang touched his chin, feeling as if he had seen this scene before. He also got up to change his clothes, and with a wave of his hand, the power of the nascent soul stage swept across, clearing away all traces of aura in the room before slowly opening the door. Yang Yao was wearing a light purple nightgown tonight, which was very cool and refreshing. Her fair skin was so delicate that it could be broken with a touch, perfectly highlighting her graceful and voluptuous figure. You could even vaguely see the scenery of the dark forest. Noticing that Ji Taichang's gaze had become intense, her breathing quickened. Yang Yao was not ashamed but delighted. She gently closed the door, circled around Ji Taichang a few times, and an alluring fragrance wafted out. "Senior Ji, it's so late, I hope I haven't disturbed your rest?" Yang Yao winked at Ji Taichang and gave him a sly smile. "Sorry to bother you, I'm very angry right now." Ji Taichang smirked, then picked Yang Yao up by the waist and threw her onto the bed. After a long and insightful discussion, Ji Taichang generously shared a wealth of alchemical experience with Yang Yao, which was like a revelation to her, allowing her to gain a great deal and deepen her understanding and mastery of the fire cloud alchemy scripture. The next morning, Yang Yao limped back to her room, washed up, and then pretended to be nonchalant as she went out, smiling and greeting Ji Taichang and Lin Shueyue. Ji Taichang and his 2 companions, along with the people from the Lanzhao Prince's mansion, arrived at the venue of the alchemy conference. This place has gathered the most outstanding alchemists from the 13 states of the Great Wu dynasty, and the atmosphere is very lively and bustling. Ji Taichang also noticed that there were gazes filled with hatred and killing intent, staring straight at them without any attempt to hide them. Needless to say, it must be someone from the Lin family. Ji Taichang looked at the Lin family's group, grinned at them, and revealed his snow-white teeth. Chapter 90: Strange Fire. The star-picking platform was bustling with activity at this time, as top alchemists from 13 states gathered together, a gathering of exceptional talents. A large number of cultivators were watching from all sides, and the crowd stretched as far as the eye could see. In the main seat of the viewing area, there stood a burly figure wearing a dragon robe and an imperial crown. His face was calm and dignified. Just sitting there, he exuded an indescribable sense of oppression, as if he were the ruler of heaven and earth. Emperor Jingxian of the Great Wu dynasty. Even nascent soul stage experts would feel a sense of dread and awe when facing Emperor Jingxian. Ji Taichang narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Emperor Jingxian a few times, and saw through the clues. The nation's destiny and the dragon's aura protect me. It wasn't that Emperor Jingxian was strong enough to suppress nascent soul stage experts, but rather that as the emperor of the Great Wu dynasty, he was able to gather the dynasty's national fortune and dragon energy, creating a sense of oppression similar to the power of heaven and earth. Apart from Emperor Jingxian, the viewing area also featured many renowned experts and masters, attracting the attention of countless people. Like the legendary physician Li, or Xiao Yangzi. These two were usually elusive and rarely attended the Pil Dao conference, but this time they were both present. However, they seemed somewhat distracted. They looked around the star-picking platform but did not see Yao Chen, and their eyes were full of disappointment. Next, Emperor Jingxian gave a speech, offering a few words of encouragement, after which a court alchemy master presided over the alchemy conference. The final of the alchemy tournament was still divided into 3 arenas for first grade, second grade, and third grade alchemists. The royal family provided standardized materials and formulas for the alchemy, which were then judged by a group of alchemy masters. Ji Taichang yawned, and out of sheer boredom, he quietly reached out and put his arm around Lin Shueyue's slender waist. Stop fooling around. So many people are watching. Lin Shueyue's body stiffened, her beautiful face flushed slightly, and she rolled her eyes at Ji Taichang. Her coquettish manner only added to her alluring charm. Boom! Just then, a crimson flame suddenly shot into the sky from the venue, releasing scorching heat and forming a lotus flower phantom, instantly attracting the attention of many cultivators. This is a strange flame. The Earth Core Flame Lotus. Hiss. Our Great Wu dynasty hasn't seen a strange fire for so many years. After more than 1,000 years, a strange fire has actually appeared in the world again. The Earth Core Fire Lotus is extremely young and strong, capable of maximizing the medicinal properties. This is a precious fire that countless alchemists dream of, and it actually appears in the hands of a mere second-grade alchemist? Even ordinary nascent soul stage experts might not be able to subdue it, and he's only at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. How could he possibly subdue the Earth Core Fire Lotus? The entire star-picking platform was in an uproar. All the cultivators turned their gazes toward the competition venue for second-grade alchemists, their eyes wide with disbelief. The alchemists, in particular, were breathing heavily, their hearts filled with shock. That's a strange fire. In the arena of the second-grade alchemist competition, a slender young man with delicate and handsome features was surrounded by crimson flames. He made hand seals with incredibly skillful and experienced movements, rapidly melting medicinal herbs to refine pills. Xiao Fan, it's him? Even Lin Shueyue showed a surprised expression. Ji Taichang's heart skipped a beat. You know him? Lin Shueyue nodded and revealed the origin of the handsome young man. But it turns out, Lin Fan, like Lin Shueyue, is a member of a collateral branch of the Lin family, except that Lin Fan is younger. Unlike Lin Shueyue, who showed extraordinary talent from a young age, Lin Fan had mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements, with extremely poor aptitude. Moreover, Lin Fan's father died in battle while carrying out a family mission when he was young. Lin Fan's mother was just an ordinary person and couldn't offer him any help. This resulted in Lin Fan being left helpless and bullied in the Lin family. Even the marriage arranged by his father for him was broken off by the woman, making Lin Fan a laughingstock and a disgrace to the Lin family. Since then, Lin Fan has blended into the crowd, living a secluded life. Later, Lin Shueyue left the Lin family and did not know what happened to Lin Fan afterwards. However, according to Lin Shueyue, Lin Fan has mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements and cannot obtain resources from the Lin family. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for him to cultivate to the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage, let alone obtain a strange fire. A loser's rise to power, annulment of an engagement, a strange fire. Wait, why does this trope seem so familiar? Does he also have an old man with a ring? Upon hearing this, Ji Taichang's eyes widened slightly, and his expression became somewhat strange. Could it be that Lin Fan is the chosen one? What? When did Lin Fan acquire a strange fire? Why don't you hand over such a priceless treasure to the family? How can you be so selfish? Wait a minute, wasn't Lin Fan only at the 9th level of qi refining? When did he break through to the 3rd level of foundation establishment? This kid is hiding his true abilities very well. Lin Fan unleashed a strange flame, causing an uproar among the audience. Especially within the Lin family's group, there were bursts of exclamations. All the Lin family members revealed envious and greedy eyes, staring intently at the Earth Core Fire Lotus on Lin Fan's body. Seeing this, Ji Tai touched her chin, seemingly lost in thought. This kid is quite patient. It seems he already possessed the Earth Core Fire Lotus, but he deliberately waited until the finals of the alchemy tournament to reveal it and make a name for himself. In this way, he can attract the attention of the whole world and gain the favor in favor of great alchemists, thereby seeking a powerful backer and protection for himself. What seems like a dangerous behavior is actually the safest. Ji Taichang quickly guessed Lin Fan's plan. As expected, many alchemy masters present looked at Lin Fan with burning eyes, including the old divine Dr. Li and Xiaoyangzi. Even Emperor Jingxian couldn't help but glance at Lin Fan a few more times, his eyes filled with a hint of admiration. The first round of the competition ended quickly, with Lin Fan defeating his opponent without any controversy and advancing to the next round. During halftime, Lin Fan did not return to the Lin family team, but headed straight for Ji Taichang's location. Sister you. Wow, it really is you. Lin Fan's handsome face was filled with surprise as he strode up to Lin Xueyue. Xiao Fan, it's been a long time. Lin Xueyue also smiled at Lin Fan. Ji Taichang, standing to the side, frowned slightly, keenly noticing a hint of affection in Lin Fan's burning gaze. You must be Senior Ji Aotian? Just then, a soft and gentle voice rang out, like a spring breeze, making people feel relaxed and happy. She was a beautiful woman with a virtuous and dignified demeanor, who looked to be about 28 years old. Her black hair was like a waterfall, her figure was plump and graceful, and her appearance was quite stunning. Ding! Nangong Qingya's favorability has increased by 10 points. You can obtain 10% of the cultivation ability of the Purple Cloud Sword Master. Please select. Nangong Qingya's favorability, 10A surprise awaits when favorability reaches 100. Chapter 91 Mrs. Lin. The system notification suddenly sounded, making Ji Taichang's heart skip a beat, and he was somewhat pleasantly surprised. But he remained outwardly calm, nodding slightly as his gaze fell on Nangong Qingya's graceful figure. I am Ji Aotian, and who are you? I am Zhao Ye. I heard that you killed Lin Mabai and the others yesterday. Fanner and I have a grudge against them, so I have come to thank you. Nangong Qingya bowed slightly to Ji Taichang, her expression solemn as she performed the salute. Then, Nangong Qingya looked at Lin Fan and said softly, Fanner, come over and thank Senior Ji. Lin Fan nodded and came to Ji Taichang, bowing respectfully. Junior Lin Fan thanks Senior for eliminating Lin Mabai and the others. The mother and daughter's actions, combined with Lin Xueyue's previous words, made Ji Taichang instantly understand. Although Nangong Qingya and Lin Fan are nominally members of the Lin family, but over the years they have suffered humiliation at the hands of the Lin family members, and they have long harbored resentment towards the Lin family. Lin Fan. When did you obtain this strange fire? Why didn't you report such an important matter to the family? Come back to the clan with me immediately, the clan head wants to see you. You actually met with the Lin family's enemies. This is outrageous. Just then, a group of Lin family cultivators rushed over aggressively, showing no respect for Lin Fan in their words. Instead, they wanted to forcibly take Lin Fan back to the Lin family. Without a doubt. The Lin family is coveting the Earth Core Fire Lotus, a strange fire on Lin Fan's body, and wants to take advantage of the situation to steal it. Senior Ji. Seeing this, Nangong Qingya's bright face also showed some tension and worry, and she immediately looked at Ji Taichang with pleading eyes. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you and your child. Ji Taichang stood with his hands behind his back, his cold gaze sweeping over the group of Lin family cultivators who were charging towards him. With a cold snort, a nascent soul stage aura spread out, like an invisible hurricane sweeping across, blasting all the Lin family cultivators away, blood spilling from their mouths. Upon seeing this, Nangong Qingya felt a warm current surge in her heart. Having been bullied by the Lin family for so long, Nangong Qingya was deeply moved when she suddenly encountered Ji Taichang, who was willing to help and protect her. Ding! Nangong Qingya's favorability has increased by 5 points. Nangong Qingya's favorability, 15A surprise awaits when favorability reaches 100. Seeing this, Lin Xueyue assumed that Ji Taichang was helping Nangong Qingya and Lin Fan because of her, and she was somewhat moved. Her gaze towards Ji Taichang softened. Lin Fan, standing to the side, keenly noticed that Lin Xueyue's gaze toward Ji Taichang was somewhat strange, and his heart skipped a beat. Ji Aotian, you've gone too far. This is an internal matter for the Lin family. What's it to you? Do you really think the Lin family is easy to bully? The Lin family cultivators who had been repelled by Ji Taichang were furious and roared in anger. Even from the direction of the Lin family's VIP seats, a powerful nascent soul stage pressure swept towards Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang didn't even glance at them, his tone cold, get out of my sight. If you dare utter another word, I'll kill you all. As Ji Taichang's voice fell, a chilling and terrifying killing intent filled the air. The Lin family cultivators shuddered, chilled to the bone by the killing intent, and their eyes cleared a little. Ji Taichang killed Lin Mabai and others yesterday, and even severely injured Lin Changxian with his own strength. His ferocity was overwhelming. If they dare to cause any more trouble, Ji Taichang will definitely kill them. Upon realizing this, the Lin family cultivators dared not speak out in anger and could only turn and run away. Thank you for your help, Senior Ji. Nangong Qingya breathed a sigh of relief, a smile on her face, and bowed to Ji Taichang once again. Ji Taichang nodded. Just then, several figures appeared in the blink of an eye, surrounding Lin Fan. I am the venerable physician Li, the patriarch of Medicine King Valley. You should have heard of my name. Young friend, I see that you have extraordinary talent in alchemy. Why not become my disciple? I can grant you the position of a true disciple of Medicine King Valley. I am Xia Yangzi of Tianhe Palace. Young friend Lin Fan, if you become my disciple, I can make you a true disciple of the Heavenly Crane Palace, and I will do everything in my power to cultivate you. I am Pu Yuanci, the Vice Dean of Dao Academy. By order of His Majesty, I hereby invite my young friend Lin Fan to join Dao Academy. The three alchemy masters spoke almost simultaneously, revealing astonishing news. Upon hearing this, the other alchemy experts who still wanted to win over Lin Fan all shut their mouths and gave wry smiles. The old divine physician Li represents Medicine King Valley, Xiao Yangzi represents Heavenly Crane Palace, and Pu Yuanci represents the will of Emperor Jingxian. Medicine King Valley and Heavenly Crane Palace are both behemoths no weaker than the Lin family, and are regional overlords of the Great Wu dynasty. The Great Wu Academy goes without saying it is the highest institution of learning established and controlled by the royal family of the Great Wu dynasty. Once the three alchemy masters spoke, the other sects and forces could no longer compete with them, they were no longer on the same level. Everyone looked at Lin Fan, waiting for him to make a decision. Master, which sect do you think I should join? Lin Fan remained calm and quietly transmitted his voice to a ring on his finger. The Wu Academy is the first to be eliminated. Although it seems to have the highest status, if you join the Wu Academy, you are destined to become a pawn of the royal family and be suppressed by the royal family for the rest of your life. If you join Medicine King Valley or Heavenly Crane Palace, you will be able to take charge of the entire sect for your own use once you have achieved some success in your cultivation. Although Tianhe Palace is not bad, it is a newly established sect after all. Medicine King Valley has a deeper foundation and wider connections and influence. Let's choose Medicine King Valley. A soft, melodious voice emanated from Lin Fan's ring and entered his mind. Alright, I'll listen to Master. Once I join Medicine King Valley, I will do everything in my power to help my master reshape his physical body. Lin Fan nodded to himself. This thought came to mind. He raised his head, looked at the old Dr. Li, and said in a deep voice, I, Lin Fan, am willing to become the old Dr. Li's apprentice. Master, please accept my bow. Lin Fan readily accepted the apprenticeship ceremony from the old Dr. Li. Ha ha ha, good. Great. The old doctor stroked his beard and smiled, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. What a pity. Xiao Yangzi shook his head regretfully. Pu Yuanci remained silent, his face expressionless, and in a flash, he returned to Emperor Jingxuan's side. A moment later. The second round of the alchemy tournament has begun. Nangong Qingya also stayed there and began to catch up with Lin Shuiyue. Both women are from collateral branches of the Lin family and have known each other for many years. They are considered old friends. Moon, is Lin Fan's father the Purple Cloud Sword Master? Ji Taichang quietly sent a telepathic message to Lin Shuiyue. Ah? What Purple Cloud Sword Master? Lin Shuiyue was slightly taken aback, and replied via telepathy, there is no such person as the Purple Cloud Sword Master in the Great Wu dynasty. Lin Fan's father was Lin Zhanwu, an ordinary outer sect elder from a collateral branch of the Lin family. Before his death, he was only at the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage. How could he be worthy of the title of Purple Cloud Sword Master? Chapter 92 The Cultivation Level of the Purple Cloud Sword Master. Lin Shuiyue's answer made Ji Taichang raise an eyebrow and take another look at Nangong Qingya. This woman's name is fake, and her deceased husband wasn't Lin Zhanwu at all. This woman's background is suspicious. Could it be that she isn't Lin Fan's mother? But rather a spy from the demonic cult infiltrating the Lin family? Ji Taichang subconsciously associated Nangong Qingya with Luo Hongyi. But he quickly dismissed the guess. Over the years, Nangong Qingya has had a very difficult time in the Lin family. She raised Lin Fan alone and was constantly ostracized and bullied, unable to squeeze into the true core of power in the Lin family. Such undercover work is completely pointless. Never mind, since there's a cultivation ability to claim, let's raise her favorability first. Sword Master Ziyun. His title sounds so impressive, I hope he won't disappoint me. Ji Taichang secretly looked forward to it. He casually made up an excuse, quietly left the venue of the alchemy conference, and rushed straight out of the capital. With Qin Miaoyi and Steward Wang by Lin Shuiyu's side, and Emperor Jingxian and many other powerful figures at the Pildao conference venue, Ji Taichang didn't need to worry about the safety of Lin Shuiyu and Yang Yao. Even if the Lin family had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to make a move in public. After arriving at a remote place outside the capital, Ji Taichang silently recited in his heart, "Chief, receive the cultivation level of the Purple Cloud Sword Master." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 levels of cultivation as the Purple Cloud Sword Master. As the system notification tone faded, Ji Taichang's body trembled, and a powerful force appeared out of thin air from his dantian. In an instant, it was absorbed by the nascent soul and the supreme sword bone, each taking half of it. Ji Taichang's nascent soul shone with dazzling light, and the phantom of a golden sword in his hand was now accompanied by a wisp of purple sword energy that swirled around the nascent soul. Ji Taichang's cultivation aura surged, reaching the second level of the nascent soul stage. The supreme sword bone absorbed half of the power and shone with a blazing light. An ancient and supreme sword intent was faintly visible, becoming increasingly profound and terrifying, like a raging volcano. Ji Taichang also gained insights into a cultivation technique called the Purple Cloud Sword Manual in his mind, as if he had been diligently cultivating it for decades. Half of the Purple Cloud Sword Master's 10% cultivation level actually allowed me to advance a small realm. Doesn't this mean that the Purple Cloud Sword Master was at least at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, or even possibly a powerful figure in the divine transformation stage? Ji Taichang opened his eyes, very excited. A small improvement in one's skill level may not seem like much. However, for ordinary nascent soul stage experts, it usually takes 30 to 50 years of seclusion to break through a minor realm. Moreover, the Purple Cloud Sword technique is extremely powerful. It is actually a nascent soul stage cultivation technique. The Purple Cloud Sword technique allowed Ji Taichang to maximize the power of the Supreme Sword Bone, greatly enhancing his combat strength. Besides Luo Hongyi, there's another target I can pursue. Ji Taichang was in a great mood and hummed a little tune as he returned to the star-picking platform. The competition at the alchemy tournament was extremely fierce. Alchemists from all states were giving it their all. Although Yang Yao was struggling, she still managed to defeat her opponent and advance to the next round. Lin Fan was undoubtedly the best performer among them. He displayed extremely refined and powerful alchemy skills, refining a flawless second-grade pill that overwhelmed alchemists from various major sects. Sister Yu, how did I do? Wasn't I amazing? During halftime, Lin Fan couldn't wait to run up to Lin Shuiyue, looking at her with excitement and anticipation. Good. Lin Shuiyue nodded slightly. This indifferent attitude dampened the excitement on Lin Fan's face somewhat. Xiao Fan, you should give up. A soft voice came from Lin Fan's ring. Lin Shuiyue doesn't like you at all. On the contrary, the way she looks at Ji Aotian is full of tenderness and admiration. When you were refining pills, I even saw them secretly holding hands and arm in arm. Lin Fan's body trembled as if struck by lightning. No. I will not give up. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute, and silently vowed in his heart, during those dark days in the Lin family, Sister Yu was the only person besides my mother who cared for me and looked after me. She is the white moonlight in my heart, and I will never give up on her. Ji Aotian, he just got to know Sister Yu a little earlier than me. Now that I have a different kind of fire, have awakened my heavenly spiritual root, and have joined the Medicine King Valley, I will surely rise rapidly and become an unparalleled genius. At that time, I will definitely be able to regain Sister Yu's favor. Inside the ring. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yun Qiu sighed softly and continued to advise, you'd better give up as soon as possible. I've seen countless people, and the way Lin Shuiyue looks at Ji Aotian is filled with unwavering love and loyalty. Their relationship must be extremely intimate, and they must already be married. You have no reason to interfere. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat again. But his gaze grew even more resolute. Even if Sister Yu becomes a married woman, I will not give up. Yun Xiao. You're one of Cao Cao's traitors too? The third round of the alchemy tournament began soon. Lin Fan glanced at Lin Shuiyue with reluctance, and then subtly glanced at Ji Taichang with a meaningful look in his eyes. It even carried a hint of hidden killing intent. Although Sister Yu has a close relationship with this person, if Ji Outyan dies, wouldn't he have a chance? Although the thought only flashed through Lin Fan's mind, it took root like a seed and quietly grew. This Lin Fan is getting in my way. Ji Taichang also narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he didn't know what Lin Fan was thinking, he could sense Lin Fan's affection for Lin Xueyue. This made him somewhat unhappy. Ji Taichang is always the one who sets his sights on other people's women, but now someone actually dares to set their sights on his woman? With this thought in mind, Ji Taichang looked at Nangong Qingya, who was standing to the side. It has to be said. Although Nangong Qingya is not young, she still retains her charm. Although her appearance is not stunning, the more you look at her, the more captivating she becomes, possessing a mature and sensual temperament. Especially her figure, which was plump and rounded, tall and voluptuous, almost on par with Lin Xueyue. Noticing Ji Taichang's gaze, Nangong Qingya turned her head and met his eyes, then smiled, appearing quite poised and graceful. Ha! Ji Taichang suddenly raised an eyebrow, having noticed something amiss. Madam, you seem to have a serious old ailment. Let me take a look at you. Ah, no need. Before Nangong Qingya could finish speaking, Ji Taichang had already grabbed her wrist and placed his fingers on her pulse. Nangong Qingya's delicate body stiffened. She felt a warm and powerful touch on her wrist, as if she had been struck by lightning, and a strange feeling surged through her body. After a while, Nangong Qingya asked in a low voice, Senior Ji, is it ready? Ji Taichang took a deep breath, his expression grave. Madam, your condition is extremely serious. Nangong Qingya's heart skipped a beat, but she still smiled and pretended to be nonchalant. Senior, you must be mistaken. Although I have no cultivation, I am quite healthy and have never been sick. Chapter 93 Nangong Qingya's Gratitude. Ji Taichang looked intently at Nangong Qingya and said meaningfully, You probably know more about Madam's health condition than I do. Nangong Qingya's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes became somewhat unnatural. But she still smiled and said in a relaxed manner, Senior Ji is too kind. My health is indeed fine, so please don't worry about me. Seeing that she was still being stubborn, Ji Tai spread his divine sense and quietly transmitted his voice to her. If I am not mistaken, the lady once suffered extremely serious and terrible injuries, was poisoned by some kind of strange poison, and was on the verge of death. In this critical moment, the lady had no choice but to shatter her own nascent soul and use a peculiar yet supreme technique to seal the strange poison within her dantian and meridians, resulting in the complete loss of her cultivation and the inability to cultivate any further. Although your physical body is not weak, that strange poison damaged your meridians and acupoints, leaving considerable hidden dangers. Every full moon night, the damage to your heart meridian will flare up, and the cold air will corrode you, making you wish you were dead. Ji Taichang's words were like a thunderclap, causing Nangong Qingya's body to tremble violently. How do you know? Startled, Nangong Qingya blurted out, but quickly realized her mistake and covered her mouth. No wonder she was shocked. Nangong Qingya was well aware of her physical condition. The seal she had used before was powerful enough that most people could not sense anything amiss. This is definitely not a problem that a fourth-grade alchemist could see. It would require at least a pill king to detect it, and even then, only the best among pill kings. Didn't they say that the Great Wu dynasty hadn't had a pill king for 5,000 years? This person was able to see all her problems clearly just by taking her pulse briefly. Could he be a powerful alchemy master from somewhere else? Nangong Qingya was overwhelmed with emotion. Her chest heaved, and her breathing quickened. Seeing her reaction, Ji Taichang knew that his diagnosis was correct. Ji Taichang gently squeezed Nangong Qingya's soft little hand and said, Madam's condition is very troublesome, and normally there is very little way to cure her. Nangong Qingya forced a smile and withdrew her small hand. This concubine understands. She was fully aware of her physical condition. Even if the Pill King were to intervene, it would be almost impossible to save him, unless he could obtain some legendary treasures of heaven and earth. It is difficult to cure completely, but I can help the lady clear her meridians and acupoints to alleviate her pain. With a gentle smile, Ji Taichang said, The full moon will be here in a couple of days. Madam, you probably don't want to continue experiencing that feeling of being worse than dead, do you? Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingya couldn't help but be moved. Then I will trouble Senior Ji. I will remember your kindness in saving me. Nangong Qingya was not one to be coy. She bowed to Ji Taichang with great poise and grace. Lin Xueyue was quite surprised when she saw this scene. However, when she thought about how Ji Taichang had received the blessing of the immortals, entered the nascent soul stage, and could teach Yang Yao alchemy, she felt relieved. Ji Taichang nodded slightly, formed a hand seal, and spiritual energy swirled between his fingers and palms. He then placed the seal on the acupoints near Nangong Qingya's heart meridian, transferring strands of spiritual energy into them and gently twisting them with a special technique. Even though it was through her clothes, the warm touch made Nangong Qingya let out a soft moan, and a blush appeared on her bright face. Where Ji Taichang had touched, a warm and strange feeling emanated from. Immediately afterwards, as the blocked meridians and acupoints in Nangong Qingya's body were gradually unblocked, the accumulated cold energy dissipated, making her feel comfortable and relaxed. She looked at Ji Taichang with more gratitude in her eyes. Ding! Nangong Qingya's favorability has increased by 5 points. You can obtain 10% of the cultivation ability of the Purple Cloud Sword Master. Please select. Nangong Qingya's favorability, 20. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. Phew! It's finally done. On the field, Lin Fan let out a long breath and looked at the flawless pills in the alchemy furnace with a smug expression on his face. He was the first person in the entire room to successfully refine the elixir. Lin Fan was about to turn around and smile at Lin Shueyue when he saw Ji Taichang place his hands near Nangong Qingya's heart meridian and gently massage it. Nangong Qingya's face was flushed and she was biting her lips. Lin Fan felt a buzzing in his head, and his blood rushed to his head. That bastard, how dare he insult my mother? Lin Fan was so angry that his face turned red, and he was about to rush out and fight Ji Taichang to the death. Xiao Fan, calm down. This is not frivolous. He used a very exquisite and skillful medical technique. If I'm not mistaken, he's treating your mother's illness. Yun Xiao, inside the ring, immediately spoke, transmitting her voice to Lin Fan. Medical techniques? What kind of technique is this? I think he's clearly taking advantage of my mother. Lin Fan remained indignant. Especially since he already considered Ji Taichang a rival in love, he now has even less affection for Ji Taichang. Your current alchemy skills are still low, so it's normal that you can't see the clues. Yun Xiao comforted her. In the eyes of a doctor, there is no distinction between men and women. Some contact is inevitable during the treatment process, so don't think too much about it. Moreover, he is a powerful nascent soul stage expert. If you rush over now, you will not only offend a nascent soul stage expert, but you will also cause your mother to lose the chance to be treated, and it may even affect Lin Shueyue's impression of you. It would be a loss for you. Yun Xiao's words had an effect. The last sentence, in particular, calmed Lin Fan down a bit. But he still felt awkward no matter how he looked at it. He stared intently at Ji Taichang's hands, but he couldn't rush over to stop him. This feeling was like that of an incompetent husband, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Fan couldn't stand it anymore. So he decided not to watch it. A moment later, after Ji Taichang finished healing, he withdrew his palm. Nangong Qingya felt relaxed and comfortable all over, as if she had become much lighter. All the coldness that had accumulated in her body over the years had been cleared away, making her feel exceptionally relaxed. Thank you so much for saving my life, senior. I truly don't know how to repay this kindness. Nangong Qingya looked at Ji Taichang with gratitude in her eyes. No need for repayment. I never care about repayment when I help others. I only care about fate. You know you are, and I think highly of Lin Fan, so it's only right that I help you out. Ji Taichang smiled and said, however, this treatment can only temporarily alleviate your condition. The cold will continue to accumulate after a while. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingya showed no concern, her expression calm and composed. I understand, this is my fate. Obviously. Her experiences over the years had worn down her spirit, forcing her to accept reality. Madam, there's no need to be too pessimistic. Ji Taichang said, I have a pill formula that, while it cannot completely eradicate the strange poison in your body, can repair the damage to your meridians and acupoints, so that you will no longer be affected by the cold and be able to cultivate again. However, the precious medicines required for this elixir are extremely rare, and it will take some time to find them. Chapter 94. Madam, you didn't want this either. Repairing damaged meridians and acupoints, no longer susceptible to cold, and able to cultivate again? Ji Taichang's words shocked Nangong Qingya. Her eyes widened, and her heart was filled with great turmoil. Although she had long accepted reality and planned to live the rest of her life in an ordinary way, leaving her fate to chance. But, if given the chance to start over, anyone would be tempted. After a moment of silence, Nangong Qingya gave a wry smile and shook her head. Thank you for your concern, senior, but there's no need to trouble yourself. I can't bear such a great favor. She was fully aware of the severity of her injuries. Therefore, she also knew how precious Ji Taichang's pill formulas and medicines were. Even the Pill King might not be able to produce them. This favor was too great. She is now just a mortal with no cultivation, and she cannot possibly repay this kindness. Ji Taichang raised an eyebrow, realizing that Nangong Qingya was a person with a strong sense of self-respect and would not accept such a great favor and gift from him for no reason. He stroked his chin, then suddenly glanced at Lin Fan in the hall. Ji Taichang's heart stirred, remembering what Lin Shueyue had told him. Nangong Qingya doted on her son Lin Fan. "Madam, there is no need to rush to refuse. I admire Lin Fan very much. He has extraordinary talent and great opportunities. He will surely rise rapidly in the future and become a powerful figure." Ji Taichang said gently, "Consider this pill as my investment in him in advance. Madam can accept it for now, and Lin Fan can repay it on your behalf when he has achieved a certain level of cultivation. Otherwise, Madam's health won't hold up for much longer. She can only live for another 10 or 20 years at most, while Lin Fan can continue cultivating and live for at least several hundred years. You are Lin Fan's only family in this world. Madam, you wouldn't want to see Lin Fan all alone and miserable in the future, would you? Just consider it for the sake of the child." Ji Taichang gently took Nangong Qingya's soft little hand and stared intently into her eyes. These words struck Nangong Qingya like a heavy hammer blow, causing her heart to tremble once again and stirring up an indescribable emotion. She couldn't help but turn to look at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with affection and reluctance. Yes. She suffers from the erosion of cold air every month, and her body can only last another 10 or 20 years at most. Xiao Fan still has a long life ahead of him. Is she really going to abandon him like this? Xiao Fan only has himself left as a family member in this world. This thought came to mind. Nangong Qingya made up her mind and looked up at Ji Taichang. "Then, we'll have to trouble you, senior. My son and I will forever remember this kindness." Ding! Nangong Qingya's favorability has increased by 5 points. Nangong Qingya's favorability, 25. A surprise awaits when favorability reaches 100. Very good, they've taken the bait. Ji Taichang's lips curled up slightly, and he was in a great mood. Lin Shueyue, who was standing to the side, had no idea of Ji Taichang's true intentions. She listened to their entire conversation and genuinely believed that Ji Taichang wanted to invest in Lin Fan in advance, so she didn't think much of it. After all, Lin Fan's performance was indeed remarkable, making him a worthwhile investment. During this time, I will try to collect precious medicines. Before the pills are refined, I need to help my wife clear her meridians and remove the cold every month. This time, Ji Taichang was not lying. He does have the formula, but the necessary medicinal ingredients are too precious for him to have, so he has to find a way to collect them. Yes, thank you for your help, senior. Nangong Qingya nodded vigorously, her face full of gratitude. Ji Taichang used the excuse of going to the capital to find spiritual herbs, and in a flash, he left the star-picking platform and rushed out of the capital again, arriving at a remote and deserted place. Master, receive the cultivation level of the Purple Cloud Sword Master. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 levels of cultivation as the Purple Cloud Sword Master. As the system notification tone faded, a surge of immense power erupted from Ji Taichang's dantian once more, splitting into two, with half being absorbed by the nascent soul and the supreme sword bone, respectively. The supreme sword bone shimmered with a mysterious light, and its terrifying sword intent grew ever more astonishing, as if it contained the essence of a sun. Ji Taichang's nascent soul shone with dazzling brilliance, and the purple sword intent around the golden sword phantom grew increasingly profound and powerful. His cultivation level also surged dramatically, and he successfully entered the third level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, Ji Taichang also gained some insights into the purple cloud sword technique, and comprehended it to the point of minor mastery. Nascent Soul Stage 3. If I were to unleash the full power of the Supreme Sword Bone, I could at least kill a Nascent Soul Stage 6 expert. Ji Taichang licked his lips, his eyes filled with excitement. If he were to unleash Blood Explosion, coupled with the Fiery Cloud Cauldron, Ji Taichang dared not even imagine how powerful it would be. I've made up my mind. Tonight, I'll storm the Lin family and retrieve Yuer's innate sword bone. Dare to harm my woman? The Lin family has already prepared a way to die. Ji Taichang grinned and made a decision. He activated the turtle breathing technique, concealing his cultivation aura, and swaggered back to the star-picking platform. Ji Taichang plopped down next to Lin Shueyue, skillfully took her small hand, and asked telepathically, Yuer, where is Lin Changshuan's youngest daughter? I'll go and dig out her innate sword bone tonight. Xiao Chang, don't be impulsive. Lin Shueiyue was startled and hurriedly grabbed Ji Taichang with both hands, whispering, ever since Lin Yanji awakened her innate sword bone, she has received much attention from the Lin family. She was taken in as a disciple by the Lin family's most powerful ancestor and has been cultivating in the Lin family's ancestral land. Although that Lin family patriarch has little time left to live, his cultivation level is as high as the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. The Lin family's ancestral land still holds all sorts of secrets and methods of the Lin family. Even if a nascent soul stage 9th level expert rushed in, he would have a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. I'd rather not seek revenge than let you do something foolish. Lin Shueiyue looked worried and nervous, holding Ji Taichang's arm tightly, afraid that he would do something impulsive. In an instant, Ji Taichang's arm sank into an amazingly soft place, which improved his mood considerably. Don't worry, silly girl, I won't risk my life. Ji Taichang smiled and reached out to ruffle Lin Shueiyue's hair. Below, Lin Fan once again refined the pill at the fastest speed in the entire room, his face full of pride, and immediately turned to look at Lin Shueiyue. Then he saw the scene of Lin Shueiyue and Ji Taichang in intimate contact. Lin Fan's smile froze instantly. This bastard not only flirted with my mother, but he didn't even spare Sister Yu. How despicable. Inside the ring. Seeing this, Yun Qiao could only sigh helplessly. She had clearly stated that Lin Shueiyue was Ji Aotian's woman, so why was Lin Fan still so persistent? Is being a wife really that good? How could this child have such a peculiar habit? Chapter 95 Lin Family Ancestral Land. It lasted 2.5 days. The alchemy conference has finally come to a close. With Ji Taichang's help, Yang Yao finally won 6th place in the 3rd grade alchemist competition. This achievement shocked the entire audience, second only to Lin Fan's possession of a strange fire. It should be noted that Yang Yao came from an ordinary small sect. Her opponents were all top sects and families from the 13 states of the Great Wu dynasty. Their access to alchemy knowledge and guidance from renowned masters far surpassed that of Yang Yao. However, the result was that Yang Yao defeated many outstanding alchemists, made a strong breakthrough into the top 10, and even defeated many disciples of alchemy masters. The place was in an uproar, and many alchemy masters rushed over, wanting to take Yang Yao as their disciple. Anyone can see that Yang Yao will definitely become a master of alchemy in the future, and even be one of the best. Not bad. Ji Taichang nodded slightly, in a very good mood. Yang Yao has only had the Fire Cloud Pill scripture for a short time, otherwise, under Ji Taichang's tutelage, it wouldn't be impossible for her to win 1st place. However, 6th place is already amazing enough to make Qingyun sect famous and gain recognition. Faced with the attempts of a group of alchemy masters to win her over, Yang Yao politely declined them all. She then ran to Ji Taichang, her clear and pretty face filled with excitement and anticipation. Senior Ji, Sister Shueiyue, I have lived up to your expectations. I got 6th place. She grabbed Lin Shueiyue and Ji Taichang's hands and couldn't help but jump up, causing their surging embrace to sway, giving Ji Taichang a good look. Well done. My time spent teaching and imparting knowledge has not been in vain. Ji Taichang smiled and reached out to rub Yang Yao's little head. When the phrase imparting knowledge and teaching skills was mentioned, Yang Yao's pretty face immediately blushed slightly as she recalled the scene of studying alchemy with Ji Taichang all night. Congratulations, Yao Yao. From now on, you'll be a renowned alchemy genius in the Great Wu dynasty. Lin Shueiyue also took Yang Yao's hand and said with a smile, genuinely happy for her. Next, it was time to award prizes to the top-ranking alchemists. Yang Yao won a grand prize, a top-grade magic weapon-level alchemy furnace, plus a special privilege to study at the Great Martial Academy for a year. This reward was incredibly generous, making Yang Yao even happier. After the alchemy conference ended in the evening, Qin Miaoyi decided to stay in the capital for another day, so that everyone would have time to explore the capital and experience the local customs and culture. Ji Taichang left Lin Shueiyue and Yang Yao in Qin Miaoyi's care and protection, while he himself made an excuse to slip away. The Lin family. One of the 3 great families of the Great Wu dynasty, it is said that its lineage is even older than the founding of the Great Wu dynasty. The family has many powerful members, and many of its members have entered the court as officials. It has extensive connections in military and political affairs, making it an absolutely behemoth. Although the Lin family mansion is located in the capital. However, the Lin family's ancestral home was not in the capital, but in a remote place in the Central Plains, surrounded by mountains and valleys, with clouds and mist rising and falling. Pavilions and palaces were nestled in the mountains and forests, making it a prosperous place. A figure shrouded entirely in black appeared silently, looking down at the Lin family's ancestral land below, a cold smile playing on his lips. Lin Yanji. I'm here right now. Ji Taichang squatted at the entrance of the Lin family's ancestral land and quickly caught a direct descendant of the Lin family with an extraordinary status. Under the terrifying impact of Ji Taichang's third-level nascent soul stage divine sense and soul power, this direct descendant of the Lin family was quickly stripped of his memories by Ji Taichang, who also looted his clothes and equipment before sending him away with a slap. Ji Taichang changed into the clothes of a direct descendant of the Lin family, took out his identity token, passed the test of the Lin family's ancestral land's protective array, and swaggered into the Lin family's ancestral land. According to the memories that Ji Taichang read, Lin Yanji has been cultivating in the most central and precious place of the ancestral land with the Lin family patriarch all these years. This place is called Peach Blossom Valley, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is extremely abundant. Only the most core direct descendants of the Lin family are qualified to enter. Stop. Peach Blossom Valley is a restricted area unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach. Ji Taichang was stopped by the Lin family guards as soon as he approached Peach Blossom Valley. I have urgent business to report to the ancestor. Let me in quickly. Ji Taichang looked extremely anxious. Upon hearing this, the guards raised an eyebrow and immediately surrounded them. If it's urgent, you can tell us first, and we'll report to the ancestor. Boom. As they approached, Ji Taichang's lips curled into a smirk, and he slapped them out with a single, terrifying slap, instantly turning them into a bloody mist, annihilating them completely. Ji Taichang flashed and rushed towards Peach Blossom Valley. Unexpectedly, at the entrance to Peach Blossom Valley, dense array patterns lit up on the ground, forming an array barrier. Ji Taichang, without any token, was directly blocked outside. Ji Taichang had no token, but he had plenty of strength. With a deafening roar, Ji Taichang unleashed the golden feather flying sword with all his might, unleashing an incomparably blazing sword beam that surged and roared with boundless sharpness, forcefully cleaving through the array barrier. Who goes there? Several core members of the Lin family were cultivating in Peach Blossom Valley when they were alerted and immediately took to the air. Ji Taichang glanced around and found two young men, a woman, all at the golden core stage, and an old woman at the nascent soul stage. Without saying a word, Ji Taichang flashed and attacked the golden core stage woman. Presumptuous. Upon seeing this, the old woman, who was at the nascent soul stage, immediately let out an angry roar and swung her dragon-headed cane at Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang swung his sword backhand, without even activating the power of the supreme sword bone. The golden feather flying sword, shimmering with dazzling sword light, struck the dragon-headed cane with a resounding clang. As a result, the old woman was immediately cleaved away by Ji Taichang's sword, crashing heavily onto a small hill and spitting out a mouthful of blood. One by the roadside. Ji Taichang grabbed the golden core stage woman by the neck, and the violent and terrifying pressure stunned her, rendering her unable to move. Puff. Ji Taichang showed no mercy, piercing her chest with a single palm strike and pouring his heart out to her. What about the innate sword bone? You're not Lin Yanji. Ji Taichang rummaged around for a while, then his brows furrowed suddenly. Cough cough. Sister Rouge is studying at Dao Academy, Senior, please spare me. I am Lin Panjing. The woman trembled all over, blood kept flowing from the corner of her mouth, and she begged for mercy. Oh, sorry, I took the wrong one. But since you're not going to live anyway, I'll still see you off. You're welcome. Ji Taichang ignited a raging flame between his fingers and palms, activating the fiery blaze technique, which burned her to ashes. You brat! You deserve to die. Just then, a furious roar, filled with extreme rage, rang out. Chapter 96 The Azure Kite Sword. The old woman who had been cleaved away by Ji Taichang's sword has returned. But this time, she brought back a Lin family ancestral artifact from deep within Peach Blossom Valley. It was an ancient cyan sword, its hilt covered with cyan scales, and its blade seemed to be forged from the spine of some kind of demonic beast. It was straight and sharp, with barbs on both sides, and exuded an astonishing aura of malevolence. This is a low-grade magic weapon. The old woman was at the third level of the nascent soul stage and wielded a low-grade magic weapon, which greatly increased her combat power. Not only that. She had already sent a message to the outside world that the protective formation of the Lin family's ancestral land had been activated, and more Lin family experts were on their way. How dare you kill a member of my Lin family? You have already committed suicide. Watching Lin Panjing being killed, the old woman's eyes turned red, filled with anger and murderous intent. She unleashed the full power of her Azure Kite Sword, unleashing a dazzling divine light and a terrifying aura. A phantom of a sky-covering azure demonic beast even appeared behind her, roaring towards the heavens. The azure kite sword slashed down at Ji Taichang, and its terrifying aura made him feel a little bit of pressure. But that's all. Ji Taichang swung his sword backhand, and the golden feather flying sword shone brightly, clashing with the azure kite sword. The clash shook the area, creating a thunderous roar. The azure kite sword is very powerful. It's a pity that Ji Taichang is even stronger. With a deafening bang, the old woman was once again cleaved away by Ji Taichang's sword, crashing headfirst into a rocky mountain and spitting out a mouthful of blood. This sword is nice, it's mine now. Give it to me. Ji Taichang flashed and appeared in front of the old woman like a ghost, snatching the Qingyuan sword from her hand. Zheng. Under the old woman's control, the azure kite sword struggled violently, its sword energy humming as it tried to stab Ji Taichang. But Ji Taichang's eyes turned cold, and the power of the supreme sword bone was activated. Under the violent and surging spiritual power, he directly and forcibly erased the divine consciousness imprint left by the old woman in the azure kite sword and forcibly refined it. Puff! The old woman suffered a severe backlash after the Qingyuan sword was taken away, and she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she could make a move, Ji Taichang had already thrust out his sword. The Qingyuan sword shone brightly, piercing through the old woman's body on the spot, severely injuring her, and pinning her to the stone mountain. As Ji Taichang raised his hand again, in an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire Peach Blossom Valley was drawn together, forming a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky and grabbed the other two Golden Core stage youths who were running away, holding them in its hand like dead dogs. Presumptuous! Release my Lin family members immediately, or not only will you die, but your sect and family will also be buried with you. How dare you invade my Lin family's ancestral land? You have some nerve. Just then, Lin Yimeng, the eldest elder of the Lin family, led a group of Lin family experts to the scene. The protective formation of the Lin family's ancestral land has been fully activated. Dense runes intertwine in mid-air, releasing a world-destroying aura that makes Ji Taichang tremble with fear. But Ji Taichang, however, was not afraid at all. He grabbed the old woman and the two young men from the Lin family and grinned at Lin Yimeng. Madam, you don't want to see anything happen to them, do you? Ji Taichang's fingers and palms were surrounded by sharp and terrifying sword energy. With just a thought, Ji Taichang could instantly annihilate the three of them. One nascent soul stage expert from the Lin family, and two core prodigies from the Lin family with the potential to reach nascent soul stage. These three hostages were too important, even Lin Yimeng dared not make any rash moves. The Lin family only has a handful of nascent soul stage experts, and the death of any one of them would be a significant loss, not to mention that there are two of the Lin family's top young talents. Fellow Taoist, let's talk this out. When did my Lin family offend you? My Lin family is willing to apologize. We beg you to be merciful and release the three of them. Otherwise, my Lin family won't be trifled with. My Lin family patriarch is on his way back. If you dare to harm these three, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Lin Yimeng spoke in a deep voice, first pleading for peace, then adopting a tough stance, using both soft and hard tactics. Even a typical nascent soul stage expert would probably not dare to fight the Lin family to the death, as the consequences would be too severe. But Ji Taichang wasn't buying it at all. What are you saying in your gibberish? Open the sect's protective formation and let me out, or I'll kill those three right in front of you. Ji Taichang grinned. Madam, you don't want to just watch them die, do you? You. Ji Taichang's words enraged Lin Yimeng, causing her chest to heave. The Lin family is one of the three great families of the Great Wu dynasty, a powerful force in the region. They've always been domineering and arrogant. The Lin family is the one who bullies others. When have they ever suffered such humiliation? Bang! Seeing that Lin Yimeng was not retreating an inch, Ji Taichang had a thought and a wisp of sword energy bloomed, instantly shredding one of the old woman's arms into blood mist, causing her to let out a heart-wrenching scream. If you don't activate the sect's protective formation, I'll torture them to death bit by bit right in front of you. Ji Taichang's eyes were icy cold. Xiaomeng, quickly activate the sect's protective formation. Let him go. Under intense pain and the threat of death, the old woman's face contorted, and she let out a low, agonizing growl. Lin Yimeng was still somewhat hesitant and unwilling, but what? The old woman roared, are you trying to force us to our deaths? Can you bear to watch us be tortured and killed? Do you have any conscience at all? The two young men from the Lin family also pleaded in trembling voices, Elder, please activate the sect's protective formation. We don't want to die. Seeing this, Lin Yumeng was so angry she almost ground her teeth to powder, but she could only retreat and activate a token to open an entrance to the sect's protective formation. She glared fiercely at Ji Taichang. After you get out, you'd better release them all. If you dare to kill them, you will face the relentless revenge of my Lin family. My Lin family has an ancestor at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, and also. What are you saying in your gibberish? Ji Taichang didn't bother listening to her nonsense. Holding 3 hostages in his hands, he flashed out of the Lin family's ancestral land. Fellow Taoist, can you release us now? The old woman suppressed her pain and anger, and looked at Ji Taichang with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Ji Taichang nodded. Don't worry, I am a kind-hearted person and I have never killed women, children, or the elderly. The old woman's face lit up with joy. Unfortunately, you are not a toddler, and these 2 are not women or children either. Ji Taichang's next words made everyone present freeze. No. Bang. Before the old woman could finish speaking, the 3 of them exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving only 3 storage rings, which Ji Taichang grabbed and refined in an instant. Under such absolute suppression of power, the old woman couldn't even escape with her nascent soul. Chapter 97: The Great Devastation of the Lin Family. No! Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yiming's eyes widened in horror, her eyes turned red, and she let out a shrill scream. She immediately drew a silver sword and charged at Ji Taichang without regard for anything else. Bang! Ji Taichang raised the Qingyuan sword in his hand and casually slashed out. A blue sword aura burst forth with unparalleled power, instantly sending Lin Yimeng and her sword flying. She fell from the sky like a meteor, smashing a deep crater into the vast earth. Back when Ji Taichang was only at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, Lin Yimeng was no match for him. Moreover, Ji Taichang is currently at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage and also possesses a low-grade magic weapon, the Azure Kite Sword. Ji Taichang was preparing to seize the opportunity and kill Lin Yimeng as well, thus bringing wealth and honor to her entire family. But at that moment, a terrifying pressure was rapidly approaching from afar, and the earth-shattering killing intent made Ji Taichang's heart tremble and gave rise to a strong sense of crisis. The Lin family patriarch. A thought instantly flashed through Ji Taichang's mind. Although Ji Taichang also wanted to test his strength against a nascent soul stage 8 expert to see just how strong he was at his limit. But considering this is the ancestral home of the Lin family, there's no guarantee that Guy won't use some of the Lin family's secrets and methods. Ji Taichang hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. After a dozen or so breaths, an elderly man with white hair and beard, and a burly, tall frame, rushed to the sky above the Lin family ancestral land like lightning, his face grim. Lin Yimeng. Where are the thieves? What's the situation now? Lin Yimeng looked grim and could only recount what had just happened. What? 3 of my Lin family's core prodigies have perished, a nascent soul stage expert has been killed, and we've even lost a low-grade magic treasure. Not only could you not stop him, you didn't even know who he was? Useless. Absolutely fucking useless. The Lin family patriarch instantly flew into a rage, wishing he could slap Lin Yimeng to death. He immediately took to the air and chased after Ji Taichang in the direction he had gone. Although he was faster. However, Ji Taichang, being a sword cultivator, was also incredibly fast and had already run far away. En route, Ji Taichang changed his appearance and disguise, and quietly changed direction, swaggering towards the capital. Although we failed to capture Lin Yanji, we killed 3 core prodigies of the Lin family, a nascent soul stage expert, and even seized the Azure Kite Sword. This was a worthwhile trade. You're next, Lin Yanji. Ji Taichang licked his lips, a dangerous glint in his eyes. But after Lin Yanji awakened her innate sword bone, she became the #1 genius of the Great Wu dynasty. Studying at the Great Wu Academy, she must have received extreme attention and protection, and was not so easy to approach. Ji Taichang's eyes darted around, and a bold idea quickly popped into his mind. Do you really think that just because you're hiding in Dao Academy, I can't do anything to you? He. With a sneer on his face, Ji Taichang transformed into Lin Shanxian, his body radiating the pressure of a 3rd-level nascent soul cultivator, and flew towards the Great Martial Academy. The Dao Academy is located in the heart of the capital, covering a vast area with pavilions and palaces everywhere. Greetings, Senior Lin. Upon seeing Ji Taichang appear, the gatekeepers of Dao Academy all showed respect and quickly bowed to him. After all, this is a nascent soul stage expert, and the head of the Lin family, one of the 3 great families. Quickly tell Rouge to come out and see me. I have something urgent to discuss with her. Ji Taichang spoke in a deep voice, his tone anxious. Yes. Seeing Ji Taichang's anxious appearance, the gatekeeper disciple felt a chill and dared not delay, immediately relaying the news back to the Great Martial Academy. Snap! So fast! A woman in purple arrived riding a flying sword and landed at the entrance of the Great Martial Academy, a look of confusion on her face. Father, didn't you just tell me in a telepathic message? Boom! Before Lin Yinji could finish speaking, Ji Taichang had already drawn his Qingyuan sword. He unleashed his full power as a third-level nascent soul cultivator and slashed down directly at Lin Yinji's head. With a deafening roar, the gate of Dao Academy was blown open, a huge crack thousands of feet long was cleaved in the ground, many houses in the distance were collapsed, and dust filled the sky, creating an astonishing spectacle. But Lin Yinji did not die. The instant Ji Taichang drew his sword, a strong sense of impending death washed over her. A jade pendant hanging around Lin Yinji's neck shattered instantly, forming a semi-transparent circular light screen that protected her. The azure kite sword slammed into the circular light screen, sending Lin Yinji flying thousands of feet away. A tiny crack appeared on the light screen, but it did not shatter. There are also protective treasures? Ji Taichang narrowed his eyes slightly and went up to unleash another sword strike. With a deafening bang, Ji Taichang unleashed the power of the supreme sword bone, causing the azure kite sword to explode with full force, cleaving the light barrier into countless cracks that spread like spider silk. Just as Ji Taichang was preparing to unleash his third sword strike, 3 powerful nascent soul stage pressures instantly erupted from within the Great Martial Academy, and the sect's protective formation was fully activated, with terrifying killing intent and divine sense firmly locking onto Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang ignored him and unleashed his third sword strike. No! No! Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Lin Yinji was disheveled, and despite being protected by a light barrier, she was still shaken by the aftershocks, causing her to bleed from all 7 orifices and making her look extremely disheveled. Her eyes were filled with terror and confusion as she staggered backward, terrified by an unprecedented sense of impending death. When? Just as Ji Taichang's sword was about to strike, a crimson flying sword descended from the sky and blocked it. A furious growl followed. How dare you attack and kill my disciples at the Great Martial Academy? You have some nerve. An invisible yet terrifying killing intent surged forth like a landslide and a tsunami, causing Ji Taichang to tense up and feel an immense threat. You're lucky today. Ji Taichang felt somewhat regretful and quickly retreated. Instead of rushing straight out of the capital, he flashed into the bustling streets of the capital and used the turtle breathing technique, as well as the top-grade magic artifacts he had previously purchased that could change appearance and aura, to change his disguise one after another. While this street was being blocked off, Ji Taichang had already quietly returned to the VIP building at Zexingtai. Lin Yinji is protected by both the Lin family and Dao Academy, so it would be difficult to kill her. Moreover, after this assassination attempt, the Lin family and Dao Academy will definitely be more vigilant, making it even more difficult to assassinate her again. Ji Taichang stroked his chin, lost in thought. Never mind. All difficulties stem from insufficient firepower. I should focus on winning over Nangong Qingya. Once my cultivation level improves by a few more minor realms, I'll crush the Lin family and the Great Martial Academy, and anyone who stands in my way will die. Ji Taichang made a decision quickly. Chapter 98 Lin Chongxian blocks the way. Nothing was said that night. The next day, the atmosphere in the capital was somewhat oppressive and heavy. The number of guards on the streets had increased significantly, and almost everyone leaving the city was questioned. Even the cloud boat of the Prince of Lanzhou was stopped for inspection. You suspect that the thieves who attacked and killed the Lin family elder and Lin Yinji last night were on the cloud ship of my Lanzhou prince's mansion? Qin Miaoyi frowned, and her tone turned cold. She was, after all, a princess of a region, and wielded considerable influence in the Great Wu dynasty. She was already aware of the earth-shattering events that occurred last night. Good. Please cooperate, Your Highness. I suspect that the Qingyuan sword, which my Lin family lost, is in the hands of a certain thief. Lin Changxuan's face was extremely gloomy, as if he had lost his parents, and his cold eyes were fixed on Ji Taichang. After the incident at the Lin family ancestral land in Lin Yinji last night, Lin Changxuan's first suspect was Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang is the prime suspect because he killed Lin Mabai for Lin Shuiyue a few days ago, and then engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Chongxian and Lin Yimeng. As the person involved, Lin Chongxian knows best the grudge between Lin Shuiyue and Lin Yinji. Although Ji Taichung's cultivation level is at the first level of the nascent soul stage, which does not match the third level of the nascent soul stage of the thief last night, Ji Taichang is the most suspicious, and the Lin family cannot possibly not investigate him. Please forgive us, Your Highness, we were just following orders. The guards surrounding Lin Changxian were under immense pressure, but they still forced themselves to speak. The Lin family has run into trouble, and they've actually traced it back to my Lancao prince's mansion. You have quite the nerve. Qin Miaoyi coldly questioned, who gave you that right? Lin Changshuan's expression was grim. He said in a deep voice, that thief not only killed members of my Lin family, but also openly attacked within the Great Martial Academy. This is a provocation against the prestige of the Great Martial Academy. We are here to search on the orders of King Poyu. He raised his hand and took out a golden token with the words "Breaking the Mountain" engraved on it. Poyu Wang, one of the princes of the Great Wu dynasty, and also the dean of the Great Wu Academy. Upon seeing this, Qin Miaoyi frowned, feeling that things were getting a bit tricky. This is the capital, the territory of King Poyu. If the king of Poyu is truly determined to investigate, and the king of Lancao is not present, even with her prestige, it might be difficult to handle. Your Highness, why waste words with him? Just ram them with the boat. Both the Prince of Poyu and the Prince of Lancao are princes, what right do they have to investigate us? Just then, Ji Taichang suddenly spoke up. Good. Qin Miaoyi's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately ordered Steward Wang, start the cloud ship at full speed and ram it. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. Regardless of whether Ji Taichang is a suspect. Ji Taichang was a distinguished guest of the Lancao prince's mansion, and the Fengling Yuing sect behind Ji Taichang was an even more mysterious and terrifying existence. She would definitely help out, so naturally she would not allow the Lin family to conduct a search. Okay. Butler Wang nodded, unleashing a surge of powerful spiritual energy. He immediately propelled the cloud boat beneath his feet, unleashing astonishing speed as it charged directly towards Lin Changxian and the others. Caught off guard, Lin Changxian and the others were both shocked and furious, and could only quickly dodge. But Lin Changxian was not willing to let Ji Taichang leave just like that. Your Highness, please forgive me. I have been ordered by King Peiyu to investigate Ji Outyan. Lin Changxian roared, activated the token of the King of Poyu and held it horizontally in front of him, then took out a long spear and charged towards Ji Taichang like lightning. Boom! Almost simultaneously, Ji Taichang and Steward Wang both pointed out, and two flying swords, like dragons coiling together, burst forth with endless killing intent, slashing fiercely at Lin Changxian and knocking him down from mid-air. If Ji Taichang's cultivation level had not yet broken through, Lin Changxian might have been able to stop them and make it difficult for them to escape for a while. But Ji Taichang was no longer the same as before. His strength had increased dramatically. His golden feather flying sword pierced through Lin Changxuan's chest in an instant, severely injuring him. By the time Lin Changxian shakily got up, the cloud ship of the Lancao prince's mansion had already sailed far away. Commander Chang, why didn't you stop them just now? How dare you disobey the orders of the King of Poyu? Lin Changxian clutched his bleeding chest, turned to look at Cheng Honghai in the distance, who was clad in golden armor, his eyes filled with rage. Cheng Honghai glanced at him, his expression cold. This commander only obeys His Majesty's orders. It's obvious. He did not want to get involved in the conflict between the Lin family and the Prince of Lancao. Thank you, Your Highness. After leaving the capital, Ji Taichang bowed to Qin Miaoyi. Senior Ji, you're too kind. It was nothing. Qin Miaoyi smiled and said, you are all distinguished guests of my Lancao prince's mansion. How could I allow the Lin family to make things difficult for you for no reason? She was quite pleased to be able to help Ji Taichang. This means that the relationship between the two sides has taken another step forward. 2.5 days later, the cloud ship traversed most of the Great Wu dynasty and returned to Lancao City. After bidding farewell to Qin Miaoyi and the others, Ji Taichang led Lin Shuidui and Yang Yao back to Qin Yun's sect. Among the pills that Ji Taichang was going to refine for Nangong Qingya, several kinds of spiritual herbs happened to be special products of the Blackwater Mountains, so he decided to go to the Blackwater Mountains first, and then go to Medicine King Valley to collect the remaining medicinal materials. Since Nangong Qingya and Lin Fan are both in Medicine King Valley, I can take the opportunity to boost their favorability. After helping Nangong Qingya refine the pills, it shouldn't be a problem to increase her favorability by 20 or 30 points. When I improve my cultivation by 2 or 3 minor realms, I can directly storm into the Great Martial Academy and kill Ling Yanji. Ji Taichang pondered for a moment, a slight smile playing on his lips, his mood greatly improved. After sending Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao to the Qingyun sect, Ji Taichang rode on sword energy and quickly arrived at the Blackwater Mountains. With his current cultivation level, the Blackwater Mountains were like his backyard. His vast divine sense spread out and quickly collected the spiritual herbs he needed. Ji Taichang returned to Qingyun's sect to bid farewell to Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao. Are you going on another long trip? Lin Shuiyue was slightly taken aback, then took Ji Taichang's arm, looked around, and after finding no one around, she licked her lips. Come on, come inside with me. I have something to tell you. In the future. Lin Shuiyue left her boudoir satisfied, leaving Ji Taichang lying on the bed sighing helplessly. Ji Taichang strongly suspected that Lin Shuiyue was worried that he was seeing other women, so she wanted to drain him dry before he left home. Fortunately, Ji Taichang was highly skilled and physically strong enough to withstand the attack. A moment later. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a petite yet voluptuous figure sneaked into the boudoir. She was only wearing a light nightgown and skillfully slipped into bed, snuggling into Ji Taichang's arms. Ha! Moon, where did your brother go? Qin Wolin leaned against a flat yet firm embrace and suddenly felt a little strange. She grabbed that strong, large hand and touched it. Moon, how did your hand get so big? Chapter 99 Qin Wolin's Shyness. When Qin Wolin was pressed against something, she instantly regained her senses. Ugh! Qin Wolin let out a scream, which was quickly covered by Ji Taichang. Her heart pounded wildly, her pretty face flushed, and her ears turned red. Qin Wolin hurriedly scrambled out of Ji Taichang's arms, frantically getting to her feet. Senior Ji. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were here. Qin Wolin lowered her head and covered her chest with her hands, but her fair skin was still undeniable. She felt incredibly ashamed and wanted to disappear into the ground. I was so stupid, so stupid. They already knew that Senior Ji and Yuer were having an affair, so why didn't they ever think that Senior Ji would be in Yuer's room? Qin Wolin's head was buzzing, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Seeing her flustered yet shy and adorable appearance, Ji Taichang's lips curled up slightly, and he smiled gently. Girl, we meet again. Ji Taichang stood up, his appearance and demeanor changing as he looked down at Qin Wolin's delicate face. The familiar voice made Qin Wolin's heart skip a beat. She looked up abruptly and saw that familiar figure and face she would never forget. Qin Wolin was poisoned by Luo Hongyi's demonic energy, and then she forced herself on Ji Taichang in the cave, where the two were deeply entangled in passionate lovemaking. You are Senior Ji Outyan. Qin Wolin's cherry-like lips parted slightly, her head buzzing. She thought she would never see Ji Taichang again in this lifetime. She never expected that such a coincidence could happen in this world. The person she had been longing for was actually right beside her. It's me. Ji Taichang smiled and gently took Qin Wolin's hand. I thought we were just strangers who met by chance, but I never expected that the fate between us would be so wonderful. Lin, I'll say it again, we've already consummated our marriage. I will take responsibility for you and we'll make a good life together. Ji Taichang's words struck Qin Wolin like a heavy hammer blow, causing her heart to tremble. No, that won't do. I can't take Yuer away from him. Qin Wolin's heart pounded wildly. She hurriedly pulled her hand away and took 2 steps back. Ji Taichang smiled and took her small hand again. It's all right, you are all my wings, I believe Yuer won't mind. Ji Taichang's words made Qin Wolin's eyes widen slightly. Although she still subconsciously resisted, an idea uncontrollably arose in her mind. In the world of cultivation, the strong are respected, and it is normal for powerful beings to take concubines. Based on her understanding of Lin Shuiyue and the relationship between the two sisters, Yuer shouldn't mind, right? After Lin Shuiyue returned from the capital, she told her how brave Ji Taichang was. For Lin Shuiyue's sake, Ji Taichang beat up Lin Changxian and Lin Yimeng, and with his first-level nascent soul cultivation, he defeated a third-level nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, Ji Taichang has a mysterious and powerful background, and the Fengling Yuing sect behind him is so powerful that even the Lanzhou royal palace is trying its best to win him over. If Ji Taichang were her husband, perhaps he could change Emperor Jingshuan's mind and not marry her off to Emperor Yuanqi. Anyway, they've already consummated their marriage. Upon realizing this, Qin Wolin couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. Ding! Qin Wolin's favorability has increased by 20 points. You cannot obtain 20% of Emperor Yuanqi's cultivation ability for the time being. Qin Wolin's favorability, 30. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. A system notification sounded in Ji Taichang's mind. Ji Taichang knew the time was right, so he immediately put his arm around Qin Wolin's slender waist and lowered his head to kiss her beautiful red lips. Qin Wolin's body stiffened, her head buzzing, but she still subconsciously parted her red lips slightly and let Ji Taichang in. Ding! Qin Wolin's favorability has increased by 5 points. Qin Wolin's favorability, 35. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. It wasn't until Ji Taichung's hands reached for the large bowl that Qin Wolin suddenly snapped back to her senses. Her pure and pretty face turned as red as if it could drip water. She hurriedly broke free from Ji Taichung's embrace and ran out of the room without looking back. Ji Taichung saw this and just chuckled. Based on the increase in favorability in Qin Wolin's performance just now, he knew that Qin Wolin had already fallen for him, and it was only a matter of time before he won her over. The key point is that the two were already in a marital relationship. With this connection, Qin Wolin was more accepting of Ji Taichung, making it much easier to increase her favorability towards him later. Boom! Just then, suddenly, a roar came from above the Qin Yun sect. Several cloud ships rushed over, and rows of fully armed cultivators rushed out from them, immediately surrounding and completely sealing off the entire Qin Yun sect. Who dares to be so insolent in my Qin Yun sect? Lin Xueyue, Lu Tsuilan, and other Qin Yun sect experts, who were handling sect affairs, noticed the anomaly and immediately took to the air, activating the Qin Yun sect's protective formation. He. Qin Yun sect, today is your death day. On the deck of the largest cloud ship, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe appeared with a sinister smile on his face. He exuded a terrifying aura at the nascent soul stage, shaking the heavens and the earth. The patriarch of the boundless sect, Fu Hongzhen. How dare you attack my Qin Yun sect? Aren't you afraid of offending the Prince of Lanzhou? Lin Xueyue frowned, her eyes filled with anger. Fu Hongzhen stood with his hands behind his back, a contemptuous sneer on his lips. You've only managed to curry favor with the Prince of Lanzhou. Do you really think you're someone important? From the day you destroyed the Jade Gate sect, you were destined to perish. You think you can get the support of the Prince of Lanzhou? Do you really think my YA sect has no backers? As his voice faded, within the cloud ship, an elderly man with white hair stepped out, emanating a far more terrifying aura than Fu Hongzhen, causing the heavens and earth to rumble and resonate. The mere wisp of pressure caused the Qin Yun sect's protective formation to shake violently, revealing countless cracks. Lin Xingchang. Lin Xueyue suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with deep-seated hatred and killing intent. Lin Xingchang looked down at Lin Xueyue, his eyes icy cold. You traitor, if you were just hiding in the Qin Yun sect and trying to survive, I might spare your life. But your biggest mistake was leading people to kill my Lin family's young prodigy and a nascent soul stage expert. You even tried to harm the future hope of my Lin family. Since you dare to turn against the Lin family, you and the Qin Yun sect can die together. Boom! As his voice fell, he struck out with a palm towards the Qin Yun sect members below. The terrifying cultivation of the 6th level of the nascent soul stage erupted, instantly draining the spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of miles and condensing it into a giant palm that blotted out the sky. It's obvious. Although the Lin family did not know who had stormed into their ancestral home and attacked Lin Yanji that day, they pinned the blame on Lin Xueyue and Ji Taichung. Chapter 100 Lin Xingchang's Terror. Faced with the attack of a nascent soul stage 6 expert, Lin Xueyue, Lu Tsuilan, and the others all turned pale, their souls trembled, and they felt an intense sense of impending death. That kind of power was too terrifying. The Qin Yun sect simply couldn't withstand it, enough to make people despair. The Lin family's supreme elder. Inside the Qin Yun sect, Qin Wolin suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with shock and apprehension. In this emergency, she immediately took to the air, revealing her true form as she shouted to Lin Xingchang, "Stop!" The hand that descended from the sky paused for a moment. Lin Xingchang narrowed his eyes slightly, somewhat surprised, but not too much astonished, as he already knew that Qin Wolin and Lin Xueyue had a close relationship. The next moment, the giant hand continued to press down. "Stop! I am the 13th princess. How dare you lay a hand on me? Are you plotting a rebellion?" Qin Wolin was shocked and immediately invoked her identity in an attempt to intimidate Lin Xingchang. But Lin Xingchang turned a deaf ear and paid no attention. What 13th princess? If he wipes out everyone in the Qin Yun sect, who knows if there really is a princess among them? Sizzle! At this critical moment, a golden light shot into the sky, transforming into a towering sword beam, incredibly sharp, instantly slicing through the giant hand formed from spiritual energy, and its momentum did not diminish as it fiercely struck towards Lin Xingchang. Lin Xingchang narrowed his eyes slightly and recognized the golden feather-flying sword. He snorted coldly, his aged palm blowing with wisps of blue light, and threw a punch, intending to catch the blade with his bare hands. There was a poof sound. Lin Xingchang's expression suddenly changed. The golden feather-flying sword was more ferocious and terrifying than imagined. It pierced through Lin Xingqiang's fist in an instant, leaving a trail of blood and making Lin Xingqiang's face turn pale. This is impossible. Who are you? Lin Xingqiang's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared intently at the Qingyun sect's territory below, his eyes filled with surprise and uncertainty. Ji Aotian was only at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Even the mysterious person who stormed into the Lin family's ancestral land that day was just a cultivator at the third level of the nascent soul stage. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible to harm a nascent soul stage 6 expert like him, as the two were not even in the same league. TSK, the old man's memory is really bad, he's even forgotten me? With a playful voice ringing out, Ji Taichang took to the air. He wore a bronze mask, his black hair flew wildly, and his dark blue robe fluttered in the wind. His body was tall and strong, exuding an indescribable majesty and domineering aura. Ji Taichang stood proudly in the sky. Looking at his tall figure, Lin Shuiyue, Yang Yao, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. As long as Consort Ji is around, they can feel incredibly safe. Who are you? For a powerful person like you, there are plenty of women like Lin Shuiyue. Why would you risk making an enemy of the Lin family for that bitch? Lin Xingqiang narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of apprehension in his aged gaze. Because he discovered that even with his 6th level nascent soul cultivation, he couldn't see through Ji Taichang's true nature at all, and he couldn't even sense Ji Taichang's cultivation level. In Lin Xingqiang's perception, Ji Taichang was as unfathomable as an ancient, icy pool. What are you saying in your gibberish? Go tell my greatsword. Ji Taichang picked at his ear, spread his 5 fingers, and a cyan sword appeared. As the power of the supreme sword bone was activated, the sword vibrated violently and unleashed endless sword intent. The Azure Kite Sword. It was you who stormed into my Lin family's ancestral land that day. When Lin Xingqiang saw the Azure Kite Sword, his eyes instantly turned red. You thief, die. He immediately roared, his killing intent surging, and raised his hand to activate a mountain and river seal. There was a loud boom. As the mountain and river seal swelled in the storm, the mountains and rivers engraved on it materialized, as if a small world was pressing down on Ji Taichang with astonishing power. This is also a low-grade magic weapon. As expected of one of the 3 great families of the Great Wu dynasty, the Lin family possesses several low-grade magic treasures that even nascent soul stage experts are not qualified to own. Thump! The Azure Kite Sword and the mountain and river seal collided high in the sky. The two completely different forces clashed continuously, unleashing wave after wave of aftershocks that rushed in all directions. The roar was deafening, and the sky was filled with rosy light. With his nascent soul stage level 6 cultivation and a low-grade magic weapon, Lin Xingqiang's strength is undeniable. Looking at the entire Great Wu dynasty, he can be considered a near-top expert. Unfortunately, he encountered a monstrous powerhouse with the supreme sword bone. The Azure Kite Sword unleashed a heaven-piercing sword light, shattering the illusory image of mountains and rivers and forcefully sending the mountain and river seal flying. Lin Xingqiang also groaned, staggered back a few steps, and turned pale. Only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. How is this possible? Lin Xingqiang's face was contorted. Through this exchange, he clearly sensed Ji Taichang's cultivation level, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Between the nascent soul stage, the gap between each minor realm is enormous, making it almost impossible to fight across realms. Not to mention crossing 3 minor realms. Ji Taichang, wielding the Qingyuan sword, was incomparably powerful, like a sword immortal descending to earth. He charged towards Lin Xingqiang with lightning speed, unleashing hundreds or even thousands of sword energies with a single gesture. Lin Xingqiang roared, not to be outdone. He activated the mountain and river seal to defend himself while unleashing his supernatural powers and spells, doing his utmost. However, faced with the terrifying power of the supreme sword bone, coupled with the blessing of the purple cloud sword technique, a nascent soul stage level technique, Ji Taichang's combat power was incredibly fierce. In just a few dozen rounds of fighting, Lin Xingqiang was stabbed several times, bleeding profusely, and his injuries were horrifying. In contrast, Ji Taichang and Thifan were not even scratched. Instead, they fought more and more fiercely, their sword energy reaching the heavens. So strong. My future husband should be a hero like him. Sheen Roland's heart fluttered, her big, watery eyes filled with admiration and excitement. Ding! Sheen Roland's favorability has increased by 10 points. You cannot obtain 10% of Emperor Yuanqi's cultivation ability for the time being. Sheen Roland's favorability, 40. A surprise will occur when favorability reaches 100. I'm here to help you. Seeing that Lin Xingqiang was no match for him and was being beaten back step by step, Fu Hongjin, who was standing to the side, became a little anxious. He roared, drew his sword, and joined the battle, attempting to restrain Ji Taichang. Then he was cleaved away by Ji Taichang's sword, a terrifying sword wound spreading from his shoulder all the way to his abdomen, almost splitting him in two. Won by the roadside. Fu Hongjin was only at the second level of the nascent soul stage. It was already a miracle that he wasn't killed by Ji Taichang's sword. How so? Fu Hongjin staggered backward, immediately swallowing several healing pills, his eyes filled with terror. He originally thought that with the help of the Lin family's supreme elder, destroying the Qingyun sect should be effortless. No one expected that the Qingyun sect's backer would be so powerful and terrifying. Chapter 101 Nascent Soul Realm Expert? Refined in an instant. Boom! Ji Taichang and Lin Xingqiang transformed into two streaks of rainbow light, colliding fiercely in the sky and unleashing astonishing aftershocks that swept in all directions like a tsunami. Even a mere wisp of the aftershock could shatter mountains, sink the ground, and cause terrifying destruction. Feeling that earth-shattering aura, Lin Shuiyue and the others were secretly shocked, and their gazes toward Ji Taichang became even more admiring and fanatical. After hundreds of rounds of fierce fighting, with another deafening roar, Lin Xingqiang was sent flying, half of his body split open, covered in wounds, looking utterly miserable and severely injured. Sizzle! Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xingqiang abandoned his physical body, and his nascent soul transformed into a shooting star, instantly breaking through the air in an attempt to escape. This is the advantage of a nascent soul stage expert. Even if the physical body is destroyed, as long as the nascent soul remains, the physical body can be reshaped and the body can rise again. Trying to run? Ji Taichang sneered as he activated the supreme sword bone, transforming himself into a sharp and boundless sword aura, his speed even surpassing that of Lin Xingqiang. No! Run! Seeing Lin Xingqiang suffer a crushing defeat, Fu Hongjin turned pale with fear and immediately turned and ran. He didn't even take the YA sect members with him, choosing instead to escape alone. But his speed was ultimately not fast enough. A faint sound of air being torn apart rang out, and the golden feather flying sword, like a bolt of lightning, swept across the sky and arrived in an instant, directly piercing Fu Hongjin's dantian, pinning him and his nascent soul to the ground, rendering him unable to move. On the other side, in the blink of an eye, Ji Taichang caught up with Lin Xingqiang, raised his hand and took out the fire cloud cauldron, which clanged and put Lin Xingqiang's nascent soul into it. No! Let me out! I am the supreme elder of the Lin family. If you dare to kill me, the Lin family will not let you get away with it. My Lin family has an ancestor with the cultivation level of the 8th stage of the nascent soul realm, and we have all sorts of hidden strengths and methods. My Lin family is also related to the imperial family. Lin Xingqiang was both shocked and furious, and he roared angrily, trying to intimidate Ji Taichang by mentioning the Lin family. Seeing that Ji Taichang completely ignored him, Lin Xingqiang grew increasingly panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. Fellow Taoist Ji, I know I was wrong, please spare my life. I shouldn't have attacked you. I was just following orders from my family. Please forgive me and let me go. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to submit to you, my fellow Taoist, and become your slave. Fellow Taoist, say something. Ji Taichang completely ignored Lin Xingqiang's pleas for mercy, and instead carried the fire cloud cauldron in one hand, quickly approaching Fu Hongjin. Fellow Taoist Rao. Before Fu Hongjin could finish speaking, Ji Taichang slapped his physical body to pieces, grabbed his nascent soul, and threw it into the fire cloud cauldron. Boom! Ji Taichang formed a hand seal, and the golden feather flying sword instantly transformed into thousands of golden rays, spreading in all directions. The YA sect cultivators who had been fleeing in all directions were all pierced through by the golden rays, exploding on the spot, their bodies and souls destroyed. Before Lin Shuiyue and the others could speak, Ji Taichang flashed into the Qingyun sect and returned to his residence. Lin Shuiyue, Qin Wolin, and the others exchanged glances and quickly followed, standing guard next to Ji Taichang's residence. At the same time, Lin Shuiyue also ordered that the news that Qin Wolin was the 13th princess be kept secret. Ji Taichang took out more than a dozen kinds of spiritual herbs from his storage ring and threw them all into the fire cloud cauldron. Originally just a palm-sized fire cloud cauldron, it swelled with the wind and transformed into a three-legged bronze cauldron 10 feet tall, standing firmly on the ground. Ji Taichang activated the blazing fire technique, releasing wisps of raging flames, while simultaneously employing the fiery cloud elixir scripture, using profound and complex techniques to begin refining the great elixir. Huayan Dan Wang is the best among Dan Wang, with his alchemy skills reaching the pinnacle and even touching the threshold of a 6th grade alchemist. That's why the Fire Cloud Pill King left the Great Wu dynasty to travel the world in search of an opportunity for a breakthrough. Having inherited all of Huoyun Danwang's insights into alchemy, Ji Taichang's techniques were exceptionally skillful and exquisite. He quickly and thoroughly refined Lin Xingqiang and Fu Hongzhen's nascent souls, and with the help of more than a dozen medicinal herbs, directly refined them into 3 blood pills. Done. Ji Taichang clapped his hands, looked at the 3 blood-red pills with strange patterns in the Fire Cloud Pill Cauldron, and smiled. He put away the Fire Cloud Cauldron, took the 3 blood pills in his hand, and walked out of the room. Before Lin Shuiyue, Yang Yao, and Qin Wolin could speak, Ji Taichang directly stuffed 3 blood pills into their hands. Eat them. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shuiyue and the other 2 women swallowed the pills directly, showing their complete trust in Ji Taichang. Lin Shuiyue and the other 2 women quickly widened their eyes, feeling as if they had swallowed a volcano. The blood pill instantly transformed into streams of pure and powerful spiritual energy, rapidly propelling their cultivation levels to new heights. With spiritual energy swirling around his fingertips, Ji Taichang used a technique to quickly tap the meridians and acupoints on the 3 women's bodies, helping them to neutralize the medicinal effects and absorb them more quickly. As the 3 women continued to absorb the medicinal power, their cultivation levels also increased dramatically. The biggest improvements were seen in Lin Shuiyue and Yang Yao. They were originally only at the first level of the Golden Core stage, but after refining the blood pill, their cultivation levels both rose to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, which was truly astonishing. Qin Wolin originally had the cultivation level of the 3rd stage of the Golden Core stage. After refining the blood pill, she successfully broke through to the 7th stage of the Golden Core stage, making rapid progress. This saves at least decades of arduous study. Our cultivation level has actually improved so much? Lin Shuiyue and the other 2 women widened their eyes, all deeply shocked, and showed expressions of disbelief. Yang Yao instantly guessed the truth. Senior Ji, could it be that these 3 blood pills were refined from the nascent souls of those 2 nascent soul stage experts? Good. Ji Taichang nodded, making no attempt to conceal anything. Upon hearing this, all 3 women were shocked. Lin Shuiyue and Qin Wolin were alright, since they weren't alchemists. They thought it was normal for Ji Taichang, with his nascent soul stage cultivation, to be able to achieve this. Only Yang Yao felt a storm raging in her heart. As one of the best 3rd-grade alchemists, she knew perfectly well how terrifyingly difficult it was to refine 2 nascent souls into flawless pills in such a short time, with amazing medicinal effects and almost no side effects. This is absolutely a pill refining skill at the level of a pill king. Only someone with that level could achieve this. Moreover, they must be among the best of the Dan Kings. Could it be that? A bold guess instantly popped into Yang Yao's mind. The mysterious old doctor who treated the Prince of Lanzhou was clearly Ji Taichang. Don't move around here, I'll be right back. Ji Taichang pinched Lin Shuiyue's cheek, stepped on his flying sword, and quickly soared into the sky. He unleashed the full power of the supreme sword bone, urging the azure kite sword at an incredible speed, and soon arrived at the Lanzhou royal palace. Fellow Daoist Ji? The king of Lanzhou was alarmed, and when he saw Ji Taichang appear, a warm smile immediately appeared on his face. Chapter 102: Destroying the Boundless Sect. I've come so late at night because I have a favor to ask of your highness. Ji Taichang got straight to the point, telling the king of Lanzhou about what had happened in his plans for the future. No, wait a minute. The king of Lanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean, you killed Lin Xingqiang, who was at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and now you're planning to wipe out the Boundless Sect and the Lin family? Even though the king of Lanzhou was well-traveled and extremely composed, his mind was still buzzing with shock. His first reaction was, impossible. In his view, Ji Aotian had only recently broken through to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage. No matter what, it was impossible for him to kill Lin Xingqiang, who was at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. It was simply too unbelievable. That's right. Ji Taichang nodded, his tone certain. Upon seeing this, a name instantly popped into the mind of the king of Lanzhou. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Yes. Ji Aotian couldn't possibly fight alone. A powerful figure from the Fengling Yuing sect must have intervened to kill Lin Xingqiang. The Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect not only has monstrous geniuses like Yang Dingtian, but also powerful figures like Yao Chen who are suspected of being pill kings. It's not surprising that someone could kill Lin Xingqiang. This thought came to mind. The king of Lanzhou suddenly understood and felt more awe towards the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Ji, I will definitely keep an eye on the Qing Yun sect. Go with peace of mind. The king of Lanzhou patted his chest and made a guarantee, then headed straight for the Qing Yun sect. With the king of Lanzhou in charge, Ji Taichang had no more worries and rode on his sword energy towards the boundless sect. Wuya sect. This is the overlord of Lanzhou, whose territory is vast, surrounded by 9 majestic mountains, in harmony with the natural order, and shrouded in a powerful array. The territory was filled with pavilions and palaces, and was home to tens of thousands of cultivators, making it a very powerful territory. Ji Taichang used the same trick again, transforming himself into Lin Xingchang and swaggering towards Wuya sect. Greetings, Senior Lin. When the disciples guarding the gate of the Wuya sect saw Ji Taichang, their hearts skipped a beat, and they respectfully invited him in. Senior Lin? Why did you come back by yourself? Where are the ancestors? Elder Yu Wuya sect arrived immediately and was filled with confusion when he saw Lin Xingchang return alone. Ji Taichang remained silent, only a strange smile curling at the corner of his lips. Boom! With a flick of his finger, a mountain and river seal shot into the sky, the mountain and river patterns engraved on it glowing and actually manifesting, exuding a vast and majestic aura, and crashing down. This scene was astonishing. The power of the mountain and river seal almost enveloped the entire boundless sect. It was vast and boundless, as if the entire sky was pressing down. The scene was like the end of the world. No! Senior Lin, why did you attack my boundless sect? What have we done to offend you? Stop! Spare me, Senior. Senior, our Wuya sect's ancestors fought side by side with the Lin family's ancestors on the border battlefield. We have some connection, so why is it like this? If you spare our Wuya sect, we are willing to do anything for you. Don't want. The eyes of the many cultivators from the boundless sect were wide open in horror, and they couldn't help but let out a terrified scream, utterly shocked. No matter how much they cried and begged for mercy, Ji Taichang remained unmoved, his expression calm and indifferent. The Ya sect colluded with the Lin family in an attempt to destroy the Qingyun sect. Ji Taichang's move is called fighting fire with fire. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The power of the mountain and river seal erupted in full force, crashing down with a deafening roar. Countless buildings instantly turned to dust, mountains collapsed and shattered, rivers evaporated, and the vast earth was riddled with countless large cracks. Everything was gone forever. A once glorious and powerful sect was reduced to ruins in an instant. No! No! Deep in the earth. From within the underground spiritual veins of the boundless sect, a roar of extreme grief and indignation resounded. Within the spiritual vein, a black and gold ancient coffin floated, its surface inscribed with dense array patterns and symbols, forming a mysterious formation capable of absorbing the power of the spiritual vein and forcibly maintaining the life force of the person inside. With a single strike from the mountain and river seal, the entire boundless sect was reduced to ruins, and a massive crack spread into the spiritual veins, awakening the person inside the coffin. The lid of the black and gold coffin exploded with a bang, and a hunched and emaciated old woman flew out from it. Looking at the Ya sect, which had been wiped out and reduced to ruins, her eyes widened in fury, and 2 streams of bloody tears flowed down her cheeks. Boundless sect. My boundless sect. You honor, Xiaobo. No. Aowa. You dare to annihilate my entire boundless sect. I will slaughter you. The old woman let out a hysterical wail, her eyes were bloodshot, her body trembled violently, and she went completely insane. She unleashed her powerful cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, pouring all her strength into an ancient tower, which emitted a dazzling light and crashed fiercely into Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang remained indifferent and pointed with one finger. The majestic mountain and river seal, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, collided violently with the ancient pagoda, producing a muffled roar, as if hundreds of lightning bolts had exploded simultaneously. As a result, the mountain and river seal directly knocked the ancient pagoda away, causing several cracks to appear and its light to dim. That ancient tower was merely a top-grade magical artifact, and was never as powerful as the mountain and river seal. Moreover, the old woman's qi and blood were declining, and her strength was no longer at its peak. She was no match for Ji Taichang. I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. The old woman bled from all 7 orifices, yet she still let out fierce screams and charged at Ji Taichang recklessly. Puff! Ji Taichang casually drew the azure kite sword, and with a slight shake, a bright sword aura flashed and disappeared. The old woman's body exploded, and her nascent soul was grabbed by Ji Taichang and thrown into the fire cloud cauldron. Ji Taichang spent the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, activating the fiery cloud cauldron on the spot to refine his nascent soul into 3 blood pills. Then, Ji Taichang cleaned up the Ya sect's treasury, collected the usable resources, and then turned to leave. He unleashed the power of the supreme sword bone, fully activating the Azure Kite Sword, unleashing incredible speed as he advanced towards the central plains. Soon, Ji Taichang traversed the vast and boundless distance and arrived in Zhengzhou. However, he did not storm into the Lin family directly, but instead went to Medicine King Valley. During the journey, Ji Taichang had a sudden thought. He activated the turtle breathing technique and his magical artifact, causing a dramatic change in his appearance and temperament. He was dressed in a white robe and had an exceptionally handsome appearance, looking like a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Medicine King Valley is located in a remote wilderness in Zhengzhou. Surrounded by mountains and valleys, with clouds and mist floating around, the area is sparsely populated. When the disciples guarding the Medicine King Valley saw Ji Taichang, they were all shocked and delighted. "Welcome, Elder Yao, to Medicine King Valley. Our ancestor has been waiting for a long time. Senior, please follow us." The gatekeeper was very welcoming and welcomed Ji Taichang inside. Clearly, the legendary Dr. Li had given prior instructions. Chapter 103. I won't allow you to talk about your Uncle Ji like that. Medicine King Valley is an ancient and long-standing sect that is said to have survived the changes of several dynasties. Its sect territory is not very large, and it does not have the magnificent and numerous pavilions and palaces of the Wuya sect. Instead, most of them are wooden houses built in the mountains and forests, surrounded by light clouds and mist, which makes them look very simple and natural. The number of people in Medicine King Valley was not large. Even when Ji Taichang spread his divine sense, he could only sense a few thousand cultivators. Led by the gatekeeper disciple, Ji Taichang arrived at a beautiful mountain peak deep within Medicine King Valley. This place is rich in spiritual energy, with fresh air and medicinal herbs growing everywhere in the mountains and forests. It is a place of outstanding natural beauty. On the mountain, there was a wooden courtyard where an old man with white hair and beard, exuding an air of otherworldly wisdom, was instructing a young man on alchemy. It was none other than the divine physician Lin Fan. Beside him stood a beautiful woman, simply dressed and with a graceful figure, quietly watching Lin Fan refine pills, her face full of loving expression. Suddenly, the old physician Li's expression changed, and his powerful divine sense detected the arrival of Ji Taichang. His face lit up with ecstatic joy, and he immediately rushed out of the courtyard to greet him. "Ha ha ha! I've been thinking about this day and night, and I'm so glad to finally have a visit from you, fellow Taoist. Please come in quickly." The old Dr. Li rubbed his hands together, his face full of smiles, and happily invited Ji Taichang into the courtyard. Who is he? Lin Fan and Nangong Qingya couldn't help but look at Ji Taichang, their eyes filled with surprise and doubt. As far as they knew, the old divine Dr. Li was one of the highest-ranking alchemists in the Great Wu dynasty, and his seniority was extremely high. Even top alchemists like Xiao Yangzi had to address him as a senior. What kind of powerful figure could receive such a respectful and enthusiastic reception from the old physician Li? "Xiao Fan, Miss Nangong, come over here and greet Elder Yao Chun. This is a top-tier alchemist and a master of medicine. Even I am ashamed of my own inferiority. Fellow Taoist Yao Chun, this is my newly accepted disciple Lin Fan." Not only does he possess the Earth Core Fire Lotus, but his talent in alchemy is also astonishing. The venerable Dr. Li introduced the two parties with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately bowed respectfully to Ji Taichang and said, "This humble one, Lin Fan, greets Senior Yao Lao." Nangong Qingya also bowed solemnly to Ji Taichang. Ji Taichang nodded slightly, looked at the old physician Li, and said directly, "If you can gather all these medicinal herbs, I can treat your illness." He took out a list of medicinal herbs and handed it to the old Dr. Li. This included the medicinal materials needed to treat the old physician Li and Nangong Qingya. When the old Dr. Li took it and looked at it, his eyes widened and he couldn't help but gasp. This. Ouch. The list of medicinal herbs is mostly very precious and rare, including more than 10 kinds of 4th-grade spiritual herbs. If that were all, it would be fine. With the resources and connections of Medicine King Valley, they can still manage to come up with the money if they grit their teeth. But there are also 2 other grade 5 precious medicines on the list. 4th grade spiritual medicine corresponds to the nascent soul stage, while 5th grade precious medicine corresponds to the deity transformation stage. The old physician Li's hand trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but give a wry smile. "Fellow Taoist, this, the mystic ice dragon fruit and the star sand are both 5th grade treasure medicines. Not to mention Medicine King Valley, you can't find them even in the entire Great Wu dynasty." Ji Taichang shrugged, "You know your own injuries. Without 5th grade precious medicine, it's impossible to cure them. If you can produce these precious medicines, I will treat your illness. If you can't, I won't force you." Upon hearing this, the old Dr. Li immediately looked troubled. If there were a chance to heal the internal injuries, that would be wonderful. No one is willing to risk their life. Especially top-tier alchemists like the divine physician Li, who hold a high status in the Great Wu dynasty and enjoy all kinds of adulation and extraordinary treatment, are even less willing to die. The old physician Li said with a wry smile, "Fellow Daoist, could we perhaps discuss exchanging those 2 grade 5 precious medicines for another form of reward? This matter is truly difficult. There's no room for negotiation." Ji Taichang spoke with a firm tone. The Shenbing dragon fruit is for the old divine physician Li to treat his illness, and the star sand is for Nangong Qingya to treat her illness. Although the conditions are somewhat difficult, this is Ji Taichang's bottom line. After pondering for a moment, the old physician Li smiled wryly and said, Please allow me to discuss this with the others from Medicine King Valley. This matter is too important and requires the full strength of the Medicine King Valley. I cannot make the decision myself. Although he was the patriarch of Medicine King Valley with the highest seniority and the greatest mastery of alchemy. However, Ji Taichang needs too many precious medicines, and he definitely needs the support of other high-level experts in Medicine King Valley. Otherwise, relying solely on the divine physician Li will not be enough. Go. Ji Taichang nodded slightly. After the old Dr. Li left, Ji Taichang's gaze fell on Nangong Qingya. I was entrusted by fellow Taoist Ji Outyan to refine some pills for you to strengthen your body and make up for the damage to your meridians over the years. Ji Taichang raised his hand, and a jade bottle floated to Nangong Qingya's front. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingya was slightly startled. Ji Outyan, he actually asked Senior Yao to refine pills for me? Even the legendary physician Li treated old medicine master with utmost respect, which shows that Ji Outyan must have paid a considerable price. He was actually this good to me? Nangong Qingya had been ostracized and bullied in the Lin family for more than 10 years. Suddenly, a stranger showed her such concern, which warmed her heart and moved her. Ding! Nangong Qingya's favorability has increased by 5 points. You can obtain 10% of the cultivation ability of the Purple Cloud Sword Master. Please select. Nangong Qingya's favorability, 30. A surprise awaits when favorability reaches 100. Thank you very much, Senior Yao, and thank you for your concern, Senior Ji Outyan. I am extremely grateful. Nangong Qingya accepted the jade bottle and solemnly bowed to Ji Taichang. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes widened slightly, and his face darkened somewhat. That bastard Ji Outyan not only monopolized Sister Yu, but now he's even eyeing his own mother? A scene involuntarily flashed through Lin Fan's mind. Nangong Qingya nestled shyly in Ji Outyan's arms, then made Lin Fan call Ji Outyan daddy. Upon realizing this, Lin Fan instinctively shuddered. No! I absolutely cannot let that happen. Lin Fan made up his mind in his heart. Ji Taichang had no idea what Lin Fan was thinking. He turned around and left the small courtyard, then began to wander around Medicine King Valley, hoping to run into some big clients. Seeing Ji Taichang leave, Lin Fan immediately said in a deep voice, Mother, Ji Outyan's sudden show of kindness to you is suspicious. There must be something fishy going on. Mother, you must be careful of Ji Outyan. I don't think he's a good person. Shut up. Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Nangong Qingya's expression changed, and she shouted angrily, I won't allow you to talk about your Uncle Ji like that. I want you to apologize to him. Chapter 104. Lin Fan's frustration. Lin Fan retorted, Am I wrong? You've only met once, and he's already offering to treat your illness and give you medicine. What else could it be but ulterior motives? Shut up. Nangong Qingya's face was quite ugly, and her tone became increasingly stern. Senior Ji not only saved us once, but also treated my mother and brought her medicine. Is this how you treat him? He is a powerful expert in the nascent soul stage, with amazing medical skills, and is also a distinguished guest of the Lanzhou Prince's mansion. His status is no less than that of the divine physician Li. What could he possibly want from us? How have I taught you? How can you have such an ungrateful attitude? Nangong Qingya's unprecedentedly stern demeanor shocked Lin Fan, causing a surge of bitterness to well up within him. From childhood to adulthood, Nangong Qingya has always doted on and protected him. Even when everyone in the Lin family bullied him and looked down on him, Nangong Qingya would gently encourage him and never scolded him once. But today, Nangong Qingya actually reprimanded him like this because he spoke ill of Ji Outyan? Mother, you actually scolded me for the sake of an outsider? Lin Fan was still young, and at this moment he was trembling with anger, his heart filled with rage. You dare to talk back? Nangong Qingya was furious. It seems I've spoiled you too much. If you don't apologize to Senior Ji today, don't blame me for being impolite. Ji Outyen. Ji Outyen. Your mouth is full of Ji Outyen. Is he, an outsider, more important than me? Lin Fan's eyes turned red with anger. He glared at Nangong Qingya fiercely, then turned and stormed out of the courtyard, leaving in a huff. Nangong Qingya had no cultivation, so she couldn't catch up even if she wanted to, and could only sigh in frustration. Inside Lin Fan's ring, Yun Xiao sighed softly. Xiao Fan, you were wrong in this matter. Your mother didn't say anything wrong. Shut up. Lin Fan was furious at the moment and wouldn't listen to anything. He said, utterly irritated, don't mention Ji Outyen's name in front of me. He stole my sister Yu and even tried to take advantage of my mother. Once my cultivation level improves, I will definitely kill him with my own hands. Lin Fan growled viciously, his evil intentions rising. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao's brows furrowed even more. She discovered that Lin Fan's personality was somewhat extreme and selfish. This made Yun Xiao feel somewhat disappointed in Lin Fan. In contrast, Ji Outyen was more open and straightforward. He was willing to make enemies of the entire Lin family for the sake of his beloved and was also willing to invest in people related to Lin Shuiyue. Greetings, Senior Medicine Master. Senior Medicine Master. Ji Taichang strolled leisurely through Medicine King Valley. The disciples of Medicine King Valley he encountered along the way all bowed and greeted him respectfully. This was clearly at the behest of the legendary physician, Dr. Li. Unfortunately, Ji Taichang toured Medicine King Valley but did not encounter any nascent soul stage experts seeking medicine. But that makes sense. There aren't many nascent soul stage experts in the Great Wu Dynasty, so it's not a daily occurrence for injured people to come to Medicine King Valley for medical treatment. Ji Taichang decided to temporarily leave Medicine King Valley and came to a remote and deserted place. Master, receive the cultivation level of the Purple Cloud Sword Master. Ji Taichang silently recited in his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10% of the cultivation of the Purple Cloud Sword Master. As the system notification tone faded, a familiar feeling came over him, and a powerful force appeared out of thin air in Ji Taichang's dantian. Half of it was absorbed by his nascent soul and the Supreme Sword Bone, which boosted his cultivation. Ji Taichang also gained more insights into the Purple Cloud Sword technique, which deepened his understanding of this nascent soul stage technique. This time, however, Ji Taichang's cultivation was barely enough to break through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the power required to break through each minor realm. Moreover, half of the Purple Cloud Sword Master's cultivation was absorbed by the Supreme Sword Bone. 4th level of the nascent soul stage, plus the blood explosion and the fiery cloud cauldron, that's enough to wipe out the Lin family. But it will probably be a bit difficult to force your way into Dao Academy and kill Lin Yinji. Ji Taichang stroked his chin, lost in thought. He wasn't afraid of Pu Wang, the dean of Dawu Academy, but he was worried that Dawu Academy might contain some of the hidden methods and techniques left behind by the royal family of the Dawu dynasty. Dao Academy is, after all, a crucial place in the capital, and we must be wary of it. We still need to find a way to further increase Nangong Qingya's favorability. It's a pity that Luo Hongyi has disappeared somewhere, otherwise it would be good to raise her favorability. Ji Taichang sighed inwardly and began his return to Medicine King Valley. Just as Ji Taichang was strolling around Medicine King Valley, waiting for the old divine physician Li to make a decision, a figure shrouded in black armor suddenly appeared in front of the Medicine King Valley gate. A faint but powerful aura emanated from him, causing the gatekeepers to tremble and feel immense pressure. It was a woman with cascading black hair and a very tall figure. Her voluptuous figure could not be concealed by her armor, and only a pair of amber eyes were visible beneath her black armor. However, her condition was far from optimistic. Her black armor was covered in cracks and blood, and her injuries were quite severe. Take me to see the top alchemist in your Medicine King Valley. A crisp, cold voice came from within the black armor. Please follow us, senior. The gatekeeper disciple, with a respectful yet tense expression, led the woman in black armor into Medicine King Valley while simultaneously taking out a communication artifact to report the matter to the high-ranking experts of Medicine King Valley. Soon, the old physician Li and many elders of Medicine King Valley were alarmed and personally welcomed the woman in black armor to the VIP room. But the woman in black armor glanced at the old Dr. Li and the others, then frowned and said with some displeasure, "Your Medicine King Valley is so vast, and you even claim to be a branch of the suspended Pot Heaven sect, yet you don't even have a 5th-grade alchemist?" Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the old Dr. Li and the others froze. The old physician Lee's smile faded, and he said indifferently, although my medicine king valley has no pill king, you are only at the nascent soul stage, not a deity transformation stage expert. Why would we need a pill king to take action? Yeah. The woman in black armor glanced at the old Dr. Lee and said, then you should give it a try. As a renowned master of alchemy with many years of experience, Dr. Lee snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming slightly. At the same time, he extended a wisp of spiritual energy and began to carefully examine the black-armored woman's injuries. But the next moment, the old Dr. Lee's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but gasp. His expression was extremely solemn as he said in a deep voice, the injuries on your body, fellow Taoist, were inflicted by a nascent soul stage expert. Moreover, the opponent's technique was extremely insidious and ruthless, with a peculiar residual demonic energy. Upon hearing this, the other cultivators from Medicine King Valley were all greatly surprised. It's a miracle that a nascent soul cultivator was injured by a deity transformation cultivator and still survived. Chapter 105 I'll make you take off your armor. Tell me something I don't know. The woman in black armor stared at the old Dr. Lee. Can your Medicine King Valley cure this? This. The old physician Lee coughed lightly and looked at the other alchemy masters from Medicine King Valley. Several alchemy masters stepped forward one after another to examine the black-armored woman's injuries, but their expressions were increasingly grave. They all looked at each other in silence. Clearly, they were all at a loss. Upon seeing this, the woman in black armor immediately showed a look of disappointment. It seems your so-called Medicine King Valley is nothing special. These words were spoken. The old doctor and the others immediately turned pale, feeling quite embarrassed. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. There is someone who may be able to heal your injuries. I will go and invite him over right away. The old Dr. Lee immediately thought of Ji Tai Chang and rushed out to find him. When Ji Tai Chang heard the description from the old Dr. Lee, he was quite surprised. Injured by a nascent soul stage expert? Does the Great Wu Dynasty have any nascent soul stage experts? The old physician Lee shook his head. Let alone the Great Wu Dynasty, none of the nearby dynasties have a powerhouse of this level. This woman must be from somewhere else. Ji Tai Chang immediately became interested. Tell me about the world outside the Great Wu Dynasty, elaborate on it. Upon hearing this, the old Dr. Lee was somewhat astonished. In his view, Yao Chen was very likely a pill king with a mysterious and extraordinary origin. How could he be completely unaware of the world outside the Great Wu Dynasty? Ji Tai Chang noticed his confusion and casually explained, I come from a secluded sect. I have been focusing on cultivating alchemy and have no interest in the outside world, so I know nothing about it. Seeing that he was very young and had amazing knowledge of alchemy, the old Dr. Lee believed him to some extent. He took out a map and handed it to Ji Tai Chang, explaining, the cultivation world we live in is called the Azure Spirit Realm. It has 5 major domains, each separated by an endless ocean. These are the Central Plains Domain, the Eastern Wilderness Domain, the Southern Ocean Domain, the Western Mausoleum Domain, and the Northern Desert Domain. The Great Wu Dynasty is located in the Eastern Wilderness Domain. The old Dr. Lee pointed to a corner of the map. The Great Wu Dynasty is located in the lower left corner of the Eastern Wilderness, with an endless ocean below and thousands of mountains above. This place is collectively known as the Land of 100 Dynasties, meaning that hundreds of dynasties coexist here. But in reality, there were far fewer than that. There were probably only 20 or 30 dynasties, and the Great Wu Dynasty was one of them. Leaving the land of 100 dynasties and crossing countless mountains, lies the far more expansive world of the Eastern Wilderness, where various powerful sects stand tall, and the 5 Holy Lands dominate the world, making them the strongest in the Eastern Wilderness. As for the situation in the other 4 regions, that is beyond my knowledge. The old physician Lee gave Ji Tai Chang a general overview of the situation in the Eastern Wilderness. These words contained a great deal of information, which made Ji Tai Chang's eyes widen in surprise. He thought the Great Wu Dynasty was vast enough, but he never expected it to be just a small corner of the Eastern Wilderness. Beyond the Eastern Wilderness, there are 4 other vast landmasses. It is said that the Central Earth Domain is the most expansive, with an area more than 10 times that of the Eastern Wilderness. I thought that I could be invincible in the nascent soul stage, but I didn't expect to still be in the newbie village. Ji Tai Chang clicked his tongue in amazement and picked up the map to examine it carefully. This map is quite old, and it contains little information about the terrain and sects beyond the 10,000 mountains, except for the 5 Holy Lands which are clearly marked. Rumor has it that it is the oldest and most powerful place in the Eastern Wilderness, and there are even legendary experts at the Tribulation Transcending stage guarding it. According to what the legendary Dr. Lee said. Most of the dynasties in the land of 100 dynasties do not have nascent soul stage experts. The woman in black armor either comes from a few of the most powerful dynasties or from beyond the mountains. Alright, I'll give you, lowly, face and go take a look. Ji Taichang casually put away the map and walked towards the VIP room. Upon seeing this, the old doctorly breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. With the elderly medicine expert involved, this is a sure thing. Ji Taichang quickly spotted the woman in black armor, and his brows furrowed in surprise. Wow, it's huge. Ji Taichang's gaze fell on the woman in black armor. The two breastplates were exceptionally round, like inverted bowls, and were surprisingly heavy. Is it pretty? The woman in black armor spoke in a cool, clear voice. Nice. Ji Taichang nodded subconsciously. I like to tell the truth. Look at me again and I'll gouge your eyes out. The woman in black armor suddenly turned cold, carrying a chilling aura. Young lady, don't get so angry, it's not good for your injury. Ji Taichang shook his head, showing no fear of the oppressive aura and pressure emanating from the woman in black armor. He reached out and placed his fingers on the wound on her back, releasing a wisp of spiritual energy to examine her condition. Ha! Ji Taichang suddenly raised an eyebrow and looked at the woman in black armor with some surprise. The injuries you suffered, young lady, are quite unusual. Could it be related to Blackthorn? Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me if it can be cured. Ji Taichang was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Upon hearing the words Blackthorn, her expression clearly changed, indicating that she didn't want Ji Taichang to continue discussing the matter. If it were someone else, even the Pill King might not be able to do anything. Ji Taichang chuckled lightly. You're lucky, you just happened to run into me. The woman in black armor was not only severely injured, but her wounds also contained a special demonic energy that clung to her like a bone-deep abscess, continuously eroding her internal organs. It was a power that even the legendary physician Li and others had never heard of. But coincidentally, the Fire Cloud Pill King's insights into alchemy contained relevant information. Huayan Dan Wang had treated similar patients before. These words were spoken. The woman in black raised an eyebrow, a hint of delight mixed with suspicion in her eyes. You're only at the nascent soul stage, yet you dare to boast like this. Could it be that you're a 5th grade alchemist? Why don't you try and see? Ji Taichang chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying, offering no direct answer. He waved. Seeing this, the old Dr. Li and his entourage wisely turned and left, closing the door to the VIP room behind them. Remove your armor. The woman in black armor stiffened as soon as Ji Taichang spoke. She took a deep breath, her spiritual energy surged, and the outermost layer of black armor glowed, detached from her body, and shrank continuously before being stored in her storage ring. But she was also wearing a layer of black soft armor, which revealed her flawless and graceful body. The exaggerated curves were enough to make one's blood boil. Ji Taichang frowned. I'll tell you to remove your armor. Unload again. Unload again. Ji Taichang's impolite tone made the woman in black armor glare at him in annoyance. In the end, she removed the soft armor from her body, and her voluptuous figure made Ji Taichang's eyes light up. To glance at a beautiful woman is a sign of respect. Keeping to watch is keeping to respect.